Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the FPF Championship Weekend. This is Neil right here with Seth Galena here, ready for the first game of the day. These teams have been here already for about an hour here, warming up, getting ready. Have a little bit of championship experience, but not a lot, which is probably why they showed up so early and nerves are getting the best of them. But they are ready to go almost here. What can we expect here from this game today, Seth?
Yeah, I mean, the nerves are really what you got to keep in check early on in the game. They show up early. You don't want to sit around at home on the couch knowing you have a big game coming up. So you get here early, you warm up. You try and get those nerves out during the warm-up so you're not really fighting them on the first play of the game. And whoever can weather that early is going to be in a great spot going forward.
Yeah, definitely. And, one could almost make the argument that the longer you stay there on the field, the more the tension builds up. And it's really about who's going to make the first mistake here coming on the field, who's going to allow themselves to give that opportunity to the other team, and who's going to be able to take advantage of those opportunities really early here today.
Look, it's two really good teams. Team that finished in fourth place, the team that finished in fifth place in the 5A division. Obviously, two teams that ran through the playoffs, and two quarterbacks who can really sling the ball. Watching them in warm-up right now, they can both sling it. They can both run. It's going to be a really good game.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. Two very different teams, but two teams that actually have relatively similar records during the season. On one hand, you have the Baby Sharks, that they are a football team. They are a football team that has converted to flag, and really they've had some issues concerning defense. Especially, they've let up a lot of points this season, averaging 26.5 per game in the regular season, which has been really a difficulty for them. So see whether they sharpen up on that end. But offense for them has definitely not been an issue, especially at extra points. They are 7-1 in one-score games. And in the playoffs, they've gone 3-0 in one-score games. So they've really been excellent on that end in closing out games and really getting the best of them. So if we're looking at a shootout, we're looking at Baby Sharks to have the advantage here today.
We are, of course, hoping for a shootout. We're hoping for a shootout in every game. I'm hoping for big plays. I mean, I think both teams have the capability of making big plays. And that's kind of, look, if you're watching this game, if you're a neutral watching this game, that's what you want to see, right? That's what we are. We're neutrals watching this game, even though we get to talk on the mic. And I like to see big plays, even big defensive plays. Hopefully for maybe a quadruple overtime game or something like that to get us started here on day 2 in Brossard.
Quadruple overtime. You're getting ahead of yourself there. We might fall a little behind schedule if that happens, but certainly I won't be the one complaining.
It would be the first time FlagPlus has fallen behind schedule on a championship weekend.
That's for sure. But hey, if it's for 4 overtime, we'll take it. So listen, here's some key players. Looks like Baby Sharks is going to be starting on offense. So some key players for them: Jérémy Laplante, their quarterback, wearing number 42, not the regular numbers you see on the website because they had to switch jerseys as colors were too similar. He's been an excellent quarterback this season. Quarterback rating of 102.7, 60.7% completion percentage. 41 touchdowns. 41 touchdowns, really an incredible stat for him. But 10 interceptions to top it off. So got to watch out for that one turnover on average. He's prone 2 per game.
Yeah, his problem is going to be taking sacks, taking 22 sacks on the season. He can run, but he does take a lot of sacks. So here we go.
All right, and Laplante ready to take the snap. It's off. Some hooks and a deep shot right away. And it's batted down. Excellent play there.
Really interesting for Reborn prospects starting the game in man-to-man coverage. So, quarterback takes his deep shot to his tallest receiver, a little underthrown, but a really great play by the cornerback. Again, starting the game off in man coverage, you honestly don't see that very often in flag football. Usually first play of the game, everyone's playing cover 3, sitting back, seeing what the offense gives you. They went straight up into man-to-man.
And that was Dave just with an incredible play. He was really there step-by-step. Quarterback couldn't have placed it a lot better than that, and it was just excellent. So he takes the snap, back off again, hook, catch, flagged for only for a gain of actually about 7 yards there, so a solid gain on second down. Now, one thing that's interesting to note about this Baby Sharks team is they're an aggressive team. They like to go downfield. They do not have very good statistics on 3rd and 4th. They are 39.6% on 3rd down this season, only 40% on 4th down. So they're a team that likes to get aggressive, and if you're able to contain them and force them to make those small plays, you might see them struggle.
Yeah, so on that play, they played Reborn plays cover 3. They take the hook on the outside against the off corner.
And ready to take it on third down. Big play, looking, rolling out to his right. Running, got the first down and a little bit more as he gets about 2 yards past. And that is a first down for the Baby Sharks. So good reading. Maybe had somebody open, but takes the safe option and gets the first.
Yeah, like Reborn rotates into a sort of cover 2, a classic flag look where the safety will rotate to one side of the field. The backside corner comes over top. And quarterback kind of doesn't see it right away because of the rotation, rolls out, like you said, maybe could have thrown to the sideline, ends up just taking the first down by himself.
Yeah, and if this team has done their due diligence, they will look to avoid the Defensive Player of the Year, number 8, Samuel Omombo. So ready to take the snap on first down, right out to his right, 2 outs, gets it to Louis-Philippe Grenier-Morin. About 7-yard gain on first down, so another good sequence for them.
Yeah, so that now, Reborn settling into cover 3. Like you said, you don't want, if you're the quarterback for Baby Sharks, you don't want to throw over the middle of the field. Sam has so much range. He's such a good player. So settle into your cover 3 concepts, which is like taking the flats, taking those hooks by the outside receiver.
And takes a snap, second down, looks to his left, rolls out to his right. Players moving all over the field, and that's going to be a sack for a loss of about 6 yards. Excellent job by the rusher, containing, nothing downfield. That's a mix of a good play, a coverage sack, but also a great job by the rusher.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like you said, they're a team that likes to go deep. So when you call all hooks, now you have the outside receivers open because, again, it's cover 3. You have off corners. You kind of just got to take it. You got to live with those. You can't go broke taking a profit type of plays, especially as you get closer and closer on the opponent's side of the field. Take those plays, get your first downs, get another shot.
So now we're looking at third and long here, but third and about 10. Looks to his left, again rolling to his right, sees someone in the end zone, and it's there. What a catch! Head tap. Mossing in the end zone.
Out of bounds.
Oh, they're calling that out of bounds. And that looked like it was really close. Excellent job coming down with that football, but really close. And now we're looking at 4th and 10, so a tough hill to overcome here.
Yeah, so and this it's always going to go back to the same thing, You're 2nd and 4. You have a chance with an easy completion to the sideline to get the first down. Instead, you take the sack, and now you throw to the end zone. It's a close play. It ends up incomplete. Now you're in 4th and about 12, 4th and 14, something like that. To start off the game, you don't want to be not scoring points on your first drive and flag.
Yeah, and that you saw the replay there. That was so close. Just the toe hit the line, but an excellent job. And looks to his left, throws, and that is way over the head of, again, Louis-Philippe Grenier-Morin. So that is his 3rd target already on this drive. And now a big stop for Reborn prospects as they get to come on and get the chance to reply.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's nothing better than starting your championship game with a stop on defense. The other team takes the ball. They look like they're moving the ball a little bit. All of a sudden, it's 4th and 14. Force them to make a tight window throw, overthrow the receiver, and you get the ball 0-0.
So now we get the chance to see from Samuel Omombo. Of course, he was an all-star this season, but on the defensive side of the field. On the offensive side, we can't say he was too shabby either.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, no kidding. 33 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions, and a QBR of 107.3. So he looks right away over the middle of the field. Almost looked like he was going to the drag, but right across and gets the first down.
Yeah, right over the middle field. Some spacing issues with the drag coming right in front of the snapper who ends up making the play. But that's a nice completion right off the bat. Some zingy little sidearm action there to get the ball into the snap.
And a quarterback who's able to do that, who's able to get around the rusher and put balls accurately into the middle of the field, that's dangerous for a defense to look at because they can't cheat. They can't cheat to the outside, and they have to really be careful of that middle of the field. So it takes the snap, goes off, looks to run, does run, gets in tight.
Yeah, look, there's going to be plays like that where Sam is just going to take the snap and run. He's a tremendous athlete, and you got to contain that, and it's tough because what you have to do on defense is against a running quarterback is you got to play zone, so you got to have eyes on the quarterback. But once he breaks contain, once he gets outside like that, if you're the flat defender, you're in a kind of a no-win situation where do I stay back in my zone, cover the receiver? Do I come up on the quarterback? And right there, stays back, and then Sam makes a play. Here's trips.
Yeah, so we got Trips on his right now. He's looking. Flat route to the left, back of the end zone, and that is going to be out of bounds.
Yeah, so they go trips here. First time we've seen trips by either team this game. Baby Shark stays 2-on-1 on the backside. So Sam says, all right, you want to double my ISO? I'm going to go to the field. A little late. Has a receiver in the back of the end zone a little earlier. Maybe just didn't see it over some of the defenders. Baby Shark's kind of a tall team, especially down here in the red zone. So doesn't see it. And we have an incompletion. They're going to go trips again.
Yeah, and that's a classic play. You'll see somebody getting out in the flat, somebody getting in the back of the end zone. You want to destabilize the middle of the field. So takes his left, right over to the flat. Is he in? Yes, touchdown. And that's going to be number 1, JJ Fortuna, who does lead this team in touchdowns and catches, so only fitting that he gets the first touchdown of this game in this championship final.
And that's playing red zone defense, playing goal line defense and flag, really difficult. We always say, make them throw over our heads, but you take that one step back, the ball's going to be caught in front of you, and all that receiver has to do is make one move. Now, he makes a good move to get into the end zone, but we do have the referees talking. We'll see what the call is here. Looks all right.
I think they were perhaps talking about whether that pass was caught behind the line of scrimmage. Looks like they're not going to settle for anything, especially if there's no challenge that's been made. It didn't look to me like it was, but at the same time, all you have to do is get a couple of inches after the line of scrimmage, and it's a good catch, so really difficult to play. So Trips to his left again, is looking, sees a flat route, wide open, and that's the conversion right there.
Yeah, and it's the same idea. Like, so now instead of the flat defender or like the halfback to the trip side, it's the corner. Plays a bit off. Now you understand it because the corner sees the number 1 and the number 2 receiver released down the field. He's not thinking, oh, that number 3 is coming all the way to the pylon, so he plays off, and then the ball is caught in front of him. Tough play.
Somewhat surprising, this is a team that's been very poor on extra points throughout the regular season. 31% on extra points for 1 and 25% on extra points for 2, whereas the Baby Sharks are 50 and 50 respectively. Pardon me. So Laplante takes a snap, looks deep, gets the hook right there, and that will be a first most likely, if not just a couple of inches short. They're giving him the first.
Yeah, nice throw. And that's where the ball needs to go for Baby Sharks to move the ball. You're getting cover 3, and then you're going to get more cover 3, and you're getting even more cover 3. So where do you throw the ball in cover 3? Underneath the corner who's dropping. It's going to be there. And they have some size advantages, especially on the outside with the 2 receivers. So that's where the ball should go.
And oh my God, the receiver picks it off, and that is going to be 6. What an excellent play. Solon takes it all the way to the end zone for 6. I've never seen that happen.
That is as good of a play from a rusher as you can get. And, the quarterback, he's throwing to the right receiver. Again, cover 3, safety's deep. Throw the ball underneath to your snapper. You just got to get it over the top. He doesn't get it over the top. Right into the snapper's hands, who makes a great play, and then a great play after to avoid the tackle and get into the end zone.
The amount of focus you need to have to come down with that football, because obviously he juggled it. Who would not juggle it? That is a laser beam right into his hands. The focus you need to have to come down with that football is incredible. So how soon are we going to start talking about a potential rusher MVP here?
I'm voting for rusher MVP already.
Trips left for the extra point. See someone in the back of the end zone. He is there. Good pass defended.
And that is great play on the goal line. That is how you do it on the goal line, where you're going to have, okay, let me play the goal line first, and then let me feel with my eyes. And that is such a great play. You see him get a hand on the ball.
Yeah.
Let that route go away from me, so that number 3 receiver goes away from me to the flat. Okay, I feel it. I see the eyes of the quarterback. I drop back knowing that ball is going to be in the back of the end zone. Really great play.
Was a bit of a late throw. If he had come out just a couple of inches more, that would have been a completed pass in the back of the end zone. And so they look to recover after that one. Flat route out to the left, and that's caught for about 4.
And you can see right away, okay, I just threw an interception to the rusher. So what's my next cover 3 beater? Well, it's triple slants. Get the ball to the flat, get some yards, give me a completion. Such a bad taste in your mouth when something. I won't say it's fluky. It's a great play by the rusher, but it's obviously not something that happens a lot in flag. So just go there and get a completion and kind of calm yourself down.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, fluky, you got to be lucky to be good. You got to be good to be lucky. It's how it works. So he's looking deep, rolls out to his right, has a lot of room to run, gets running, and just shy of the first down.
Yeah, nice play on the run there. Spacing issues to the left of the quarterback. He had the snapper and the slot kind of near each other, so he looked that way. All of a sudden, too close for comfort for him, so he just takes off and runs. Like I said, he can run the football and get some yards that way. We've seen 2 really nice runs so far.
Yeah, and a first half is always destabilizing for an offense that's used to doing things one way, and the defense knows what they're doing. So takes a snap, looks to his left, it's not there, and good open route. Good deflagging right there. He was almost free and open in the open field, and they're going to get the first down.
Yeah, nice play. Again, he doesn't have what he likes right away. His receiver makes a nice adjustment right over there. As the quarterback's running, just slide. The quarterback's sliding one way, you slide with him, and they get the first down.
Yeah, defense definitely knew what they were doing there. They were letting him run. Because he couldn't. He had just run the play before. They knew exactly what they were doing, but a good adjustment on the route to go and shuffle to get open. So almost takes a snap. Laplante takes a snap, high snap, looks to his left, his right's not there, goes deep, and cannot come down with it.
Yeah, again, another corner route. Don't love corner routes versus cover 3. Obviously, they have a little bit of a height advantage there with that receiver on the corner, but you're going to throw that late into a cover 3 corner on the corner route. Tough to make the completion. Obviously, the guy came down with it on the last drive, though. He was out of bounds, tries it again, and a great play by the corner. Yeah,
that was a really good job by JJ Fortuna there, getting up and high and right in the hands. And that's really been his safety net all game is Louis-Philippe Grenier-Morin. So he takes a snap, looks to his right, just above. Really tough. Again, he was open. He would have had that first down, perhaps at least maybe a couple inches.
Yeah, and there it is again. So they run, again, the corner out from the slot. Now he's like, all right, well, I've thrown this corner out twice. That corner has kind of been there both times and made a play on the ball both times. Let me show that corner out again, and I'm going to run my outside receiver on a hook route, a little deeper hook route. I would say it's not just a 6-yard hook or a 5-yard hook. That was like an 8 or 9-yard hook. Just got to get the ball to him.
Yeah, so the key here is really just don't get panicky, don't get stressed out, don't try to force balls anywhere. Take what they give you and keep pushing. And the flag is going to be thrown there. Great touchdown. A really big catch there. Got caught looking at that play. It was a great throw, a great read. He was right there in the flat, comes right back up, and that is a tough adjustment for JJ Fortuna to make, and he hits him going down. That was Louis-Philippe Grenier-Morin. So I think that's his 7th target of the game. So he's really been getting looked at so far. And I think the referees are discussing whether that's going to be a major penalty or not. Which could have a big impact on what we see here on the conversion decision.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that for sure, that's a penalty for illegal contact, and it probably will be a 2-pointer from the 1-yard line, I would assume. We can't hear the refs, unlike us, are not mic'd up. So
you wish they were mic'd up.
I don't have it, but I do think that's probably a 2 from the 1. Or not exactly sure. Anyways, on that play, again, like, you know, as a quarterback, you have your repertoire, your cycle through of cover 3 beaters. Post wheel, one of the classic cover 3 beaters. The corner takes the kind of the bait on the post route, and then you put a zipper of a ball in there to the pylon on the wheel route.
Yeah, and Laplante, that was great poise by him. He stood there, and that's a long route that takes to develop. And it's interesting because that's the type of route you wouldn't necessarily be throwing to in a situation where you're stressed, you're down by 13, you've already thrown a pick. But he stood there, he waited for that route to develop, he knew when it was going to be open, and that was great timing by him. So that's 2 from the 10-yard line. So he's looking back of the end zone, and that one was not there, just a bit high. So what do you think that the outcome of that referee discussion was?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I thought for sure that was a penalty. And they might do something where they take the penalty on this drive that's about to start, though it doesn't look like it. So maybe it just wasn't a penalty. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's a really surprising call. I mean, I thought for sure that was going to be a penalty. Really, the argument was whether it was a major or a smaller penalty. But he really came in late and hit him almost. But I guess it's not a penalty. They're starting from the 10. So Mumbo takes a snap, looking, pump fakes, goes deep. He is there. That's going to be a pick. And that is the quarterback, Laplante, getting a pick. So touchdown and then a pick for him as he is bringing his team back into this game.
What a play. And so it comes back, Sam comes back, he says, okay, what was my first play in the last drive? Okay, I'm going to look for that drag by the backside slot. I'm going to look for my snapper on like a 10-yard hook. Looked like it was probably there. He doesn't like it. Throws the ball late down the field, and a great play by 42.
And so they're going pretty fast here as the clock seems to be winding down towards the second half. So Laplante takes a snap, looks to his left, throws the hook, and a great catch, great focus catch as Nathaniel Dinku was coming in hot, trying to make a play on that ball. Just his fingertips must have just grazed the ball there.
And then that's the thing, right? This is the cat and mouse game. So now you're the, the slot defender, the halfback to the nickel to that side, whatever you want to call it. He's seen that hook so many times. He baits him into throwing it, gets a fingertip on it, almost gets the pick.
So he takes a snap, looks to his left again, pump fake, wanted the deep, but they were not being fooled. Looks to his left, and the sack is made. And going back to that hook, defenders, once they get used to seeing what those reads are, is he going deep, is he playing in the hook, especially when they're dropping safeties back, it becomes cat food for them. I mean, I've had the chance to play with some great flat defenders. Shout out Jeremy Peasy, who love to see those hooks come in and are able to make those reads. So it's really difficult, and he's going to have to make those throws with the same timing he made it earlier if they want to keep him running that play. So now coming to third and about 5, looks to his left, right over the middle, slant, juggled, caught. Good play, good focus to make that catch. Throw was a little late.
That's he's going to put it behind him because he just threw the pick to the rusher. He's throwing over the middle of the field, and he's throwing from, as a righty to the left side. So it's really, the angle isn't really good. So he just has to know, I'm going to put the ball on the receiver. I'm not going to put it in front of you. It's not a great angle for that, but he does. The receiver makes a great play, and they get the first down.
So far, pretty decent job from a team that's struggled on 3rd and 4th down so far with those short plays. That's not something they're used to, but now they seem to be settling into a rhythm and taking what they're giving them finally. So looks to his right after taking the snap. It's there, too high, could not get his man on the sideline. So a missed throw there. That was Max Sharkoui, which I believe is the origin of this team's name. They got 2 brothers, Max Sharkoui and Alex Sharkoui, so the baby sharks.
Love that. Love any type of flag name that's clever and maybe a pun. This isn't necessarily a pun, but we love puns here.
So this is going to set up 2nd and 10. So far, vast majority of the target share has been given to Louis-Philippe Grenier-Morin, but he is on the sideline right now. So Laplante takes a snap, looks to his left, easy hook route, and gets about 6 or 7 on that one. So a lot of timing here, and you see Reborn prospects looking to maybe shake things up here in their coverage because now finally the Sharks have realized that they got to take what they're giving them. So looks to his left, not there, rolls out to his right, back in the end zone, touchdown! Flexing, hand slapping, and that was a beautiful route, beautiful play by Laplante to put the ball exactly where it needed to be, and that was Max Sharkoui. Missed him before, has him now.
Always tough to deal with a running quarterback. Always tough to deal with a running quarterback. So you have Sam Amumbo playing safety. He squats a bit, given that the play is kind of close to his own goal line, squats a bit. They take care of everything on the initial play. It's that second reaction play where the receiver keeps coming across the field behind all the defenders, behind Sam, and quarterback makes a nice throw.
And the reality in flag is you don't even have to be the best passer in the world if you're mobile enough to get away from the rusher. You just have to be an okay passer. But in this case, he's able to put the ball on the target, throwing those dimes, and getting his man in the back of the end zone on timing. That was a beautiful throw. So they are going for 1, takes a snap, looks to his left, has the out route, and that is in for 1. So this game is now tied 13-all after a violent, aggressive start from the Reborn prospects. The Sharks have climbed and clawed their way back into this one.
This has been a great turn of events for Baby Sharks. They go down the field, they score. In one play, they get the interception, and then they kind of matriculate down the field here in the 2-minute drill with some really nice throws. He does miss one throw earlier in the drive, but really, really great play by the quarterback.
And so now we are in pro clock. So Reborn prospects have 1 minute and 10 seconds to drive down this field and try to get up. So really important drive here for them. If they can go up a score going at half, they do get ball back. So really, really important for them here. So 4-second play, a little hook on the sideline, gets him out of bounds. Good job by him.
Like William got up.
And just a reminder for all our fans here, so this is the new rule in FlagPlus football. So now instead of the 5 plays at the end of each half, you now have 2 minutes of pro clock. So it works like the pros. If you get out of bounds, the clock stops until the next snap. If you get the first down, it stops until the huddle is broken, until the whistle is off. So snap is taken, pump fake. Looks there again on the sideline hook. Cannot get out of bounds, but does get the first. Oh, I think they are saying he was a little short.
No, first down.
No, they're going to give him the first. But right at the first, that doesn't even look like they're going to move that other cone.
So this is an interesting. I'm not the type that really plays with the clock too much when I play, but like this is an interesting scenario where you kind of want to run some clock because you are getting the ball. If you're a Reborn prospect, you're getting the ball in the second half.
Exactly. So right over there to the center, and that's a drop. That is a poor drop, but at least it stops the clock now. So they're faced with 2nd and 10 with 48.6 seconds to go on this one.
Yeah, I think, look, when you're in the Division 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, you just want to score. Like, I talk about like kind of manipulating the clock a bit. At this point, you probably just want to score and then play some defense with about 30 seconds left or something like that, and then get the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, definitely, though, a team you don't want to be giving the ball back to in a Hail Mary situation is Baby Sharks. But he looks back over to center, and a low throw. He's not able to handle that one. So second target in a row for Charles-Émile Dereau, and he's not able to come down with it as that one was low and hits the ground. So 3rd and 10 now. Interesting play call decision here. Are they aggressive? Are they trying to get some yards and go for it on 4th?
I think after 2 drops, you're going to see Sam take the snap, buy some time, and try and find a target late. Try and beat the rusher and find a target late. This is an important play in this game.
They still got 45 seconds, so takes a snap, looks again to his center, but this time is able to make the catch. So Dereau with the 3rd target in a row, and they are going, referee is pondering his decision right now.
Looks like a first down.
Looks like a first down. So great job extending that ball by Dereau. You saw he stuck that out really at the last second, and that looks like it was the deciding factor in giving them first down. So they are still, though, outside of the red zone. So Omombo can run. Clock is ticking with 30 seconds. You might see him run.
Yeah, so now I would say probably just want to chill a bit. He's going to take the snap, though.
Oh, that is a tough break. That is a tough break. But on the plus side, they are still outside of the red zone. So it's
now
not
the clock
as if
should be running. Yeah,
seconds.
the clock should be running. So 23 seconds, 22 seconds.
And I don't think he knows. He just looked back. So he's lining up quick.
Yeah. Oh, this is a lot of time off the clock.
This is not good. This might be the last play of the half. And he's looking. He's going quickly. And he will get one more play with 1.5 seconds left on the clock. So a really poor turn of events. Did not look like the team was aware that the clock was running until they looked back and decided they needed to scramble. But a really tough break there on the drop snap. Snap was high, but it did hit him right in the hands. So it's not something you can afford to do as a quarterback. So a tough break here.
Yeah, they had the chance to kind of double down here with the score at the end of the half and then getting the ball to start the second half. Now, it's not what we get. Chance for almost a Hail Mary. I mean, they're out midfield, so it's not quite a Hail Mary, but we'll see what they can come up with here.
So Sharks showing cover 3 right off the bat. Looking over the middle of the field. Goes there, tries to get the catch and run. Oh, and almost got there. Stopped at the 2, and that is going to close out the half. So the touchdown is not good, and we are going to go into this half After a very strong start by the Reborn prospects, it is now tied 13-13 after a big pick and touchdown from the quarterback Laplante.
And you know what? I actually kind of like the play call on that last play they have, getting your, I guess it's probably one of your faster receivers across the field. Let him catch, let him catch the ball moving forward. The ball was a little behind him. They're not a very tall team, so maybe that Hail Mary jump ball was not in the cards for them. So find a different way, and they got really close, man.
Well, yeah, and especially when you're going against this Baby Sharks team, I mean, even if they weren't inbounds on a lot of those jump balls, they have come down with the football a number of times, and that can be a play they might look to go back to. They might just make some adjustments on those routes, on the depth of those routes, and go back to the jump ball.
Yeah, I think looking forward towards the second half, Reborn is going to start with the football. They've moved the ball well. Just some self-inflicted wounds. I mean, they throw a pick when really probably didn't need to throw a pick. You let the ball go through your hands on a snap when you're on the 10-yard line. So they've been playing well. They just gotta eliminate those mistakes. And then on the other side, like I've been saying, we've certainly seen a lot more plays from Baby Sharks. They've been on the field on offense a lot more. Just got to keep it simple. Got to get some of the throws down, but it looks like the quarterback's starting to find a rhythm underneath, and then take your opportunities down the field, maybe another post wheel, maybe something like that. You just don't, like we said, you don't really want to go towards the middle of the field too much with Sam there, but other than that, flat routes, hook routes on the outside, they've been working.
Yeah, and if you want to go back to that pick play from Reborn prospects, that was a really just a questionable decision, a questionable play. He pump faked to his left sideline and then was looking there. Seemed like he took that decision really at the last second and then overthrew it. Don't really know what he saw there because there wasn't much. That being said, he really does need to trust himself. He needs to go through this game. Reborn prospects, it's very easy to say now that they came out with the advantage. They came out, they destabilized Baby Sharks because their defense was playing strong and not letting anything get over the top, with the exception of that out-of-bounds catch at the goal line. But right now, the Baby Sharks have the momentum. They have the advantage, especially with that big stop in the second half.
My understanding of what happened on the interception is really just you have the snapper who caught the ball on the first play of the game. He didn't want to go back to the snapper on the first play of the second drive. So he doesn't go back to him, waits, throws the ball late. And then what you saw happen after that was him saying, I'm going to go to the snapper. He's open. And he went 3 straight times to the snapper on almost the same play, not quite, but almost the same play. And even though I said he wasn't going to do it for the third time in a row, he does it for the third time in a row on that last drive, and they get a completion for the first down. Unfortunately, the next play was the snap over his head.
Yeah, and the thing about the Baby Sharks is they don't have the greatest structured defense, but they are very, very good athletes, so you can't take a chance on those kind of deep routes. So quarterback takes off running, and looks like he will be just shy of the first. So about 3 yards shy
of the first, but maybe a flag guard. Now, there's going to be a flag guard.
That was a really interesting choice because it seemed like the rusher took a step forward and then jumped back.
Yeah, I think on plays where the rusher comes offside, you don't want to run right away. I get it. It looks enticing because the rusher just turned his back to you, and you're like, well, if there's no rusher, let me just run. But I think that's a situation where you want to buy time in the backfield and let a receiver come open like we saw from the Baby Sharks early in the game. So just a little bit of a mistake. And now not only did you get the rusher offside and that didn't kind of come to fruition in terms of yards, you get 9 yards, you go back 5. So now it's really just a second. It's almost like you gained 2 yards on that rush.
Yeah, so right now they're looking at 1st and 5, I believe is the call. So it looks to his left, flat route from the slot, and the flag is likely, yeah, the flag. They're calling the flag on the offense. It seemed like more incidental than intentional, but he did get low, tried to sink the hips, almost looks like, and then slammed his shoulder right into the chest of Grenier Morin.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the replay, the defender, the corner playing that trap coverage has his feet set when the ball is caught, and it is, certainly wasn't on purpose by the receiver to to cause any contact, but the DB had his feet set, and I guess that's a charge.
Yeah, it definitely is. So right now, ready to take the snap is Omombo. Wants to make something happen. Already 2 minutes off the clock in this second half. So pumps deep down the sideline, and that's a catch. And that is going to be 6 for the Reborn prospects. So a missed tackle by Max Shakarwi after the original catch on the sideline as a fast cut inside was to the player that you said was very, very, very quick at the end of that first half. That was Kevin Joseph, and he walks in for 6. Now they retake the lead 19-13.
And Sam said, oh, you want to trap the flat with the corner? No problem. I'll throw over his head. Big play. And that is such an, like, back-to-back plays with a penalty. So you're starting the second half kind of going backwards or at least in neutral. And he says, yeah, I just saw what you did. I dare you to do it again. They did it again, and he made him pay.
Yeah, and a really impressive throw. You know, he was open, but that's a difficult throw to make when you're working on levels, on a levels concept at the sideline. It's a really impressive throw to be able to get that over the corner's head. So it takes a snap on the 1-point convert, and that one's going to be a false start.
It's just self-inflicted. Another penalty. That's 3 penalties on this drive, and we'll see if they can. You take 3 penalties on a flag drive, and you still have a chance to get all 7 points. You're playing with fire, but I mean, this is a good team and they can handle it.
Yeah, and reminder, he still cannot run even though they backed up to the 10-yard line because it is still a 1-point convert. So it takes a snap, crossing concept, looks deep, and almost picked off, but was open for a half a second, but good job breaking on that football by Grenier Morin, and that will be no good. 19-13 prospects.
Yeah, they tried to get him on a wheel kind of corner type thing, sitting at the goal line. It's tough, right? Like, this is 2-point conversions in this league are really tough. You don't have a lot of time to throw, and a really good play by Baby Sharks defense.
Yeah, and so we haven't seen yet any drop back of a second quarterback at all. You would think you might have, on a second touchdown, but clear that these teams are confident in their quarterbacks. So Laplante ready for his first drive of the second half with about 5 minutes off the clock. Looks to the left, quick out route, and that'll be a first down.
And so these are the plays. These are the parts of the field where, again, they got to keep attacking. You put a tall guy in the slot, and then you let him go one-on-one against a smaller player. It's cover 3. The half to that side has to take the out route, 6-7 yards. Always going to be in a bad position, especially if he's inside leverage to start. Easy completion.
And that's the threat of having those extremely talented and fast wide receivers on the outside because the corners have to give space. So rolls out to his left, low throw, no good.
Yeah, so he wants the center there. Again, he's like, man, I know it's cover 3. I know the safety's playing deep. I want to throw to my center. But after the pick 6 by the rusher early in the game, unless it's wide open, he doesn't trust it so much, and that's causing him to roll out and have to make a throw on the run, which he throws low. So really, when he's calling all hooks, he really has to say, okay, I'm going to read one side of the field. Unless he's super comfortable throwing over the snapper, he's just got to read one side of the field, throw the hook to the outside.
So second and 10. Laplante ready to take the snap. Corner logs defense again. Wide open. Oh, a bad drop. A really bad drop as he could have taken that one for about 8 yards. So they're playing a corner logs defense right now, but even the halves gave a lot of space, which allowed him to shuffle under.
Yeah, so you see what happened is, again, corner log, cover 3, similar type of idea here. Because that the offensive right halfback played off because he's afraid of that deep out route, that drag coming across the middle is wide open, but he makes a drop.
So 3rd and 10 here, big play, lines up, same exact play, has room to run. The flag was not taken, and a big first down as diving for the flag was Keldon Kochi, and he was not able to make that play. He's shaking his head going back to his defense right now. That could have been a big tackle for him, but he just missed. Great mobile hips by Sharkawi, and they get the first.
Yeah, so you go back to the same thing that works. Like, yeah, we had a drop on the last play. Who cares? We're gonna attack. We're gonna key off the right halfback or the right nickel, and that's what they're doing right now. This whole drive has been keying off the right nickel.
So first and goal, not yet red zone. Looks again to snapper. Back of the end zone, was there a little bit of contact, no call, and that's going to line up second and goal.
And that's great coverage, right? Once the left slot kind of runs in, if you're the corner to that side, you become one-on-one. I mean, it becomes man coverage. So that is great coverage by the corner on that side.
Yeah, really excellent job. Broke immediately onto the outside and was able to make a play there. So now we have second and goal, pardon me. Still not red zone. So we'll see what Laplante has cooked up. Perhaps might even try to get some running in. They have been playing relatively deep, so he would have some room. So takes the snap. Again, looks like corner locks, has a man on the flat. Not quite in, but down to the 2-yard line, or even perhaps one. No, they're going to call it about the 2-yard line. And so that's going to line up third and goal. So big sequence here.
So, look, whenever he needs a play, he's just going to attack. You know, he looked to the left, and when he comes back to the right, that's what he has right now. It's like that. It's the right flat. That's going to be there for him the whole game, and this becomes a really important play here.
And against corner locks, you really want to try to run something like a smash where you get those, I would say, but so looks his left. Juggled once, juggled twice, and cannot get in. And that is going to be fourth and goal. So was going really quickly. Pass was just a little bit behind him.
Again, he's attacking the same player. So now they line up in press man. Maybe early in the game, he saw something that said, hey, they're going to play man here close to the goal line. What do you do against man close to the goal line? Press man. You run a guy across the field. Should have been a touchdown. Throws it a little behind. And instead, here comes the play of the game right now.
Yeah, this is a huge play. Opportunity to tie or even go up, pending the extra point here. But fourth and goal from the 2. First, they got to score. So showing man, takes the snap. Not man, looking like lanes. Rolls out. And that's a sack. Turnover on downs and first down Reborn prospects. He is having himself a game.
I got to see the replay. I think they, so he runs the same play. He runs across the field, but I think the left nickel stays off. There it is. Yeah, so what happens is he runs the drag just like he did the last time. He expected the offensive left nickelback to run with his slot. He doesn't. He stays on the goal line. So now that the drag isn't there, and then you end up with a sack.
That was, again, an excellent play by the rusher, but tremendous coverage in the flats. And he's taking off. Hook on the outside, and he's going to get there. Touchdown. Nathaniel Dinku, and he just made this a 2-score game for the Reborn prospects.
I would think about challenging this if I'm Baby Sharks. This is such a big play, and it looks like they might be challenging it. Whether that ball hit the ground, if we have a good angle.
That looked like his foot did touch the sideline,
yeah,
so we're going to get a chance at a replay.
Whether the ball hit the ground or whether he steps out of bounds. Look, you don't have a choice. You're about to go down 2 scores when there are 10 minutes left. Certainly capable of mounting a comeback. In flag, down only 2 scores, but this is too big of a play.
So that question is whether that foot, the second foot,
I don't know.
That looked in bounds, and then the second came off the pivot. We don't have the best angle here to see whether the ball touched the ground. Really difficult because it's on the opposite hash. Really difficult play to call here. It doesn't look like we would get conclusive evidence. Of course, because the call on the field was a touchdown, it has to be conclusive. So we're looking down. I don't see anything that could overturn
this. I don't think
this.
you can overturn it. And then, like you said, I don't think the foot steps out either.
So he puts that 1 foot there, plants it.
We lost the replay, but I don't think. I think this might be a touchdown.
I think they're calling this. I think they're challenging that the ball hit the ground.
The ball, yeah.
Because you have to specify what you are challenging.
But either way, I think it's a catch, and a touchdown, and a big play. Like, You have Baby Sharks taking, it felt like 10 plays, 12 plays to get down the field in one play. Here comes Reborn.
And yeah, obviously a really difficult, and this is a tough situation to challenge in, because if you don't get it, suddenly you're down a timeout, you have no more challenges left, and you have to mount a 2-score comeback with only about 9:45 left on the clock. So really a difficult situation for them. So yeah, they really are looking at whether this ball hit the ground. But again, very, very difficult to tell, especially because the defender is right in front of him trying to go for that flag.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're ever going to have a good enough angle.
But also the question could be whether he was down when the defender touched him.
Right, if he got touched. Yeah,
if he got touched. Because that would make him down, or down by contact, if you would. And that would flip the play. So they could be looking at that as well.
Getting the call right now. Down by contact.
Down by contact. There you go. The call at the end was right. We were debating two things and then finally came up with a third, and it was the third. So a huge break here for the Baby Sharks as they come up clutch, and they keep their challenge. Reminder, they do keep their challenge.
And they keep the challenge. They keep the 2 timeouts. Now they're still okay with 1 timeout because you need the 1 timeout for the Hail Mary. But again, still a 1-score game. The whole dynamic of the game just changed on that call, right? Like, going from 25, 26 to 13 back to 19-13, and it's not even a first down; it's a second down.
Yeah, it's a second down and 4.
There's a lot of game to play right now.
At what is that? The 20-yard line maybe. So they still got a lot of field to cover, and the offense is now no longer in rhythm. So he takes it, looks to his left, throws to his left, and that's a first down. More broken tackles, and they will get the first pass midfield.
Yeah, complaining about a flag guard, but it's the guard is on the wrong side of the referee, so tough play for the referee to see that a little bit, but bad angle from the ref on the wrong side of it.
Yeah,
keep it simple though. Yeah, but that's a really simple play. Get your slide in the flat, get a completion. Now you got a first down. Now you're good. You're good again. Now I will say Baby Sharks, they can't allow 2 minutes off the clock and then allow a touchdown.
So looking, Rusher's giving him space, throws over the middle field, completes over the middle of the field, and that could have been a pick, risky throw, but...
And they still get the first down out of it.
Yeah, they still do, and Olivier Saint just had a chance to make a play on that ball, just wasn't able to get his head across in time. Cross-body throw just wasn't quite there, and now they get the first down, first and goal.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying before, like, all of a sudden, like, if you're Baby Sharks, you don't want to, obviously you never want to allow a touchdown, but you allowed a touchdown, quote unquote, on the first play. There was still 9 minutes left. Now you might allow a touchdown and there's only going to be like 6 minutes left, and that's not
looking
great.
And he's looking to run. Almost, and that was a jump. I'm surprised they didn't call that.
Could have been a jump, that's for sure. I think that was a jump. Still got to make the tackle for sure. It would have been a big play to get a sack there.
Because they were right outside of the red zone. And yeah, so he takes off to the left, goes, and that is a jump. So he gets an extra 3 yards out of that play. So that is a tough break.
Not only should have been a sack, I mean, obviously the penalty would have pushed him back a few yards. Ooh, that's a tough break. Especially
because he had his hand on that flag. That's another 3 yards. It wasn't as if he jumped in the middle of nowhere. That would have been about 3 yards back for them. So now they are on the...
Here's trips again. They're going to try and get the number 2 in the back of the end zone.
So
yes, it
flat
is.
Back in the end zone.
Bang.
Touchdown! Going back to the same man, that's JJ Fortuna.
I get it. Like I just said, that's what's going to happen. It's a lot easier to say when you're up here in the booth and you're not down there playing. But clearly, when he goes trips, that's his play, and especially because Baby Sharks keeps doubling the ISO receiver, which is fine. They're allowed to do that, but you got to have a better plan to the trip side. Here it is again.
So yeah, right again, trips again. So they have the flat and the hook in the back of the end zone. So looks, and it's the same play.
Same play. He's going to get him again.
Same guy, same result.
Yeah, same result. Though I would say this is the difference is he's not there during like the structure of the play. Sam makes a great play to move the rusher, and then he finds him in the back of the end zone, because it's actually a great play by the guy who's covering the snapper to begin with. He actually makes the play and gets in the window, but then the rusher can't get the sack and we get the conversion.
And the problem with playing 5 lanes is when you're playing zone coverage, you can't, even if he doesn't put a lot of height on that ball to get over your head, you don't know where the guy is behind you, so you can't anticipate breaking on that ball as easily in zone coverage. So now, Laplante is ready to take the snap. Looking deep. Goes deep. That's a seam, and that's, almost a pick. That is a dropped pick right there by Omombo.
Yeah, he's just laid on the seam to the backside because, he reads the safety well to start the play. The safety goes to his left. You can see it right there. He just got to go a little earlier, and I think that ball actually got tipped. Now that I look at it, I think the ball got tipped, which is why it kind of came back to the middle of the field and allowed Sam Omombo to, like I said, he opens to the quarterbacks to the offense's left and then is able to get back because I think the ball's tipped.
Yeah, and it was really an excellent job by him breaking on that ball, but the quarterback also put that really inside. That one was going straight down the middle when he should have really been putting it more on the outside. So 2nd and 10, ready to take the snap.
All hooks or triple slant? Oh,
looks.
Nothing.
Deep grab and wide open on the flat. Tries to take off running to the inside. And there's some frustration there on the defense as JJ Fortuna was talking to his man saying you needed to be there on that corner. Looked like some miscommunication defensively.
Yeah, you can see on the replay the nickel over there that they've been picking on a bit. He plays way too far inside. Especially you're in cover 3. You have a safety behind you. It's a seam route. You can let that go and then come off to the outside. Yeah,
so Keldon Kochi is still short. Looks to his left. There's a wheel route available, and that was just a poorly thrown ball. And they're gonna say that's a PI.
Certainly not the best read by the quarterback.
Wow.
Gets bailed out by the flag. He had the wheel route wide open, and again, the post is not a play you want to run against. The post is not a throw you want to throw against the way that Reborn plays defense with Sam really always in the middle of the field.
I don't see it.
I'm not sure about the flag, but
if I'm prospects, because that's a huge play right now. They're at the 1 yard line because that was in the end zone, and you're giving them a chance to get back in this game. I did not see the flag there. The guy, when he jumped, he made a little bit of contact, but he was going for the ball all the way. So from the 1 yard line, takes a snap, looks to the back of the end zone, sack again, and that is his 5th sack of the game, and that is going to back them up to the 10 yard line.
I said at the beginning of the game, this is a guy who can run, but he will take sacks. And you definitely don't want to be taking sacks. There, great defense by Reborn prospects. Everybody's covered, nowhere to go with the football. Taking on the sack.
And that's the thing. The thing about contact quarterbacks that then transform to flag is they are used to avoiding tackles. So if the guy is not on his hip, ready to hit him, they think they are evading that tackle, but the problem is he's able to get low and snag that flag pretty easily, and that's what happened on every single sack so far. So laser fired in there. They get back to their original spot, or not quite actually. They're at the 5 yard line, so still quite a bit shorter. And reminder that they were not able to run because once you enter red zone, you can no longer leave it even if the rusher's backed up past in front of the end zone.
Yeah, a great play just running the slant on the outside. Take the top off by the slot and just run the slant underneath. Good play. Get some yards back.
And if they are able to get this score, they need a huge stop, and that is a bad.
No.
Oh, poor timing by Grenier Morin. So mistakes are killing this team and killing their hopes still alive for a championship.
At the end of the day, they got 2 downs to score, and you got the onside kick. This is the game. You got 2 downs right here. The game is not over.
Now, that's the question. Do they take the onside kick? But now a question for later. As they dropped 2 quarterbacks for the first time.
What a play.
Oh, great throw. Great throw right over the middle. Timing between defenders.
This is why we talk about when you have the double quarterback, you don't move. If you're covering the second quarterback, so in this case the slot, you don't move until the ball's in the air. Because that's exactly what happened. So the nickel, he sees the dropper. He sees the receiver drop. He goes right away, creates the void, and really, really great throw.
And you often talk about the lack of flag awareness from contact quarterbacks that have transferred, but that was great flag awareness. Right. He knew he was going to go take the second quarterback. He knew there was a hole. So takes the snap on first down. Just a missed throw there behind him, and now a 7-point game with 1:56. So now they are calling pro clock, but they went for the convert, so they
exactly.
cannot onside kick.
I think I'm not sure. I think I probably would have went. Look, Reborn is scoring points.
Yeah.
When they don't shoot themselves in the foot, Reborn is scoring points. So I might have just kind of bit the bullet, gone for the onside there, and then tried the 2-point conversion. You would have been, down 8 going for the onside. But sorry, no, you would have been down 7. It's okay. So here we go.
The counter argument is also they've been very poor on 1-point converts, so take your chances while you can. And again, that same route on the sideline there, they need to find a mistake for that, because we're essentially in the time period where a first down will all but seal the game for them.
Yeah, it's the half plays inside for a second. They've thrown the ball to the snapper quite a bit, so he's thinking, oh, that snapper's coming to me. I got to stay home, and then he allows the throw to the outside, though. Only a 5-yard game, but he does stay in bounds, and the clock's running.
A running back there, fakes the handoff.
Touch. Ooh, you had him. Oh, you had him. Oh, zone read.
Zone read. He had his man. So he had his man, Kevin Joseph, coming over on the post. That being said, I really do like the decision to not throw that. You could miss the throw. You could throw too far. He could drop the ball. Instead, why not take the first down with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, staying in bounds?
Yeah, look, it's a conservative play, but it's probably the right play. And like you said, they're bleeding this clock. A first down here. So the 2 timeouts still by Baby Sharks. I guess they probably took one right now. Yeah. So they take a timeout now. So 1 timeout left and 1st and 10. It's not the best situation. With that said, there's a throw here. They have to throw the football.
They have to.
You got to jump everything.
Yeah.
If they run a double move and they score on you, it doesn't matter. You got to jump everything. I'd play man and jump everything.
You'd almost let them score at a certain point, because they will get that first down. And yeah, there you go. He gives himself up after about 4-yard gain.
So that's it. You just don't want to play
inside.
off like that in this situation. You got to make them make a tight throw. And so they play their regular cover 3. They've been playing a lot, especially on that side of the field, to the offense's right side of the field. They've been playing a lot of cover 3 like that. Just you gotta play tight. And now, because they threw the ball and got a completion, they can go back in their running back set, run zone read, and keep the ball on the ground and let the clock run.
So they're doing their zone read. Keeps it. There we go. Touchdown! And that is now a 2-score game, which will all but seal it for the Reborn prospects, as the man who dropped balls earlier in this game drops them not when the situation needs it most. So that is Charles-Émile Dereau with his first touchdown of the game, but not his first important catch, as he comes up huge here for the Reborn prospects, and a great read.
Yeah, that's a great read. Keeping the center right down the pipe. I like the play call. I like their little zone read package. It's pretty nice. Here comes Trips again. I wonder what play they're going to run.
Yeah, you really wonder with JJ Fortuna in the slot.
Now you have the ISO if you want it. You have the ISO if you want it. He looked over there.
And looks over there initially.
There it is.
And he's got it. And so now
damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, it's tough play. It's a tough play.
So in theory, they still do have a timeout, so they can score, get the onside, and then go for 2. Yeah, but that is a tough task.
Yeah, theoretically, I mean, you can score with no time left, really, and get the onside, which would count as an untimed play, and then score on the onside play. Which, hey, it's tough, but stranger things have happened. Trust me.
That is for sure. But let's just hope they know the intricacies of FPF rules, unbeknownst to some. So he takes off running.
That's not great.
And that is not, what makes it worse is that it's not technically a sack, so he can't run on this next play. So all the way deep downfield, he's going to need to take a shot. 20 seconds left. 15 now.
You got to throw it down the field to the, right there in the middle of the field. Oh, boy.
And what a pick.
What a play.
Oh.
He dropped it, but what a play, though.
That was a great ball. That was a great
ball. Oh, man.
just a little bit late.
So there's 8.7 seconds left on the official. It says 1 second here on your screen, but there it is. 8.7 seconds left. Basically, you gotta throw. What I would do right now is try and throw to the sideline, and get about 20 yards down the field. Sideline step out of bounds. Get one more play on this drive, and then go onside. I think that's where it needs to be. We'll see, but a good setup defensively by Reborn prospects. You don't want to throw that.
Gets deep and pass defended. 5 seconds left on the clock here. So they're saying 6 on the official. So right now they get maybe 2, but that is this third down or fourth down? This is fourth down right here. So yeah. You don't get any more plays. This is the game unless somehow, some miracle, you get a 4-second play to the sideline for a first down.
So Reborn, what they've done the last 2 plays is play their flat defenders or their nickels really close to the sideline, because that's the only play you have. Is you got to throw to the sideline and that's it. So you're not ready with the clock. It's not a play. You basically have to throw to your outside wide receiver right now. Like, you got to catch the snap and throw it to the outside receiver and let him go out of bounds. He's not going to do that. They're just going to end the game right there. All right.
And that is the championship.
That's it.
And there we go. The Reborn prospects have won the championship for Division 5A with a stunning performance by Cliff G. Solon. And he will surely win the MVP. He is definitely our pick.
I think this was just a really good game by Reborn prospects, and the quarterback really, besides the one mistake on the interception in the first half, like a incredibly clean game. Did not throw the ball into dangerous areas at all. Took what the defense gave him, ran when he had to, and then of course made a bunch of plays on defense. Not even that he made a bunch of plays on the ball. We're talking about Sam Mombo. Not even that he made a bunch of plays on the ball, though he did make a couple, especially late in the game. His presence over the middle of the field really kind of condensed what Baby Sharks wanted to do on offense.
100%.
That's it's one of those things where it's maybe he doesn't show up in the stats. Only a couple passes defended, but them never throwing over the middle of the field and forcing them to play wide the whole game to the sideline the whole game is really what kind of clamped down on that offense.
Yeah, and forcing, playing corner locks the entire game was just so detrimental to the game plan that the Baby Sharks have had all season and the game plan that they had coming in, because the reality is the Reborn prospects had the athletes to go man-to-man with them all game on the outside. They had nothing on the outside all game. And when they did try to go for the seams and they allowed those the outside receivers, the wide receivers to stay short, the corners would stay short with those wide receivers, and the seams could both be taken away simultaneously by Omombo, who, again, he didn't necessarily get the stats on defense, but his impact was felt.
Yeah, and that's why it's a rusher interception. That'll win you an MVP, I'm sure. However, I think Sam is the key to this whole operation, to the whole season, finishing with only 3 losses, and I guess now it's 14 games, so if 11-3, I guess that would be in their kind of final record. A great season by Baby Sharks, but a big win, a big championship for Prospect Reborn.
Yeah, and really what it came down to was Reborn prospects knew what they had to do to win. Baby Sharks, it didn't seem like they were able to adjust from their game plan. And, it's adapt to survive, and that's what they did.
I would imagine that Baby Sharks had a lot of opportunities during the season to make plays on the outside, deep. That didn't happen. They were kind of clamped down on the outside, deeper down the field, and you saw what happened.
Yeah, and so thank you very much, guys. We're going to turn our attention back to the field. This was Neil Wright and Seth Galena here with FlagPlus Football. Here we're going to look at Reborn Prospects seeing the championship.
Our Division 5B champs, Reborn Prospects right here. Can I get captain? Let me get the captain, Nathaniel Dinku, for a quick interview. Nathaniel, a lot of familiar faces on this team. I see Jeff, I see Gucci, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
How does it feel right now to be an FPF champion?
It feels amazing. We worked hard, you know. That's what we were working for. It feels good.
Love you with your boys. And we got an MVP for this game that's normally an offensive player, even though Gucci had a great game. Let's get Cliff G. Solo over here. Hey, you did one of the great things in flag football, the pick six from the rusher. Tell me how it felt.
It felt great, man. It felt great. I had my back for my team. You know, I did what I had to do. And we got the dub, man. We trust the process.
Hey, unbelievable game. Offense played great. Defense played great. We got our Division 5A champs, Reborn prospects. Back to you in the booth.
So we just saw the MVP, the finals MVP, presented to none other than Cliff G. Solon, which was our call for MVP. Honestly, he didn't have to do much other than get a pick six as a rusher to earn that title.
And about
but
5
he did.
sacks, too.
But he did. He went and he got 5 sacks for the rest of the game. So what was really his impact on today's game?
Well, look, they won by 2 scores. Mm-hmm. 1 score is a pick six. Like if it's a very different game if at the last drive that Baby Sharks have, it's only a 1-score game. Instead of a 2-score game, they think the game's over. They don't, they try and score a touchdown, but they kind of concede at the end. If it's a 1-score game because you don't have a pick six, or if that pick six by the rusher on that drive, he doesn't catch it, Baby Sharks keep the ball, they go down the field and score. Like, it's a completely different game, and that is the turning point of the game. Anytime you get a rusher pick six, that is probably the turning point of a flag football game.
I don't know if we'll ever see that again, a rusher pick six. But that being said, it was also the mistakes that happened for Baby Sharks. They had some missed throws on some wide open out routes. The first pick was definitely a difficult one. You can't really call that one a mistake. He was trying to go over his head. Perfectly timed jump to get that pick six. But there were a lot of mistakes that really plagued their opportunities at this game.
Well, we can talk about the first drive. They get down to the red zone on the first drive. Can't punch the ball in. Certainly they got it back with the interception a couple drives later, but really starting the game off kind of on the back foot. You lose the toss. You take the ball to start. You're thinking, okay, well, whatever, it's fine. We're just going to go down the field and score. You go down the field. You don't fulfill the second part of that, and you don't score. And that's the game.
All right. Well, that was the championship finals between the Reborn prospects and the Baby Sharks. Reborn prospects coming out on top 33-19. Again, this was Neil Wright and Seth Galina here calling the Division 5A championships. We'll be right back with you for Division 6. To another championship game here with FlagPlus Football. I'm Neil Wright. This is Seth Galena here calling the Division 6A championship between the 90s Classics and the Gold Rush. What kind of game do we have in store for us today, Seth?
Well, it's going to be I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I know we're used to high-scoring games in Flag. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think both defenses can play. Certainly 90s Classics defense can play. I think the one thing I'll say about 90s Classics, a couple players in the team definitely not born in the 90s, so I'm not sure if that's going to affect them. If it's bad karma to call yourself 90s Classic. I know for a fact they have someone born in the 80s, someone born in the 2000s, so we'll see. I think that's a big psychological benefit for Gold Rush going into this game.
Yeah, well, this is the tale. Unlike last game in 5A where we saw a lot of teams that actually looked relatively similar to a certain extent in their capabilities and the way they played. Here, these are two teams that are drastically different. 90s Classic is coming in as the heavy favorite in this game at 8-1-1. They're a team with a very solid offense, your more traditional flag football team, especially in Flag Plus, whereas Gold Rush are coming in at 5-5, but they have a lightning hot defense. They have not allowed more than two touchdowns, in their last 7 consecutive games. They have shut down teams in the playoffs and long before that, especially in a late season push, which allowed them to make the playoffs in the first place. However, their offense is not as potent, which is why we might see that low scoring game that you were referencing earlier.
Yeah, the 90s Classics have some real stars on defense. Guys that minimum are Division 3 players playing defense. It's going to be tough for Gold Rush to move the football. I hope they do. I hope we get a back and forth game. Definitely, like you said, 90s Classics is the big favorite, 8-1-1 regular season, and then getting here through the playoff route.
But what a story that would be for a 5-5 team to be able to come and make something happen in the finals. Honestly reminds me of my dear Division 5B Demons, who were actually in this championship game last year and had a similar persona to this Gold Rush team. Strong defense with headliners like Zayden Kungu, Ben Aglensian, and Ryan Casey, guys that can come in and make an impact. And if they can come and make an impact and destabilize, it could be a game of extra points, a game that ends up 13-12, 14-12, something like that.
Well, quarterback for the 90s Classics, Jamie Ojea, once part of a team that started 5-0, lost 5 straight games, and then got into the playoffs and won the championship. So maybe he'll be on the wrong side of that today against Gold Rush. We're about to start here. 1st and 10 for 90s Classics.
So Gold Rush won the toss, elected to defer. So now 90s Classics will be starting off. They get the football, move to the left, right over the middle, a little bit of contact, gets it over to their center. And that looks like it will be a 2nd down and about 3. So a really good job there to start it off with a nice safe play. Throwing the football is Jamie Ojea, who is an all-star.
Yeah, so Jamie is capable of running. He will run. He doesn't want to run. He can take over the game with his running ability. We'll see how the rusher matches up with him. That is the key to the game. If the rusher can't match up with Jamie, it's going to be a long game for a Gold Rush.
So takes a snap again, looks to his left, doesn't have it to his right, throws out, decides to loft it over the middle. Close ball there, right behind him. So it looks like he likes to work in motion. He doesn't like to sit in the pocket. He likes to wait for a target to be open and then get him.
Yeah, he's not a quarterback. We got a receiver. We got a receiver playing quarterback, a guy who's made a lot of all-star teams, receiver of the year in the higher divisions. He's smurfing it at quarterback, and it's a work in progress. I think that this is his first time doing it. He's been saying for about 10 years he's going to play quarterback one day. He does it. They make the championship game. So we'll see now in a high-pressure moment what it's like for Jamie.
So 3rd and 4 here. Showing corner locks, moves out to his left, has nothing, and great catch. Off the deflection, that was Paul Jr. Barreau. So making a big catch, moving them down near the 1st and goal, not quite, so about 15 yards out.
And, starting off pretty well for Gold Rush. The rusher is making it difficult on Jamie to get outside and then find open receivers or to run. So we've seen it a couple times where Jamie's moved out of the pocket. He doesn't really like what he's seeing. An incomplete pass 2 plays ago. This one, a tip ball that, kind of fortuitously falls in the hands of PJ there. So we'll see. Again, this is the whole game is going to come down to Jamie versus the Rusher.
And these are two teams that love to get picks, 23 and 22 picks respectively for these two teams. So we're looking 1st and 10. Doesn't like what he sees over the middle, and that's a sack. Right there, broke down. A great job by the rusher. There was nothing there, and that is Sam Perez. So not only is he a great rusher, he also leads Gold Rush in yards and catches, and is the safety blanket really on offense for this team.
Yeah, so he tries to, James tries to run Troy on the corner route. Probably should have just thrown it. I mean, that's the thing about a young quarterback. Well, a young quarterback, an older but inexperienced quarterback in Jamie Ojea. Like, you just got to let go of the ball sometimes. Trust your receiver's going to be in the spot where he needs to be. He doesn't do it there and takes a sack.
And you definitely sense the hesitation from a newer quarterback on that end. So he takes a snap, looks, doesn't like what he sees, right there in the hook. Good decision, and they get the flag for a gain of about 5.
And like I said, like, there's been games where Jamie will just take off and run for 100 yards, 80 yards, something like that. Doesn't look like that's the game. So he's going to have to be patient, take these kind of, 5-yard gains, quick throws, get the defense to kind of play up, and then go over the top to his two left side receivers, who are his two better receivers.
So 3rd and 8 here. We're looking at still a balanced formation. Still showing corner locks for Gold Rush. So looks over to his left, throws across the middle, and a great completion there. And the flag is taken, but not before the first down is gained.
Yeah, nice little dagger concept. Get the 10 in by the wide, post by the slot, let the slot clear it, and then that dagger route, the 10 in will find space kind of between the second and third level of defenders, and a really nice throw and nice read. Good play call there by James Ojea.
And it doesn't look like he's calling plays off his wrist, so right there in the huddle, looks like he's really drawing them up on the spot. So 1st and goal from about the 5, so it's red zone, cannot run, throws it low, and that one hits the ground.
Yeah, you're also going to get that from Jamie once in a while, just some errant throws. And that one, he probably had the slant open. If he just puts it on the body, I mean, Paul is he's a big boy, so you just got to put it on his body, and he'll corral it. He'll corral it in.
Well, that's the thing about these more inexperienced quarterbacks. If you're moving out to your left immediately from the snap, the throw is necessarily going to be less accurate. He could have sat there and just rocketed it in right in the stomach. The guy's about 6'3", 200-something. He's going to catch that football if you put it in his stomach hard. So looking over the middle, and touchdown!
Nice play.
That was a really good play. A lot of patience, looking, moving out to his left, and finding the man in the back of the end zone.
And this is kind of how I expected the game to go. Again, like, with the key being the rusher kind of keeping Jamie, his running ability in check. I knew, like, it's going to take 90s classics plays to get down the field. I don't know. Unless they find a way to get Troy Lenve the ball earlier, it's going to take them a lot of plays to get down the field. And I would say right now, even though Gold Rush allows a touchdown, I'm not sure they're in bad shape. We'll see how the offense does, but I don't think they're in bad shape.
So 90s Classics looking to go for 1 point here. Moving over to his left immediately, almost looking for the same play. And head tap, 1 point. And that will bring the score up to 7-0 as Gold Rush prepares to take the field with their quarterback, who has had an interesting season. He's not been great. He had a completion percentage of 49.6 only, which is definitely subpar. 28-14 for touchdown to interception ratio, so only 2-1, and a quarterback rating of 77.7. That being said, their offense has made things work when needed, and realistically, a defense is usually going to get better as the game goes along, as they recognize what the quarterback is doing. Because again, this is a true final. They've never played each other. So right off the bat, gets a snap, jukes, falls over his own guy, and gets about 8.
Division 6, babe. Yeah, a nice play. This is a situation where Gold Rush is going to say, let's not put the ball up in the air over the middle of the field. it'll get picked off by the safety. So if you can keep the ball to the outside and be okay with that, you can kind of slowly get the ball down the field. It's going to be tough to create big plays against this 90s Classic defense.
So looking deep, shuffles on one side, wide open receiver on the other side. Oh, cut inside. Not sure about that decision. Tries to juke once, tries to juke twice, but gets the first down.
And like stuff like that, just moving a bit in the pocket, like it's going to be tough for this quarterback to get around the rusher. It's an experienced rusher. It's a fast rusher. But if we can just buy a little bit of time and create openings for his receivers on that kind of second reaction type of play, then maybe we can be in business here, 1st and 10.
It's interesting because Leon Budker the quarterback looked like he had some movement in him, but doesn't run at all. So looks deep, goes deep, corner route. Oh, beautiful catch.
He caught it. Yeah.
Oh, that is a beautiful catch. Toe tap on the sideline.
What a throw. Oh, my Lord, what a throw.
That was truly a thing of beauty right there. Could have thrown it definitely a little earlier, but look at what a play, keeping his foot right in bounds. That was great. And great focus by the referee, too. You got to give a shout-out to the men in stripes there, keeping the game alive.
So 1st and goal. So, of course, I say they're not going to have a lot of big plays down the field, and, of course, they go and have a big play down the field.
Well, confidence is always a good thing for a quarterback to have, and that just gave him some. So 1st and goal, moves out to his right, and that is a good defensive play. Sorry, moves out to his left, and that was a great defensive play. So immediately shuffled out to his left, was looking on those couple of flat routes, some speed out concepts, and had him, but didn't get him.
Yeah, it's good defense there, staying with your guy, right, by the nickel on the right side. Staying with your guy, make him throw a tight window throw.
So takes a snap, moves out to his left, catch, touchdown.
Might get an offensive pick here. Yep,
they're going to get it. So if we're looking at the replay here, so he was lined up in the right slot. So he's lined up as a big body. Definitely extended the arms on that push off. It's tough because had he not, he still would have gotten open and would have gotten that touchdown, but he did extend those arms.
Yeah, and honestly, they're a team that's, again, like I said, they're going to have to throw it quick, going to have to, roll out the quarterback just like they've done on the last 2 plays and try and get these quick throws. Now you're backed up. Well, we'll see if they're backed up. They're debating whether they just kind of go straight to 3rd down or they keep it 2nd and 10. We'll see what 90s Classics calls. I think they're going to keep the ball right there and play 3rd down. Yeah, okay. So it ends up being just an incomplete pass. So them being still on the 5-yard line, Gold Rush allows them to keep running the same plays. The quick out by the slot.
I don't like that decision from the defense. This is clearly a team that is able to make things happen short. Perhaps some inexperience at quarterback and clearly turnover worthy, so he has trouble putting it deep down the field. So I don't love that call from the defense because now you're giving them 2 opportunities from the 5-yard line. So takes the snap, looks his left,
it is.
And there it is, touchdown. And so there we go. Touchdown from, again, the leader in yards and catches. So Sam Perez comes up big here on 3rd down for Gold Rush to potentially tie this game up at 7-7.
Yeah, and like that declining or accepting the penalty, at the end of the day, it's bad coaching by their team captain, Jamie Ojea. I don't know what else to say. It's just bad. It's bad coaching. It's bad coaching. He has to do better.
This is not a good offense. It has to be a decent offense, if they're in the finals. But this is not necessarily a championship-level offense. It's a championship-level defense. But when you're backed up on 2nd and 10 and you can't run, it's difficult to make things happen. So 1-point conversion, looks deep. Oh, picked off. Will he take it back? Doesn't look like it. So failed conversion leads to 7-6. And a fun fact about this team, Gold Rush, they have not attempted a 2-point conversion all season. So
that's knowing who you are. That's knowing who we are on offense and just trying to keep the game close with a lot of one-point conversions. Great play defensively there by 90s Classic. A lot of hands on the ball there. With the throw over the middle of the field, and they get the interception on the conversion.
Well, it's funny, they don't actually get a lot of first points either. They're 27.6%. So a lot of single touchdowns winning them games. But anyways, Ojea takes off to his left, throws it over the middle into no man's land. Looked like he was trying to Euro hooked that one almost.
Yeah, it's going to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar quarterback he play right now. Yeah, he's just got to I think that he's got to stay in the pocket and then break the rusher as the rusher gets closer to him. Once he starts moving to his left right on the snap, he loses that ability to go back to the right. Now,
Exactly.
Don't get me wrong, there'll be a play in the game where Jamie goes left and then comes all the way back right and makes a big play for sure. With that said, he got to stay in the pocket more. Here's his trip play that he got from me.
So bunch trips, sending a guy out. There's a wide open man down the seam, and that's going to be a pick. Oh, that was just not a good ball. Still running down, fell down a couple times, falls down again, and that is going to be a pick. Now Gold Rush will take it down the field with an opportunity.
Yeah, I gave that play to Jamie, and he throws an interception on it, so I'm not happy about that.
Well, it was just a poor ball. If he puts that ball
the
down
seam
the
is
field,
open. The seam is open. He's just got to make a better decision.
We won't knock on you, Seth. That was a good play. He was open. There was a man open. Unfortunately, could not take advantage of it, and it results in a pick. But again, it's kind of questionable to want to make those plays, those high-risk plays like a seam route, when you're playing against a team that has 23 interception and is by far the best defense in the league. So looking, throws the hook, hard throw, sort of falls between two guys there, and gets about 5 or 6.
You see Jamie O'Jay on the sideline. I don't know if we get a shot of that. Getting words of wisdom, getting better ideas from head coach Don Shepard on the sideline. Jamie's going to underthrow people. You saw it, right? That's the game. It's tough for him to get the ball down the field on the throws. So if you can just stand there and pick off an underthrown ball, you're going to be in business. And Gold Rush has looked really good to start this game.
So looks deep, has potentially a man deep. Oh, almost there, just a step away from hauling that one in down the sideline. It was a good ball. Again, another good ball, and good recognition that the defensive back there, Brian Ofori, had his back turned to him and would not be able to make a play on the ball, even if he was in a position to do so. So good recognition by the quarterback, just a drop.
And this is a 90s Classics team that's had a lot of big plays on defense, kind of coming towards the ball, like the ball's being thrown in front of them and they make picks on that. So for Gold Rush to keep testing them over the top, like there's plays to be made over the top.
And so looks down the middle. Oh, almost picked off there. And that was really, really good defense from the big man.
One of the most underrated players in the league. You know, he played back in the day in the mid-2010s. Took some time off. He's back now. I think it's his second season playing again. He's so good. Great instincts on defense. Obviously has the length and the size, but great instincts on defense for PJ.
And you can really see, right? Athletic teams pick off teams that go deep. Experienced teams pick off teams that go short. So it's really a matter of, will 90s Classics keep going?
Philosophical point there. I like that.
Well, you know, when you have safeties that have range and that can get from one side of the field, it doesn't matter if they make mistakes because they can recover. So Gold Rush going short. Another great play.
Another great play. MVP so far. MVP.
Yeah, I mean, a touchdown and 2 really excellent defensive plays by him has done wonders so far for this defense, as now they're coming back onto the field. So big turnover from 90s Classics as they get a chance to recover from that. But again, I'd stay far away from those seam routes because you said it. He has a tendency to underthrow the ball.
The safety is he's starting back there at 25 yards.
Excellent. Yeah.
So just don't do that.
And that's an all-star right there. That's Jacob Saxner. He has 9 interceptions on the season. He's an all-star. He's the only other all-star on the field other than Ojea this season. So beware of the seams. It's the worst route to underthrow, that's for sure. So takes a snap, looks towards the middle. Rusher almost had a hand on it. Broken a tackle. Cuts back towards the inside. Same man who missed the tackle makes the tackle. So that was number 3, Netanel Elfassi.
Yeah, you just got to get your most athletic player the ball however you can. Coming back onto the field, run a drag route. He's kind of covered. It doesn't really matter because if you throw the ball and let him catch it in stride, he'll be okay. And he gets about 8-9 yards.
Yeah, so he cut back inside, which leads them to second and about 1. So he's going to need to come up here with the conversion. Keep it short, keep it simple. You got to tell him to almost avoid instantly rolling out because, again, you said it. It prevents him from cutting back. So it takes a snap, looks to his right, has a center, doesn't take a center, gets the flag.
Wow.
Great flag.
Wow.
Second sack of the game right there. That was an amazing flag.
Yeah, 1 yard loss on the sack. He has Daniel Marceau open in the flat, doesn't take it, and another great play by the rusher. And again, this has been a team that's picked on Division 6 rushers this whole season. If that's not going to happen there, it's going to be more difficult for them to move the football.
Which is interesting. He only has 5 sacks on the season, but 2 today in the biggest game of his season so far, and now 3rd and 3. So he's looking. Oh, that is a drop. So as of now, the best player on the field makes a big mistake. Dropping that football was a little high, was a little out.
Yeah, but I will say, like, those are the type of reads, those are the type of plays that 90s Classics needs to make to keep moving the football, to move it more efficiently. Like, obviously, they've had some plays where they've kind of moved the ball a bit, but if they want to start getting some chunk yardage, those are the plays. Get your big man on the sideline. Just got to get it to him a little more accurately, but those plays are going to be there.
So snap of the finger, it is now 4th and 3, I want to say. So 4th and about 3, and now they're facing a 4 and out. So really, really big play here. So it comes out, takes a snap, goes to his left immediately, looks across the field. Oh, and great catch. And that is going to be 1st and goal from about the 4. A risky throw, but one you should be willing to make on 4th down, and he did.
Yeah, I don't think it's as risky when you have an NCAA athlete who's the one catching the ball. Goes up and gets it, almost scores. They get the ball down to the 3-yard line. One of the bigger plays in the game so far, right? Like I said, I think it's going to be low scoring. It is low scoring. So keeping the ball under the 2-minute warning, now you can bleed this clock. You can bleed it quite a bit, and we'll see what happens. They're in trips now.
Yeah, so trips out to the left. He's
bleeding
asking
the clock.
his referee. Yeah, he's definitely bleeding the clock. Smart clock management from him. So takes a snap, moves out left, and it's a little bit low. And he needs to understand going.
I'm gonna say, one of the worst throws I've ever seen. With that said, I'm gonna say that he probably might have done it on purpose just to let the clock shouldn't run right now. Okay, yeah, it stopped.
It's
All right.
not, yeah.
So yeah, no, I'm back on it. It's the worst throw I've ever seen.
Well, you could make that argument for the seam route almost. That got picked off. But
There's going to be a lot of throws by 90s Classics that are going to be the worst throw you've ever seen, and they might win.
He's a really good athlete, and he has a decent enough arm to make plays sometimes. The thing is that he needs to understand in his development as a quarterback that it's not his job to make every play huge. It's his job to put his receivers in a position to make a play. So goes to his right, looking to his left, and
you see that's on purpose.
Yeah. Well,
so that was the play that he wanted to make on first and town. Get tackled inbounds. Let the clock run. Don't give Gold Rush the opportunity to go 2 for 1. Get the ball back get the ball with about a minute left, score, and get the ball back in the second half. He's trying to bleed this clock as much as he can. We'll see if it works out. Now it's 3rd down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
this is what we said on the last broadcast. Like, in Division 1-2, I understand this philosophy. I understand it a little less when you're Jamie Ojea.
Especially when he's struggled with accuracy. You sort of wonder why he's willing to take those risks.
Oh,
so
there it is.
Left, and again, bang. So that is his 2nd touchdown of the game, making up for his previous drop. That is Paul Junior Barreau, PJ, as you call him, with his 2nd catch of the game. And it is pretty much the same play. It's almost the same play we were seeing from the previous game with JJ Fortuna, who is making those plays with the flat route and then the hook at the back of the end zone. Works like a charm.
Classic. Another play Jamie got from me. Classic. Classic flag football red zone stuff.
Are you talking in his earpiece right now?
Yeah. If I was talking in his earpiece and he'd have 9 bad throws already, no.
So lining up for the 1-point conversion. Looking to his left again, has his man in the back of the end zone, but yet another sack. And he's got to watch out throwing that flag on the ground. It's the 2nd time he's done that. That could be that's an objectionable conduct penalty, and that could hurt his team a lot, especially with a struggling offense.
Really interesting to see. Really interested to see how Gold Rush comes out and plays these last 25 seconds. are they going to keep taking chances down the field? I think this is an opportunity for 90s Classics to actually I foresee an interception here if they try and go deep down the field to start this drive. I think I would try and slowly work their way, getting first downs and stopping the clock, getting out of bounds. We'll see what they try and do here.
Yeah, a really big drive for sure. I mean, they're getting ball back at half. They should try to go short, and a poor throw definitely by him. I mean, number 12, Louis Epstein, who is their biggest deep threat. He averages 14.5 per catch. Nobody else with nobody else even with any targets on that team averages more than 10. So he's their deep threat, and he was there with the post over the middle because they were playing extremely conservative and just doesn't see him.
Yeah, he throws the deep ball. It almost looked like he might have overthrown the post route and it made it look like. But either way, that's the thing that would concern me. You throw the ball down the field. There's two 90s Classics players where the ball ends up landing. Kind of got away with one there.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst thing in the world. Stops the clock, doesn't throw the interception. So definitely should look to get some yards here. Oh, and a flag downfield.
A flag, and I think it's going to be on the defense.
Are they going to call that a hold, or are they going to call that? It must be a hold.
Yeah. You can watch it here on the replay. Yeah, a bit of a hold, for sure.
Yeah, a little bit. Definitely incidental, but
yeah, it negates the sack, and that's huge because you get the sack there, and 90s Classics is in a really good spot to even score points, more points before halftime. Instead, it's a big penalty. It's a very big penalty. 15.8 seconds left. You gained a couple yards on that penalty, 5 yards. They have a chance to put the ball in the end zone.
Oh, 100%. And now they can't necessarily give him the cushion that they've been giving in these last previous plays. Because if they give him that cushion, he could get 10 yards off to the sideline. Suddenly they're 15 yards out from the end zone. It's that progression that really hurts. And that sack put him down at the 1. If he gets that sack, they're running out that clock until half, and they're regathering themselves for the second half. They're not even going to try because they don't want to risk taking that 2-point safety, which would make it a 2-score game at 15-6. So they're looking. Their huddle is taking a while here. I don't know what the.
Yeah, well, it looks like they actually accidentally had it at 1st and 5 after the penalty, but it is an automatic first down, so it'll be 1st and 10. 15 seconds left. 7-6, 13-6. 90s Classics.
So balanced formation. Quarterback takes it. So open over the middle of the field. They got to go, and they're calling the timeout. So Leon Budker calls the timeout about halfway. He's got to make sure he doesn't call a second timeout here if he gets it in bounds again, because that would kill.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of using timeouts in the first half. I know sometimes you have to do it. This might have been a situation where they really felt like they had to do it. But now especially in a game where it's going to be tight, you want to keep that second timeout. Like you have to.
I don't understand the logic of taking a timeout in a championship game unless really you're in a situation where there's no point in challenging anything or there's no point in having an onside kick, because you need 2 timeouts to do one of each.
Yep.
If the situation comes down to it. And in this kind of game, it could definitely come down to it. So takes the snap, looking downfield, out of bounds. So 3.4 seconds left on the clock, just a little outside. Kind of had him, not really. I mean, we can take a look at the replay here, see if he had him at any point. He had him for about a split second, but either way, he was coming across and could have.
Yeah, if that ball was thrown in bounds, it would have been there would have been a lot of bodies there. But a good idea. I mean, for sure, that's a great idea. Call the wheel on when you got to get down the field. So here we go. Last play, we get a Hail Mary, throw it up to your tall receiver who's walking there to the sideline right now.
Yeah, especially because Brian Afore, he's big, he's tall, but he's not necessarily the fastest. So goes second quarterback.
Double pass.
And that's a pick. And has the flag, and that's going to close out this first half. A bit of a nothing pick. Don't really see the logic in throwing that, as he didn't put any arc on it in front. You could see why he might have thought he'd be open, but you really need to put that one nice and high. So we are going into the first half here. And what are your thoughts going into this half so far?
Well, I mean, it's kind of played out like I thought. I mean, it's a low-scoring game, only 3 touchdowns total, a lot of plays being run, not a lot of explosive plays, and I think that's probably how 90s Classic wants the game. They want you, like the 90s Classics defense wants you to have to move the ball because they feel so comfortable in their ability, their athletic ability, and their smarts in coverage that if you have to keep running plays and don't get explosive plays, they will pick you off at some point on that drive. And that's what they've been doing the whole season. And you see it here. I mean, obviously, it's been that last play was the end of a half play. They didn't have the full opportunity to kind of really move down the field. But regardless, 4th down stop, stuff like that. So I think that defensively, 90s Classics is into what they're doing. I will say with Gold Rush, there's opportunities to hit the ball down the field. There's opportunities. 90s Classics safety is playing really deep, really, really deep. And so, yeah, if you throw the ball to the sideline, he might get there because he's fast, he's athletic. But there are plays underneath him, 10-yard ins, by slots and wides. You run a clear, like we said, the dagger concept before. You run the post by the slot. You run the 10 in by the wide. There's opportunities there in that void created for Gold Rush to make some plays. And I think on the other side of the ball with 90s Classics on offense, it's really going to be about, okay, now you've had a half. If you're the quarterback for 90s Classics, you've had a half. You didn't play very well. Clearly not a great quarterback. But with that said, you've have a half where you are kind of trying to scramble every play. Just sit in the pocket, make your reads, throw the ball early before the defense has a chance to react, and I think you'll be okay.
Well, the thing about Jamie Ojea is he is an extremely athletic person. He's very fast. He's very mobile. The thing about him is that he's got to be able to sit for a second, let the rusher come at him, and then move out. Because what he's doing essentially is he's moving on one side, and he's allowing the rusher to get the full angle of pursuit like that on his backside. So it doesn't give him the opportunity to change. However, if he were to wait a second, break out, the rusher would then be caught flat-footed and would have to move out on the other side. And what that would then lead to is him being able to circle back, him having the time for those routes to develop and get behind defenders. But he's not allowing those routes the benefit of getting behind defenders and moving around and confusing that zone defense. Therefore, he's not getting as many guys open.
A lot of words just to say that they need better quarterback play out of Jamie Ojea.
Well, better quarterback play, but they are up 13-6 right now, and so they just need to hold the fort. But right now, what Gold Rush needs to do is go back to what they did on that first scoring drive. It was an excellent drive. They took what was given to them, and Leon Budker was able to make some strong plays at the quarterback position. But they need to go back to that. They can't keep going deep. They can't keep going for those risky plays. They got to stay true to themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be plays either on the sideline, quick outs or hooks on the sideline, or like I said, plays in the intermediate middle of the field. We'll see what they come up with to start the second half.
So Leon Budker ready to take the snap, balance formation, gets it, looks his left, rolls his left, and almost a pick. That was a great read right
Honestly,
there.
That is such a great call coming out of the half by the 90s Classics defense. They've been playing a lot of cover three. All of a sudden, you start the half with a roll cover 2, and the corner is sitting there in the flats, and the quarterback, Butker, is thinking, I'm just going to throw this slot route again, and bang, there's a corner. Could have been a pick 6. They got away with one.
So that was Seth Amoa. Good defense played by the offense. So Butker takes a snap, 2nd and 10. And goes, and almost another pick to Seth Amoa again. That one was just overthrown there. Looked like a smash concept, but the hook was a little too deep. So it might have confused Budker. Wasn't too sure he was throwing to.
Yeah, that's where spacing is. So the two things on that one, I mean, the corner route breaks too early. The hitch on the outside is too deep, like you said. You get bad spacing, and you end up throwing it right to the corner, who's sitting right there. And it's like a good ball. He throws, this Butker throws a really nice ball. It's just got to take what the defense is giving him.
Yeah, 100%. You should look to his right, too. It's playing very soft on the right. And there you go. On his right, soft, and now he got about 8 yards on that one. So it's going to bring them out to 4th down and 2. Yeah, so 8 yards.
4th and
inches.
nothing. 4th and inches.
If I'm Butker, I'm taking off on my right.
This is the problem though, and this is what makes this 90s Classic defense more difficult as they've put Jamie Ojea as the rusher as the season has gone on. He was playing safety early in the season. Like, it's going to be tough to run on Jamie. This is a huge play in this game.
But Ofori does play off the ball, though. All he needs to do is take off to his right and does extend the ball and gets it, though.
Yeah, good play. Looking for a little pick, a little rusher interference, but it is what it is. But that's what you said. Yeah, tough to make that call, and I think that's the right play call by Gold Rush, just to get the first down.
Get the first down, keep driving.
Get the first down.
Because there were 2 missed plays that resulted in a 3rd and 10. And the thing is that when he takes what's there, when he makes those soft plays and recognizes where the holes are, they can drive the field. But he's got to stop making those plays that go for nothing yards. So
there it is. Right over the middle of the field. Oh, yeah, Adam.
Missed throw.
But that's where the ball needs to go. Like, if they want to have success, that the safety is playing at 20 yards, throw underneath him. Just got to be a little more accurate. But go back to it. If you're Gold Rush, go back to that type of play.
It was a good read. I mean, it was definitely difficult when you're the quarterback to get around the arms and make a throw on that postish route that's going a little deeper. It's difficult, but he needs to be able to make that throw because that's where the potential for 20-yard plays lies. So ready to take the snap again on 2nd and 10. Definitely should look to get some yards. Ofori is playing very far off the ball. And again, right there in the middle, you talked about it. And
first down.
That's a first down. Yeah, they're calling it a first down. So now that looks to be 1st and goal.
Same thing. Like, make 90s Classics come out of their shell.
Oh, yeah.
And how you do that is throw the ball underneath the safety. You just said it. Where the explosive plays are going to be are going to be in the middle of the field. They're not going to be to the sideline. They're too athletic. 90s Classics, too athletic at corner and safety to throw the ball deep down the sideline. So throw it in the intermediate part of the middle of the field. They just did it, and they get a nice first down.
So lining up 1st and goal, balanced formation. Not red zone. He can still run. And a good decision. Again, Ofori is playing about 8 yards off. He should definitely tighten that up, especially because Butker is going to be hesitant to go over his head because he's 6'5".
Yeah, I mean, this is how, like, defense works when everyone is playing on a string together. And so if you're playing the safety deep, the corners don't have to be as deep because they have help by the safety over top. And if the safety's short, then yes, the corners have to be deep, and you have to play that kind of synergistic game between defenders. So yeah, he can definitely, both corners on both sides can definitely attack the hook routes on the outside.
So receiver's playing tight, looks, goes his right, and that is a touchdown.
Nice throw.
Great throw, great catch. And that is, again, Nathaniel El-Fassi with the touchdown. So he is having himself a game. And this game is now 13-12. So that was a really, really efficient
We'll
play.
see if they can get one of the one-point conversions that has kind of they haven't been able to grasp this whole season.
Well,
this is a big one.
This is 50-50 because they didn't get the first one, so will they get the second one? Who knows? So looks, floats it over. Oh, and
what a catch!
Oh, that is a great strength catch right there.
Throw it up to the big guy.
You're surprised you haven't seen him involved more because he is a tall receiver right there. That was Michael Schiller, and that was just a great catch. It's a great physical catch.
Yeah.
Ripped it out. His arm was there.
It's a great play by Seth Amoa to be in that position. Just kind of got out-heighted by the receiver.
Yeah, Amoa
Get
actually
his
got a
hand
hand
in there.
on there first. Amoa got his hand on the ball
Look,
first.
a 27% one-point conversion team.
Throw it up.
Getting the 1 point to tie a championship game in the second half with not a lot of time left. That's the thing. Like, these drives take a long time in Division 6. So there's not a lot of drives left.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Gold Rush only allows 29.9% of touchdowns per possession. That is an incredible statistic, especially in this league. But they do get a significant chunk here on first. Ogia makes a nice throw, and it brings up 2nd and 5. So we'll see what they look back to.
Yeah, I like to see Daniel Marceau get the ball. I bet his over 13.5 yards. So he's only at, I think, 4. I can't be losing money on this game, man. And we need another catch here.
That's definitely ambitious on your end. So interesting defense. The corner is playing very off. That's Louis Epstein. So looks this way, goes deep on his right, and that is that could have been a pick. Looked like he recognized that just a little late.
And it's really a great decision by Jamie to roll, because like we said, he's been rolling left a lot, make the safety flat-footed, and throw it, and he's open. He just underthrows it again.
It's the underthrow because he's there. He puts that one back shoulder, and the safety cannot make a play. And he's lucky that wasn't an interception, that the safety recognized it and had to contort his body a little at the last second to be able to make a play on that ball.
Really nice play. Another great play by the safety.
Yeah, he's truly been excellent. He has that range to go from sideline to sideline. So really spread out formation here. Ogia is going, he's talking to his center.
Checking, thinks he's Peyton Manning.
You're going to hear him call Can in about a second. Takes the snap. Oh, fakes to his right. Good play. Gets around the flag. Makes a man miss. Makes 2 men miss. And still moving. Still on his feet. What a play. And that's going to be a holding call to top her off. So that is
We've been waiting. We've been waiting for the big run.
4 broken tackles. And those weren't just missed tackles. Those are broken tackles right there. And a holding call to add the cherry on top. What a play by Jamie Ogia.
33 years old. He still got it. 34, 35, whatever. He's in his mid-30s. Still got the moves. Finally breaks the rush. And like I said, you were going to see a time in this game.
What a cut.
You were going to see a time in this game where he takes the snap, looks like he's doing his regular move to the left, and then breaks really hard to the right and gets the first down, and now that's 1st and goal from the 5.
But that's really what he needed to do, because all game long he has been moving to one side of the field, making plays on one side of the field that he's choosing before the snap even gets to him. But now he's able to move around, and that gives him such an advantage on the rusher. So 1st and goal, red zone. So looks jump ball.
Oh, he's out of bounds.
Way out of bounds. It's hard to tell sometimes.
The one overthrow in this game so far.
Well, I don't know if even an overthrow, because he did catch that at about the stomach level. If it would have been a jump ball, he would have gone out and get that. But sometimes when you're a receiver and you're looking down and you see green, you say, okay, I'm in bounds.
Yeah. Remember, it's the blue line that you can't really see on the TV right now, but it's the blue line. I'd also say they should probably line the ball up in the middle of the field. A classic 90s, kind of veering around the rules by lining this ball. So now they're in the middle of the field again.
Classic 90s. Yeah. So he's going over to take the snap, moves out to his left, nothing home, and that's a pick. Oh, that is a terrible pick to take. Oh, wow. What a play by Louis Epstein again, who's had an excellent game so far. And that's just a bad pick to throw. I don't understand the decision. It's 2nd and goal from the 1 or from the 5. Throw it away. Do something. Roll
Throw it
back.
away. Honestly, like, they've had so much success now. Paul, I don't think was on the field, but they've had success throwing the back of the end zone.
Go back.
Roll out, throw the back of the end zone. Don't try and force anything. Even though it's their best receiver, don't try and force anything. And all of a sudden, Gold Rush is in a unbelievable position. Under 9 minutes left. Clock running. They're going to take their time. Milk 5 minutes off this clock, and you have a chance to win the championship if you score.
And really, he should have cut back to his left. Could have almost got the pick 6, but throws in the middle, and a great throw right there. Good play. Again, over the middle of the field, draws the defense out with him, and goes back inside.
Yeah, and that's, again, like, they're going to win this game throwing over the middle of the field. If 90s Classic keeps calling the same cover 3. And now, like we said, there's been a play here and there where they've kind of rotated to cover 2, but for the most part, they're playing a lot of cover 3 with the safety deep. If they're going to keep doing that, that's where the ball needs to go. And we've seen it now, basically 3 pass plays in a row, including the last drive, to move the ball down the field.
So lining up, And Ofori's playing 15 yards off this ball right now. The sideline should be wide open. Goes over the middle, and bizarre little stop there. Stopped by number 2, Josea Bintez.
So there, the safety does play a little shallow. Now, obviously, they're on the other side of the field, so he feels like he can play a little more shallow. There, you should have went down the sideline. Yeah. There was the opportunity to go down the sideline with the safety a little more shallow. They don't do it. They get the completion, second at about 7.
Yeah, and you almost wonder whether the safety should just keep playing shallow even when they're at their own 5, because Butker has played well so far, but he doesn't necessarily have the arm to put that on a rope 30 yards down the middle of the field. So he should be playing that more shallow. So it takes the snap, second down, throws, hook, good catch. Good catch again. Guess who? Louis Epstein. Really good job by him, but a good throw. Like a really, really strong throw there by Butker.
Good job. Like you said, smash concept into something to the other side of the field. Make your read. I think if they get the ball back, maybe they're a little too close to the end zone now, but if they get the ball back, I'm pumping the corner, and I'm throwing the corner route to win the game if they get the ball back. I think they're a little too close to call it again, but and look at the clock again.
The problem is so tall.
Yeah, he's tall.
It's an issue. Throwing that corner is an issue unless you put it on a rope. So getting it, throwing again to the sideline. They're calling it a catch.
Yeah.
They're calling it a catch, yeah. I think it was a catch. That looked like it didn't hit the ground. Looks like it hit his hands.
First down.
But yeah.
Like a 4-yard first down.
And that's first
the
and
clock keeps running. 6 minutes left. There's just not a lot of drives left in this game.
Yeah, it's especially with an offense that's struggled to get big plays too. They're going to have to drive the entire field, probably a 4-minute drive against the best defense in the league. And that's the reality of what 90s Classics is going to have to do here, barring a stop. And that's not to mention the fact that they're not even in the red zone right now. So Butker can take off, and he has the ability to. So goes to his left just on cue, but a good flag.
Great flag.
Good flag. And now that puts them in red zone.
This is a situation where, if you're Butker, don't force anything. Now, if he gets the 4th down, yeah, force anything. But in these next 2 downs, forcing something against this 90s Classics defense is an interception. Don't force it. Take what the defense gives you. If you get the 4th down, yeah, obviously you have no choice but to force some stuff. But take what the defense gives you. Maybe try your matchup with the wide receiver to our right. If not, just keep it simple.
You would almost like to see him do like about a 10 in on the back of the end zone, because you don't want that matchup with Seth Amoa. And throws it, and that's a sack. That is a sack.
Are they counting a sack or an incompletion? Yeah, sack.
But actually, they ruled this as not red zone, so they had the rusher about an inch outside of the goal line. So he can run here. He can still run, but they are currently at about 10 yards from the end zone at 3rd down.
What a big play. Big play. Backup rusher. Kenny Rogers getting it in.
So this is a huge, huge sequence right here. If they are able to stop Gold Rush again, this could go to overtime. This is anybody's game. So takes a snap, goes to his left, throws. Smart play, and that's no.
For sure.
Oh
for
no.
Sure.
That is a mistake. That is a first down. Are they calling him last man back? If they are calling him last man back, then that is a touchdown.
So just holding. I don't think it's last man back.
Yeah, it looks, but still, that is first down. That is giving them 4 new plays. That would have been 4th and goal. And now they have 4 brand new plays from the 1-yard line to score a touchdown. That is a tough, tough break right there.
We'll see what the officials end up calling. So they're saying
the fans are right. The clock is running.
But that's what Gold Rush wants.
That is exactly what Gold Rush wants. You almost reckon that's why they're asking so many questions. Because as the clock is ticking right now, so are the 90s Classics' hopes of coming out of this with a win.
Still not sure what the call is going to be. It's like we said, it's holding. Is it still going to be 4th down?
I do not understand that.
4th down.
4th down?
So it's not an automatic first down.
I do not understand that call. I am going to be quite frank.
4th and 3 inches.
So now perhaps Gold Rush, you understand why they didn't understand the call. It wasn't necessarily to kill clock, but right now this is a huge play. Inches from the goal line. This is big. Taking the snap right close. He's moving. And no, incomplete, no flags. And 90s Classics has a chance to take this ball down the field with the clock ticking down to 2 minutes. It's going to pro clock. They're arguing that this should have been pass interference. Look, first game of the season, a nothing game, throwaway game, sure. You can't make that call on a game-winning play. He didn't grab him.
Yeah.
He made a little bit of contact, but again, that's not something.
Now, are they challenging this? Yeah, they're challenging it. I don't know on the close-up replay if you see any hand grab and the camera kind of goes away a bit.
I understand the challenge.
No, you have to challenge it.
Because even if 90s Classic scores, they don't need to retain their rights to an onside kick.
Exactly.
Because they're not down by multiple scores.
All right, let's see the replay here.
But I don't. There's no way that is
getting
overturned.
It would have to me. It would have to be a real hand grab, and I don't. I don't know. I think he might have got it on the neck. I think actually that's a flag to me.
Wow, it's a difficult call to make. Again.
Especially because the hand goes to the neck or head area. I think that's why I would probably throw it. See, you can't see it on that angle. You only see it.
It looks like he was almost putting his hand on the back, as opposed to grabbing it.
Right, but I think once
pull.
the hand moves up to the neck area, that's where you can throw that flag and nothing you can do about it. Can't touch people in the neck or head area.
But then the question is, was it on his back? What is it on his neck? But it's really a difficult call to make. I'd be very curious to see where they come out of this one. You almost feel like, this is something my team did when in the championships last year. We didn't score on 4th down and goal. And, oh, wow.
Yeah,
so they got it. Because we essentially...
Look, at the end of the day, it's flag football. You can't touch people.
You can't touch people.
That's
the rule. What they might have been trying to do was just stop the clock to prevent the other team from getting momentum from that stop. It's what the Demons did last year. And a call actually I initiated. But we knew we weren't going to get the call, but we did it anyways to break the momentum. But they got it. They got it, and now they get a fresh new set of downs from... No, they were already at the half-yard line. What is this, the quarter-yard line?
Yeah, it's a quarter-yard line.
Jeez.
So 3:06 left, not 2:06 on your screen. It's actually 3:06 left. Clock is stopped right now. First down and a few millimeters to score for Gold Rush.
3rd and 6. But 90s Classics now, 3 minutes on the clock. They have plenty of time. They have time to get out of bounds. So he's right near close to the snapper.
Yeah,
looks
that
to his
should have
left.
been a penalty.
Has his left. Oh, no catch. He had Jacob Saxner open on the deep route in the back of the end zone from the slot. Decided not to go. Don't mind that decision. Keep it safe on 1st down. But...
the issue is, like you talked about before, Brian Orifi is tall.
He's very tall. Very
tall. Getting the ball up and over him is not easy. So I think he made the simple play. Again, look, you got 4 downs from the quarter-yard line. You're okay right now.
They were running man on that one, though. So you'd almost want to at least try a drag just to see if you can read them on anything. Because, again, this is not Division I. They might not call the switch. So, switches, throws, touchdown. And a big play again to the big man, Michael Schiller. So now, a big extra point right here. Let's see what they do. They're going for one.
Huge point.
Per usual.
Yeah, I don't think it's an opportunity to go for 2 right now.
Your
first 2-pointer of the season in the championship game.
You wouldn't, yeah. It's a difficult decision to make. So now this is really huge. So looking over the middle of the field, he's there, caught. What a play by the quarterback. He put that on a rope. put that right in the middle of the two defenders, and they are now leading 20-13, continuing their trend of only allowing 2 touchdowns in the last 7 games. And if they can hold on, they will push that trend to 8 with a championship to show for it.
Huge drive. Now, there's still a lot of time left.
A lot.
1:57, clock stopped. They have the 2 timeouts. The clock will stop on all sorts of, out of bounds, first downs. And I don't think they're in a rush to go score right now. I think they'll take their time. There's just so much time left.
Jamie Ojea has got to use his legs. He cannot be scared to use his legs because he's worried about the clock, because that's what has worked so well for them so far.
Nice
Good
tackle.
play to start it off.
Yeah,
The
good
clock
play.
is running.
Still, Daniel Marceau over the middle of the field, the second catch of the game. Still hasn't hit the over yet. Still praying that he hits that over 13.5 yards.
Even with the clock running, they still have plenty of time. So really, it's about
There's so much time.
Does Gold Rush even take any risks and go and?
I think you
Stop
got to
it.
play. I
It's
think you got to play the exact same
difficult.
way you've played trips. Are they going to get the same? So they ran trips before. Remember, there was an interception. We'll see what he calls out of this trips formation right now.
Gold Rush is not adjusting.
He's just
Goes
going
out
to run
his
to the
left.
ISO side.
Oh, he's not there, and that almost looked like a jump. Wow.
They do get the tackle.
He's lucky they did not call him on a jump when he made that cut, because he went inside and jumped and broke a tackle again. Look at that. Yeah, that was definitely a jump. And he's lucky he didn't call it. But they
It's
get the
tough.
first down.
It's playing in the league for 15 years and he still doesn't know the rules. It's rough. That's your starting quarterback there for 90s Classics.
Well, it's almost like he wants to take that chance.
Yeah.
It's really hard. He must know it's hard for a ref to call a jump, with 1 minute left in a championship one-score game. So takes a snap, looks, goes over the middle, good play. And they get about 5, but the clock is ticking.
Now,
50
but this
seconds
is
left.
where, this is exactly what Gold Rush kind of is okay with as well, because as the game gets more condensed, as 90s Classics get the ball closer to the goal line, and we do have a timeout here by 90s Classics to
support that
stop
they
the
won,
clock
you
at
did way
45
too
seconds. That's where Gold Rush feels comfortable of, hey, Jamie Ojea is going to put the ball up in the air. We got to go get it. And if we can go get it, we can win this game. And man, that extra point on the last drive is so important to make it a 7-point game, forcing 90s Classics to have to hit a conversion to win the game if they are to score.
Any guesses of what play they're going to run if they do score?
I think they should
Flatten hook?
throw a flatten hook.
All right, so he takes the snap. 45 seconds left on the clock. Back over the
What
middle.
a catch!
Good
What a
play.
catch!
Big catch by the big man. Well, they got a lot of big guys on this team, and really excellent move by him. Was able to cut back. That is not an easy catch to make.
That's a really difficult catch.
Wasn't even no spiral. Ball was floating through the air. Was able to cut back and make that catch, go into the ground, and they got the first down with it. So they bought themselves a couple extra seconds.
If 90s Classic wins, that catch, I mean, that's an MVP-worthy play by Daniel Marceau.
So he is looking now over the middle. The drag.
What a
and
tackle.
Gets the flag. Great.
What a tackle.
Flag. Recognizing
Clock
the
running.
drag.
Clock is running. No, they have a timeout, so they can. Oh, they're going to go. 15 seconds. Clock running.
Whoa. Okay, so the clock is stopped now. 8.9 seconds. That gives you time to settle, make 2 plays.
You got 2
or
plays.
even
You have
3.
2, maybe even
2 or
3. I agree.
Depending on how fast he gets that ball out, because it is now second and goal. Or no, it is now third and goal. So you only have 2 plays. You have 2 plays, and then the convert if you get it. And of course, you take this timeout if for some reason, because you can still throw it in bounds. You can throw it in bounds and be short. Call the timeout.
Yeah, you have the timeout, exactly.
Because either way, if they don't get the convert, they can't go for an onside kick because you took the convert. So really interesting to see what they would dial up. What's your predictable recommendation?
It's got to go to the back of the end zone to Paul.
Yeah.
And there's a timeout by Gold Rush. Yeah, smart play.
By Gold Rush, yeah.
Smart
Good.
play seeing the formation, even though they've been in that formation for 95%.
Well, they definitely want to adjust to that play because
Yeah.
they're going to look for it. They're going to try. And the thing about about Jamie Ojea is if his read is not there on that play, he will get stressed out. He will be tempted to make, because he doesn't want to take a sack, to throw it into traffic or to throw it back across his body.
Yeah.
And that could lead to an interception.
I mean,
which would kill the game.
when your favorite player growing up is Christian Ponder, you're going to end up playing. You're going to end up playing like him, and that's the problem.
For better or for worse.
For better or for worse.
All right, so we have trips to the left here for 90s Classics. Second last play of the game. Takes the snap. Looks over the middle. Catch is made.
Oh, they're going to be the pick play. It's going to be an offensive pick.
Oh, no. They have to challenge. Did they? Oh, they're calling. Is they calling out a hold? They were clapping.
See the replay.
Offside on the rusher. But was he wasn't in. If they decline, was he in for the touchdown?
I don't think he was in.
There was no signal.
Just looking at the replay, I don't think he was in.
Wow, this is a turn of events here. So offside, do you take it? Do you take, because now you're at five
No,
seconds left.
I don't like being at the 1. I'd rather be at the 4-yard line. Well, it doesn't matter because if they decline it, but they're going to be at the 1. You're right. They're going to be at the 1 anyways.
If they take it, they still have 2 plays left.
Yeah, they
because
still
you get to replay. So it looks like they're taking it.
Well, either way, the clock runs. Like you don't get that time back. So here we go.
But he's going to need to get rid of that ball fast
Yeah.
if he wants a shot. He's saying 5 seconds. They're saying 5 seconds left on this clock. So he has the time to get a playoff, but
Here's
he needs
Trips
to
again.
get that ball out fast. Trips, potentially the last play of the game if he cannot get rid of this ball fast. So Trips to the right. Back of the end zone.
Oh, what a play!
Pass defended.
1.5 seconds left.
Now this is the last
the game.
play of the game. 20-13 for Gold Rush. A 5-5 team in the championship that has only scored on 30% of their drives, and that they have done again today. It is a one-score game.
I would
Incredible.
go back to 2x2. I'd throw flat by the slot, back in the end zone, in by the wide. Throw it up to PJ. He has a height advantage. You don't want to go to your left where the tall cornerback is.
Definitely not.
I'm not.
Motion
here we
to
go.
Trips.
3-by-1 tight formation.
Ojea takes a snap, moves out to his right, gets it in, touchdown! Touchdown!
On the drag.
20-19 on the last play of the game, and
Are
it
they
all
going to go
comes
for
down
2?
to this.
Are they going to go for 2?
No way. There's no way they go for 2.
One of their fans is in the stands telling them to go for 2.
They definitely should not go for 2. They have not been very successful on those
They're
long,
going
deep plays.
for 2
No
to
way.
win the championship.
That is a risk. I do not like this.
I love it. I love it.
So this is for everything. There will be no overtime. There will be no overtime here today. They will go for 2. So Gold Rush has allowed 3 touchdowns for the first time since like March or February even. In first time
For the
in 7
championship.
games. 2-point conversion. Ojea takes a snap, looks, second quarterback. Second quarterback, back to Ojea. Whoa, that was risky. And that was a forward pass. And
It's
that will
over.
end the game. And they win the championship. Gold Rush will take it by a score of 20-19. The 2-point conversion decision will end this one. What a finish here in the Division 6A championships as Ojea could not get the job done on the last convert. What an exciting finish.
Great game. I
It's
mean,
a
that's
great
what we're here for, right? We're here for great games, close games. Games are going to finish on the last play. They tried to throw back, really, really well played by Gold Rush. I will say, the receivers for 90s Classic, as the ball is being thrown back and forth, they gotta find space in the end. They gotta move around and find space. They could do that. Jamie or Troy has no one to throw the ball to, and Gold Rush. 5-5.
5-5 team wins the championship.
Wins the championship against like the heavily favored 90s Classics. An incredible game by Gold Rush, and honestly an incredible season to turn their season around, being 5-5, coming back, winning the damn championship. Great game.
This is a 90s Classics team that's lost one game. They've lost one game all season.
Make it 2.
And now they've just made it 2. And we got to go back to the decision. What do you think leads that decision to go for 2 at the end of the game?
I think if they felt like they were the favorites in the game, you want to go for 1 because you want the game to continue.
Right.
But I think as the game went on, they weren't necessarily the favorites anymore. Like going into the game, they're the favorites. As the game went on, Gold Rush played such a good game that they felt like, hey, we got to go win this game now. I mean, I say that. With that said, that was just hey, we're going to win the game now type thing. There was not a lot of thinking going on. This was just, we want to go for 2 because it's fun. Which I guess what? It's flag football. We want to go for 2 because it's fun. They don't get it. Still a great season by them. But again, Gold Rush, hats off to them. Played better than I would have ever expected. Moved the ball really well against a tough defense. Did not throw a lot of bad balls.
6A champs,
Now
Gold
we're gonna
Rush.
Take a look here at the
Can I get the captain, Sam Perez, over here? Grab that trophy, Sam.
Let's go. Let's go.
Got my guy Sam Perez here. Sam, you got a few first-time FPF guys on this team. You guys made a Cinderella run in the playoffs in Division 6A. Let me know how it feels to win the championship with your boys.
Feels amazing. Let's go. Let's go.
These are guys that love FPF, been talking to us all year. We're super happy to have them in the league. We're going to see them for years to come, and we're going to present the MVP of the finals to the captain, Sam Perez.
Yo, MVP. Let's go.
So one more question. Sam, what's it like playing with all your boys, and where do you see you guys in the future of FPF?
It's a blast to play. We've been together for years in school and doing sports all together. We see us just coming for D1 championship, baby.
Okay, look out for Gold Rush eventual D1 champs. So we got the winter 6A champs, Gold Rush. Back to you guys in the booth.
All the way down on the field. A Cinderella run for this team as they are thrilled to get this trophy, especially in a game as close as this one. And who do you think, what was the defining moment of this game, other than, of course, the 2-point conversion?
The 1-point conversion before that.
Yeah.
We talked about it the whole game. This is a team that does not score conversions. Mm-hmm. Well, they hit a big one.
They did.
They hit a big one. And that was the play. Like, as they were kind of marching down the field, you were thinking, okay, well, they can score and get the 6 points. They're going to give 90s Classics enough time to go down the field and score themselves, which is what happened. But do you have that extra point in the bag? And they had that extra point in the bag, and that was the game.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was also a 1-point conversion, but it wasn't the last one. It was the one before that with the big body catch that came down with it. Because before that, they did not finish. They did not get the conversion before that. And you had the feeling that 90s Classics were going through this game with we're going to keep the small lead, and we're comfortable having that small lead for the duration of the game. And if they get that touchdown, we're still up by a point or 2. And they can play more confidently, they can play with more rhythm, and they can play without fearing that loss, without having the idea of a loss in their minds. But scoring that conversion to tie it up at 13 apiece was so key because it put fear in the minds of 90s Classics with we could really lose this game kind of scenario.
Yeah, I don't think they ever thought they could lose this game. So, again, hats off to Gold Rush. Great season.
So just any final thoughts about this game, about the future of these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, 90s Classics, Jamie O'Jay just got to become a better quarterback. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you have it, folks. That's Neil Wright and Seth Galini here signing off at FlagPlus Football Championships Division 6A. We will be right back with you shortly for the next series of championship games here this afternoon at Complexe and in Brossard. Thank you very much, guys.
Championship matchup between the number 2 seed 8-2 LDN and the number 9 seed the 6-4 Crazy Frogs. I'm Brent Bach and I'm joined by 3-time FPF All-Star Seth Galina. Seth, obviously these two teams, a lot of athleticism on both sides. It is the first time though they're meeting. They did not meet in the regular season, so first time they're going head-to-head. What kind of game should we be expecting here today?
I think if you're the Frogs, I would play a little cautious at first. This is a really good LDN team. We know that. This is a team. I played against them last year in Co-Ed 2. Threw a couple picks. We don't have to talk about it. They're good, man. And if you don't match their, like you said, both teams are athletic. But I think with LDN, they're very athletic. Like, if you don't match their speed, like, if you don't play conservatively and match their speed at first, just to feel out this game, it might get away from you. If they can do that, weather the storm early, we're going to get a great game.
All right, so both teams ranked in the top 5 offensively. The Crazy Frogs are the 3rd-ranked team offensively. LDN is the 5th-ranked team. Looking at the quarterbacks is where everything starts, right? Samuel Mambo from LDN, phenomenal dual threat quarterback. Same thing for Ed LaRue, the quarterback for Crazy Frogs, pardon me. Who do you think has the edge in quarterback play here this afternoon?
You know, they're both great. I think the one edge I would say is Sam just played. Just had 2 hours ago, just had a final himself, which they won, Division 5 final. Having that rhythm already built in once you get your first snap of the game, that's so important. Like, we know that in flag you can have weeks off, you can have months off. Having 1 hour off helps you quite a bit.
Okay, and of course, Samuel Mumbo winning the Division 5A championship with a member of the Reborn Prospects. They knocked off the Baby Sharks earlier today. So looking at the matches, right, again, a lot of athletes on both sides. Charles Verreau, right, a 3-time All-Star, phenomenal player, plays in some of the higher divisions.
Look, there's a lot of D1 players, both male and female. There's a lot of D1 players. Mm-hmm. That's why this is such an exciting matchup. I think with Co-Ed 2, what ends up happening is once the kind of, I hate to say it like this, but once the cream kind of rises to the top, you end up seeing a lot of tremendous athletes play in these semifinals and finals like we have today. There's so many good players here.
All right, so Verreau on one side, obviously, and I was going to say plays also in the men on men 5v5, 6-on-6, pardon me, men's divisions as well. Has made a couple of All-Star appearances there. Looking at, so in the regular season and the playoffs, obviously 2 different things. Sanya Longchamp had a pedestrian year offensively. Only a couple of receptions. She had only 2 touchdowns in the regular season, less than 10 receptions. So far, she has been the number 1 receiver for this offense, 4 TDs, averaging 8 yards a catch. What kind of impact do you think she's going to have here this afternoon?
A huge impact. MVP type of game I foresee.
All right, so Crazy Frogs have won the toss, so they like to start on D, and that's the case. If you're new to FPF, obviously, most teams elect to start on defense. Sometimes you see that in the pros, in the NFL and the CFL, even in college. But in FPF, that it's a rarity for a team to win the toss and want to start on offense. Obviously, Seth, being more of an offensive player, if you win the toss, are you sticking to defense, or do you want to start on offense?
Well, you just defer and then let the other team make a mistake. That's how you do it. You defer and you let the other team make one of the dumb mistakes. We don't have it here. We're good. 1st and 10.
So starting on offense and not wanting to make a statement, that's out of the window, and a statement right there. Bad snap for a safety. First snap of the game.
We saw it in the Division 5 final, a snap over Sam's head. We see it on the first play of the game. You know what? I've lost the game where it happened on the last play of the game.
Right.
I'd rather happen on the first play of the game. Look, we pretend it didn't happen. We pretend that we lost the toss the whole time. We pretend that we start on defense. No problems. It's only 2-0. Now the game starts right now.
All right, so here we go. So the snap, unfortunately, was from the hands of number 24, Sam Safard. So a mistake. 2-0 lead after the first play of the game. Now Crazy Frogs start with the offense. Ed LaRue, number 6, the quarterback, gets the snap. He rolls to his right. Shovel pass to Verreau. Verreau gets tackled after getting 5, maybe 6 by the aforementioned Samuel Mambo.
I think that play should be illegal. That's my take.
I'll tell you what, we saw that play. I called about 6 games yesterday, and I saw that play in every single game, and there was a couple of teams in particular that ran it play after play after play.
But that's how they're getting, like, it's so, man, things are happening fast. Things are happening fast.
2nd and 2 right now. Pass to the left-hand side. It's caught by Mathis d'Anjou. So first down for her, extending the drive for the Crazy Frogs offense.
This is going to be a high-scoring game. I can feel it. This is going to be one of the games of the year.
Well, as I said at the top, right, both teams sitting in the top 5 offensively in Co-Ed 2. So a promising drive so far by LaRue. Again, Crazy Frogs up by a score of 2-0 due to the safety on the first play of the game by LDN. LaRue gets a snap. He looks to his right. Double QB option. He tosses it to Vero. Vero with the throw to LaRue. Oh, just a little bit off target. And I'll tell you what, Seth, that's a rare misfire there by Vero because the Vero to LaRue connection when Vero's a quarterback has been pretty on point this season.
This is why it's going to be really tough for LDN. Now, obviously, that was an incompletion, a throw a little over the top. This is a real flag offense. This is not an offense that thinks they're an NFL team. This is a flag. They know how to play flag.
LaRue, 4 receptions in the in the playoffs so far, 1 touchdown. LaRue is looking to scramble now. He goes up the middle, now goes to the right. Good tackle there in the open field.
First thing that has to change is, and I say this as someone who's played a lot of years co-ed, with a fast quarterback, you probably want to rush a fast guy. Like, that's a game changer. I've seen it too many times. You got to rush a fast guy, or else he's going to do that the whole game.
Ball just inside the 10. Quick pass.
Down at the 1.
Yeah, down at the 1. No, touchdown.
Wow.
Touchdown. That was number 2, Matisse Doncher. Her second catch of the game ends up in the end zone. 8-2 lead now for the Crazy Frogs.
This is going to be their issue for LDN on defense. Like, the quarterback is too quick. It's too quick. I couldn't say it. I don't want to say it the whole game, but like, they're gonna be in trouble if they don't change the rusher.
2-point conversion coming up. Pass. Vero hangs on to it, and he stays in bounds. 10-0 lead now for the Crazy Frogs.
Man, you lose. You win the toss. Win the toss in 3 plays. I think maybe 5 total plays in this game so far. You're up 10-0. I'd say that's a hell of a way to start a championship game, man. All right, LDN just got to settle down. Settle down. Make sure the snap is good, and then we can play.
There you go. So much better snap now, this time from Safard. Second offensive play of the game. Pass to Safard. Pick up of about, this would be about 7, maybe 8 on the play. Yeah, it's called 7. So second and third now coming up for this LDN offense. So we saw the rough start, right? First play of the game, and they give up the safety. Then the defense comes onto the field for LDN. They allow their opponents to march down the field, get into the end zone, and get the 2-point convo. If you're part of that LDN offense right now, what are you trying to do to settle things down?
Well, I think what they just did was great. Like, sit in the pocket, like, make your plays from the pocket, and then scramble when you need to later.
Another high snap brought down by Amambo. He looks to his left. He gets chased to his right, and he gets sacked.
It's tough.
Sack right there. It appears to be Charles Vero pulling the flag. So big sack right there. And I was going to ask you, Steph, so the one thing about this Crazy Frogs team, again, we look at their offense, switching now to their defense, they had 4 sacks total in the regular season, 0 so far in the postseason. That was their first sack right there. What I'm trying to say basically is they don't have a reliable rusher, so now having Charles Vero, one of their top corners, play rush.
Well, because you have to put it, co-ed is about matchups, and they are winning the matchup battle, rusher against QB on both sides. There it is again.
Pass in the middle. Oh! A seeing eye pass right there.
Oh,
thought it was going to be intercepted, but it wasn't. Good catch.
Boy.
Big catch right there. But
what a throw.
By Longshot, yeah, exactly right. What a throw. We saw the safety coming over the top to try and make a play. You can see on the replay right here, kind of throwing off his back foot as well was a Mambo, but it worked. And Longshot making the reception, taking it up the right sideline for a massive gain. Putting the ball at about the 7-yard line now. So LDN and just a couple of players are already in the red zone.
Another running back formation. Loves his zone read plays.
High snap again, brought down. Amambo elects not to hand it off. Throw in. Nice defensive play there. Coming down was LaRue in coverage. The quarterback also plays defensive back. Batting down the pass intended for number 3, Kensley Joseph.
I think that Crazy Frogs feel like they can match up and play tight. Now, that is a bit of lanes, but at the same time, like, they feel like they can match up and play tight coverage. And that's man, if you can do that against a team like this, that's going to be very important.
Okay, and ask you something about their coverage after the snap. Amambo, he hands it off this time. Running towards end zone, tackled well short was number 2, Stella Jean-Georges. So you talked about playing man defense, right, for the Crazy Frogs. How do you beat that if you're LDN, especially in the red zone?
Double moves. Always double moves. In and out on the goal line, that type of thing. No, I think they were probably in lanes there the last couple of plays, but it plays out like man coverage type thing. But they'll feel comfortable doing that. I think that, well, trips, here we go.
Yeah, trips to the right for LDN.
He likes his number 2, the innermost receiver on trips to run a back of the end zone, hook or in. We'll see if he hits it there.
Yeah, Mambo brings down the high snap again, goes to
That's
his
what he was
right.
looking
Quick
for.
throw!
Oh, Lord.
And that was a drop, though, I think, by Jean-Georges. The defensive back came over. Let's see on the replay here. Defensive back came over, but I think he might have actually missed the ball. Let's see here on the replay. So number 0, the defensive back fighting through the bodies. Yeah, I think he missed the ball there. And that was Xavier Tremblay.
That was could have been a pick six. That would have been a huge, huge play in the game.
Yeah, again, Tremblay trying to make the pass deflection right there. He couldn't do it. Tremblay, of course, lost yesterday. His team, the Goons, losing in the finals yesterday. Heartbreaking loss for Tremblay.
Showing man-to-man. Oh, a lot of time with the rusher
Mambo
offside.
gets it. Yes, it'll be a
Just
free
gotta
play
wait.
essentially right here. Pass to the end zone off the hands of Jean-Georges again. But again, oh no, the same turnover on down. So no flag on the play there.
Yeah, the rusher came back.
Yep. So yeah,
Legal
you're allowed.
play.
Yeah, exactly. So you're allowed. So if the rusher
And
goes
there
outside,
was again. That was pure man-to-man coverage.
So what you're allowed to do as a rusher, if you go offside, I mean, you're supposed to be 7 yards back from the line of scrimmage. If you advance before the ball is snapped, you're offside. But you're allowed to reset, get back to the rusher line, the rusher cone, if you will, reset yourself, and then continue to rush. And that's what happened there with Vero. So turnover on downs, big stand by the Crazy Frogs defense now, commanding lead right now, 10-0 in this contest. But they get the ball now at the 1 yard line. So we see official on the right side, Bruce Hogan, forgetting to set the first down marker, 10 yards down. So now play continues. Leroux gets the snap, shovel pass to the left. To Tremblay makes one man miss, trying to make another. Solid tackle there after a gain of about 6, maybe 7 on the play.
Same little shovel pass, this time to the other side of the field to start the drive like they did last time. Tough. It's a tough play to defend. Like, you don't want to overplay the shovel, even if you know it's coming. You don't really want to overplay the shovel because they will hit you with something else. But it's just something to keep in mind if you're LDN. Like, hey, first play, so far, 2 drives, shovel pass on the first play of both drives. Here's trips.
So trips to the left now for the Crazy Frogs offense. Second and about a long 3, maybe 4. Leroux gets the snap. He's going down deep. He has a player wide open on the sideline. Oh!
What are we going to call here? No catch.
Yeah, they're saying, incomplete. I think that's a good call there by the official on the left-hand side. We saw the receiver there. That was number 2, and Matisse Danjou. She had the ball for a second, but once she tried to make a movement with it, she dropped it.
What a great play call. The rusher wheel and a great throw, and then she's coming down. As she's doing the ballerina, she's twirling around, can't grip the ball. Great play, though.
Yeah, Danjou, the snapper, as you were saying, good wheel route by her. Double quarterback option again over to Vero.
Oh, boy.
Vero's going to run. He has a ton of space in front of him. And a good tackle there in the open field by Joseph, but not after a gain of at least 7 or 8 and a first down for Crazy Frogs.
This is the problem when you play against an offense like this. You need specific answers to the test.
Right.
And
yep.
right now, LDN does not have those answers because it's going to keep coming in. They're going to throw another double pass. They're going to throw the shovel. They're going to throw they're going to go trips and run the snapper on the wheel. Like, those are such specific flag stuff. Here it is again.
And there's another shovel pass again. You called it.
Like, you need answers, or else they're just going to play with you the whole time.
You see number 4, Kaylee Bernard. They're getting the catch. Pick up of about, say, 3, maybe 4 on the play.
And, like, they're okay with that on the first and 10. Because eventually there's going to be some sort of fake shovel. They're going to go over top, do something like that. So they're okay with getting a few yards because they're going to have a big play eventually out of it.
Here comes the move. Fake the shovel. He's going to run now. Takes it to the sideline. Good tackle in the open field there by Joseph. Near the sideline. A gain of only about 2 yards there on that scramble by Leroux. And so, Seth, now what that does, and that small gain on that run, you can't run on back-to-back plays in FlagPlus football. So now you know right now the Crazy Frogs have to pass. If you're the LDN defense, are you looking to play man here? Are you looking to play zone? What are you looking to do?
Yeah, I'm playing zone. I think that they probably have enough ideas versus man. I think they have some good matchups versus man, so I would probably play zone.
All right, so let's see what the Crazy Frogs offense do.
Man.
Good snap, toss to the flat.
Oh, what
to
a
the left-hand
play.
side. Yeah, good defensive play
What
there.
a play.
Nice bat down. Ball intended for Tremblay, batted down by number 24, Sam Safard.
What a play by Sam Safard. Like, that's what you want to do versus man, right? Run routes that break in either direction or deep, obviously. Runs a 10 out, has separation, ball's thrown a little behind, and Sam makes a freaking great play. Big play here, man. 4th down.
Yeah, 4th and about 3 right here.
I think we're getting man-to-man again. Now does he see it pre-snap?
So LaRue gets a snap, double quarterback option again. LaRue's looking to run. He says he throws to the end zone. Touchdown. Xavier Tremblay, and you saw right there, set the defense bit up. They thought LaRue was going to run because it was short yardage. He elected to pass at the last second and found a man wide open for the TD.
Look, it's all a trickle-down effect from not putting your fast guy as a rusher. Because now the quarterback breaks contain, you're playing man coverage, and the corner stops his feet thinking, hey, I got to go stop the quarterback because he broke contain because the rusher can contain him, and then we go down the field for an easy touchdown, 16-0.
1 point converted 10, pass over the middle.
17-0.
Yeah, good job by LaRue. Went to his right, threw to his left, had a player wide open. 17-0 lead right here for the Crazy Frogs.
Yeah, this is a game that spirals, and I've been on the other side of playing against an offense like this where it spiraled out of control, and I know I get what LDN is thinking right now, playing against this type of offense. It's tough. They got to score. They got to score like right now.
So just more than 6 minutes remaining, as you can see on the clock at home. Left here in this first half. It has been a donut on the scoreboard so far for LDN. Let's see if they can respond now in the next offensive drive. So Mambo gets a snapper. Look, a change of snapper also for the LDN offense. And a nice run by Amambo down the right sideline. Picks up more than enough for the first down.
Great play. Beating the rusher. Didn't have much down the field. Beats the rusher. Got to keep his hands down if you're Charles Verreau.
So the same before, a change of snapper. So it was Sam Safard again who had the bad snap for the safety on the first snap of the game. He was in there for the second offensive series. Now it's number 11, Ishak Cassiazou, who's that snapper. He's been busy in his postseason so far, 172 yards, 1 touchdown on 19 receptions. Here comes Azou over the middle, tries to make a player miss.
Nice tackle.
Yeah, good tackle. You're absolutely right. So pick up of about 8 yards right there. So a good catch and run by Cassie Azou.
It's good finding the open receiver, keeping it simple. You're going to have to eventually create explosive plays down the field or with your legs if you're Sam Momombo. Like, that's fine too. You don't have to yet. We're not. It's still the first half. It is a big lead. It's still the first half.
Well, he did have a explosive play a few plays ago down the right sideline on a pass. Oh, well behind the intended receiver. And that's a pressure right there by Verreau in the face of Amambo. Yeah, pass intended for Nor Sassy.
And, you know, one of the differences, you look at this Crazy Frogs defense, they will rotate coverage. They will try and trick you, and that's what happens there. He doesn't like his first read. They rotated the safeties. Has to hold on to the football.
And Amambo running down the left side. It looks like it's going to be enough. Yeah, it will be enough for a first down. He gets the ball at the 11-yard line. So you talked about, tight coverage right there, set by the Crazy Frogs defense, but a good run right there by Amambo.
And I think Charles is going to make a sack or two in this game, but for the most part, Sam can beat him, right? Like, Charles is not like this elite rusher. He's doing it. He's doing a job right now because they have to play him at rusher. So Sam is going to have some opportunities.
First down snap here. Amambo looks to his right. And that pass, I think Verreau might have got a piece of that one there. Intended again for the snapping Cassie Zoo.
Looks like it was man coverage again.
So, yeah, you're right. So the Crazy Frogs are playing man coverage again. So they're in the red zone a little further away, though, than what they were last time. How do you beat that? Like, if you have a little bit of space now, how do you beat that if you're the LDN receivers?
It's always double moves. It's always man-to-man equals double moves and routes that break hard in or out or post.
Right, so let's see if LDN elects to go that way. Fake slant, pass over the middle, caught by the snapper. Good tackle, saving a touchdown right there.
But gain of 9 yards, so it's going to be 3rd and 1.
Yeah, Bernard
And
saving.
and like, so it's two things here. If you're playing against this Crazy Frogs defense in your LDN.
So Bernard saving the touchdown. So the referees are saying it's 3rd down. The players, at least on Crazy Frogs, are saying it's 4th.
I believe it's 3rd.
I think it's 3rd down, to be honest. But let's wait and see. Yep, 3rd down exactly. The officials were right. Passed a little gamesmanship there by Crazy Frogs, trying to convince people it was 4th down.
So now are we going to get tight man again, or are we going to get lanes on the goal line?
Oh, let's find out. Snap, Amambo looks to his right. Pass to the fly. Oh, and that's dropped, and that would have been a first down. That's Jean-Georges. I think that's about a 3rd drop of the game right there, and that's a huge one because that would have gave them the first down.
She's a good player, too. Like, she'll pick it up. She'll make some catches as this game goes on.
Yeah, 2nd leading receiver this postseason coming into the game. 5 receptions on 6 targets for 47 yards and 2 TDs. Would have had her 6th reception right there, but again, unfortunate drop. So now setting up a big 4th and 1. We saw Crazy Frogs last time made a goal line stand with their defense. Can they make another one to keep that shutout on the scoreboard? Oh, snapper goes outside. Oh, they're calling false start, though. It's going to be on the receiver, number 6.
That's rough.
That's Anissa Bushmela going offside. So should the offense will go back 5 yards here. So instead of a 4th and 1, it's going to be now 4th and 6.
To me, yeah, that and this is different. Like any play inside the 5-yard line, I think you're okay. But now you're at the 7. Like now you can score. You can get a first down without scoring. But at the same time, like you got to. Routes have to develop now. You're a little further. Routes have to develop. It's going to be a little tougher.
So let's see now again being backed up after the penalty. Let's see what LDN does. Snap. Amambo looks to his right. He throws there to the end zone. Off the fingers. Oh, caught. But out of bounds. Great defensive play there by LaRue. Getting a hand on the ball, knocking it away. The receiver was able to make the catch, but unfortunately he fell out of bounds. And that was a snapper again in Kasi Azu. So with 40
really on that one, you can see it's just the spacing between the 2 receivers. So LaRue plays that route that goes inside of him, but that corner route is right by him. The spacing isn't good. He's able to come off the route that he's actually covering and make a play. And minute 34 left, 17-0 with the ball again, Crazy Frogs.
Snap to LaRue, looks to his left. His Tremblay, he's tackled right away. So, yeah, the scoreboard here in the complex says 90 seconds and counting now. Another scoreboard you have at home is frozen actually at 49 seconds. So, yeah, you're right, Steph. So, it's about 1:20 and counting now remaining here in the first half. So, 2nd and about a long 2 right now.
They're going to try and milk this clock and score as late as possible. Or not.
LaRue gets a snap. He's going deep to Vero. Good defensive play, getting back in coverage at the last second. Looked like he was burnt, but the defensive back was able to jump up there and make a play that appears to be at number 3, Kensley Joseph.
They got the safety down. What do you like versus a safety down? I think that should be more of a hard post. That's the way I would like it. Hard post across the field. You have so much space, especially when you get the safety low, whether it was man or just cover 3 and the safety was low. Run across the corner's face. Now the ball was a little outside, and it allowed the corner to make a good play.
Comes the rule now. He gets the ball on 3rd, looking to run. He does. He picks up the first down.
What a tackle.
Ooh, he gets tackled. Will it be short? No, just picked up the first down, but about a yard, maybe 2. So 57 seconds remaining in the first half.
He's going to beat the rusher every time unless they change. I mean, that's the game. If they don't change rushers, I mean, it's already 17-0. And if they don't change, and they're getting the ball to start the second half, so if they don't change rushers, like it could be a long day for LDN.
Yep. So obviously with the pro clock, the clock is running right here.
Here's a little shovel pass. Nope.
And LaRue gets a snap. He looks to his left. He's going deep. Wheel route again. Caught by Danjou. Does she get into the end zone? No, she doesn't. Tackle that about the 2-yard line, but a first down for Crazy Frogs.
Yeah, so same formation that they ran the snapper wheel last time. They do it again. They get it. Another really nice throw. Man, this offense is humming. And I just keep saying the same thing. Like it's not like they're running a ton of different plays. They're just running the right plays. and they're running flag football plays, and you need a flag football answer for that, and LDN just doesn't have it.
So Leroux gets a snap now. He rolls to his right, throws to the side of the end zone, out of the hands, though, of Vero. Rare drop there by Charles Vero. 21.5 seconds remaining on the clock.
And they're honestly, like, they're okay with this. They don't want LDN to get the ball back, even with 15 seconds, because LDN can be explosive. So yeah, you're not trying to not score right now, but they're not in such a hurry, and second and goal from the 2, like, they're okay.
So Leroux giving some last-minute instructions to his receivers. Gets behind the snapper. Gets the pass, goes to his right, pass it. Oh, and off the hands of the receiver. A drop right there by number 5, Frederic Leclerc.
Yeah, now we're getting a little into like maybe we should score territory, but still 18.2 left. You got 2 downs. People have been open on both plays, the first and second down plays, so I don't think they're really that worried.
So about 11 seconds remaining on the clock here. Leroux and his offense still have a little bit of time now to make a play, maybe a second one as well. Leroux gets a snap, rolls to his left, thrown to the back of the end zone. Caught, touchdown! Crazy Frogs extend their lead. Another touchdown for them, and this game is starting to look like it's going to get out of hand.
Going for 2 now, up 23-0. Like you said, this game is getting out of hand.
Yeah, the touchdown right there was by Danjou. So 2-point conversion here, attempt at least, for the Crazy Frogs, looking to make it a 25-0 lead. Of course, right now they're up 23-0. Leroux pass to the corner of the end zone, over the heads of both players who were down there. So 23-0, 7.4 seconds remaining on the clock. If you're LDN right now, Steph, are you just taking a knee and going to the second half, or you're going to try and maybe get a long bomb, a Hail Mary off?
You got to score, man. The other team gets the ball. Like, you got to score, or else it's going to be tough. So I would, like, you have enough time to maybe 3 plays, maybe, but really 2 plays. If they play off, which they are, Crazy Frogs is playing off, you got to hit the ball down the sideline, get out of bounds at about 15 yards. That's, you don't want to live in a world where you're throwing.
And that's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you, do you want to cut the field in half here, or do you want to take a shot?
Have to cut it in half.
So
to
trips
the
to the right.
Receiver. Throw it to the ISO.
Mambo gets the snap. Quick pass to the right-hand side.
Go out of bounds.
Oh, and a slow run out of bounds there by Jean-Georges. And she took too much time off the clock. So, yeah, that'll do it. End of the first half. 23-0 lead right now, commanding lead for the Crazy Frogs over LDN. Not what we expected here in this Co-Ed 2 championship, but that's what it is right now. Can LDN respond and make it a game? We'll find out in just a few moments.
I think that. Wait, don't switch to. I think that this is a team that, in Crazy Frogs, that is just a bad matchup for LDN. Like, clearly LDN's a good team. Yeah. Clearly they know how to play. Okay. This is just as bad of a matchup. Are the individual players better or worse than the other players on the other side? No, they're about equal. They're about equal. But we have a team that is that is in their bag, as they say, and a team that is very much struggling to catch up to all the stuff that the Crazy Frogs are throwing at them.
So again, you look at the tail of the tape, right? You look at the rosters. For Crazy Frogs, they only have 6 players playing in this game right now, whereas LDN, they had 11 eligible, but they have 10 on the field right now. So you figure maybe someone gets a little tired for the Crazy Frogs. You want to wear them out. That hasn't been the case. The team with the less players seems to have the most zip right now, the most energy. But you talked about it, right? Just one team is just outplaying the other in terms of playmakers. And we talked about playmakers at the beginning of this broadcast, right? If you're LDN, and it's not just their offense, it's their defense as well, right? They're giving up a lot of open routes, a lot of open passes. How do you kind of settle things down defensively if you're LDN?
First thing is you change the rusher. Don't let the quarterback out of contain. Now, he's a fast guy, but he's not like the fastest guy you've ever seen. So change your rusher, get the matchups, and then, maybe it's playing, matching up, person on person in terms of like the skill set versus a skill set. Maybe playing more man coverage, maybe playing more rotating your coverage. Like they're playing a lot of cover 3 with the safety deep or man, like maybe rotating the coverages, rotating the safeties. If not, if you rotate the coverage, you might get a pick. The quarterback doesn't see what's happening, might get a pick out of it. You need that right now. You need like 4 picks to get back in the game.
And offensively for LDN, obviously, we've seen a lot of mistakes, right? If you're Sam Mambo, I mean, you're a quarterback yourself. If you're Sam Mambo, what do you tell your team in the huddle? Because there's been a lot of drops right now from his receivers.
Basically, when you're getting man, you got to run the routes that break, like I said. And then when Crazy Frog runs their crazy safety rotations, that's where you got to hold on to the ball, let them rotate. Let them tire themselves out by rotating, and then find the open receiver. We'll see what happens.
All right, so Crazy Frog start the second half of the ball. And
There
a
we
sack
go.
right there. There you
Here
go,
we go.
exactly. Big sack to start the second half. So that's Sanya Longshot. We talked about her on offense. She's been great on defense. 4 sacks in the postseason so far, and a big one right there. So now second and long now facing the Crazy Frogs offense.
But that's what I'm saying. And I know he called it in the huddle to throw just a 9, a go ball. But when they got man coverage, that route should adjust to a post, and it would have been a touchdown.
So loss of about 5 yards on the sack. So now setting up 2nd and 15 now for the Crazy Frogs offense. The road goes to the corner route. His Tremblay tackled after the catch there by Safard.
When you need to play in flag football, 6-on-6. Honestly, when you need to play in tackle football in the NFL and college, what do you call sail route? Go by the outside receiver, a 10 out or 10 corner, 8 corner by the slot, and a flat route by someone from the other side. It's usually the snapper. It is always open.
So Tremblay for 12-yard gain right there on second now. Setting up now 3rd and 3 for this Crazy Frogs offense. Just a little bit shy of midfield. The Rue gets the snap now. Goes to the right. Oh, and a pass. The receiver was open, but the pass a little too far there, intended for Donjou. So now setting up a big 4th and 3 right now. And I got to ask you, Steph, if you're LDN and you can make the stop here, how much momentum does that give you?
It starts the ball rolling in your direction. It's not picking up steam yet, but it at least starts the ball rolling in your direction. They need this play. I mean, this is it, right? Like, you're down 23 points. You need to stop all the time. Like, you cannot give up anything, so they need this play. Trips, are they going to get the wheel route or the shovel?
There's a trip to the left here from the Crazy Frogs.
There's the wheel.
The wheel is coming, and it's open again.
She's in.
Bad adjustment once again by the LDN defense. That's the 3rd time in a row they've run that play, and the Crazy Frogs, except for one catch where the receiver can hang on to the ball or get a feet in bounds, and has been successful besides that. Big first down by the snapper.
Nice catch. She is definitely in.
Yeah, Donja has been money so far this evening for her squad.
Like I said, it's not a lot of plays. They're just calling the right ones. Quarterback's making a lot of good decisions here. And that's why I say, like, rotate your coverage, do some funky stuff. You might leave some people open, but at least you can jump routes and stuff because you need to get back in the game now. Like, you can't wait. There's under 17 minutes left. Like, you can't wait. You got to get a jump on a route or something.
It's about the 9-yard line. LaRue rolling to his left, throws across body, tipped up in the air and out of bounds. Amamo there with some good coverage on the back end.
So and that's the play they have off of the shovel pass. Might just be a read. It might not be like an actual play progression, just a read progression. Just throws it a little bit behind, but he also had 2 receivers in the same area, so maybe there was some miscommunication there.
Second down from the 9-yard line for the Crazy Frogs offense. 2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Base formation for the Frogs. Pass to the end zone. Juggled and picked off. LaRue intercepted after deflection. The ball bounced off of looks like about 3 pairs of hands right there. And Amambo coming down with the INT.
It starts. It's got to start somewhere.
So LDN now for a little bit of life right here. Let's see if they can capitalize on it now.
Honestly, one of the first, like, kind of wasn't the worst decision of all time, but one of the poorer decisions by the quarterback Leroux in this game, who's been honestly perfect. Little bit of a tight coverage, though he did put the ball in an okay spot. Receiver, not his fault that it got intercepted for sure.
So they pick up the ball, start with the ball, put him at the 10-yard line. That pass, looks like Vero might have got a piece of that. He pulled the flag, obviously, of a Mambo, but the pass just kind of falls incomplete in front of the intended target.
Yeah, now like they're looking. It's tough. It's tough. A lot of their routes are running into the zone defenders. They're not really creating that spacing, the conflict on the defenders. Same play. Same
And
result.
here's a sack. Yeah, exactly. So now the sack is good there by Vero. So
There's
lots
just-
of
there-
lots
right
of
now-
5 there on that sack by Vero.
Right now, there's just not enough in LDN's. Again, we said it before. There's not enough in LDN's bag to get to create conflicts on the Crazy Frogs defense. So back-to-back plays, you run the same play, trying to get these routes over the middle of the field, thinking it's man coverage. It's not man coverage on both plays, and you have a problem. Here's a running back in the backfield.
Yes, this usual formation, or formation definitely the LDN favors. And here is the handoff. So Jean-Georges there with the carry, getting some of those sack yards back. Actually, she got them all back, so she got a gain of 6 right there.
I think my issue with that play is, like, if you're gonna run the football, who do you want running the football? If you're gonna call a run play in flag where you can't call consecutive run plays, who do you want running the ball? You want your best, your quarterback, who's your best player, with the ball in his hands. So they do get the sack yards back. Big third down here. 4th down.
Here's a play on Mambo going deep to the right-hand sideline. He has a player. Oh, there was a player open. It looks like, and that was Sassy. I'm not sure she either misjudged the ball or
Well,
what there.
they came back with the wheel themselves, right?
Yep.
They've been getting the wheel on defense. They saw it. They said, let's call it ourselves, and overthrown. She was open though.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an overthrow right there. Again, I was wondering if the receiver, not sure she misjudged the ball, thought she didn't have to put as much speed into that route. Because, yeah, she was wide open. That would have been a touchdown for sure. But fortunately for LDN, they not only give the ball back to their opponents, they give it back now deep in their own territory. Crazy Frogs taking over now at the LDN 11-yard line. LaRue gets the snap, looking to put the nail in the coffin.
Same play.
Yeah, right to Tremblay. He makes the catch this time.
Bobbled it a bit, but he makes the catch. Same coverage, same play. It's like Groundhog Day.
Long shot with the tackle right there. So now it's 1st and I want to say 4 here right
Second
now.
down.
Pardon me, yeah, sorry, 2nd and 4 right here, I should say. So obviously, Crazy Frogs looking to punch the ball in the end zone, but if they can, at least they're looking to get a 1st down to extend this drive. They have a lot of opportunity, though, again, on 2nd down. Rolling to his left is LaRue. He's going to run. Touchdown, Edouard LaRue. And the Crazy Frogs extend their lead now 29-0.
Not in the red zone. All you got to do is beat the rusher. A great play after he beats the rusher, but it's too easy right now. It's too easy.
So just more than 12.5 minutes remaining here in the second half, and this game has been all Crazy Frogs.
I've been on the other side of a championship game blowout. It's not fun. It's not fun, man.
I've been on the winning side of a championship game blowout. I can tell you it is a lot of fun, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. So right now the Crazy Frogs looking to make it a 31-0 lead as they go for a 2-point conversion here. The roof pump fake to the right, and he ends up going there on the 2nd attempt, but over the hands of the receiver and number 5 there, and Leclerc. 29-0. I mean, there's not much more to say than that. If LDN wants to stage a comeback, they're going to have to do it and do it now. They're running out of chances, running out of time here in this contest.
Honestly, it's the time that's the biggest thing, because this clock is going to run. This clock will not stop until the end of the game at this point. The chances that they can get it to within a 16-point game before that 2-minute warning is going to be tough, and that clock is going to run. You got 11 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Amambo fake going to the right. They ended up going there after all.
And now if you're Crazy Frog, like, man, just let them kind of march the field. If they score, they score. But if you can allow a touchdown on like a 7-play drive, like, you're good, man. You're good.
And as an actual, what does that say about the awareness right now of Amambo and his offense? They need to be fast-paced here.
They got to go. fast-paced, and they got to just throw the ball up sometimes.
Mambo looks to run, passes to the right, bounces off a receiver's hand, and falls incomplete right in front of the feet of Tremblay.
Yeah, like incomplete pass, the ball rolls 20 yards down the field, you go bet it, now you huddle. Like, I understand that there's probably the chances that they come back in the game are like slim. I understand that, but if they want to, they got to go down the field now, and they got to go no huddle.
Here's a chance, short yardage situation here. LDN needs about a yard and a half for the first down, and they get it. Good catch over the middle there. Contested catch by Casey Azul. He was actually kind of fighting the ball as he caught that one. Yeah. Good catch by him.
Good catch.
So they move the change. Yeah, there you go.
Gotta go.
Better late than never, I guess, if you're LDN. Mambo calls for the ball. He gets it. Fakes to the left. Goes to the right. Hits the receiver on the sideline who should be getting out of bounds, but he doesn't. And that's Safard, their number 24.
Like, with the Crazy Frogs defense, like if you don't realize what's going on, because they rotate, it's not random how they rotate their players in coverage, but it allows things to be open down the field.
On a pass back over the middle to the snapper. Lost the ball near the goal line.
So, like, I've always said the way to beat these rotating defenses is just to hold on to the ball and let them rotate. Let the corner shoot to the middle of the field. Well, if the corner's shooting to the middle of the field and you run the receiver on a go route, well, there's a chance that the receiver's going to be open. But it's like you got to let them rotate themselves, to kind of tire themselves out with the rotations, and then throw the ball down the field.
It's a first down now, first and goal at the 2-yard line now for LDN, looking to get their first touchdown of the game. Pass to the corner. Oh, hit the official there right in the stomach. And unfortunately, that wasn't the intended target.
I think maybe an offensive pass interference. There was so much man. Yeah, there it is. Great call by the referee, actually.
Yes, third down. Yeah, you're right. Flag on the play. So it's going to go against Casey Azus. We saw he was running that corner route. He kind of pushed off on the defender. And
clock is ticking.
So it looks like the Crazy Frogs declined. We definitely saw the flag being thrown because the Crazy Frogs declined the penalty.
Pass anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, because it would be second and about 5 yards back, I should say. Pass to the end zone through the hands of the intended receiver. Once again, the snapper and Casey Azu. So just to go back to that penalty like you're talking about, right? It was declined because it would have set up second down instead of third down.
And now,
so now
it's fourth down.
Exactly. You did a quick math right there. So fourth down and
so
goal from the 2-yard line.
So they got what they wanted. That man-to-man defense, what do you do against man? Routes that break. The snapper gets open, just the ball is a little too off. And that's kind of what it's been a little bit. I think schematically they were beat today, LDN, but also off by an inch or two in a lot of places on offense.
So let's see what they decide to kind of close that gap, to close those inches up. LDN here offensively, fourth and goal from the 2. And that's going to be a false start. So LDN doing themselves no favors right here. So instead of having the ball from the 2-yard line, they're going to have it back from the 7 now.
And the clock continues to run on a no play.
Yep.
Because that's just how it is.
So number 10, Ketsia Lacroix, taking the penalty for LDN. Lacroix, 4 receptions for 23 yards and a touchdown coming into tonight. So fourth and goal now from the 7 for the LDN offense. Again, looking for their first points of the game with 7 minutes and counting remaining in this contest. Double quarterback option now for LDN. And Casilla Zoo has it. Looking to hit his quarterback, Amambo. Goes to the end zone. Touchdown! LDN, they get on the board.
Nice
Samuel Amambo.
Nice catch. Wow. That is a nice catch. And if you're LDN, at least you can clip one play for Instagram tomorrow morning.
Wow. At least you're not getting shut out, I think, is a more important thing. But hey.
Sick catch. Wow.
Yeah, Mumbo. So I'll be honest with you, man. I think that pass was intended for Jean Georges in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, I think so.
But Amambo reaching up there and saying, you know what, I'll take care of this. Let me make sure we get something here. So now, obviously, LDN going for 2 to make it a 29-8 game here. Let's see if they could pull it off. Double quarterback option again. Casilla Zeus is back. Amambo's going to run. Can he get it in? So he does, but a flag on the play here. Not sure if it's going to be a flag guard or... No, so that's waved off. Yeah, so the convert is in. So 29-8 lead now for the Crazy Frogs.
Look, the Crazy Frogs, all they have to do is not throw a pick on the first play, and they're just let the clock run. Even if you punt on fourth down, which I don't think that's going to happen, but even if you punt on fourth down, like, you're okay right now. I know they're going to try and score some more points, as they should, as is their God-given right as a flag football team.
Let's see. Trips to the right. Let's see if they score some more points here. Shovel pass to Vero. He catches it, brings it right up the middle. Didn't pick up a first down, but he came mighty close. A pickup of about... Oh, no, my apologies. Yeah, they're giving him about 10 yards. Yeah, they're giving him 10 yards right there, so the first down. I thought it might be about 9.5, but no, they said it was 10.
That's why we trust the referees, Brent.
Yeah, fair enough. In my defense, though, the referee on the right-hand side, Bruce Hogan, he stopped before the first down. He waited from the far side official to signal first down, but all right. His play continues here. First down. The Crazy Frogs extend the drive. They get the snap now. LaRue looking to his right. He throws to the left. That wheel route is open again. Oh, and off the hands of the receiver who puts her hands on her head in disbelief. And that was number 4 for the Crazy Frogs. Wow, she was wide open for that TD. And Kaylee Bernard.
Oof. Yeah, but this is kind of what I'm talking about. So LDN actually rotates their safeties. They kind of end up in cover 2 to one side of the field. Well, to both sides of the field, but cover 2 with a safety rotation. So you just let them rotate, and then that wheel route's going to come open late. And it does, and unfortunately it's a drop.
And that left-hand side of the field, the right-hand side of the LDN defense has definitely been their weakness all afternoon here. Quick shovel pass. Bringing up the sideline is Danjou. Danjou has been solid so far in this game.
Nice play, man. Just they got the plays. Like they know how to play flag football. I don't know if there's anything else to say other than that. They know how to run a flag football offense.
So now just outside of 3 minutes remaining in this contest again, 29-8 is the lead. 21-point lead for the Crazy Frogs to go trips to the right now on offense. So officials timeout here. Yeah, the ball should be advanced a little bit more.
Because it's right on the 10-yard line. So didn't put the other cone.
Yeah, rare error there by the officials. So play continues here. Ball at the 10-yard line, just outside of the red zone for the Crazy Frogs, looking to add to their lead in the 9 minutes of this contest. Split formation to the right. Crazy Frogs pass it in zone, corner route, and it's almost intercepted.
Great read, great jump on the ball by the corner, man. You know, it's a smash concept where you have basically a corner, look like kind of a slot fade, but I think it was a corner route by a slot and then a hook on the outside, and that's how you play it as a corner. You play in between, and then jump the ball after it's thrown. Really nice play.
Pass intended for number 5, Frederic Leclerc. Almost making an interception there was Kensley Joseph, again, one of the top defensive backs on this team. Same formation now by the Crazy Frogs where they run the same play they do, but now LaRue's going to run with the ball. LaRue getting to the end zone. Touchdown! 35-8 lead now for the Crazy Frogs.
35-8, clock running. I think this game, we can put it to bed. Crazy Frogs with a dominant win here in the championship game against one of the better teams in co-ed too. But like I said, I think this is just a matchup thing. Like this was, we didn't know it until basically the 4th play of the game. But after that, it was like, oh, this is just a bad matchup for LDN, and that's too bad.
So we see now Crazy Frogs looking to add on a little bit more. 2-point convo here, looking to make it a 37-8 game. LaRue gets a snap. 2 quarterbacks back. And that pass falls incomplete, knocked away at the last second in the back of the end zone. So we've seen a lot of 2 quarterback options. We saw 3 right there, made famous by, of course, the Braves in Division 1. Crazy Frogs elected to do that as well, but not throw to either the quarterbacks to the left or to the right of LaRue.
Yeah, I think he just was in a situation where he was like, I'm going to throw the ball, and that's it. And this is going to be the last play of the game.
Yep, so 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And again, because of the pro clock, you have to be essentially within 2 touchdowns, really 16 points for the clock to stop after the first downs and all that stuff. But obviously that is not the case in this one. Pass to the sideline is caught. Play continues right here.
I think they added a minute. I think the clock was running. I think on the official clock it's 1:10 and counting, so a couple more plays.
Snap to Mambo. Looks to his right. He throws there.
And like even now, like this has just been the problem the whole game is like they have not been able to be explosive. We've seen one run of like 10 plus yards, but other than that, I don't even know if they have a pass completion of 10 plus yards. That's how dominant this Crazy Frogs defense has been.
Mambo gets a snap, goes to his right now, passes over the middle. A pass was high over the hands of the intended target, and Cassie Azul. And like I said earlier, right at halftime, Crazy Frogs only 6 players in this game, and to speak to the skill that they have in those players right here, their leading receiver in the postseason, Mathilde Silby, with 4 TD catches, I should say. She's not in the lineup. Nick Charvet, not in the lineup. Lauriane Potvin, another impact player, not in the lineup here. Again, rolling with just 6 players, compared to the 10 this afternoon here for LDN. Sometimes less is more, right?
Sometimes less is more. And these are 6 really good players, though.
A fastball sidearm pass from Mambo to the middle. Pick up. So now there's about 20 seconds remaining. LDN, again, just looking to make it a little bit more respectable, the final score.
Throw the ball in the end zone. Go score a touchdown.
Mambo gets a snap. Pass over the middle. Both receivers just kind of stopped their route. They weren't sure who the ball was going to. Setting a 4th down now. 4th and about half a yard. See the frustration on the face of a Mambo, the quarterback. He's going to run for the first down. He gets it. Tries to make it at the bounce. He's stopped, though, by LaRue. Little quarterback on quarterback play right there. First down for LDN. So now 15 seconds left. That's what the officials said. But now we see on the scoreboard. Scoreboard at home for you guys says about 16 seconds. Scoreboard in the complex says 2.5 minutes remaining. Pass to the end zone. Touchdown.
All right, well, finishing on a high note.
Get a fastball there. A rocket of a throw from the quarterback. Call for a touchdown in the back of the end zone.
Here we go. Onside
yeah,
kick.
yeah, that's exactly it. They better go for the onside kick.
You know what? You know what? Keep your season going as long as possible. Yeah. Get it. We pay a lot to be in this league, so might as well play every play you possibly can.
So the score is 35-14 in favor of the Crazy Frogs. So what are you calling here? Obviously, again, so on the onside play, you get the ball basically from your old 5 line. You have to get the ball to midfield. If you fall even half a yard short, you get the ball back to your opponents. If the defense knocks the ball down, so they cause an incompletion, they get the ball at your 5-yard line. If the defense picks it off, wherever that intercepting player gets tackled, that's where the offense gets the ball back. If the offense can get the ball past midfield, they get to continue the drive.
Run vertically with everyone and have your outside receiver run a deep in. That's the main Hail Mary, or the main play here. He's going to throw it.
Double quarterback option.
Okay, I like that. It's fine.
Jesus with it, throwing to a Mambo down the right sideline. The ball hung in the air way too long, though. And a Mambo makes the move on the sideline. Does he get the first down?
Game's over.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. That'll do it. 35-14 win for the Crazy Frogs, and they are your co-ed 2 division champions. On one side of the fair, pretty much, it got off to a rough start for LDN. That
didn't get better.
Safety, yeah, it didn't get better. Safety to start the game, and it was pretty much downhill all from there. Again, we saw a couple of offensive spurts, some touchdowns at the end of the game by LDN, but at that point the game was well out of hand. There's a dominating performance by the Crazy Frogs.
Yeah, like I said, styles make fights. And this was two completely different styles of playing flag. One style, one out. And that's the team that has a lot of, like, I would say flag experience in terms of knowing how to run a flag offense and defense. Too bad. It was a great season by LDN. They're a good team. They'll be back. I guarantee you that they will be back.
Okay.
But Crazy Frogs was the class of this game, man. They were incredible today.
And we see with LDN, right? I mean, listen, in the postseason, they scored 28, 34, and 33 points respectively. Obviously, well short of that today, only scoring 14 points on the scoreboard. Do you think it was just too many mistakes, or what do you think really held back the LDN offense?
I think, at the end of the day, it's like the play calling. They didn't really want to test them down the field. Eventually, you got to throw the ball. They're too good. Like, they're shooting underneath stuff. That's their game. Their game is shooting underneath stuff. So if you keep throwing underneath, you're gonna, and Sam did a good job, like, not throwing the ball into coverage, but at the same time he held on to the ball a long time. He took some sacks, and then couldn't get the ball down the field later in the down, like as the play was going on. So that to me was the main thing. And then defensively, I think it was just matchup based. Like they just didn't play with the right matchups on defense, and they got done in by some flag concepts. Trips where the snapper runs a wheel. Now, should they have picked it up after the third time? Yeah, probably. The shovel pass, the double quarterback stuff like that they were doing, not just on the goal line, not just on the conversion. So I think that's where they lost this game.
Okay, so we're going to shoot it down to the sideline to Jeff Rosenblatt, FPF president. He's going to present the the Co-Ed 2 Championship and the MVP award as well.
Okay, we're not ready yet.
Yep.
We don't have it yet. We are now watching on the field. Jeff talking to a cold microphone. I don't know what he's saying.
Okay.
Does the mic work or not?
By the way, the mic was kind of screwed up yesterday too.
Guys,
No, we lost camera connection.
Might have to do that again.
camera 2 is good. Okay, do it again. Count 2.
Sorry.
3, 2, 1. Okay, go ahead.
Try that again. We're here at field level, day 2 of the road show with the Winter 2025 Co-Ed 2 champs, Crazy Frogs. Can I get Captain Edouard Leroux with me, please? Edouard, quick question. I see you're only 6. You guys had an unbelievable season. I was at your semifinal game. What a game. How does it feel to be an FPF champion?
Very, very glad to be here. Honestly, we had like a dream run in the playoffs. We 6-4, and then made it out all the way to the final. So we're just glad to be able to compete all the way here.
And it's true. They went 6-4 in the regular season. Amazing playoff run. We had a very close debate for the finals MVP because Matisse had an unbelievable game, but it goes to the QB, Edouard Leroux. Congratulations. You guys had a great season. My question is, do you think there's a chance of going to Co-Ed 1 in the future?
I think we'd like that. Yeah, we were wondering at the start of the season what Co-Ed we should try out, but since we were fitting the Co-Ed 2 cap, we told ourselves might as well go for 2 first, and then if we're back, we'll definitely be in Co-Ed 1.
Sounds good. They're using the cap system as they're supposed to in FPF, but beware Co-Ed 1 teams. I think you're going to see Crazy Frogs doing some serious damage in the future. So once again, we have the 2025 Co-Ed 2 champs, Crazy Frogs. Back to you in the booth. Congratulations, guys.
All right, so
great win. Good season. Good season. Shao?
MVP of this contest.
Matisse, great game. Great game.
Won this game.
Yeah.
He won this game.
Okay, so let me ask you. So obviously you play in plenty of fish in Co-Ed 1. Do you think now the Crazy Frogs have what it takes to make the jump to play against you guys and the rest of Co-Ed 1?
Both those teams are Co-Ed 1 teams. Yeah. Like, that's just what it is. Both those teams are Co-Ed 1 teams. I've always said that the top teams in Co-Ed 2 are not only just like, they would kind of come up and lose a bunch of games in Co-Ed 1. No, they would compete in Co-Ed 1. Like, both those teams can compete in Co-Ed 1 for sure.
Are you saying, okay, compete is one thing. Championship contender?
Yeah, they're good teams,
okay.
man. Like,
okay.
Like, at some point, there's not, again, there's a middle class and a lower class of Co-Ed 2, which couldn't compete, but the top 3 or 4 teams like this. Like they're good. They're good, man.
Okay, so LDN and Crazy Frogs, you're here to hear. Seth Galina from Plenty of Fish is telling you guys it's time to step it up and join Co-Ed 1. We'll have to see, obviously, if that happens in the future. So, again, congrats to Crazy Frogs, your Co-Ed 2 division champions with a 35-14 W over LDN. Don't forget, coming up next, we have the Division 5B championship matchup between the 9-1 number 2 seed Maccabees and the 7-3 number 7 seed Dirty Dog. Steph and I will be on the call for that one. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back here to Complexe Sportif CN here in Broussard. We're at Boston Cephalina with you on this broadcast for the Division 5B Championship matchup between the number 2 seed 9-1 Maccabees and the number 7 seed the 7-3 Dirty Dogs. Both teams set played in the regular season back in Week 9. Maccabees escaping with a 22-19 victory. Turnovers played a huge role in that contest. Dirty Dogs quarterback Jacob Souls was picked off 3 times. Maccabees quarterback Shimmy Khan's picked off 4 times. Still got the win, however. Obviously, championship game, right? Turnovers are key. We saw in the last game we just did together. How much do you think turnovers will play a factor in this game again? 2 quarterbacks that like to air it out, but definitely have problems protecting the ball sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's obviously going to be the problem for both quarterbacks, protecting the ball. They're both playmakers, right? Both these quarterbacks are playmakers. Just got to cut it down. You got to find that line, right? Like, are you too much of a playmaker and then throw the ball to the other team? Or can you reel it in just a bit, make the right decisions, and get your team a championship win?
And with the Dirty Dogs, obviously, they have the Souls brothers. There's Noah, there's Carter Souls, there's Jacob Souls. No strangers to the FPF community, and some of them no strangers to the rules committee as well. A couple of suspensions earlier this year and that. We'll see what happens going forward in the future. How much of a factor do you think discipline will be in this contest quickly before we go to the field?
Well, it has to be a number 1 factor. I mean, like, you can't
First snap of the game here.
Can't take 15-yard penalties. Here we go.
That's a quick early snap there. Throw by Jacob Souls, number 8, Matthew Cadogan. So Cadogan, a reception on the left sideline. Good for about a gain of 7 there. So setting up 2nd and 3 now for this Dirty Dogs offense.
A classic first play in a flag football game, which is a hook to your wide receiver for 5 yards.
Pass by Souls over the middle. Nice tackle, though, in the open field. So a gain of only about a yard there.
What a play.
They're going to
come. No, they'll come back to that. I guarantee you. But what a tackle.
So the Maccabees wearing the double blue. Dirty Dogs wearing all black. Souls gets the snap, throws to the right-hand side. It's his brother Carter. Souls Carter takes it up the right sideline and over the middle for a first down.
Yeah, so Maccabees are going to allow them to kind of move the ball. They're going to play off, allow them to move the ball in the open field, and then do what they did in that first game, which is like pick them off down in the red zone.
So ball being placed now just past midfield, about 3 yards past the blue dot there that Jacob Souls is standing on. It identifies midfield. Souls gets the snap. He looks to his left. He goes there. Pass. Oh, flag on the play. Catch by Cadogan, but flag on the play.
There might be
here.
Offensive pass or 2 flags.
No, that's just the other one's a spot marker.
Spot. Yep, offensive pass interference. It's on the slot, coming across field, making contact with the defensive, the nickelback or the halfback. So that'll push him back.
Officials for today's game: Julien Prou on the right-hand side, Jason Leclerc on the left, Tara Mrakage, the head referee in the middle. You see signaling the penalty to the respective sidelines. So it's going to be 1st and 10 now. For Souls, he gets the snap. Number 22 looks to the left. He's a man over the middle, off his hands. And I tell you what, Steph, that's the Cardinal rule as a receiver, especially a guy wearing a Cooper Cup jersey, a Rams jersey, and obviously with the Seahawks. You got to catch the ball first before you start to run with it.
Thanks for that, Brent. Definitely.
Is that not a rule? Am I wrong?
You're right. Number 1
I mean,
rule
I
of
don't know. I did a couple of games yesterday with Kwesi Gordon-Mo, who I'm doing some games with later on. He said that's the cardinal rule number 1 for a receiver. Pass the end zone, intercept, not incomplete.
The DB turns just to see what's going on, and the ball is in his lap. And that is a huge play not made. Oh.
Yeah, so that pass is intended for Noah Souls.
I will say it hits him as he's turning his head. Like, he had no idea what was going on. Obviously, you'd love to see him reel the ball in, but that could have been a big play in this game already.
So Souls gets the snap. Lucky not to have turned over the ball in the last play. Pass to the right-hand sideline. Wide open receiver. And for the touchdown, no. First down, stopped short of the end zone, was number 2, Carter Souls.
Yeah, look, every time they need a play, they can throw the ball to the sideline, especially to the best receiver. Run your concepts over the middle of the field, see what you have, and then late in the down, like we just saw, throw that ball to the sideline. You know, you're getting off corners the whole game. Now we'll see how they change. Maccabees change up their defense now in the red zone.
So first and goal now for the Dirty Dogs. Souls gets the snap. He looks to his left, and is that intercepted?
Intercepted.
2 players have their hands on the ball. Let's see what the officials decide. The officials not coming together. All 3 officials talking it over now. Now, let's take the instant replay here. I mean, I think it's an INT, as do you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's close enough to simultaneous that they could give it to the offense. I would love to see it given to the defense because I think you got to reward a good play like that.
So they're saying touchdown.
Like, it's simultaneous enough. I think that the defender got there first, but it was close enough. And without the replay,
Right. So
I'm not sure what would happen if they would challenge it.
Right now, so it's going to be so they're saying it's short of the end zone actually. So that was Noah Souls, the receiver, and Jordy Melnick, the defensive back. So they're saying the ball was just short of the goal line. Souls rolling to his right, throws to his left.
Yeah.
The ball is caught. Touchdown. So dangerous. So always swung across your body is a dangerous idea, but I mean it works out there for Souls. We can see on the replay rolling to his right. Throws a bit across the body over the middle. I think that's Massimo Rosati with the catch.
What a catch. Oh, he's in. He's in.
So don't forget, an FPF, it's only 1 foot you need to have in balance to consider it a catch. So 6-0 lead, 1 point convo here. Trips to the right. Souls going to his right again. Back across his body once more to the left, and that ball falls out of place. So 6-0 lead for the Dirty Dogs over the Maccabees.
It was a long drive, too. 6 minutes, 6+ minute drive. Slowly matriculating their way down the field. And I think if you're Maccabees, you're looking at it saying, like, hey, we had 2 balls in our hands defensively on that drive. Like, let's just catch those balls and we can win this game. But we'll see what they can do in offense now.
So Maccabees being led onto the field by their quarterback, number 1, Shimmy Khans. 38 touchdown passes in the regular season, 11 INTs. 4 of those, as I mentioned earlier, coming in the Week 9 game, win, I should say, against the Dirty Dogs. Playoffs, he has 11 touchdowns and 3 INTs so far, completing just shy of 50% of his passes. There's a fastball over the middle. That's caught nice move, and then a second one. Looks like that was Jordy Melnick, and it is number 99 on the reception. First pass of the game for the Maccabees.
Yeah, and so this is going to be their offense. They move the quarterback a lot, and even when they don't move him on the snap, he is a runner. That's the offense. Like you said, not a high completion percentage, but there's a lot of big plays in this offense still.
So second and about 3 right now for the Maccabees offense.
Wide splits.
Khans gets the snap, fakes to his left. He's rolling to the right now, throws it back to the left. He has Matthew Fixman, number 7, on the grab. Good for a first down.
So and that's the hole, right? It's cover 3. The hole is underneath the safety. Basically, if the safety's going to play deep, then you're going to throw the ball underneath the safety. Now, what they do that works is because Shimmy's not like the tallest person in the world, he'll move, he'll roll out and create the angle so he can throw it back to his snapper in that void.
So ships to the right now. The receivers line up to the right-hand side of the quarterback. He's a center runner now. Drag on the knee, pass in the middle. It is intercepted. Noah Souls with the INT. Flag on the play, though.
I think it's after the catch. Illegal contact after the catch.
You're right. Yes, an INT forced there by the Dirty Dogs. They're going to get the ball at the 10-yard line and an extra 5 now, so they get the ball at the 15 because that penalty is going against the Maccabees.
Trips, you run guys across the field. He has the first crosser open, doesn't throw it, and then comes late after rolling out to the second crosser, but the safety was playing that the whole way. Not a great decision by Shimmy Khans.
Yeah, bad decision making indeed by the quarterback. So again, as I said, Dirty Dogs starting with the ball now at their own 15-yard line instead of the 10, which would be the case after a touchback. But again, a 5-yard penalty helping out now, making the field a little bit shorter for the Dirty Dogs. Here's a deep shot by Souls to the end zone. Just out of the reach of the intended receiver.
I assume he was throwing to the outside receiver, but that should be a touchdown. They caught him in cover 2 with the half deep. What do we love versus cover 2 in the half deep? 2 verticals. They got it. They called the right play at the right time. Just got to convert it.
Yeah, so not sure who that pass was intended for, as you talked about, right? 2 receivers pretty much in the same area, which is usually never a good thing. And luckily for the Crazy Frogs.
Usually not.
Pardon me, luckily for the Dirty Dogs, I should say. Didn't result in an INT. Now 2nd and long now facing their offense. Jacob Souls gets the snap, goes to his right, gets flushed to the left. Little fastball up in the air, and it's picked off. So we saw the pass go off the body of the receiver, plucked out of the air by a waiting defensive back. And now, after having a turnover of their own, the Maccabees get the ball back just before midfield.
So like I said, like Maccabees are like, hey, we've touched the ball on defense a lot so far. So if we can just catch him like they just did, we can stay in this game. Now they got to make better decisions on offense. But now, Shimmy Khans, he's seen the defense now. He's seen a drive, made a bad decision, but now he's back in it. Still 6-0.
So about 5 yards short of midfield. Pass the Melnick over the middle. He gets tackled after a gain of about 5, maybe 6 on. Yeah, 6 on the play.
Same play. They're going to start, they're going to try and start every drive with like an easy throw here. It's pretty much their bread and butter play, with the center running a little whip back to the quarterback and hooks on the other receivers.
Snap. Khans looks like he's going to run. He does. Gets tripped up at the last second. Oh, he's lucky. His header just avoided the knee of
that could have been a flag.
Noah Souls. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the Maccabees thought there should have been a flag for sure. Yeah, it might have been an inverted trip, actually.
Okay.
They said a player come down and make the tackle. I think the quarterback's foot just ended up getting tangled up in the player's leg.
But he doesn't get the first down.
No, yeah. About half a yard short.
3rd and absolutely nothing. 3rd and millimeters.
3rd and millimeters.
But they just ran, so he's got to throw the.
Yeah,
he's got to throw this football.
Exactly. In FPF, you cannot run on back-to-back plays. Khans gets a snap. He looks
nice
to the
play.
left. Post is open. It's caught. Touchdown. Maccabees. Lewis Epstein, number 12, gets his team on the board with 8:22 remaining in the first half, and we're all tied up at 6 apiece.
There it is. Safety plays low. Cover 2 with the corners deep. Nice read. Nice throw. Touchdown.
So the Maccabees now going for the 1-point convo here. Looking to take a 7-6 lead. So Khans giving some last-minute instructions to Epstein. Again, the player who just got the touchdown to tie this game up for the Maccabees. Khans gets a snap. He looks to his left. Face goes to the right. He has a lot of room and a lot of time. Pass across his body. And it falls incomplete, intended for Matthew Fixman, number 7 of the Maccabees. We are all tied up at 6 with 7.5 minutes of counting remaining here in the first half.
And look, at the end of the day, like Maccabees are going to be in this game if they can't stop the quarterback run. Now, not necessarily the quarterback running for yards, but the quarterback breaking contain and making plays like this. Obviously, in the red zone, still made a tight window, forced them to make a tight window throw. But that's going to be their key here in the game is stopping Shimmy Khans from breaking contain.
And I'll surprise you that right now the Dirty Dogs are having a bit of trouble doing that. Again, Dirty Dogs and the Maccabees, I'll finish my thought after this play, pass to the flat to Massimo Rosati. Rosati takes it up the left-hand side, but he gets tackled by Melnick. A gain of about 8 yards there on first down. So setting up now 2nd and short. We make it 3, so again it's 7. Both of these defenses, and the Maccabees and the Dirty Dogs, they tied for the number 1 spot. They both let in 165 points in the regular season. Basically, it's an average of just under 17 points a game. How surprised are you right now that the Dirty Dogs are having trouble containing Khans, or getting after him, I should say?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, he's a fast player. Like it's tough to contain him, but that's the key in the game.
Here's Souls now looking to get the ball off. He can't. He's sacked. Good effort right there.
And we can see the difference. So when Dirty Dogs can just take their time, when the first or second receiver, the primary or secondary receiver is open, it's all good. Once that rusher gets closer and closer to the quarterback, we see issues. We see errant throws that lead to interceptions, and we see sacks. And that's, look, the rusher quarterback duel is the underrated thing in every flag game, and we're seeing it play out like that in real time right now.
So the sack there by number 6, Justin Strinkler, pardon me, getting his first sack of the game. Nice corner route by Souls.
Nope.
He got one for them.
Nope.
No, he didn't. You wonder here maybe if the Dirty Dogs going to challenge that. Souls definitely thought he was in here. Don't forget in the finals you are allowed to challenge. Souls jumps up. No, his right foot came right down the line. Good call there by the official on the sideline, Jason Leclerc.
Big play now. Big play now. Now you're just going to play off if you're Maccabees. You're going to play a cover 3. Yep.
Souls gets the snap. He looks to the right. He's going deep. He has a man. Touchdown! Noah Souls with the catch, rather Carter Souls with the catch. And the Dirty Dogs retake the lead.
Corner was caught he almost makes the play, but the corner was caught. It was a go route and a seam. He plays in between the two. The thing is, it's a tough play. Obviously, it's cover 3, so you're going to run your verticals, your 4 verts to one side of the field. You want to play the outside receiver and then on the ball come in and play the seam, especially because you have safety help. But he plays too far inside and it's a touchdown.
1-point combo here. Oh, and it's juggled by Souls in the back of the end zone. So a beautiful goal route we saw there from number 2, Carter Souls. So the Souls-to-Souls connection is alive in this game. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the 1-point combo.
Man, that touchdown is so big to keep them in. Well, not to keep them in this game, but take the lead in this game. When the drive was not looking too good. Not a great looking drive, and then you hit a big play, and that's flag football.
And I want to ask you, so you see the snapper right there, number 7, Matthew Fixman. He was a corner on that play. At least to me, it looked like he just misjudged the ball because he tried to bat at it. He was in position. Looks like he just misjudged his timing. So Fixman now on the snap to Cons. Cons looks to his left. He goes to his right now. Pass over the middle. Off through the hands of Jordy Melnick. He was open momentarily but couldn't squeeze the ball.
Same play to start. They're just going to run that play every time they have a 1st and 10, basically. And so if you can get like a drop or an overthrow on that 1st and 10 play, which is like really should be an automatic 4 or 5 yards. If you can get a 2nd and 10, I mean that puts you in a great spot if you're Dirty Dogs.
So 2nd and 10 now facing the Maccabees, down by 6 with just inside of 3 minutes remaining here in the first half. Brent Bach and Steph Galena with you live at Complexe Sportif CN. Pass to the left sideline. That gets hauled in for a minimal gain. That was Strinkler.
2:50 left, clock running. Like they have a lot of time to go down the field and score this. I don't think they're really thinking about that. They just got to keep it simple. That's their thing. Like throw the hooks, do all that stuff, take the big chance when you have it. I think there's probably some opportunity. Now I think the safety plays pretty deep on this Dirty Dogs team, as you can see. Now he's moving up a bit. Moving up a lot.
Chance now looking to run, throwing across his body to Melnick. Melnick gets tackled, so that's going to be a first down, despite the pass being a little short of the marker. And that's what I talked about before, Seth, before we started this game, right? Discipline, being smart, right? And we see Souls right there, number 1, not being smart on that play. Yeah, you give up the completion, no problem, that happens. But you can't tackle the guy to the ground. You're giving free yards now to your opponents.
Yeah, you can't tackle people in flag football. That's kind of the thing.
Hence why it's flag football, right?
Yeah, kind of the thing. Yeah.
So first down for the Maccabees.
I would like them to take more shots once that safety comes down. You see that safety come down, like automatic. I'm not even thinking I'm going down the field. The second the safety comes down.
So first down, Maccabees just past midfield now. Matthew Fixman, the snapper, and his quarterback have one last word now. Fixman in position. He snaps the ball. Cons going to his right, throwing across his body to his snapper and Fixman. Small gain there.
I see again. So that's their, again, like partly their bread and butter thing. Not exactly the same play we've been talking about, but the center on that whip route. But the safety's so low that even though he makes a catch, he gets tackled right away. So you get like 2 yards or whatever.
Oh.
Man,
pick up about 4, maybe 5
yeah,
right there.
so once that safety's low, got to go over top.
Fixman with the snap to Cons. Cons goes again to his right, throws it right to Fixman again. That was close right there. I'll tell you, Seth. That one was almost knocked away.
About a 3-yard gain. Same play. No, look, I'm not saying they can't like go down the field like kind of 3-4 yard gains, but eventually you get a bobble, you get a drop pass, and it makes it tougher. So here's in trips again.
The trips to the right. The rusher's gonna have to reset there. Rosati, he goes offside. Khan selecting the run. Is they're running out of bounds. So the penalty is gonna be on the Maccabees for running in the red zone. Now in FBF, the red zone pretty much starts from like the 8-yard line and in. The quarterback there, Cons, having a lack of awareness right there. He decides to run, and that's a penalty. So it'll be a 5-yard penalty against. Actually, no, they call it just a loss of down there. Yeah. So no yardage, just a loss of down against the Maccabees.
And the biggest issue there is when you go on 2 and you get the rusher to come in. When you go on 2 and get the rusher to come in, you don't want to run right away. You're losing the advantage that you had from going on 2 and getting the rusher offside.
So fourth down. Again. Fourth down now. Again, that loss of down play is huge right there. So trips to the right of Cons. Cons goes to his left, looking to the end zone, pass over the middle, stretching to get the first down. Will they give it to him, though?
Yeah.
And it appears they will. So that's Lewis Epstein with the crucial first down for his squad. Well, 54 seconds remaining. Well, 46 actually on the clock here. So the clock will start running at the whistle. Right there, Mackich, and there you go. There was the whistle. 40 seconds of counting remaining. Cons gets a snap on first down, goes to his left.
Oh, nice throw.
Nice catch by Epstein. Touchdown, Maccabees. Epstein, his second of the contest, ties this game up at 12-12.
That's great timing. Great. Look, it's simple. You pick a defender to key on. Pick a defender to key on, especially on the goal line. Well, anywhere on the field, but especially on the goal line. And just if you throw the ball on time and accurately, good things are gonna happen.
So the Maccabees now going to take a 1-point lead, going for the 1-point convo. Looking to make it a 13-12 score. Will they do so? Let's find out. Cons to the left again. Pass over the hands of the intended receiver, and that was Epstein again, going back to his favorite target. So with about 35.5 seconds remaining in the first half, we are all tied up at 12. Right now, Steph, obviously the Dirty Dogs are going to get the ball back here. Do you expect them to take a deep shot right away or try to march?
I would don't have to take it right away. Now, I think the main thing is you want to get out of bounds. You want to get first downs to stop the clock. You don't want to have to use timeouts in the first half. You know, it's a tie game. Like, yes, you want to score on every possession, but at the same time, you don't want to waste timeouts because you might need them at the end of the game.
Souls gets the snap, and he's looking to hit that sideline.
Just like that.
Yeah, nice catch getting out of bound was Cadogan. And Ray Matthew Cadogan with the catch. Looks like that's going to be enough. Yeah, enough for a first down. No, actually, they're calling it short, pardon me. So it's going to be 2nd and 2 now. Julian Purley, official on the right-hand side, giving some instructions, telling the receivers from the Dirty Dogs to back up a step. Souls going deep to the corner route. He was looking for Noah Souls, but just a little off target, about 2 yards out of bounds.
Yeah, they've tried that before in the corner, and it was played pretty well there by Maccabees, playing cover 3, kind of vicing that route. But I get the decision to throw it down the field. At the end of the day, you don't want to, like, always just settle for underneath routes, especially with there's under 30 seconds left, but maybe you could have thrown underneath.
Souls gets the snap here. He has two players open short. He gets one of them. That's a snapper over the middle. Rosati, nice catch by him, falling down while making it.
So the clock stops, so that's okay. You got to go quick in the huddle. Under 20 seconds left. Clock will run right now.
Yep, it's whistled in now by Terra. 19 seconds of counting. So I believe the Maccabees thought it was an offside against the against Dirty Birds, but that pass is hitting the wall out of bounds. So 11.4 seconds remaining on the clock here. Second down for the Dirty Dogs.
Yeah, and honestly, like what I really like that play is the quarterback breaking contain, and there's people open when you break contain, and he hasn't done that as much today. And if he can, if that's the game, if he can play that game when things aren't open right away, because they're playing so far off. Maccabees this whole game has played really pretty far off.
Pass to the left-hand side.
Only
Kadugan with the grab.
Bounds. Nicely done.
Yep, he just got out of bounds. Saw Melnick coming over to make the tackle, but he couldn't do it.
And I got to give Maccabees credit. They've been, both teams really on defense have been changing their coverage, not keeping it cover 3 every play, rotating their safeties, making it difficult on these quarterbacks.
Souls gets the snap. He looks to his right. He rolls to the left. He has his target. Touchdown, Dirty Dogs.
That's huge. .3 seconds left. Look at the replay. It's guys coming across the field on the drag, waiting, makes a move. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if he can make these plays with the rusher near him, because we saw earlier in the game some bad decisions when the rusher was near him. Now the rusher's near him, knows where he's going with the football in that drag, gets in the end zone.
So Carter Souls getting into the end zone by about a yard or so. Second touchdown of the afternoon for him. So again, the Souls connection is strong once again in this game. And so what they're arguing right now, so you see a deflag right there.
I'm not sure.
So if you're the Maccabees, you could challenge that.
You could absolutely challenge that.
I'm not sure why they're not doing it right now, to be honest. I think that was
the issue is we might not have the angle for it. I'm not sure. You'd have to have the angle right down the line. So
1 point convo with 10, passes it back in the end zone, hits the wall, goes incomplete. So there's an 18-12 lead with 2.3 seconds remaining on the clock. And Steph, I got to ask you, obviously, right now the momentum.
Play, man.
Yeah,
that's such a huge touchdown. They're going to get the ball back in the second. No, Maccabees get the ball. So, yeah, now you have the lead at least for Maccabees to get the ball back. I mean, they'll try for a Hail Mary, I'm sure. I guess they could just take a knee here, but I would just throw it down the field.
I was going to say, throw it down the field.
Game, stats don't matter.
You can either get a Hail Mary, maybe get a pass interference call. You never know.
Get the strong arm quarterback in there. Trips. Everyone's going to go down the field.
Yeah,
see what happens.
Trips to the left right here for the Maccabees.
Oh, boy.
Oh, false start call against the Maccabees. Boy. So now they're going to start this drive, this final play. Instead of at the 10, now at the 5-yard line. Yeah, this end of the first half has not gone the Maccabees' way, to say the least, in the last 2 to 3 plays. So, yep, final play of the first half. And so base formation now, 2 receivers to the left and 2 receivers to the right of Shimmy Cons. Cons gets the ball, and he's just going to run it. Able to break on tackle. Yeah, he gets tackled at about 10-yard line, and that'll do it for the half. And let's hold on here. Is there a penalty coming up against the Maccabees? Oh, yeah, time wasn't blowing in. Thanks to Walter Berry running the instant replay booth. And so I guess time was blowing in. All right, so that'll do it for the first half of action here in Brassard. 18-12 is the lead for the Dirty Dogs. This first half has pretty much been the sole show, if you will. All three brothers making a contribution, but none bigger than the Carter Souls. Again, 2 touchdowns in the first half, and that one we saw about 3 plays ago, giving the Dirty Dogs this 18-12 lead. What are your impressions of the first half?
I thought it was a pretty good first half. Like 2 really good teams. Obviously, they're championship quality teams, and it's a game that is going to come down to conversions. Have not seen a conversion yet. I think both teams have the ability to move the ball down the field. I do think there are mistakes to be made in the second half by both quarterbacks. We've seen it before. Like you talked about it pre-game. The last game they played, 7 combined interceptions. We've seen some interceptions already. So it's 2 things. It's holding on to the football, because if they hold on to the football, they can drive this ball, both teams. And then it's getting the conversions, because we are at 0 conversions out of 5. 1 could make a difference in this game.
And keeping with this offensive theme there for a second, so obviously we've seen the Dirty Dogs take a couple of deep shots, and it's worked out well for them, right? Getting at least 1 touchdown via the deep ball. The Shimmy Khan's led offense in the Maccabees, a lot of dinking and dunking, no real big shots. What do they have to do maybe to open things up a little bit for their offense?
Well, like I said, I think more post. We saw 1 post for a touchdown. Really nice ball for a touchdown on the post by the outside receiver. I would say more post by the inside receivers. That safety is starting to creep down. Once the safety creeps down too much, you throw the post by the slot over his head for a touchdown. That's how they're going to create their big plays. Now, have they moved the ball and scored a touchdown on a drive where they kind of dink and dunk? Yes. But there's some good athletes on the other side of the field who can make you pay if that ball gets tipped in the air, if you make a bad read, something like that. So I think that they're going to have to find ways to be explosive, like Dirty Dogs has been. And if they can do that, they can keep themselves in this game. But this drive to start the second half is super important.
Yeah, definitely super important indeed. And again, as you said at the top, right, these are the 2 best defensive teams in Division 5B. They both let in exactly 16.5 points a game. So right now, obviously, the Dirty Dogs have given up more than 16 points. They've given up 18, but again, it's a 1-score game, 18-12 lead for the Dirty Dogs over the Maccabees here at the half. Quickly, what do the Dirty Dogs need to do to win this game?
Well, I think they're in a great position. I think it's just really just like, hey, if I'm getting attacked as a quarterback, if the rusher is on me and I haven't made a decision yet, like don't make a bad play worse. Take a sack, throw the ball away. As long as you don't make a bad play worse, I think they're going to be in a great position to win the game.
And the Dirty Dogs, obviously, we talked about obviously a few seconds ago about opening up their offense, but what do they need to do to not only tie the game but to get the W here?
Yeah, there's plays for them to be made on defense, like I said. So catch the ball on defense, and then, like I said, just get a bit more explosive on offense. I think you don't want to live in the world where you're dinking dunking against a team that has some pretty good athletes on defense.
So will the Maccabees find that explosion on offense? They start the second half with the ball. Let's find out. Khans gets the snaps. He goes to his right. A little hook shot there of a pass to Melnick, who breaks a tackle. Almost a second one there. Gets tackled just shy of midfield, but picks up about 8 yards. Maybe call a 9 on the play.
Same play to start. I would just, I mean, it's tough in the moment. I would just play man on 1st and 10 and then play to the defensive left of the snapper and then let him run into you and then cover everyone man-to-man if everyone's going to run a 6-yard hook.
Second and short now facing the Maccabees offense. Khans goes to his left. He's going to run it there. Picks up more than enough for the first down and gain of about 4, maybe 5 on the play.
And look, he can beat the rusher kind of whenever he wants. So, keep doing that. It's just going to be like, hey, if you're going to keep doing that and getting, 8 yards, 6 yards, whatever, can you score in the red zone? Like, can you convert once you get closer to the end zone? They've been doing it so far, and we'll see if it continues.
So fresh set of downs now for the Maccabees offense, just past midfield. Khans gets the snap. Quick slant pass there to Melnick. He gets tackled right away by Rosati. So Massimo Rosati, usually a rusher. He's been one of the best rushers in all of FPF last couple of seasons. He's usually rushing in some of the lower divisions like this one. But now playing some coverage now, we're seeing. So a little bit of versatility being shown by number 0, Massimo Rosati.
And again, like a 1st and 10, 2-yard play. But they're okay with it. They're obviously comfortable running this type of offense. That's why they're here. That's why they've had such a good record this season. And we'll see if it continues. Here's Trips.
Trips to the right. Cons gets the snap. He's going to run to his
What a
left.
play. Oh, he didn't get the sack. Oh, man. Oh, I thought he got the flag.
No, so pick up of about 2, maybe 3. Actually, a little bit more than that.
But again, I think you're okay if you're Dirty Dogs. Like, it's 3rd and 6.
Yeah, well, pick up, I want to say maybe about 3-4 yards right there. By the way, not enough for the first down.
You just got to be wary of that same play to the snapper or to the slot on the defensive left.
So base formation now, 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left, and the snapper, of course, in the middle for the Maccabees offense. Cons gets the snap. He looks to his right now.
Nice play.
Pass to the end zone. Epstein with the catch. Fixman, rather, pardon me, number 7. Matthew Fixman with the catch, number 7. Same route that Epstein had before on that post. Now Fixman running one of his own. Good for the touchdown. We are all tied up, 18-18.
Safety's down. Where's the ball supposed to go? Back in the end zone. Great play. You know, they haven't run the snapper that often. They have. Hasn't been thrown to yet. The snapper on the deep corner. A really, really nice call in the situation. Here it is. Conversion. Big conversion right here.
Neither team has been successful on any of the conversion attempts so far in this one. Maccabees with a trips left as they're going for the 1-point convo from the 5-yard line. Cons rolls to his right, and the ball gets caught.
Do have flags on the field. 2
Yep.
flags on the field.
I definitely saw a hold on the
It's gonna
defense.
be pass interference on offense, I think. Oh,
Rusher interference. Yeah, so that conversion will be wiped off the board. So the rusher, the snapper and Fixman interfering with the rusher for, for the Dirty Dogs and number 1, Noah Souls. So for those of you unfamiliar with how it works for the rusher has to be 1 yard to the left or 1 yard to the right of the center. But he has a clear line to the quarterback. Even if the center is doing an out route or a hook, he or she has to make sure they're well clear of the rusher. You cannot interfere with the rusher's path to the quarterback. And that's what we saw right there by Fixman on number 1, Noah Souls.
And so the converse is no good. Because it's rusher interference, so that's it.
Right, yeah, that's exactly it. So we had that happen yesterday during one of the championship games. You might be thinking at home, well, I mean, if the defense left to decline a penalty, wouldn't the convert be good? Because, again, there was a reception made on the convert. But in FPF, how that works is for that convert attempt, even if it's caught and it's good as it was on the play, the rusher interference penalty wipes everything out, and it ends up being an incomplete pass.
And we are now 0 for 6 on converts.
Yeah, so that's going to be huge. I mean, it's a
one
one-score game.
The team that gets the first convert might win this game.
So after the penalty, the Dogs start with the ball at their 18-18 game. And that
nice
pass
play.
knocked away. Fixman, good defensive back down right there on the pass intended for Rosati.
He baited him. He plays a little bit. You can see he's going to play a little bit on this snapper after the ball, and he comes back. Oh. Just enough. Just enough. Really nice play. Catches the touchdown, makes a great play on defense.
And we have a member of the FBF family, Iggy, in the house, coming out from Toronto. It's always great to see him. All right, so second and long now, facing the Dirty Dogs. Souls looks to his left. He's going deep. He has a man open. Penalty on the play. It's caught for the touchdown. Noah Souls with the TD catch, but what's the call here?
It's roughing the passer.
Roughing the passer penalty against the rusher. That's number 6 for the Maccabees getting the penalty, and that's going to be Justin Sternlacher, the rusher.
And again, this is the difference in this game and why Dirty Dogs is able to be explosive, because the quarterback with a rusher in his face is starting to make really great decisions. Not only was it in his face, he interferes with him, and he's still able to get the ball with a lot of juice on it down the field for a big play. Now, if he hurt his arm, that might be a problem, but it looks like it should be okay. I assume they'll go for 2 from...
Go from 2 from the 5.
Oh, looks like maybe 1.
0 from the 1. So you see Tara Makic, they're talking to Dirty Dogs just to make sure, giving them all the options and letting her know what they want to do here.
At the 1 yard line, they take it from the 1 yard line.
Yep. It's going to be 5 from the 1 here. So 24-18 lead. Dirty Dogs looking to make it 25-18. Pass over the middle. It's caught. Flag on the play, though. Julien Prou calling a penalty, saying PI against the
Maccabees.
defense.
Yep.
So did the player get into the end zone? I believe he did. Seeing the replay there. Nice fastball right over the middle, caught by the receiver.
Really nice play. In, out, in. Nice play.
The referee's huddled up right now, talking things over. So the catch on the conversion was made by Carter Souls, pardon me, by Noah Souls, rather, number 1. So the convert is good. So what they're doing with the penalty now, instead of the Maccabees starting at the 10-yard line, the 5-yard penalty will go against their offense now. They're starting at the 5-yard line.
2 point. Not only was the
2-point
first
combo.
convert a 1 point convert, it was a 2 point convert, and that is so big.
So 26-18 lead now for the Dirty Dogs. Deep shot by the Maccabees, all through the hands of Jordy Melnick, and he is beside himself right now. He can't believe he dropped that pass.
And like this is one of the problems. Now they're like, okay, if their offense is dink and dunk, then okay, like you gotta kind of live in that world. Like you're not done yet. Just because you allowed a touchdown and 2 point conversion, like you don't have to go deep. Like they don't have the offense to go deep. Like the spacing on that concept was not very good. Ball placement wasn't very good. So like, hey, keep it simple. Keep it to your offense. Yes, I would love to see more explosive plays down the middle of the field. Sure. But read the safety, make it simple on yourself. Don't force balls down the field.
So second and long now facing the Maccabees. Time still on their side. 11 minutes left in the game, but a big sack there. Massimo Rosati hunting down Shimmy Khans for a loss of, looks like right now, maybe only about 1 yard. But still, a sack is still a sack.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, okay, so on the first play, they went deep, sure. So you know on the second play, they're going to go back to their bread and butter. And what did I say? It's a great play versus that bread and butter with the center running the whip. It's going to be man-to-man coverage, and we saw it there, and they were able to get the sack, and that's a huge play. Now third and about 15, 16.
So the Maccabees literally in the shadow of their own end zone. Here we go. Khans gets the ball, rolls over to his right. Throws a deep ball, almost intercepted, knocked down by Cadogan. That works so well. 4th and long now facing the Maccabees offense. I mean, normally if this is a bit closer of a game, a 1-score game, maybe you punt here. But again, and that's actually what the Maccabees are going to do. And so, Seth, do you agree with that call right now? Listen, 10 minutes or so remaining in the game. Do you agree with the punt call here by the Maccabees?
Yeah, probably. I don't think they have the offense to get the ball down the field, and especially as Dirty Dogs has switched up to man-to-man coverage. Like it's going to be tough for you to convert a 4th and 15 against off man-to-man coverage. Like that's not how they're built. Don't love punting and flag, but it is what it is.
So getting the ball just before midfield now. The Dirty Dogs. He beat Jacob Souls, number 22, rumbling and bubbling down the right side. Pick up of about 4, maybe 5 yards on the scamper. And also, don't forget, Steph, so right now in terms of why you might want to get your defense, get your offense off the field, put your defense on, the Maccabees only have 6 players playing in this game. They don't have any subs, whereas you look at the other side, right? The Dirty Dogs at least have 2 players on their bench. You can keep guys fresher when you have someone that can come off the bench. For the Maccabees, it's 6 up, and that's it.
This is a huge drive in this football game.
So the ball just past midfield now for the Dirty Dogs. Souls awaits the snap. He gets it. He looks to his left. He's going deep. Corner route is open. It's caught out of bounds, though.
Same play. Same play.
Pass intended for number 1, Noah Souls. That play has been money for most of the afternoon here, just not on that play right there.
You know, one of the issues with the Maccabees defense is they're playing off initially, except they're not getting depth after the snap. So you can still, so even though they're playing off, it looks like they're playing off like pre-snap. Like you can still get behind them. We've seen that time and time again of players getting behind the Maccabee defense. And this quarterback obviously has a strong arm for 5B, and that's helping a lot.
Jacobs goes over the Souls rather goes over the middle. Tender for Cadogan. That pass just a little high and behind him.
Fourth down.
Fourth down, yeah, exactly. Fourth down. Fourth down now in about 5, maybe 6 right here, just past midfield for the Dirty Dogs offense. If you're Jacob Souls, what are you calling for your offense right here?
Well, I actually like the last play call running the slant, just to kind of get some yards. So we'll see. I know you won't go back to it. Obviously, you're trying to get your best receiver. I would say run a hook by number 2 right at the first down. He's going to run a drag.
Crosser there to Cadogan. Does he make it past the first down marker?
Got it.
He does. Official on the right sideline, Julien Proulx on the call. Good individual effort right there by Cadogan. Let's look at the replay right there. That crosser avoids one tackle.
Yeah, he's close. Honestly, we're never going to get a great angle. To me,
that might be the best angle we get right there. So we see his right foot actually crashing into the pylon on the sideline. I'm not too sure. Yeah, that's actually a good call. So Terry Mackridge overruling Julien Proulx, saying it's not a first down. His right foot made contact with the marker. The marker's out of bounds. That's why it's about half a yard, an inch or so short, a couple of inches, short of the first down marker. That's why the Maccabees are getting the ball back.
I thought he stretched the ball, but it's going to be tough to overturning a spot in flag football. Flag football isn't built for challenges, especially when it comes to spotting the ball. Because remember, it's the ball.
So we're seeing a second replay right here again. So we see the drag by Cadogan. He gets past that first tackle attempt by Khan, so he's stretching the ball, but I don't think he stretches it far enough because he's falling to his right? He's trying to stretch the ball with his left hand. He needs to have that ball in his right hand.
So the question for me is, like, the call was overruled on the field. So right now it's a turnover on downs. Can you make an argument?
So there you go. See, his right foot comes out of bounds. The ball has not passed the first down marker yet. Great call. Great call. Now, that's a great call right there by Terra.
I think it's too close to call. You can't. The angle of our.
The Dirty Dogs have challenged right now. Yep. So we see Walter Berry in the running the instant replay right now. That's why we have a stoppage of the game. So we see Jason Leclerc giving a warning to the Dirty Dogs sideline. Definitely never afraid to let their voices, their opinions be heard on anything that happens on the field right now. Even a couple of their.
The problem is with our angles that we have, you cannot overturn this because the only angle that would allow you to overturn it is right down the line. And so if that's the case, the call on the field is turnover and downs. It should be turnover on downs. Now, if the call was on the field, the original call of a first down, then you keep it first down. But I think it's just you can't change this with these angles.
Don't forget we have the Division III championship game coming up next between the number 2 seed and 9-1 Backfield Penetration taking on the number 4 seed 8-2 Stoics.
Like, to me, that's past the first down. I understand that they might not change it, but to me, that's way past the first down.
Again, you got to remember though that foot.
Yeah, but look at the shadow. Look at the shadow.
Yes,
the ball is way past before the foot comes down.
Yeah, you might be right there. You might
unless the flag is out. Now he did get the flag. So when does the flag?
And that's it right there. So did Jordy Melnick
get the flag? Or was that his glove? I can't tell. Well, Walter Berry gets paid the big bucks to do this, so we'll see.
Yeah, so again, Backfield Penetration taking on the Stoics. Division III championship on the line. Alessandro Barazzoni, quarterback for Backfield Penetration. He did make All-Star this year. Tell you that game coming up next is not going to lack any athleticism. Nick Gropini, Emerson Peterkin, Tyson Peterkin, Anthony Lazare, a lot of big players, big-time players, I should say. A lot of playmakers on both sides. Looking forward to that game. Has a chance to be the game of the afternoon. So not yet. So now the replay is saying first down, Dirty Dogs.
It's the shadow. The only way you could tell was on the shadow of the ball.
So the drive continues now for the Dirty Dogs. And I got to tell you, Steph, right now, looking at the clock, there's about 6.5 minutes and counting remaining here in this contest. But that delay maybe slows down some of the momentum for the Dirty Dogs.
You'll take the first down, though. All right. You'll take the first down.
Souls goes to the right. He has a man open in the end zone over the head of the wide open receiver. And Souls telling his receiver, instead of backing up the way he did, he should have just jumped up and caught the ball.
Good read, though. After the first 2 drives, I mean, this quarterback has been lights out.
Yeah, Jacob Souls, of course. Yeah, and that's just a missed opportunity there. They could have added to the lead, but Souls tries to do it again here. Another corner shot to the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown, Dirty Dogs. See, Souls are never afraid to go to that corner run. Went right back to it after the last play. And a good job by the receiver getting in front of the DB and coming down with the grab, and that is, you guessed it, number 2, Carter Souls.
Yeah, just take your one-on-one. That's what it comes down to. Your receiver goes up and makes the play. It's a nice ball, too. I mean, you put it in a good spot. Going for 1.
Yeah, 1-point convo now to make it a 33-18 lead. For the Dirty Dogs, will they do it? Let's find out here. Maccabees trying to get a stop, and we get a sack. So stopping the bleeding right there was Sternlacker.
Sometimes when you're playing quarterback, you know, Souls has had success breaking the rusher in that exact way, but he was doing it based on, my receiver wasn't open. Sometimes when you play quarterback, you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to break the rusher and then I'll see what's happening. And it's like when you predetermine you're going to break the rusher, sometimes that happens.
So the Maccabees get the ball back now. They're going to have to move and move fast. 4.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Deep shot coming up. No, rather shot to the sideline. Hitting the intermediate. Good decision there by Cons. Receiver with the grab. Gets the ball past midfield for a first down. That is number 88, Ryan Rotholds.
And they're going fast now. It's just smart. Go fast. Don't huddle. Sugar huddle. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So the ball just past midfield now for the Maccabees. Cons gets the snap. He looks to his left, pump fakes, goes over the middle. He has a man open. Fistman off a couple of hands. It's picked off. Carter Souls got a touchdown a few plays ago. Now he has the INT, and with just under 4 minutes remaining in the contest, I think that'll pretty much do it. On a flag here. And and that is the Carter Souls that most people know here in this league. Makes a great play. And I have to say, I could be mistaken here. My apologies if I am. So there was Jordy Melnick in there for the Maccabees. He was definitely jawing at Souls. Yeah, no, I was right. Yeah, it's against Carter Souls. Yeah, the penalty against Carter Souls, so gestural conduct against him. He's going to be out for the next 10 plays.
Yeah, and really this is a situation where when you put 3 receivers in the same area and you're still trying to throw the ball there, bad things are going to happen. It's just a play design issue there. Now, obviously, they have to take a shot down the field. They do, but really just a play design issue.
So Souls gets to stand now deep in his own end zone at the 1 yard line. Deep shot over the middle. No one home intended for Cadogan, but that was well out of his reach and short.
Yeah, he's got to throw it to the sideline. Like, it's a touchdown if he throws it to the sideline. But it is what it is. I get that they're trying to end this game right now with one play. I think they'll get a completion here on this play, but I actually like the idea of going down the field on the 1st and 10 play.
So the OCs against Carter Souls, he's out for now 9 plays. So an objection to conduct comes with automatic 10-game suspension from the game. 10-play suspension, pardon me. Catch over the middle. That's brought up to just shy of midfield.
Yeah. 1st and 10, 2-minute warning.
Catch made. I think that was 8th and Giuseppes. Yeah, so some of the numbers, and doing a couple of these championship games, a couple of finals games, a lot of the numbers change. Pardon me, actually, that wasn't this episode. That was number 4. Fortunately, there's no number 4 on their roster on the website. I'm going to make a guess and say perhaps that was Ryan Campbell making
Just
the grab
make up
there.
a name.
No, I'd rather not, but anyways. 1st and 10 now. Oh, penalty, false start going against the Dirty Dogs here. Another flag was thrown too. I wonder. So Jason Leclerc, the referee on the left-hand side, he threw the second flag. Will that be another penalty? Another discipline penalty going against the Dirty Dogs? Or will it just be the false start? Yeah, objectionable conduct. So that's going against Noah Souls now. So both Noah Souls and Carter Souls on the sideline. And we see the fans here supporting the Dirty Dogs are upset with the Souls brothers as well. So Noah Souls has 8 more plays remaining in his objectionable conduct, and now it's 10 plays. But Carter Souls with 8 plays remaining, and now Noah Souls joins him with 10 of his own. So that depth that I talked about before is being tested. So now the final 6 players for the Dirty Dogs on the field right now. Souls electing to keep his foot on the gas, goes deep, Cadogan caught, touchdown, Dirty Dogs! See Carter and Noah Souls running onto the field. They are not allowed to do that. Luckily, the officials did not see that. Now they do it the last second. They wonder if another OC is going to be tossed right here.
That's a catch.
Yeah,
nice
Cadogan with the catches.
Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice catch.
So
yeah, you talked about the discipline nature of this. It did happen. It's just that it happens when they already had a two touchdown lead late in the game. Because if this would have happened before,
they're calling the game. Yeah, smart move right here. 20-point lead. So the Dirty Dogs are your Division 5B champions with a 38-18 walloping of the Maccabees. Yeah, so a 20-point win by the Dirty Dogs over the Maccabees, despite all the foolishness. Let's be honest, that's what it is. From 2 of the 3 Souls brothers, they get the W here. You talked earlier about how the performance of Jacob Souls, how he was good up until obviously throughout the entirety of the game. Just if you could elaborate just a bit more on his performance, what exactly did you like out of his performance today?
I think just being able to throw down the field with pressure in his face that's what won him the game. And in general, it was just the ability to make explosive plays versus the other team that could not make maybe one play down the field, the touchdown on the post to the outside wide receiver. Like that's the only explosive play that they had, and even that was only like 15 yards. So big difference in like that's how you win football games, is winning the explosive play battle. We saw one team hit a bunch of explosive plays down the field. Like I said, it felt like the Maccabees they were playing off, but they weren't really moving their feet after the snap, letting guys run behind them, and that's the difference.
And again, staying with the Dirty Dogs here again, explosive plays, right? Matthew Cadogan was a deep threat all game long. He burnt the Maccabees defense. We talked about all 3 Souls brothers. Again, the quarterback, Jacob, Noah, and Carter, the receivers going deep early and often on this Maccabees squad. When you look at them in their totality, though, offensively and defensively, now, again, they're your Division 5B champs. Do you think now they can maybe make that jump to either 5A or perhaps Division 4?
Yeah, I think for sure they can make a jump up, whether it's Division 5A or Division 4. They're athletic. Quarterback can really play. He'll go through some growing pains in the higher divisions, but I think seems like he can figure it out. And so, yeah, I think they could definitely get up to the higher divisions.
And for the Maccabees, where did they go from here? Definitely not the offensive showing they wanted. I mean, their defense, again, like I said, tied for tops with the Dirty Dogs, again, letting in only just a little short of 17 points a game. They gave up 38 here. What do you think they need to do to kind of regroup and get better after today?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, like, Shimmy Collins is a good quarterback. When he can't beat the rusher every play, it gets a little more dangerous. And so they just need to find ways to manipulate the defense into giving them open receivers down the field. And like I said, like the last interception is them 3 receivers in the same area. Can't have that. Got to have better play design.
Okay, so we're waiting obviously for FPF President Jeff Rosenblatt to give the MVP award and award the Division 5B Championship trophy to the Dirty Dogs. Again, your Division 5B champs. We're going to throw it down to the sideline now to Jeff Rosenblatt. Here we go.
We're back on field level, day 2 of the roadshow. We have the Winter 5B champs, Dirty Dogs, with the captain, Massimo. Your boy's going to grab the trophy everywhere. Massimo, pretty good game. Pretty good game. How does it feel to be a champion right now?
It feels great. Like the team played awesome. We had a good opponent. We just played hard and just left it all out on the field.
Seemed to be a little of a chippy game, maybe a few OCs here and there with the boys during the season. Something you guys are looking to clean up in future seasons with FPF?
Yeah, I think we just need to learn how to keep our emotions inside and just play ball. Work on that in the future, but I'd rather our guys play hard than play soft, so
for sure. For sure. You guys are a great team. I think just trying to get those emotions in check will be good for you guys in the future. And we have the MVP, Mr. Carter Souls. Carter, obviously a serious talent, and you're playing with your buddies. I know you guys are a super emotional bunch. Tell me, how does it feel to be MVP of the game?
I mean, it feels great. I joined this team late in the season, but we put in a good second half of the season. We put in the work, and I feel like the whole team deserves this. You feel me?
I do feel you. Hey, we got our Winter 25 5B champs. We got the Dirty Dogs. This is a team to look out for in the future. We got the Souls brothers and all the other boys. It's gonna be a ride for these boys in the future. Let's take it back to the booth.
All right, so there you have it. Carter Souls being named the MVP of the game. I mean, he didn't get to play the last couple plays of the game due to the OC, but he definitely made a huge performance on both sides of the ball in this contest. Seth, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's a worthy MVP. I honestly might have given it to the quarterback, his brother. But with the interception on defense, that was a huge, I think 2 interceptions, 1 interception? Anyways.
Yeah.
Big plays on defense, obviously huge plays on offense, going up and getting the ball deep down the field, running the drags across the field. Like, it was a very, very good performance. Honestly, it was a complete performance by a lot of those players on the field, and they deserve to win it.
All right, so the Dirty Birds avenged their regular season loss to the Maccabees by winning the Division 5B championship with a 38-18 victory over the Maccabees. Congrats to the Dirty Dogs. For Seth Galina and Brent Bakken saying thanks for tuning in. And don't forget, up next, we have the Division 3 championship matchup between the number 2 seed, Backfield Penetration, and the number 4 seed, the Stoics, coming up right here on Facebook Live and YouTube. Stay tuned. All right, welcome to Complexe Sportif CN, home of the FlagPlus Football Division 3 Championship matchup between the number 2 seed 9-1 Backfield Penetration and the number 4 seed 8-2 the Stoics. I'm Brent Bach and I'm joined by FPF All-Star Jerome Homington. Jerome, obviously a big matchup, two really big, two fast athletic teams. We were talking about before we went the air. We're really looking forward to this matchup. What kind of game should we be expecting here today?
A high-powered offense versus another high-powered offense. Two teams filled with athletes, quarterbacks who don't necessarily have the strongest arms, but are very smart, able to find the zones in the defenses. So I'm expecting a high-scoring game. Converts are going to be huge today here.
All right, so let's jump to this quarterback matchup. Obviously, Chris Rive, the veteran for the Stoics, and Alessandro Barazzoni, known as Berra, for the Backfield Penetration. Two quarterbacks that we were talking earlier, right? Two guys that have had some good moments and have had some rough moments in their career. Right now, both guys are playing the best football of their FPF careers right now. Let's just dive a little deeper into this quarterback matchup. What are you expecting out of both quarterbacks here?
Yeah, for Barazoni, I think it's going to be about protecting the ball, not forcing the ball too much to his athletes, because there are athletes on the defensive side of the ball for the Stoics. For Chris, it's going to be to play his game and not hesitate to run. I know Raf Morelli had a great season with 24 sacks, but Chris is very good on the run. He's great at evading the rusher, and Morelli is going to have to be very disciplined when it comes to tackling Chris, because he's got a couple of moves. So I want to see Chris moving around, even though Raf is a great rusher.
All right, so again, we talked about the athletes, right? I mean, this game is not lacking any, right? Nick Gropini, Jalen Greaves, Rafi Morelli, like you talked about, right? 24 sacks in the regular season, 10 sacks in the postseason. If you do the quick math, obviously 34 sacks in this winter season for Rafi Morelli. Those are some of the athletes there. Those are some of the athletes for backfield penetration. We go over to the Stoics, right? The Peterkin brothers, Emerson Peterkin, Tyson Peterkin, James Drysdale, a player who many think is, if at the very worst, a top 3, top 5 player in this league. Who do you think has the edge athletically?
I'm going to give it to Backfield because of the depth of that athleticism. Elandre Abbey, also Rokendi Joseph, and Ronnie Smith. 3 players are not necessarily the most used players by Barazoni, who are also very athletic university players. This is going to be a very athletic matchup, a great game.
All right, so here we go. The first snap is about to happen. Backfield penetration has the ball. Here we go. Barazoni gets a snap. He looks to his right, throws it over the middle, behind the receiver. It's intercepted. Here comes James Drysdale. Drysdale to the 5, and he gets tackled by the quarterback, Barazoni. So a quick turnover on the first play of the game for backfield penetration, giving the ball to their opponents inside, actually, the 5-yard line, settling down now at the 4.
Yeah, obviously, great start for the Stoics defense here. Not expecting Barazoni to throw a deep shot early. Usually you want to get some momentum, some quick passes. He sees Ronnie Smith striding down the field, but underthrows it. Great pressure from the rusher, throws on the back foot, and James Drysdale is opportunistic and gets the pick to set up Stoics here at the 3-yard line.
So we see base set here. Angelo Morilatos in the lineup here. Quick pass in his zone, tipped into the air. Intercepted by Greaves. Tackled at the 1-yard line by Tyson Peterkin. So 2 plays, 2 INTs.
And yeah, Raf Morelli making an impact already in this game. So not a rusher who only gets sacks. He's also able to get into Chris's grill, tip that ball up for Greaves, who's also very opportunistic here. 2 turnovers already.
Yeah, not the start that either quarterback wanted, but so a bit of a reprieve for Barazoni. So let's see now, he gets the ball back after his team forces an INT. But again, Greaves trying to run that ball out, got tackled at the 1-yard line. So the field is going to be even longer now.
Yeah, definitely should have needed that, but unfortunately kind of backed up here for backfield penetration. There's some talking going on the field right now.
You see Alexis Dubois, the defensive coordinator, defensive captain, if you will, of the Stoics, talking to Jason Leclerc. Jason Leclerc, the head referee for this game. Tara Mackridge on the right-hand sideline. Julianne Prue on the left sideline for this contest, your 3 officials. Barazoni gets the snap. He goes over the middle. Catch. Oh, nice move there. Creating a little separation was the receiver for backfield penetration.
Yeah, Rokendi Joseph there. Way to sit that route in the middle. Barazoni loves those deep hooks in the middle. Justin Swaminathan is going to have to get his hands up into Barazoni's face because Barazoni absolutely loves the middle of the field.
So first down now, just short of midfield. Center Anthony Lazara, number 9. Snaps the ball back to Barazoni, who looks to his right. Pass to the corner. Nice catch there by Joseph before getting out of bounds. Caught the ball in front of Tyson Peterkin.
Yeah, Rokendi Joseph hadn't really been used on offense by Barazoni at all throughout the season. I mean, not bad. 388 yards, 9 touchdowns. It was mostly Jalen Greaves who was the main target for him. Once again, you can see the athleticism. That's a great route, getting a lot of depth on that deep out, setting it up at the 6-yard line.
So the ball in the red zone now for backfield penetration. Let's see what they do. Barazoni gets the ball, slapped by Gropini. He gets tackled short. No, the same touchdown.
Yeah, I would definitely challenge that.
Tackle made, actually 2 flags there made. One by James Drysdale, the other by Alexis Dubois.
Yeah, great route by Gropini there. Also, great job by Greaves pushing Morales back so as to open up Gropini underneath. They're not going to challenge here, so we're going to get a 1-point convert. And once again, we talked about the converts. I think both of these QBs are used to going for 1 mostly, but yeah, might need to go for 2 eventually down the stretch.
Trips left here, 3 receivers to the left of Berrazzoni. He looks to that side, throws it, caught by Gropini. 7-0 lead for backfield penetration.
Yeah, great concept there. Just a straight out at the back of the end zone by Greaves, and a simple hook to Gropini is wide open at the front cone.
So both quarterbacks threw interceptions to start this game. Second offensive possession this time for Berrazzoni. He leads his team down the field for a 7-0 lead. Rivera gets a snap. He rolls to his left. He throws there. Quick pass over the middle. Able to find his snapper there, number 11.
Yeah, Justin Sominada around 11 yards. Chris loves his triple slants here. It's going to need to be a bit more aggressive from the backfield penetration defense, especially with those athletes that they have. They can recover. Chris doesn't have the greatest deep ball, not the strongest arm. So obviously if they're able to be aggressive underneath, they have the athletes to recover on those deep balls.
So 2nd and 1 here for the Stoics offense. Rive gets the ball. He looks to his right. He throws it there. Drag route by Drysdale. Picks up more than enough for the first down. Going down the right sideline. Finally tiptoes out of bounds. Massive pickup there, putting the ball at about the 11-yard line for the Stoics.
Yeah, James Drysdale not having the biggest impact for this offense this season. Only 188 yards and 7 touchdowns. Troubles with his back, an injury that lingered throughout the season. He seems to be 100%, produced a lot in the postseason.
So 1st and goal now for the Stoics offense. Rive gets the ball. He looks to the right. Here's Tyson Peterkin. Breaks one tackle to another. Touchdown, Stoics.
Yeah, great move by Peterkin here. Just getting those hips around Roken Di Joseph and then Elandre Abi to score. Big convert coming up. It seems like Chris is going for 2 here.
That's an interesting call here. Again, 7-6 game. Stoics down by 1.
Yeah, probably expecting Emerson Peterkin to drop as the second quarterback. Actually, he might line up in the backfield, yeah.
Peterkin, no stranger playing quarterback. He is the starting quarterback for the Champaign Cavaliers. Division III college football. Rive fakes the handoff to Peterkin. Rive throws it back to Peterkin now. Peterkin looking for someone to give the ball to. Fastball over the middle. Caught by Tyson, his brother. 2-point convo was good. 8-7 lead now for the Stoics. And Jerome, what did you like here? We see right now the backfield penetration defense are arguing with each other. They thought there should have been something, maybe illegal contact or pass interference against the offense.
Nah, it looked pretty clean to me. I mean, that's just a great ball by Emerson Peterkin, getting like a lot of velocity on that ball. It was a very tight window, finds his brother for a huge 2-point convert early.
So an 8-7 lead now for the Stoics over backfield penetration. Berrazzoni leading his 3rd drive now. His pass by Gropini, catches it just off the turf. He's running to the end zone. Can he get in? Touchdown, backfield penetration.
Pretty sure that hit the ground. What you think, Brent?
I mean, let's find out. Let's check the replay right here. I mean, Gropini does have great hands.
Yeah, I hit the ground first. I would definitely challenge that.
So will they challenge it? That's the thing, though. Waiting for the Stoics.
Yeah, is it a challenge? I think it is.
Gonna have to call it a challenge.
That looked really low.
Yeah, definitely a low pass there again. No one. They're not gonna challenge it. A little surprising here. And now, yeah, they're gonna challenge it now. Better late than never if you're the Stoics defense. So let's look at the replay here. Opposite side of the field. That's not gonna help us, unfortunately. So Gropini has great hands, but I mean that ball might have hit the turf.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make, especially if we don't have like the proper angle. Obviously, if it's too close to call, the call will stand. Let's see here on the replay.
You see Berrazzoni's pass. And yeah, that hit the ground. That definitely hit the turf for sure.
Yeah, so great challenge here by the Stoics. Man, I should ref.
I think you should. I think you should.
Gonna hit up Leo.
So I mean, and you can't blame Gropini right there. I mean, that's a good acting job by him. You know what? Listen, you don't hear the whistle, keep on playing.
Oh yeah, he did exactly what he had to do. I mean, as a receiver, sometimes you don't catch the ball and you think you catch it. But, yeah, pretty clear call to me.
Yeah, diving intended there by Emerson Peterkin just out of his reach. Yeah, definitely a one-hopper. You can see by the right-handed Gropini, the ball bounced right next to his hand. And, again, great job by him picking it up and just running straight to the end zone because you never know, right? And, again, the Stoics waited a while to make that challenge, so it almost worked right there by Gropini.
Yeah, great actor there. But, yeah, I mean, it's a call you want to make because it's an easy touchdown. You don't want to be giving those up right away. I know it's a risk because you risk losing a timeout by challenging, but yeah, I like being aggressive on the challenge here. And also, timeouts being extremely valuable now with the pro clock. So we've seen teams not be as aggressive with the challenges.
Yeah, because if the challenge is wrong, if you have an unsuccessful challenge, you lose a timeout. So now, see, you hear Walter Perry. He's running the instant replay booth. Now they got to figure out where to spot the ball. So they have to go back and see where the original line of scrimmage was.
Yeah, I think it was first down, honestly.
Yeah, it definitely was first down.
Yeah.
So it's going to be second and 10 now from the 10-yard line. So we see Brent Young on the field still. Yeah, just double-checking, making sure they know the line of scrimmage is supposed to be at. So, again, it's at the 10-yard line. Here we go, second down. Berezzoni has the ball. He's going deep. He has Kenny Joseph open. Oh, and he drops the ball. Great defensive play by Tyson Peterkin. He was beaten in the coverage, but able to knock the ball out of the receiver's hands.
Yeah, and Berezzoni showing some great arm strength on that one. René Smith, one of the fastest players in FPF, obviously playing for the Carabins. Tyson Peterkin with an incredible recovery, just able to get over the top, keep it clean, and not commit any fouls there. So great play by the defensive back there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's Ronnie
Smith, yeah.
Yeah, it's Smith, yep. My apologies. Again, it's hard to not see the number. The white lettering there on the number. It's a little hard there, at least on his jersey. Pass over the middle. It's caught. Nice reception over the middle. Got past one tackler. Didn't get past the outstretched arms, though, of Peterkin.
Yeah, very interesting concept here from Berezzoni. We don't see these types of concepts very much, but it's a straight go, an out from the snapper, a short out from the snapper, and a 10 in from the wide. It's a concept that's more used in contact football, but it has worked here.
Yes, his jersey on the field says looks like it's number 21. Yeah, but he's listed as number 24 on the website. Berezzoni passed to the left-hand side, hitting in the flats, hitting his receiver.
Yeah, great tackle by Alexis Dubois, known great tackler in FPF.
Yeah, favorite of the officials as well.
Right.
So nice catch there by the receiver. Pickup of about, let's say 5 yards there.
Yeah, it's a great pickup on first down. I like Berezzoni here, not being too aggressive.
Berezzoni gets the snap now, looks to the right, goes over the middle, wide open Anthony Lazera. He's in for the score.
Yeah.
13-8 lead now as Backfield Penetration retakes the lead in this contest.
Yeah, so double drags coming in. The defense of the Stoics is expecting that double drag, so they cover those well. But that leaves Anthony Lazaro wide open in the middle on that deep hook. Interesting to see here now Backfield deciding to go for 2.
Yeah, 13-8 lead, looking to make it 15-8. And that's the effect right there that Anthony Lazaro has. When you look at him, he doesn't look athletic at all, to be honest with you. But I can tell you, he has some speed to go along with that size.
Oh, definitely.
Playing that tight end run. Double quarterback formation. Pass right down the middle, right down the heart of the Stoic defense to Lazaro. So the 2-point convo was good. 15-8 lead now for Backfield Penetration, up by 7.
Yeah, huge play here. You need to get those converts going early. Bearzoni sees the soft spot, and Lazera stops on a dime and just comes back in with a great adjustment to get a 7-point lead early here.
So Chris Rivet leading his team back onto the field here offensively, down by 7 with just inside of 9 minutes remaining here in the first half. Rivet gets a snap, quick pass to the flat. Emerson Peterkin tries to make one man miss, but he couldn't. So a pickup by Peterkin of about 7 yards there, so making it 2nd and 3.
Yeah, the most boring play in flag football and the most efficient one, the triple slants. Just a great play there.
So Rivet has the option of going short to pick up the first down.
Or take a shot perhaps here.
Or will he? Yeah, will he take a shot? He is going to take a shot. Peterkin open. Touchdown. Stoics. Tyson Peterkin.
Oh, yeah. Having a big impact here. Tyson Peterkin, not the guy that was most used by Chris throughout the regular season, but here having a big impact. He sees Andre Abbey committing too much to the inside on that post from Emerson, which opens up was it a wheel or something? Or just a straight go, maybe. But yeah, great read by Chris, great ball, great velocity, and a huge score.
Yeah, so Rivet taking advantage of the hole right there. The blowing coverage by the backfield penetration defense. Yeah, it was a straight goal as Peterkin, as you can see, is the wide receiver. Right-hand side pass in the middle, well over the intended the hands of the intended target in Drysdale.
Yeah, if I'm Chris, I keep dropping Emerson. The backfield penetration defense didn't seem to have any response to him dropping on that 2-point convert. They didn't send a second rusher until very late. So if I'm Chris, I go back to it right away.
So new drive here for backfield penetration. Let's see if they can answer now up, I should say, by 1.15 to 14. Mercenaries gets a snap. He goes to the left-hand side. Here's Rakendi Joseph for a gain of about 7, maybe 8 yards there.
Yeah, but another drag once again. The left halfback dropping too much. Once again, it's Greaves getting a lot of gravity on his routes, just running a deep hook and bringing the defender with him, which opens up Rakendi Joseph underneath for a big gain.
Again, backfield penetration, the number 2 seed with a 9-1 record. Their last loss was to the Bruins back in Week 9 on March 3rd by a score of 46 to 38. Since then, they've reeled off 9 straight wins. Here's a handoff. Ismias taking over the left-hand side. Will it be enough for the first down? I believe it will be. Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. Big run here, about 10 yards. Interesting to see Backfield get kind of a running back in the backfield. Interesting with the name, too. But, yeah, Renier Smith, one of the most shifty players, I said, one of the fastest. So, good idea to get the ball in his hands. Might consider sending a double rusher when they see that player lining up in the backfield for the Stoics defense.
So Bearzoni now gets the ball. Just past midfield, first down. Pass to the right-hand side. It's caught. Oh, nice move by the receiver. Almost broke the tackle by Drysdale. Was able to get past Tyson Peterkin for a big gain there. Again, a 9 on first down.
Yeah, Renier Smith is being used once again here. So it's been a lot of Rakendi Joseph and Renier Smith. Jalen Greaves not having the biggest impact on the score sheet, but yeah, Bearzoni is taking what the Stoics defense has given him. I think he likes the matchup with those two players.
And how surprised are you right now that Jalen Greaves has been quiet in this game? I had a conversation last night with a couple members of the FPF community, and we talked about the matchup today between James Drysdale, obviously, for the Stoics, and Jalen Greaves, number 2 for backfield penetration. Let me get your opinion, your answer after this play. Pass to the end zone, caught, touchdown!
Nice catch once again, Rakendi Joseph. Yeah, to answer your question, I think it's a smart decision by Bearzoni to not necessarily go towards, Emerson Peterkin in that corner and James Drysdale in that safety over the top. So it's smart for him to keep using his receivers on the right. Perhaps the Stoics defense is going to have to adjust, but it's a great matchup, but Bearzoni doesn't necessarily need to go towards it.
All right, so we saw trips to the left there on that play, but Kenny Joseph with a jumping and a bit of a diving effort. He's snatching that ball out of the air before Montreal could come over and make a play. 1-point convo attempt off the hands of Nick Gropini and out of bounds. So a 21-14 lead for backfield penetration with 4 minutes remaining here in the first half.
Yeah, as you can see, Barazoni versus Drysdale. Barazoni just moving Drysdale with his eyes, which opens up Gropini in the back of the end zone just a little bit too high, unfortunately.
So Stoics offense back on the field now, looking to respond just inside of 4 minutes remaining here in the first. They're down by 7. Rive gets the ball. He goes to the right, going deep again. Peterkin climbs the ladder. Oh, they're saying he came down out of bounds. And I can see, Jerome, you're signaling already for the Stoics to challenge that play.
That was definitely a catch. I think he even got both feet in.
Of course, in FPF, all you need is 1 foot in bounds.
That's definitely a catch. That is definitely a catch. Your right foot is in.
So he got the right foot in. Now the question is, did the left foot come down on the line
You don't need
first?
it now. It's only 1 foot.
No, but I'm saying, did the left foot come down out of bounds though first?
No, I think the right foot was the first foot in.
Okay. Well, Stoics surprisingly not challenging.
I mean, it's first down, you know. I mean, don't want to risk losing those timeouts, as we were saying earlier.
Well, play continues here. Second down and long. Pass over the middle. Caught by Suminahan. Nice little gain right there. Actually, more than enough for the first down. Pickup of about 12. Now make that 13 yards there.
Yeah, bringing a couple of tackles there. Great ball by Chris, finding the sweet spot between the two short defenders. Swaminathan making a nice move on Gropini and Lazara. Almost getting it past Jalen Greaves, but great gain on second down, sorry.
So new set of downs here. Again, Justin Swaminahan there picking up his 10th grab rather, the postseason now. Oh, going on 2 was Rive. He's able to get past Morelli, ends up just scrambling there. And you can see backfield penetration is upset with the officials. They thought it definitely was a false start, a flinch, definitely by one of the receivers for the Stoics, at least according to backfield penetration.
Yeah, I mean, flinches happen. The refs won't call it unless it's blatant. And as I was saying, pre-game, Chris Rive using his legs, getting past Raf Morelli.
So a good scramble right there. Pickup of 8 yards by the veteran in Rive. So setting up now 2nd and 2.
You would never think a guy like Chris Rive would be as fast as he is.
But
true. He is.
It's true. So Rive, the Tennessee Titans fan. Quick pass there to Peterkin. Good for the first down. So Rive, they're looking like Cam Ward there on that throw, picking up the first for his offense.
Oh, yeah. Some little clock management perhaps here with 1 minute 48 on the clock. I expect Chris to kind of try to bring this clock down as to not leave too much time for the backfield penetration offense on the following drive.
So new set of downs here. I was about to say for the Titans offense. For the Stoics offense. Rive gets the snap. He rolls to his left. He goes there to the end zone. Well behind and over the head of Morilatos, the intended receiver.
Yeah, probably just getting rid of it here. Sees Jalen Greaves coming across the field. I'm not sure Angelo can jump with Greaves, so smart decision by Chris just getting rid of it on first down. Yeah, obviously would have probably liked to get a completion short to those one of those slants to be able to run the clock down, but I think he's okay with their result on first down.
And Angelo Morilatos replacing the injured Emile Gregoire, one of the top receivers on the squad. Former Champlain Cavalier, went over 1,000 yards this past season. Recently signed by the Ottawa GGs now. Be continuing his football career, this time at the university level. Nice pickup there by Justin Swaminahan.
Yeah, obviously great play. Exactly what you want to do if you're Chris. Set up closer, cut the field in half to the end zone, and also be able to waste some time.
So a gain there of about, I want to say 6 yards. I'm putting the ball to the 4-yard line.
Yeah, now two downs to score. Obviously, with how much athleticism there is on this backfield penetration defense, it's not going to be easy.
So time not a factor right now. 60 seconds and counting remaining here in the first half. Plenty of time for the Stoics. Rive gets the ball, looks to the right. Yes, Peterkin open, touchdown. Peterkin getting past the coverage of Anthony Lazara and into the end zone. 21-20 is the lead now for backfield penetration.
Man, how smooth is Emerson Peterkin on that out and out a great route. Obviously, Anthony Lazara cannot follow Emerson Peterkin on this route, but that was disgusting. I don't think anyone can follow him on that.
Yeah, beautiful route indeed. And Lazara, a solid defender in his own right, but again,
I mean, he was right there until Emerson cut back for the second time. But great concept by Chris. Great play.
So 1-point convo for the Stoics here, going for the tie. Pass over the middle. So Swinnerhan jumps up into the air. He makes the catch. We're all tied up at 21-21 with about 42 seconds remaining in the first half.
Yeah, leaving a bit too much clock, perhaps, but the Stoics defense is going to need to step up. But 42 seconds is a lot of time still.
Especially with these athletes. So look at the left side of the formation now. It's going to be Jalen Greaves and now Andre Abbey, one current Concordia receiver, another former Concordia receiver in Greaves, playing now for Team Canada. Let's see if Barazoni goes to the left-hand side. And he elects. Oh, and a sack right there. So Minahan just getting the quarterback before the ball came out of his hands.
Yeah, now backfield penetration not rushing to go back with the clock running. Are they kind of punting this drive in a certain sense with the big sack that Sominano just got?
We're going to have to see now. So now a couple of players jogging to the huddle now. Quick huddle there. Quick play call by Baranzoni. Clock is still running. 15 seconds of counting remaining here in the first half. Baranzoni gets a snap. He looks to the left. He goes there. Cut by Abbey. Abbey trying to make a couple guys miss. He's trying to get out of bounds. He can't, though. Good tackle by Tyson Peterkin.
And short. So the clock keeps running. They have to call a timeout. That was a huge tackle in this situation. The sack coming in clutch with that huge play. Elandre Abbey should have cut inside, get the first down just with a reach. He didn't even have to run any more yards. And just a lack of situational awareness here. I know he's fast, but all of these players are contending him. He's not getting any yards, and just turning upfield would have got the first down, would have allowed his team to reset and not waste the timeout early.
3 seconds remaining. High snap brought down by Barazoni. He tosses it to Greaves. Greaves is going to throw. No stranger to throwing the football. Toss to the end zone. Nice spiral. Caught by Lazare for the touchdown, but wait, there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, they're going to call a push off on Lazare, I think.
Julien Proulx making the call here.
I don't see a flag, honestly. He's just going up for the ball. Yeah, he puts his hands on the defender, but there's no push off.
And a great pass there by Greaves. Ball up in the air. So we see a huddle of massive players. Oh,
looks clean to me.
Not the greatest camera angle there.
They're going to challenge.
So we can hear the fact. Dan Lazara, never afraid to let his feelings be known. Anthony's brother. And then we see the replay right there. Lazara just got great positioning, went up and made the grab.
Yeah, I don't see like obviously there's contact, but you've got 8 players in the same spot. Obviously there's going to be a little bit of contact, but nothing egregious from Lazara, or nothing that warrants a flag in my opinion.
So Jason Leclerc is going over to Brent Young now on the sideline. Yeah, it's going to be called, I guess it's going to be called offensive PI.
Yeah, are they challenging though? Because now they already used the timeout. They wouldn't have any more if the challenge
exactly
was unsuccessful.
So now with the penalty being called, so what happens now basically is, I think, so they're calling OPI, so that's been established right now. The question, though, is if you decline that penalty, if you're the Stoics, then the touchdown would get awarded to backfield penetration. But it looks like
you're never declining that penalty, obviously. Okay, so let's see again. Because, so he puts his right hand
He does push more laterals.
Yeah. But then again, he's establishing position. He's not pushing him away as the ball is coming. If anything, Muralatos gives more contact than anyone else.
So we see Walter Berry again running the instant replay booth. He's going to give the word to our officials and to us here in the broadcast booth what the call is going to be on the field. Talking now to Brent Young. See Brent Young in a black shirt there on the left-hand side, waiting to hear down from Walter Berry.
What do you think, Brent? Do you think that's a flag?
I think it's a good football play. I mean, yeah, there is a little bit of contact. There's always going to be contact, especially on those Hail Mary attempts. But it's not like he got a two-hand shove on the defender in Morelatos.
Oh, it might actually be Andre Abbey with the flag pushing Morelatos in the back.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Preventing him from going up.
That's definitely a factor.
That's definitely something I would look at. We need to get another replay here to see, but
Andre Abbey, number 8, the receiver there with the white gloves.
No. In slow down, it looked like maybe, but in real time, it doesn't.
And Julien Prue, the official on the left-hand side, making the call. So they're calling it a touchdown. Yeah. Yes, the challenge successful there by backfield penetration. The call on the field will be overturned of defensive pass interference.
Yeah, which I think is the right call, definitely. This is huge, though. On the last play of the half, backfield penetration starting with the ball in the second half as well, I believe.
Yep.
So as I was talking about, Chris Rivet scoring a bit too quick.
No, it's actually Stoics are going to start with the ball in the second half.
Oh, backfield started with it.
Yeah,
right. You're right. That interception, James Drysdale.
Yeah, so the touchdown is good. Touchdown, Anthony Lazera.
Hey, even though this guy down here thinks he's a quarterback, didn't know what he's talking about.
So you hear Walter Berry talking to Dan Lazera.
Oh, my God. Dan is going off right now.
So it's a 28-22 lead now for backfield penetration. So for Lazera, that is his 6th touchdown of the postseason. Now he has snatched the team lead away from Ismias. So 2-point convo attempt now for backfield penetration, looking to make it a 30-21 lead.
Yeah.
Pardon me, not 29-21 lead. So Andre Abbey gets the ball.
No second
rusher.
rusher.
Goes all the way to the right. Nope. And the toss back to Berrezzoni falls down to the turf. And that'll do it. An exciting end of the first half. Touchdown by Anthony Lazera as a 27-21 lead for backfield penetration over the Stoics. And like we said, this game has the potential to be the best game, the most exciting game of the day and the evening here in Brossard. And that play at the end of the first half shows you why.
It's been amazing so far. Definitely great game. I don't know who's going to come out on top, honestly. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, again, last play of the game, you can't ask for anything more. Hail Mary touchdown reception by Anthony Lazera. So we see some offense. Are we going to see some defense in the second half? Again, 2 aggressive teams on defense. What do both teams need to do, starting with the Stoics defensively?
Yeah, for the Stoics, it's going to be about covering that middle of the field. We saw Berrezzoni finding a lot of success on that middle intermediate, not really having much success on those deep passes. So perhaps trying to come down, be a bit more, try to disguise the coverages a little bit more. We see James Drysdale and Emerson Peterkin dropping a lot of times. Obviously, they respect Jalen Graves on that side of the ball, but Stoics are going to have to switch it up a little bit.
So Jalen Graves actually with that touchdown pass to Anthony Lazera. Switching sides now for backfield penetration. Again, they got that great momentum boost at the end of the first half with that Hail Mary touchdown catch by Lazera. What do they need to do now defensively to make sure they take a stranglehold on this game?
It's a bit of a similar thing. Chris is having a lot of success in those short routes, those intermediates, but also finding success on that outside with Tyson Peterkin on those goals, on those kind of wheels comebacks, those interesting routes. So Andre Abbey, the corner on the left side, has to commit a bit less to the middle of the field, cheating too much right now on Emerson Peterkin and trying to cover both of it, although it's hard, but staying more on those outside routes.
And one thing you mentioned, sticking with the backfield penetration defense, one thing you mentioned earlier in this first half, right? Rafa Morelli, again, 34 sacks coming into this game. He had a sack earlier. He had a pass deflection, which led to an INT. But he has his hands full, though, with Chris Rivet. Talk about Chris Rivet, the veteran, able to move his hips a lot and get a couple plays on the first down. What do you want to see out of Rafa Morelli in the second half to maybe add to his sack total?
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Keep containing Chris. Chris only ran once, which is less than he usually does run. he needs to just wait for his defense to do a coverage sack so he's able to get to Chris and not miss the flags, basically. But he's doing a great job so far.
Right, so there you go. We are seconds away from starting the second half of action here in Brossard. Again, this is the game between the Backfield Penetration and the Stoics doing battle for the men's Division III championship here in FlagPlus Football. An exciting second half awaits, and here we go. Again, the Stoics starting with the ball here to kick off the second half. So, Jerome, do you expect them to maybe go for a deep shot right away to kind of set the tone here in the second half, or do you think they want to march the field?
I think Chris needs to have at least one deep read because I'm expecting Backfield Penetration to come out very aggressive on this first play, expecting all hooks or triple slants. So perhaps we're going to see some men, although Jalen Greaves is a bit far back for that.
Rive gets a snap, quick pass to the right, to the flat there to Peterkin. Good tackle by Anthony Lazera.
Yep, so good job by Chris, just getting some momentum early in this drive. How boring is the triple slants?
I mean, if it works, it works, right?
It does, but it's boring.
So pick up by Emerson Peterkin for about 3 yards there on first down. So setting up 2nd and 7 now. Don't forget we have the men's Division I championship game coming up next. It'll be the number 1 seed, the Braves, taking on the number 4 seed, Flagmoissac. And the cream of the crop of the men's division here in FPF. Rive avoids. Oh, he can't avoid the sack. Morelli with the takedown.
There it is. As we were just saying, Raf Morelli is going to find opportunities to get sacks, and he does it right there. Chris unable to evade. Oh, great job by Raf, getting his hands up, making think Chris that he's not on a stable platform to get that sack, and a great recovery to get it.
So Morelli showing why he is arguably the best snapper in the entire league right there. A huge sack on 2nd down, making it 3rd and long now for the Stoics offense.
Kind of forced to take a shot here, split it in half.
Rive back in his own end zone. He gets the snap. He looks to the right, goes there. Peterkin with the catch. He's flagged right away. Will it be enough for the first down? I believe so. Yep, you're right.
And look how beautiful that route is. Let's see it on the replay. It's an out, up, out. So a double out. We're not going to see it here, but it's a great route. It's a great concept that Chris loves to use.
Defender there, number 7. Rakendi Joseph, right on the spot, though, to make the tackle. He was actually saying he thought Peterkin might have got a foot on the line, might have stepped out of bounds before getting the ball, but the official, Julian Prue, disagrees. So first down, right at midfield for the Stoics. Rive gets the ball. He looks to the left. He goes there. Morelatos with the catch. Tackled immediately, though, by Lazera. Gain of about 3 yards by Morelatos.
Yeah, solid.
Morelatos, of course, in the lineup, replacing the injured Emile Gregoire.
Yeah, great tackle by Lazaro once again. Not just a very solid offensive player, but also a very smart defensive player. He came up clutch with a couple of huge picks in these playoffs.
So 2nd and about 3 right now. Facing the Stoics. Deep shot to the end zone, and that pass. Peterkin was open, but it's a bad pass there by Chris Rive.
Yeah, Chris hesitating a little bit, throwing it a bit too late. Seeing Jalen Greaves converting to that left side. Yeah, Emerson was wide open, but if he underthrows it, you've got Rekendi Joseph coming back from that corner position. Could have gotten the hand there, so I like that he didn't take too much risk and threw the ball deep. Gave perhaps Emerson a chance to make a play.
Rive gets the snap now. Base formation, quick pass to Tyson Peterkin on the sideline. He said, oh, missed tackle there by Rekendi Joseph. Touchdown, Tyson Peterkin. And we are all tied up at 27-27. And Jerome, I think that's just bad tackling right there by the Backfield Penetration defense.
It is, but at the same time, if a player breaks so many tackles so often, is it a skill? It is. Couple tackles broken here today by Tyson Peterkin. Now Chris deciding to go for one to get that 1 point lead.
Yep, 27-27 game right now. Just a bit more than 60 minutes remaining here in this contest. Again, Backfield Penetration, the Stoics doing battle for the Division III crown. Stoics break the huddle, 10 seconds remaining on the play clock. Now make it 5. Rive checking his flag. He gets the snap. He looks over the middle, goes to the right into the corner. Caught by Peterkin, but out of bounds.
Yeah, I think he stepped out before and after. So, yeah, great coverage by the backfield penetration defense there, covering both the front and the back. Yeah, Emerson unable to come down with that catch, but it was a nice route.
So the idea was good, but the execution was lacking a little bit there on the one-point convert attempt for the Stoics. Backfield penetration now gets the ball. Gropini and Greaves, the receivers to the left. Ismias and Joseph, the receivers to the right. Of course, Afni Lazera, the snapper. Berazzoni wastes a snap. He gets it. Looks to the right. Goes over the middle. Oh, almost intercepted. That pass intended for Lazera. A slotting Morelatos had a chance to make the pick, but the ball hits the turf.
Yeah, great job by Morelatos here. I think he was short left, actually. No, Emerson is staying short, so great job to convert. So to converge to the middle of the field, obviously, Rokendi Joseph was open on that slant underneath. But, yeah, I was only a little too late seeing it, and a great job by Morelatos, almost coming down with a huge pick.
Second down now, second and long. Berazzoni goes to the right. Chair by Joseph. Oh, and he dropped the ball. Blown opportunity there for a big play by backfield penetration. James Drysdale, the safety, coming over, but he came over late.
Yeah, tough catch to make there. Not sure. You can see the acceleration of Rokendi Joseph here on that wheel. James Drysdale hesitating a little bit towards Ronismus on the in. A great concept by Berazzoni, just a little bit too far for Rokendi to come down with it.
So third and long now, 3rd and 10. Facing backfield penetration. Berazzoni gets the ball. Throw to the right sideline, and that's well over the intended target. Ismias, he was open for a second, but again, a really bad pass there by Berazzoni. 4th and long now. Drum, I got to ask you, if you're backfield penetration, do you think about punting here?
No, never. You never punt. Even if it's 4th down, also you don't want to give the ball back to Chris, and he can waste a lot of the clock, especially if you're down. You never punt. You never see any teams punt in the higher divisions unless it's very specific situations, but it's very rare. Now, this is a convertible play. You know, he's able to get 10 yards. Obviously, it's going to be a bit harder with the defense playing off, but he can do it.
Trips to the right for backfield penetration. Berazzoni, oh, he avoids the sack. He has a man open deep. Peterkin comes over. Catch made by backfield penetration. Looks like that's Rokendi Joseph with the grab, giving backfield penetration the ball deep into the Stoics territory.
Oh, that's a flag guard, though, by Berazzoni, but ooh, great catch by Rokendi coming back to the ball. For sure thought that Peterkin had the position, but yeah, you can see that. Look at that little flag guard. Nice move by Berazzoni. Refs never call that one. Yeah, great catch by Rokendi there. Huge play on 4th down. That's why you don't punt, Brent.
Yeah, good call. So Joseph with the catch, bringing the ball down to the 3-yard line of the Stoics. And I wasn't saying they should punt. I'm saying that's an option.
A bad one.
He gets the snap. There you go. Slant pass, and off the hands, and almost intercepted there. This means they couldn't pull that ball in. The pass just a little bit behind them.
Yeah, great job by the Stoics defense being very aggressive on that front line. Yeah, what a great coverage. Way to go for James Drysdale to cut down underneath that slant from Rokendi Joseph, forcing a tough throw to René Ismius, which was well covered by Alexis Dubois. And these are kind of tough situations, you know. These when you're that close to the goal line, you don't have a lot of space. So your concepts, you don't. It's hard to create space for your receivers. So you have to either be very accurate or, you know, beat the defenders one-on-one.
Berazzoni rolls out to his right. He's going to throw it to his left. You know, he ends up throwing to the right, knocked away by Drysdale. A flag on the play now, second one.
Ooh, which is a loss of down, right?
Loss of down, but there was a second flag thrown as well by Julien Proulx. So you're right about the rusher interference flag.
Yeah, I think that the rush. I'm not sure what the calling is on the field. You can see him talking right now.
You have to imagine, but in that territory, I can understand why you're saying it might be rusher interference. I have to see.
Yeah, definitely. Jason Leclerc calling the rusher interference. There it is. And
also pass interference called on the unnecessary contact called against the defense.
Do those penalties offset?
Yes, the penalties are offset. They're going to go back to the original line of scrimmage.
Okay.
Second down repeated here. So trips to the left now. 3 receivers on the left-hand side. Joseph, Greaves, and Gropini. Smith alone on the right. Pass to the left. Greaves with the catch. Touchdown! Backfield penetration. Jalen Greaves pulling down the grab.
What a beautiful ball and beautiful catch. Putting it just where only Jalen Greaves can get it. Getting both feet in for the huge touchdown.
Yeah, great awareness right there by the receiver, realizing where he was, able to jump skyward to pull down the ball. But again, getting those 2 feet in bounds.
Yeah,
All
not
he
many
needed is
players.
one, but he got 2.
Not many players can make that catch.
Yeah, good pass there by Barazoni as well, giving his receiver a chance to make a play on the ball, putting the ball only where his receiver can get it as well.
Yeah, especially with Emerson Peterkin in that at that cornerback position. So, yeah, great play, great ball.
33-27 lead. 6-point advantage for backfield penetration. Going for the 1-point convo to make it a 7-point game. Barazoni gets a snap. Looks over the middle. Oh, pass off the hand of Joseph, off his right hand. He was open. Barazoni failed to hit him.
Yeah, just a little bit too far. I'm not sure if Rokendi Joseph could have gotten the catch if he had put both hands out, but yeah, very high. No, it was too deep.
So down by 6 now are the Stoics with about 9 minutes remaining in this contest. Their offense on the field now. Chris Rivet leading the charge. Let's see if they can come back and tie this game. Quick pass there to Peterkin. Quick slant there. Nice pickup by the young receiver.
Yep, simple, straightforward play. 9 yards on that.
Yeah.
Once again, a nice move by Emerson, just giving a slight kind of mini diamond release and then coming back inside. The defender unable to follow him.
It's funny, look at these 2 teams again. We talked about, right, a lot of similarities, a lot of playmakers on both sides of the ball, but 2 definitely different personalities. One team does a lot of talking. You can imagine backfield penetration, and their fans as well. Stoics a lot more working in silence, if you will. There you go, exactly, my man. Thank you. There you go. Stoic. Nice catch there by Justice Wiminahan, picking up a first down for his squad.
Yeah, and Chris slowing the game down here, which is interesting. Obviously, clock management is already kind of starting at this point with around 8 minutes left. Last possession of the game is going to be massive.
Yeah, this definitely has whoever has the ball last is going to win type of feel. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case with just outside of 8 minutes remaining. And a catch there by Drysdale. He collides with Joseph. And those 2 having a little bit of a conversation there.
Yeah. I mean, Joseph is entitled to his space, right?
Yep.
So that's the responsibility is also on the receiver to, when you turn around, you have to know where the defender is. Yeah, I don't think there's any call to be made here.
Nope. Play continues.
Yeah, that was clean. Just going for the flags, breaking down, holding his space.
So pick up of about 6 yards right there by Drysdale, the 11-time All-Stars. So setting up now 2nd and 4 inside of backfield penetration's territory.
Yeah, Chris has really been grinding these drives out.
And that's Chris Rivet football right there, right?
Yep.
5 seconds remaining in the play clock. Rivet gets a snap. He looks to the right. He fires to Peterkin. Oh, Peterkin should have. I mean, that pass was a little outside, but you got to use 2 hands on that one.
Yeah, Peterkin not using fully the sidelines and coming in a bit too inside. Obviously, Chris trying to hit it as outside as possible to secure the catch, not risk anything. And yeah, Peterkin just coming a bit too much inside.
So 3rd and about a long 3, maybe 4 here. Facing the Stoics offense, Rivet gets a snap. He looks right down the middle. He has a man open. It's Drysdale. Gets past 1 tackler, but taken down by Greaves. Yeah, right at the 1-yard line. Good tackle there by Jalen Greaves, saving a touchdown. 6 minutes and counting remaining here in this contest.
Yeah, that was clinical by Rivet. He was looking to our left side, and just comes back to his hook on the other side and completes a big gain on a risky 3rd and 5.
So fresh set of downs. Now first down for the Stoics offense. Just outside of 5.5 minutes remaining here in the game. Reve gets the snap, goes to the left. He has a man open in the back of the end zone. Drysdale comes down. Touchdown, Stoics.
Yep. Not the most beautiful ball by Chris, but putting it in a great spot where only James can get it. A huge score here. Now, the question is, do you go for 1 or 2? Seems like they're going for 1.
You have tie game right now, 33-33. Clock is running right now, just outside of 5 minutes remaining here in the game.
I'm not sure I like it. I would really go for 2 and drop Emerson, if not two quarterbacks, if I'm Chris here. Not finding much success on converts for either team so far.
Well, Reve not listening to Jerome. They're going to go for the 1-point convo here. I mean, you could still drop 2 quarterbacks here on this play. Pass it in zone, intercepted by Gropini. Gets tackled right away by Swinminahan. So we're all tied up at 33-33, just inside of 5 minutes remaining here in the second half.
Yeah, both these teams being neck and neck so far throughout the whole game. Pick on the first play for Backfield, pick on the first play for Stoics, and then it's just been clean play from both quarterbacks. It's really going to come down to who gets the ball last.
And you read about the second, the 2-point convo rate. The Stoics have had 10 successful convert tries in the postseason. The majority of them have been for 2 points. Now let's play continues here. Backfield penetration with the ball. Quick pass over the middle. Nice bullet there by Barazzoni, hitting Joseph just past the outstretched hand of Drysdale. Drysdale saw that pass happening, but again, that ball just got there before his hand could.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary. Was open the whole way with great closeout by Drysdale. Just a slight mini second left late, and kind of lucky, but also a great read by Barazzoni. A great pass as well.
Yeah, rare miss there by Drysdale. Again, 11-time All-Star. Usually when he's around the ball, somehow it ends up, whether on offense or defense, it ends up in his hands.
Right.
First down now for backfield penetration. Pass to the end zone up high. Snatched out the air by Ismias for the touchdown.
And flexing on them, too.
39-33 lead for backfield penetration. About 3 minutes remaining in the contest.
Yeah, Emerson Peterkin didn't even want to go up for that ball. A great catch, high-pointed it. Barazzoni is really using his receiver's athleticism, throwing it very high so only they can get it. That's a great skill that he has.
So they're going to go for 2 here. It's a 2-point convo attempt from the 10 for backfield penetration.
Which I definitely agree with. Try to drop Greaves here.
They do drop Greaves, but a pass over the middle knocked away by Drysdale, intended, it looks like, either for Gropini or Anthony Lazera.
Yeah, interesting play. So a quick bullet pass to Lazera in the middle. He was open, just miscommunication there. Lazera turned to the right, and Barazzoni seeing an opening on the left. You probably wanted Lazera to use his big frame to just box out and make the catch.
Don't forget, we have the men's Division I final coming up. Flag taking on the Braves for the D1 championship, the cream of the crop here in FlagPlus Football as far as the men's division is concerned.
Yeah, time to clock manage now with being in Pro Clock.
Yep, less than 2 minutes remaining in the game here. 9-point lead for the Stoics. And a good pass, a good job by Rive avoiding the sack and getting the ball out of his hands, hitting his receiver over the middle.
And timeout being called, I'm not sure by who.
Yeah, timeout. Timeout is right. So a gain of 9 yards there on first down.
I think that was the offense calling a timeout, which is interesting. You'd actually want to run down the clock here, no?
Yeah, that would be the usual scenario here. The usual choice, I should say. But yeah, timeout called. So 1:46 left here. Quick pass by Swinminahan. That's going to be enough for the first down. Gain of about 3 yards there. They needed 2. He got 3.
He's been really reliable today.
Yep. This Swinminahan, of course, his father got him a coaching member of the league for a long time. His brother obviously on the team as well. Part of the X-Men.
Yeah.
Lore. I remember playing against Gautama, the dad, there back in the day.
Yeah, Noah currently in Kingston, Ontario, I think, for the U19 championships. Or Nationals, I should say.
So fresh set of downs now for the Stoics offense. Rive going to the left. He hits Morelatos on the sideline. Good tackle there by Lazera.
And staying in bounds, which is good.
Yeah, Morelatos needs to be smarter there. He has to get out of bounds. I mean, it's a nice pickup of about 7 yards.
No. You want to run down that clock.
Okay.
You want this to be the last percent. Well, the tricky thing here is you only need 1 point to win it. So you don't want to give Backfield the ball back.
True. Ray gets the ball, pump fake to the right, ends up going there to Peterkin.
In bounds.
So Peterkin with the catch there, picking up the first down, so the clock will stop anyways. Yeah, so good job by Peterkin. Good awareness there. He knows he didn't have to get it out of bounds. He got the first down, so he's fine. 55.6 seconds remaining on the clock here in Complexe Sportif CN.
Yeah, great job by Chris once again, finding that outside hook to Peterkin. He's been having a great game today.
So the ball now at the 9-yard line of backfield penetration. The Stoics are driving. Can they drive the ball into the end zone? Let's find out. 6-point lead for backfield penetration. Rive surveying the scene. He gets a snap. He rolls to the left. Quick pass there to Drysdale. Bobbled it for a second. And he gets tackled by Gropini.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was Backfield or Stoics that had taken the timeout earlier in this drive, but yeah, Backfield were forced to use a timeout in the first half. So if it was them, they wouldn't have any more timeouts left.
So timeout now called by the Stoics. So about a 4-yard gain there, from a 3-yard gain, taking the ball from the 8 to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, so this is second down, right? Second down, 4.5. With 20 seconds left on the clock. This is great clock management by Chris Rivet.
Well, no, they can't get another first down, so it's second and goal right now.
Second goal, yeah.
For the Stoics.
But still, that was he's
you're
not
right.
letting any time to Backfield.
Exactly.
And now, if they score, they're only going to need a 1-point convert.
So defensively right now, if you're the backfield penetration, you kind of have to force a turnover here, right?
You're in a tricky situation. I mean, if they don't get the convert, so technically you're going to get 2 chances to get a stop. You need to stop the convert definitely, but yeah, this is ideal for Stoics and kind of dramatic for backfield penetration.
Drama here for both sides. Rive gets a snap. He looks to the right, avoids a sack, toss to the zone. Touchdown, Emerson Peterkin.
Great catch, great route, great adjustment. Chris Rivet running away from Raf Morelli. I think backfield penetration thinks it was.
I think they thought it might have been a flag guard,
flag
perhaps.
Flag guard on Chris, yeah. Let's
maybe
see
an offensive interference or something.
Nah, it was clean.
Yeah, 100%. And see, that's the problem. Yeah, you can't stop playing if you're the backfield penetration defense there.
No, definitely not.
You got to play through the whistle.
Yep.
Whether there's a flag or not, you got to play through the whistle.
And now going for one to get the lead.
15.6 seconds remaining on the clock. This play is the biggest of the game so far. 1-point convo attempt for the Stoics. This game tied up at 39. Can they get it? Let's find out. Pass to the end zone. Peterkin gets 1 foot down. The 1-point conversion is good. 40-39 lead for the Stoics with 15 seconds remaining.
Amazing catch. I wasn't sure he was going to get his feet in, and he did. A great ball by Chris, not overthrowing this one. A great in and out at the back of the end zone for Peterkin, getting that left foot and the right foot in, kind of playing around with Anthony Lazara there in the back of the end zone.
So Peterkin and Vanier Cheetah showing his bite right there offensively.
But still some time there for backfield penetration, especially if they can get out of bounds here. They might have as many as 3 plays, probably 2 plays.
Pressure on the shoulders of Barazoni now. He gets the snap. He's going deep. It's a man open. It's Greens coming over the top. Drysdale with the interception, and he seals the win for the Stoics.
Oh, my God. A statement play, a huge pick to seal the game, and Stoics win it.
James Drysdale showing why he is the best player on the field.
Give me that.
Yeah, making that game-sealing INT.
And I thought Emerson Peterkin was going to come down with it. James Drysdale says, no, I got it, and seals it.
Well, fantastic play there by Drysdale.
Yeah, so Chris Rivet here just basically has to run up and knee down. But they're still going to have to play. Now this is kind of tricky for Stoics here at the 3-yard line. Because they can't give up a safety, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so in the last game we did, there was a snap for a safety.
But he can basically throw it to the ground.
Yeah.
Or
Smart
do that.
play, the exact smart play right there. Just run. Oh, wait, there's
Rush
a penalty though.
interference.
Yeah, rush interference called on the center, so Minahan.
So they're going to go half the distance to the goal line, so even closer to the goal line.
So the snap is going to be the biggest
oh
thing
my
here.
God. That was a big contact.
Now, see, obviously the design there was a run by Rive. If you're Rive right now, Jerome, if you're part of this offense, are you just calling maybe something smart here? Throw it into the ground. Throw it at the feet of any receiver as long as you don't get a touch on the ground.
Yeah,
call.
definitely.
So Rafa Morelli having a tantrum right now on the field. He is upset with the call here. Upset with the officials.
I'm not sure what he's asking for. He got the call he wanted, no? Not so sure what's happening.
Confusion right now going on and anger as well. The backfield penetration. Their entire team right here. I mean, again, the call looked like it was, we see the officials huddling up there. Jason Leclerc, Julianne Prue, and Tara Mrakic.
I mean, it was rush interference, not anything more than that, right?
Yeah, so here's the replay right here. T24 Morelli. Yeah, definitely 100% is rusher interference. I'm not sure what he's so livid about.
Right, and that's what the
refs
call
has to be. I mean, then again, the fact that the officials are so huddled up means there could be something else being called here. So maybe that's why he's upset in his defense. But we'll have to wait and see.
Do they want a UR? Are they saying you lean into Morelli?
Or maybe they're saying maybe he purposely ran into the center, or the snapper.
Yeah, but how do you say, oh, it was intentional? I mean, he's running his route.
No, I hear you. You're 100% right.
Obviously, it was a lack of awareness there from the snapper there.
So Morelli, you can hear Morelli. I'm not sure if it's picked up on the microphone. He's feeling that he's the one that's being called here.
So what? They're calling illegal contact on Morelli?
That could be it. See,
that would make no sense.
Riviere and Bearzoni, the respective captains and quarterbacks of their teams right now, talking to the officials. Yeah, interesting call right here. I mean, again, to us it appears like it's a simple rusher interference, but again, we have to wait and see what the officials call here. Yeah, so rusher interference.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Raf Morelli is...
He's quit on the game. He's, he has his flags back on now.
Out there, of
okay.
course.
Looked like he was walking away. Looked like he was going to walk out of the building for a second.
No way, Raf does that. I was like, there's no way.
Okay, so rusher interference, so brings the ball back. Obviously not a full 5, yeah.
So now Chris can't really run, right?
So don't forget, so the play that led to this was the interception there by Drysdale. Again, Drysdale was not in the end zone, so the ball was at about, let's say, the 4 or the 5 yard line. Yeah. So the penalty now against Swimminahan number 11. It's only basically a 2-yard penalty because of down the pretty much the distance to the goal line.
Yeah, but it's tricky here because a bad snap, you lose the
bad
game.
snap is a safety and you lose the game. That's exactly it. The snap right here is the most important thing that's going to happen in the next 5 seconds.
Also, if it's an intentional grounding, it would also be a sack and another safety.
Yep.
So Chris has to be careful.
So here we go. Clean snap. Smart right there. Throw right to the feet of the receiver.
So the clock will run out now.
Yep.
It's
Peterson
over.
with the grab. And wait now.
They still had a timeout, apparently.
Yeah, so backfield penetration calls a timeout here. Kind of delaying the inevitable. I mean, you never know, right? We've seen crazier things here in FPF. Again, another bad snap over the head of Rive can result in a safety. An INT. I mean, again, there's about 3.5 seconds remaining on the clock. Anything could happen here, so smart timeout there by backfield penetration.
And how much pressure is there on Swami right now? I would not want to be in his shoes right now. Just no matter what, make sure it gets right into Chris' hands and Chris catch it, please.
Quick pass to Peterkin.
And that's it.
Incomplete. He's saying it was a grab, so I think the officials called it incomplete here. Yeah, no, saying it's a grab.
Yeah,
and that'll do it for 40-39 victory. The Stoics are your Division 3 champions. So a lot of drama to end the game, to say the least. Big win here, though, by the Stoics.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, crazy ending. Crazy ending here in Broussard.
The whole game, honestly, man. It was back and forth. Both teams getting picks on the first plays of the opposing offenses. And then just both QBs firing up on all cylinders. The difference being that James Drysdale interception at the end of the game.
Yeah, a huge interception, pardon me, at the end of the game. Again, the 1-point combo, though, by Tyson Peterkin to give the advantage to the Stoics. Again, a fantastic finish between two great teams here. Again, one possession game. And with that W right here, again, pardon me, I'm trying to find it in my notes here. My apologies. The Stoics, they improved the record to 7-1 in one possession games. And again, this seventh win, giving them the Division 3 championships. What are your thoughts on what was an amazing game?
Man, how clutch is Chris Rivet? Every time we say it, he's Mr. Playoffs for a reason. Another unbelievable performance from the Stoics, and nothing to take away from Backfield Penetration, who also played an amazing game. It's a couple plays, man, and that's what we love about Flag. A couple plays can decide a game, a championship, and that's what happened here today. And Stoics on the good end in this one.
Let me see, again, two great teams with loaded rosters. Do you think maybe either of these teams can make the move up now to a higher division?
Yeah, Backfield Penetration definitely should be making the move up, especially with all the talent they have on their roster, and Alessandro Barazzoni absolutely dominating this season. I think it's the right time. I think Chris Rivet is actually going to take a little bit of time off from Flag in the next season, but should be back in fall.
All right, so we'll have to wait and see what the future holds for both teams again. The Stoics with a 40-39 victory over Backfield Penetration, and the Stoics are your men's Division 3 champions. For Jerome Hoverton, I'm Brett Balkin saying thanks for tuning in. And don't forget, up next, we have the men's Division 1 championship game between the Braves and Fly Monsac right here on Facebook Live.
Yeah, we're going down to the field, right?
Are we going down to the field?
Should we?
Oh, yeah, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, sorry, the MVP award and the trophy presentation will be given right now by FPF President Jeff Rosenblatt.
We're down at field level with the Winter 2025 Division 3 champ, the Stoics. After a very, very hard-fought game, it was a great final. Let's get Captain Chris Rivet over here, please. Chris, you've been here before. You've won a few championships in FPF. What does it mean to be a champion with this group of guys?
I mean, look, it's fun, man. We fought through all season. You know, we're kind of always the underdogs. We're kind of used to it by now, but look, we came through, and it's just fun, man. We're a young squad. I'm the old guy. Young guys pulled through today, and I'm super, super happy, man. We got this. We got this. We did it.
You beat a really loaded Backfield Penetration team with a bunch of studs, but you have a bunch of studs also, so I'm not sure if you're the underdog anymore. And for our playoff MVP, it was a really tight race between a bunch of your guys. But we're giving it to Chris Rivet.
Thank you, man.
So, Chris, one more question. You got the Peterkin boys. You got Alexi. You got James Drysdale on the team. Mike's over there, but whatever. What does it mean to win with not only awesome guys on the field, but also an unbelievable group of guys off the field?
I mean, look, I want to play with these guys in the higher divisions. I think we can do it. I think these guys are all amazing. So we'll see what the future holds. Honestly, everyone, we just do our job and that's it. And I'm happy we won with these guys.
FPF, be on notice. Look for the Stoics in higher divisions down the line. Winter 2025 Division 3 champs right over here. Back to you guys in the booth.
To the broadcast area here in Broussard, in the Complexe sportif, CN. So again, MVP of the game being given to Chris Rivet, the starting quarterback and winner, obviously, for the Stoics. What are your thoughts?
Played an amazing game. Chris performed once again in the playoffs. Also, Tyson Peterkin having a huge game in this one. I think 3 touchdowns. Some great defensive plays as well. So nice to see Tyson performing well today.
Yeah, definitely. Tyson, as we were saying before when the camera was on Jeff, we were saying either Rive or Tyson Peterkin, well-deserving the MVP award. But obviously the biggest award of all is the Division III championship being awarded to the Stoics with a 40-39 victory. So now, for Jerome Ovington, I'm Brett Barker saying thanks for tuning in. And don't forget, we have the Braves against Flag coming up right now. The Men's Division I championships, of course, on Facebook Live and YouTube. Make sure to tune in, or stay tuned, I should say, for that one. We'll see you soon.
Bienvenue à Brossard, Québec. Je suis Alexis Dubois avec
Jérôme Ovington.
Et on est ici pour la finale de la Division 1 qui opposera les Braves à FlagPlus. Et pour, je crois, la première fois de l'histoire de l'FPF, on aura une finale back-to-back. La division, ainsi que la division 5v5 compétitive, aura les mêmes équipes dans la finale. Jérôme, comment est-ce que tu approches un match quand tu joues la même équipe 2 fois de suite dans une finale?
Faut pas vraiment que ça ait d'importance. C'est 2 matchs complètement différents. Puis c'est sûr que pour la première game, je pense qu'on la traite un petit peu comme n'importe quel match. C'est sûr que la deuxième game, il va avoir plus d'impact sur comment la première s'est déroulée.
Et c'est notre première saison dans le 6 contre 6 Division 1 avec un changement majeur aux règles. Ce n'est plus 10 verges pour un premier essai, mais plutôt un premier essai à mi-terrain, puis ensuite 4 verges pour scorer. Entre ces deux équipes, c'est qui a le plus grand avantage avec ce changement?
Ben, normalement, je t'aurais dit les Braves, vu que c'est plus une règle qui est plus similaire au 5v5. Mais cette saison, ce n'est pas les Braves qui ont eu le plus de succès offensivement, mais c'était bien FlagPlus avec Alexandre Nadeau-Pius qui a gagné le carrière de l'année.
Statistiquement, et en le regardant jouer, ça avait l'air du meilleur carrière de la division et les stats le reflètent de manière considérable. Par contre, le désavantage que FlagPlus a, selon moi, c'est du côté défensif. La défensive des Braves, elle est redoutable. Par contre, FlagPlus un peu moins. Qu'est-ce qu'il peut faire dans ce match pour ralentir l'attaque des Braves?
Ben, je pense qu'il va falloir qu'on ait un gros match de la part de François Rochelot du côté défensif. Pour moi, c'est le joueur clé du côté défensif pour FlagPlus. Reconnu surtout comme étant un joueur élite offensivement dû à sa grande vitesse, mais c'est également un joueur qui a eu beaucoup de succès au niveau défensif. Puis je pense que aussi que son expérience à jouer contre et avec Jonathan Maheu va avoir un impact sur ce match.
On parle très souvent de score, mais quand on monte les divisions, c'est plus les scores qui ont la plus grande importance, c'est les arrêts, c'est les erreurs. On parle souvent d'un match à 1 erreur, un match à 2 erreurs. Avec des équipes d'un calibre comme celle qu'on a, selon toi, on se permet combien d'erreurs? Est-ce que c'est une interception par le match? On peut se permettre 2. Combien d'erreurs sont requises pour gagner ou pour perdre?
C'est sûr que ça va dépendre beaucoup, mais je te dirais qu'avec les nouvelles règles, de Division 1, tu peux te permettre un petit peu plus d'erreurs parce que c'est une game qui encourage plus la défense. Si ça avait été comme les règles précédemment, je t'aurais dit une erreur, une interception, tu perds le match, surtout avec des carrières autant talentueux. Mais je te dirais qu'une interception, c'est pas nécessairement la fin du monde avec ces nouvelles règles.
Puis maintenant, on sera sur le terrain dans quelques instants. Les capitaines sont appelés par les arbitres en chef. On a 4 arbitres pour ce match. Des joueurs à regarder. On a déjà parlé de François Rochelot du bord des Braves. Puis maintenant, on se dirige vers le terrain. Désolé, on a parlé de François Rochelot du bord de FlagPlus. Ils ont également Quade Johnson, un nouveau ajout cette année. Les Braves, on connaît des faces qu'on connaît depuis longtemps, Isaiah Lard, Mike Piercin, James Drysdale, mais également Jeremy Murphy qui fait son apparition avec cette équipe et qui a des succès fulgurants. On parle de 28 réceptions, 374 verges et 11 touchés. C'est qui le joueur décisif pour les Braves dans ce match?
J'aurais tendance à dire que c'est Isaiah Allard. Même si Jeremy Murphy a eu le plus gros impact sur cette équipe cette saison, la présence d'Isaiah Allard à la position de rusher pourrait avoir un impact immense sur à quel point Alexandre Nadeau-Plus peut être confortable.
C'est incroyable parce que oui, un impact sur le match, mais si on regarde les statistiques, on n'y penserait pas. En 5 matchs joués, il y avait également une blessure en fin de saison. Il y a 1 sac et 2 passes défendues. Pour quelqu'un comme Isaiah, c'est des stats que tu penserais qu'il y aurait dans un match, pas dans une saison. Mais l'avantage qu'il apporte pour une défensive, c'est plutôt le fait qu'il enlève des lignes de passe. Avec ce que Mo appellerait des telescopic arms, il enlève cette ligne du centre puis il force les carrières à regarder plutôt vers les sidelines. Comme QB, comment est-ce que tu peux contrer un rusher comme Isaiah Allard?
Il faut que tu évites le milieu du terrain, évidemment. C'est sûr que ça rend le travail énormément plus facile pour la défense des Braves quand ils n'ont pas vraiment besoin de couvrir le milieu du terrain avec la présence d'Isaiah Allard. Donc, pour Alexandre Nadeau-Plus, ça va être vraiment d'être efficace à utiliser son bras, qui est probablement sa meilleure arme. Donc, utiliser son bras pour envoyer le ballon dans les zones profondes, surtout avec des joueurs comme François Rochelot, Guillaume Paquet et Samuel Nadeau-Plus à la position de receveur.
Il y a tout un bras. Il y a cette saison 279 verges par la passe, un 52 touchés pour seulement 7 interceptions. Il y a énormément de talent avec son bras. Il peut compléter chaque passe sur le terrain de 40 verges à 5 verges. Tout est possible. Voyons exactement comment il voudrait commencer ce match. Avec tellement de talent explosif, est-ce qu'il commencerait avec le deep shot ou il va jouer ça de manière relativement conservative pour commencer?
Je pense qu'il va être un petit peu plus conservatif parce qu'il y a beaucoup de respect envers la défense des Braves. La défense des Braves est une défense qui n'est pas hyper agressive avec le short. Ça favorise, évidemment, avec les nouvelles règles, tu as besoin de 4 essais pour te rendre au milieu du terrain. Donc, moi, je suis juste un simple all-hook ici.
Regardons ce qui commence sur le premier jeu. Nadeau-Plus prend la remise, regarde vers sa gauche. Ça a l'air d'un all-hook. C'est la passe est complétée vers son frère Samuel Nadeau-Plus. Un gain de, je crois, 6 verges sur le jeu. Est-ce qu'un gain de 6 verges sur un premier essai avec les nouvelles règles, c'est suffisant ou il voudrait un peu plus?
Ah, c'est excellent même. Je pense que tu n'es pas vraiment dans le trouble dans ta zone du terrain. Je te dirais qu'en général, c'est pas très difficile de se rendre au milieu du terrain. Surtout en 6v6, c'est plutôt quand tu arrives dans la deuxième portion du terrain que là, ça devient vraiment difficile.
On a un deuxième essai avec Nadeau-Plus qui regarde encore vers sa droite, regarde vers les zones profondes. C'est complété vers le numéro 0. C'est Guillaume Paquette avec un gros gain. Premier essai pour les Braves. Est-ce qu'on a une défensive de zone ou d'homme à homme du côté des Braves?
C'est beaucoup de zones, mais c'est beaucoup de défenses qui sont cachées. On peut voir qu'il ne montre aucunement qui s'en va où. Ici, on peut voir J.D. Chevalier qui va un petit peu trop profondément. Et ça l'ouvre Guillaume Paquet qui fait un très bel ajustement sur son route à couper un genre de in plus.
On a donc un premier et les buts depuis la ligne de 11 avec Nadeau-Plus qui reçoit le ballon, qui regarde maintenant vers sa gauche complète dans la face de James Drysdale. Au numéro 83, c'est un touché. Guillaume Robert. Un flag raté sur le jeu par Drysdale, un simple hook qui devient un 6 points pour commencer ce match.
Ouais, Guillaume Robert, qui n'est pas nécessairement le joueur le plus flamboyant sur le terrain, mais une grande cible stable pour Nadeau-Plus, avec un bon move pour se défaire du plaqué de James Drysdale.
C'est des flags manquées comme celle-là qu'on a seulement 4 essais qui font tellement mal. Quand on peut transformer un hook de 5 verges dans un gain de 10, c'est ça qui fait mal à une défensive. On a maintenant un converti pour 2 points pour l'offensive de FlagPlus. C'est une équipe qui préfère aller pour 2 points avec comme target préféré Guillaume Paquette. Regardons qui Nadeau-Plus va lancer sur ce jeu. Il bouge vers sa gauche. Isaiah Lard touche à la balle. C'est incomplet. C'est justement de ça qu'on parlait avant le match. C'est le reach d'Isaiah Lard. Il enlève cette voie du centre.
Ouais, évidemment, Nadeau-Plus préfère ne pas lancer vers le centre quand il voit que ses receveurs sont couverts vers les espaces plus espacés. il n'hésite pas à lancer au milieu, mais Isaiah Love fait un gros impact là-dessus avec un premier arrêt sur les convertis qu'on sait qui vont être très importants dans ce match.
Ils sont immenses. Dans ces divisions plus élevées, les convertis deviennent un match à eux-mêmes. Maintenant, c'est les Braves avec la balle. Une passe rapidement complétée vers Mike-Persien qui dépasse quasiment la mise. Non, Mike, comme vétéran de la Ligue, s'arrête à 1 verge du premier jeu. On a maintenant un deuxième et très court. Ça sent le deep shot.
Ouais, ça, c'est un jeu parfait. Le Mike Persien, évidemment, qui montre son expérience. Les Braves adorent arrêter 1 verge avant le premier essai. Mike, qui fait très bien là-dessus, va pouvoir aider son carrière à potentiellement soit prendre un shot ici ou créer une situation où c'est 4e et les buts avec une distance moins importante à traverser.
On a un deuxième essai, la remise à la droite de Maher. Il regarde vers les ombres profondes, vers James Drysdale. C'est complété, mais c'est hors ligne, dépassé d'un pas.
Ouais, je pense que c'est le bon call, là. Juste un petit peu trop en retard avec son pied. On peut le revoir aussi sur le replay.
Et même à ce stade-ci du match, le challenge ne vaut pas toujours le coup, mais je crois justement que ça a été complété hors ligne, Jérôme.
Ouais, je pense que c'était très proche, là, mais juste un petit peu trop loin pour Drysdale, puis les Braves ne contesteront pas.
Ça ne vaut pas de challenger sur déjà ta première drive quand tu as seulement 2 challenges gros maximum. C'est recomplété vers Drysdale. Premier essai pour les Braves. C'est exactement ce qu'on pensait. Un premier deep shot sur le deuxième essai et maintenant on prend le premier jeu lors du troisième.
Ouais. C'est sûr que tu ne veux pas te rendre en 4e essai. Là, rendu là, tu sais que la défense de FlagPlus va respecter le deep shot à Drysdale, le petit comeback sur le sideline, un bon 7-8 verges qui rend quand même la tâche plus facile, être la ligne de 12 pour marquer.
Exactement, la ligne de 12, 4 essais depuis la ligne de 12. C'est quasiment comme un converti de 2 points. Mais on voit les Braves qui sortent avec un trips à la gauche de Drew Maher. Jeremy Murphy isolé du côté, en face de Rochelot. Il regarde du côté du trip. C'est complété Émile Châteauvert dans l'espace. Il tente de faire rater un premier homme, il réussit. Puis finalement, le tacle est réussi par Guillaume Paquet. Un gain de 10 verges, deuxième essai et 2.
Ouais.
Donc, deuxième et 2. On regarde clairement vers l'end zone. Jeremy Murphy, c'est celui avec le plus de touchés pour les Braves. Il y en a 11 sur la saison. Laisse-moi confirmer. Oui, en effet, 11. Ensuite, on a Émile Châteauvert avec 7 touchés. Avec une équipe avec tellement d'offensives, est-ce que c'est possible de les défendre à la ligne de 2?
C'est très difficile. Il faut que ce soit vraiment agressif underneath parce que malgré que Maher est très précis.
Voyons s'ils sont assez agressifs. Maher scramble vers sa droite. Il lance vers Mike-Persien. C'est incomplet. C'est justement, c'est une défensive étanche homme à homme. Ils ont collé, je crois plutôt c'était un lanes, mais ils ont collé avec leurs hommes. Il n'y avait rien d'ouvert. Maher, comme vétéran, lance la balle en touche.
Ouais, puis on veut voir Alexandre Nadopius qui joue également en défense. C'est pas juste un carrière. Je crois qu'il y a eu le plus d'interceptions pour cette équipe cette année.
Oui, avec 4 interceptions.
Avec 4 interceptions, oui.
C'est tout un joueur des deux côtés de la balle. C'est pas juste un carrière. Regardons s'il peut faire la différence sur ce troisième essai. C'est complété vers Drysdale. C'est échappé. Ce qu'on voit rarement de la part de Drysdale. Il y avait le toucher entre ses mains. Incomplet.
Ouais, je pense que 99% du temps, ça fonctionne. Passe un petit peu derrière. Drysdale un peu bas aussi. C'est difficile à compléter. On s'attend à ce qu'il fait, mais gars, il n'y a personne qui est parfait. Hein.
Personne. Mais si on regarde les Braves, c'est une équipe avec assez d'expérience. Ils ne sont pas inquiets. Des échappées, ça arrive. Ils ne rentrent pas dans leur tête. Ils ne se rendent pas là-dedans. Joe Maher a donné un petit high five à James. Il n'y a pas de négativité, puis ça impacte grandement un match quand l'équipe est d'accord, quand l'équipe a une attitude positive. Voyons ce qu'il peut faire. Est-ce qu'on a un troisième ou un quatrième en ce moment? Quatrième essai, la ligne des buts. Maher scramble vers sa droite. Il regarde vers les zones profondes. C'est incomplet! FlagPlus célèbre.
Et Alexandre Nadopius qui fait un gros impact. Pas le gars le plus rapide, mais il est très intelligent. JD Chevalier n'a pas été capable de créer assez de séparation sur ce jeu-là. Nadopius qui fait le switch avec Wade Johnson et le dérange juste assez pour empêcher puis créer le premier turnover du match.
En effet, le premier turnover du match sur le premier drive offensif. Et on aurait un challenge, si je crois bien, on va challenger qu'il y avait un contact illégal de la part de Nadopius sur JD Chevalier. Regardons à la reprise, mais il semble avoir un léger contact avec l'épaule gauche de JD.
Moi, je l'ai pas vu assez pour dire c'était évident. Là. J'ai tendance à dire, en Division 1, on laisse souvent les joueurs jouer un petit peu plus de contact. tant que c'est pas comme on retient ou t'empêche le gars de se rendre à sa zone, je pense pas que Nadeau-Pius a empêché JD Chevalier de se rendre nécessairement à la zone. C'est juste une passe qui était pas à bonne place nécessairement. Mais on va revoir à la reprise.
Oui. Mais sur un 4e essai, des turnovers qui sont tellement importants dans la division 1, ça vaut le coup d'utiliser ton challenge. C'est un jeu qui peut changer le résultat du match. Puis on se rappelle la formule pour les challenges. On en a un par équipe. Si c'est un succès, on a par la suite un deuxième. Il n'y a jamais un 3e challenge. Puis un challenge ne consomme pas un temps mort. Est-ce que c'est la bonne décision de prendre un challenge en ce moment sur ce jeu?
Ah, définitivement.
Et on regarde maintenant le contact avec la main gauche de Samuel.
Ouais.
C'est ce qu'on tente de juger. Il y a clairement un contact.
Je sais pas s'il y en a assez non plus. Là.
La question, c'est s'il y en a assez.
On va le revoir peut-être mieux de cet angle-là.
C'est le numéro 10 avec JD Chevalier sur la droite de votre écran qui traverse. Et maintenant, on regarde la main gauche qui tire sur l'épaule de JD. Il y a un contact léger. La question, c'est est-ce que c'est assez pour justifier un flag?
J'ai comme l'impression que c'était après que le ballon avait déjà passé dans les mains de JD Chevalier. Fait que là, il y a un petit peu d'ambiguïté. Là. Y a-t-il du contact? Oui. Est-ce que c'est assez sévère? Pour moi, c'est un call qui est assez 50-50. Ça va être à la discrétion de l'arbitre.
Et quand c'est 50-50, on doit se rappeler que c'est la décision qui a été rendue sur le terrain qui devrait l'emporter. On semble avoir une décision qui a été prise. On attend le sort.
Il y a un flag.
On a un contact illégal contre la défensive. Premier essai brave à la ligne de 1. Et donc, le contact qu'on avait vu avec la main gauche de Nadeau-Pius sur l'épaule de Chevalier a été jugé assez considérable pour mériter le flag. Jérôme, un bon call?
Je pense que c'est correct. C'est un peu, comme j'ai dit, à la discrétion de l'arbitre. C'était pas un contact énorme, mais oui, ça l'a empêché JD Chevalier de faire l'attraper, peut-être.
On a donc un premier essai à la ligne des buts. Maher regarde vers sa gauche, regarde vers le fond de l'end zone. C'est complété vers Jeremy Murphy. Il y a des contacts subséquents, des drapeaux revolent. Ça a l'air d'un toucher avec une pénalité sur le jeu.
Ouais, c'est un excellent catch. Très bonne défensive de la part d'Alexandre Pius, mais Jerry Murphy qui est très... Oh mon Dieu, quel contact. Ça, je vois pas pourquoi Patrick Chenard ferait ça. Là. C'était...
Si c'est une pénalité de 10 verges, est-ce que les Braves considèrent un onside kick?
Ils devraient, définitivement. C'est intéressant, mais ça se peut-tu même que ça soit 15 verges? Tu penses que c'est assez pour un unnecessary roughness?
Un unnecessary roughness, c'est 10 ou 15 verges.
C'est 10 ou 15?
Je crois que c'est 10.
J'en
J'en prendrai jamais des pénalités comme ça, donc je le saurais pas. Mais je crois que c'est 10. Si c'est une pénalité de 10 verges, selon moi, je prendrais la tentative pour le onside kick.
Ouais,
ça peut changer l'allure du match.
Ouais, c'est sûr que là, par contre, tu le perds. C'est tôt un petit peu. Si je te dis s'ils avaient l'avance, ok, mais là, ils sont quand même en retard. Fait que c'est un petit peu tôt pour le tenter.
Sur la première drive, en deuxième demi, ou même avec quelques minutes restantes dans la première demi, c'est encore plus tentant. Je crois qu'ils vont plutôt opter pour un converti de 2 points depuis la ligne de 5.
Ouais.
On a l'égalité 6-6 dans la finale de la division 1 entre les Braves et FlagPlus. On est en direct de Brossard. Les Braves tentent un converti de 1 point, de 2 points depuis la ligne de 5. Mais regarde vers les zones profondes. Il tente de viser Jeremy Murphy dans l'air de l'end zone. Il l'a simplement raté. Il était complètement ouvert.
Ouais, Maher le sait là-dessus. Jeremy Murphy, très bon route encore une fois avec un deep out en arrière. La défense de FlagPlus qui ne suit pas. Puis Maher fait juste rater juste un petit peu sa passe trop loin. Assez dommage. Parce que c'était une très bonne opportunité d'aller chercher des points importants. Là.
Ces convertis de 2 points sont tellement importants. Ça devient leur propre match. Il y a un match avec les arrêts, les touchés et un propre match avec les convertis. On a plutôt l'égalité au lieu d'une avance pour les Braves. Nadeau-Pius regarde avec un jeu de all-hook. C'est complété vers Guillaume Paquet qui a capté 43 passes cette saison pour FlagPlus. C'était le receveur favori avec 573 verges.
Ouais, c'était surtout Samuel Nadeau-Pius qui avait tendance à être le receveur numéro 1 chez FlagPlus. On a vu un petit peu un changement. Samuel Nadeau-Pius qui a joué un petit peu moins de matchs cette saison, c'est vraiment Guillaume Paquet depuis 2 saisons qui est le receveur numéro 1.
Exactement. On a un deuxième essai à environ 10 verges à compléter. C'est une passe vers les zones profondes. Quasiment intercepté par James Drysdale. Un deuxième échappé de la part de James. James vient tout juste de jouer un match en Division 3, un match très serré. Il a joué l'entièreté du match. Est-ce que c'est un peu de fatigue parce que ce n'est pas les types d'erreurs qu'on présume voir d'un joueur avec le talent de Drysdale?
Ouais, je pense qu'il a aussi été dérangé par Guillaume Robert sur ce jeu-là. Il aurait pu avoir un flag offensive pass interference du côté de Flagg-Molsac. Un jeu intelligent, par contre, de Guillaume Robert, justement, mais une mauvaise passe de la part de Nadeau Pius.
Oui, une passe qui ne se devait pas de lancer. Il y avait le wheel vers Quade Johnson à sa droite qui semblait être ouvert. On a plutôt un troisième essai, sans plus grave que ça, avec Nadeau Pius qui prend la remise, il regarde vers sa droite, il lance vers son frère. C'est complété. Est-ce que c'est assez pour le premier jeu? Oui. Julien Proulx signale que oui. Premier essai, Flagg-Molsac, un out route sur les sticks.
Et finalement, non, ça ne sera pas un premier jeu.
Non?
Non. Je pense qu'on dit qu'il n'avait pas fait le reach avant de se faire plaquer. Évidemment, on voit le défenseur Phil Farran qui a été le meilleur défenseur probablement pour les Braves depuis une couple de saisons. Il y a eu un gros impact dans ces séries éliminatoires. 4e et 1, là, c'est un petit peu plus corsé. Là.
Justement, 4e et 1. Est-ce que les Braves vont tenter le turnover on downs ou est-ce qu'ils tentent simplement d'enlever le toucher? On verra sur ce 4e essai, Flagg-Molsac. Nadeau Pius scramble vers sa droite, il a battu. Oh, il batte un deuxième joueur. Finalement, le tackle est fait par J.D. Chevalier. Isaiah jouait plutôt la passe. Il s'est fait battu par Nadeau Pius. On oublie que c'est tout un athlète également.
Ouais, c'est ça qu'on a tendance à oublier de Nadeau Pius. Il paraît pas comme le gars le plus mobile, mais il y a des moves. Là. Il a fait rater Jeremy Murphy sur un flag. Puis Isaiah alors doit respecter la course. Puis c'est aussi très important pour Nadeau Pius d'instaurer cette course justement pour qu'Isaiah alors soit moins agressif avec ses bras télescopiques comme Mokan dit.
C'était une course d'une douzaine de verges sur un 4e et 1. On a donc un premier essai et les buts avec Nadeau Pius qui regarde à sa gauche, bloqué par Isaiah alors. Une deuxième passe défendue. Après avoir concédé le 4e essai, il se reprend, mais il a l'air de s'en vouloir. Est-ce qu'il était capable de l'intercepter?
Je pense pas. Il y avait un petit peu trop de vélocité sur cette passe-là. C'est sûr qu'Isaiah est très difficile avec lui-même. Là, il veut le pic, mais je veux dire, c'est impossible à arrêter ça et intercepter ça. Il faut que tu sois assez chanceux. Là.
99% des rushers sur la planète Terre seraient extrêmement contents d'avoir la passe défendue. Isaiah voudrait le pic. Par contre, il semble voir une chance d'avoir un pic à un certain point dans ce match. Surveillons ce match-up entre Allard et Nadeau Pius. On a le drive qui s'en va vers la droite, complété vers Guillaume Paquet. Encore une fois, à proximité d'Isaiah. Il se rapproche de la balle.
Ouais, c'était pas un window qui était très, très grand. Là. Isaiah qui a vraiment coupé l'angle. Une belle passe par Nadeau Pius qui trouve Guillaume Paquet. Un joueur qui est très rapide. Donc, sur ces drags-là, souvent, là, surtout si tu sais que ton carrière n'aura pas nécessairement longue, il faut que tu te rendes le plus vite possible au point d'attraper. Puis, il a fait une très bonne job en plus d'amener ça à la ligne de 1,5 environ.
Selon moi, Flagg-Molsac joue avec le feu. C'est pas le type de joueur au qui tu veux tenter et se rapprocher de la balle. Compléter, toucher, c'est vers
JP Saint-Pierre.
Merci beaucoup, Jérôme. Le score est de 12-6. Ils vont opter pour un converti de 2 points.
Ouais, je pense pas qu'on va avoir beaucoup de convertis de 1 point aujourd'hui. Là. Ça va être vraiment intéressant de voir. Est-ce qu'on pourrait peut-être voir Quade Johnson descendre comme deuxième carrière sur ce converti?
Entièrement possible. C'est un carrière qui joue en Division 2, qui s'est beaucoup amélioré dans les saisons récentes. La cible de prédilection de Nadeau Pius sur les convertis, c'est Guillaume Paquet. Il a capté 6 convertis de 1 point ainsi qu'un de 1 point. Regardons si ce serait la cible de son carrière sur ce jeu. Son converti de 2 points. Nadeau s'élance vers Quade Johnson. La passe est légèrement à l'extérieur du terrain. Est-ce qu'elle était captable?
Ouais, je pense que c'est juste une erreur de Johnson qui est allé un petit peu trop profond et qui n'est pas revenu assez à son compte parce que Nadeau Pius, lui, il sait, je m'en vais. Il y a Jeremy Murphy devant toi, il faut que tu utilises tout ce que tu peux. Puis Quade est juste un petit peu. Il n'utilise pas toute la portion du terrain qu'il aurait pu utiliser malheureusement.
Par contre, Jeremy Murphy en couverture avait laissé le sideline à Johnson. Je crois que le receveur a vu qu'il y avait plus d'espace que son carrière le croyait et donc a fait son tracé légèrement plus vers l'intérieur. Premier essai pour les Braves, un trips à la gauche, on regarde vers les zones profondes, complété vers J.D. Chevalier. Premier essai et plus. Il continue, il fait rater un joueur. Le tackle est finalement fait par Samuel Nadeau Pius après un gain de 30 verges.
Ouais, un excellent jeu. On sait que Joe Maher, il adore ses hooks dans le milieu du terrain, à diverge à ses slot receivers. Un excellent move de J.D. Chevalier qui amène ça à la ligne de 8 environ. 9.
31 verges sur le premier essai avec un simple hook. De là, toute la génie des Braves. On a un premier essai et les buts puisqu'on a passé la ligne de mi-terrain. JD, pas le joueur le plus rapide au monde, pas le plus athlétique, mais un des meilleurs receveurs de la division.
Un peu le couteau suisse des Braves, on pourrait dire.
Oui, il peut lancer, il peut capter. C'est défendeur fantastique. Premier essai pour les Braves, complété vers Mike Piercin, un gain de 5 verges avant que le tacle est fait par Samuel Nadeau-Pius.
Ouais, c'est exactement ce que tu veux faire. Dans cette situation-là, premier essai, là, tu t'amènes à la ligne de 1,5 environ, puis tu as 3 essais. Là, c'est vraiment idéal pour les Braves.
Et on se rappelle la dernière fois que les Braves étaient dans la zone payante, on avait un échappé de la part de Drysdale. Finalement, il a fallu le flag et le challenge pour pouvoir scorer. On aimerait voir les Braves scorer avec un peu plus de facilité. Question d'augmenter la confiance. On a un trips du côté gauche de Joe Maher, avec Jerry Murphy s'alignant près de Mike Piercin. Émile Châteauvert sur la droite. Joe rate. Oh, Joe a fait rater le rusher. La passe était vers Émile Châteauvert. Une passe qui aurait dû être captée. Un autre échappé de la part des Braves.
Ouais, un petit peu surprenant. Là. Je me serais pas attendu à ce que les Braves aient un peu de nervosité dans ce match-là. C'est une équipe qui a été là, ici, dans cette situation-là, à de multiples reprises. Mais là, ouais, je sais que c'est pas un catch hyper facile, mais on s'attend à ce qu'Émile Châteauvert fasse ce catch-là.
C'est un receveur avec énormément de talent, des mains très sûres. J'étais surpris de le voir échapper la balle. C'était un des cibles préférés de Joe Maher durant la saison régulière avec 31 réceptions pour quasiment 400 verges. On a encore troisième essai, 2 tentatives pour scorer. On regarde vers Drysdale. La passe est captée, touchée sur le exactement même tracé sur lequel il avait échappé la balle lors de la première drive.
Ouais, mais j'aime vraiment ce que la défense de FlagPlus a fait. C'est pas des catchs faciles qu'ils leur laissent. Là. Ils font vraiment travailler Joe Maher puis les receveurs. On peut voir Guillaume Paquet qui était un petit peu, juste un petit peu en retard, là, mais il avait très bien lu le jeu. Fait que ça va être intéressant de voir comment l'attaque des Braves va continuer à avoir du succès dans la zone payante.
C'est rare de le dire avec une attaque avec tant d'offensives, mais ça a quasiment l'air laborieux dans la zone rouge. Il force des lancers difficiles, des catch contesté. On a maintenant un converti de 2 points, un trips à la gauche, J.D. Chevalier qui tombe en deuxième QB, qui reçoit la balle. Personne ne rush J.D. Chevalier, il y a encore du temps. La passe est de retour à Joe Maher. On a Émile Châteauvert tout seul en arrière de l'endzone, également Jeremy Murphy. C'était trop simple. Pourquoi est-ce qu'ils n'ont pas rushé le deuxième quart arrière?
Ouais, j'ai aucune idée. C'est très, très, très confusing. Là.
Je vous vends ma formule gagnante. Quand il y a un deuxième carrière, ce que je disais dans la défensive, c'est on suit le deuxième carrière lorsqu'il capte la balle. La théorie derrière, c'est on veut que Joe Maher se départ du ballon. C'est le meilleur QB, sinon le deuxième d'FPF. On veut que la balle soit des mains de quelqu'un d'autre. Mais dès que quelqu'un d'autre a la balle, on doit le poursuivre, sinon il a simplement trop de temps.
Oui, parce que là, c'est ça, il a ramené le ballon à Joe Maher qui avait énormément de temps. Fait que là,
c'est
avait
le pire
beaucoup
scénario.
trop de temps. Là, c'est ça.
On a un 2 minutes qui reste dans cette première demi. Nadeau-Pius qui complète immédiatement vers Guillaume Paquet. Ce qu'on voit sur le premier essai, c'est du all hooks avec un post rush low. C'est avec quelques jeux qui tentent de set up le post. Est-ce qu'il est là ou il est plutôt couvert par Murphy?
Il est pas mal couvert. Là. C'est sûr que Nadeau-Pius a un excellent bras et peut se rendre, mais je pense que le fait que la seule balle profonde qu'il a lancée à date n'a pas nécessairement eu du succès. Puis il y a du succès dans les zones courtes et intermédiaires. Fait
énormément de succès. Ça vaut pas le coup de tenter la balle profonde contre des athlètes comme Murphy, contre des athlètes comme Drysdale. On a un deuxième essai. Il faut un diverge pour le premier essai. Il y a un pump fake vers la gauche et complété vers le numéro 4. C'est JP Saint-Pierre. On est court du premier essai. Quasiment meilleur que le premier essai, non?
Ouais, surtout avec la situation actuelle avec l'horloge, là, à peu près 1 minute 50 qu'on voit sur le tableau indicateur.
Oui.
C'est sûr que
on veut brûler du temps.
Ouais, on veut pas laisser trop de temps à Joe Maher pour revenir et scorer. Là.
Puis même 30 secondes, c'est quasiment assez de temps pour que les Braves puissent scorer. On a troisième essai, il faut 2 verges pour l'offensive de FlagPlus. On regarde vers les zones profondes, c'est capté par Rochelot. Le tacle est fait par Murphy. Le tacle est fait dans le terrain. L'horloge commencera donc sur le sifflet indiquant qu'on est prêt à jouer.
Ouais, ce qui est exactement ce que FlagPlus voulait. Nadeau-Pius regardait profondément pour Guillaume Paquet à gauche. Il revient sur son dernier read. À droite sur François Rochelot qui fait un beau move pour rester in bounds puis obtenir le premier essai.
On doit se rappeler que Braves commenceront avec la balle en deuxième demi. Le pire scénario pour FlagPlus est donc de scorer soit trop rapidement ou de ne pas scorer. Ils se doivent de scorer avec quelques secondes restant sur le tableau. Voyons si Nadeau-Pius le considère sur ce deuxième essai. C'est capté vers JP Saint-Pierre. Le tac est fait par Jeremy Murphy. Le temps continue à couler. Il nous reste 1 minute maintenant dans la première demi.
Mais quelle belle anticipation de Nadeau-Pius. Phil Farran couvrait parfaitement le route, mais il voit que son receveur va être ouvert juste une demi-seconde après, donc lance où son receveur va être. Phil Farran, excellent, des très longs bras, un joueur élite défensivement, puis malgré tout, Alex Nadeau-Pius le fait paraître.
Si vous regardez
un peu,
l'Instagram d'FPF, vous verrez combien de déflexions de passes Phil Farran est capable avec ses longs bras. On a maintenant un 3e essai sur la ligne de 6. On a des crossers. C'est complété, c'est tenté vers le derrière de l'end zone. Joe Maher a touché à la passe. Elle tombe incomplète. On visait Samuel Nadeau-Pius. Un beau jeu défensif de Joe Maher.
Ouais, pas exactement où j'irais, moi, si je suis Alexandre Nadeau-Pius. Isaiah alors devant toi et Samuel.
We lost audio. On tente de régler des problèmes techniques. Touché vers Guillaume Paquet.
Ouais.
Parfait, c'est touché vers Guillaume Paquet. Le score est maintenant de 18-14 pour Flagmolsac. Ils vont tenter un converti de 2 points pour prendre une avance de 6. Il reste 22 secondes sur le cadran. On tente de régler également quelques petits problèmes techniques. Oui, donc un converti de 2 points pour prendre une avance de 6. Par la suite, les Braves auront 22 secondes pour tenter de scorer. Nadeau-Pius regarde vers sa droite et tente de faire manquer à l'arc. C'est capté, mais hors ligne, tout près d'un converti. Mais non, l'avance est seulement de 4 points.
Ah, c'est un très beau jeu. Malheureusement, Guillaume Paquet qui n'a pas été capable de sécuriser l'attraper immédiatement. Ouais, on voit son genou gauche qui touche à terre. Bien, bon call des arbitres. Un peu en retard là, sur les convertis là, pour Flagmolsac.
Ça commence à quasiment donner une possession de plus sur les convertis. On en a parlé plus tôt dans le match, mais ça devient un jeu à lui propre. Et sur ce dernier jeu, on a encore vu l'influence d'Allard, qui avait ses grands bras dans la face de Nadeau-Pius. Il a forcé un lancer plus haut au-dessus de ses bras, ce qui a résulté dans l'incomplétion. On a maintenant 22 secondes pour que les Braves puissent scorer. Ça serait un score immense s'ils sont capables. On a un wheel route vers J.D. Chevalier. On regarde vers les zones profondes avec Drysdale. Touchdown! Brave! C'est le wheel route de Drysdale qui a battu Quade Johnson. On a une avance de 10 points en attendant le converti.
Ouais, en fait, je pense que c'est juste un straight go. Le wheel qui vient de J.D. Chevalier en dessous. Quade, il est ouvert, il se retourne trop en retard. Puis James Drysdale, évidemment, avec sa vitesse, combiné avec le bras de Joe Maher, c'est difficile à suivre. Donc, Quade doit vraiment commit à ce route dès qu'il voit que James Drysdale s'en va en ligne droite. Surtout considérant la situation, là, il reste 17 secondes, tu peux pas te faire battre over the top.
Mais également, le défendeur des Braves qui joue dans le slot doit prendre le wheel. Du fait qu'il n'a pas couvert le wheel, Quade a dû tenter de split les deux défendeurs qui a laissé la place nécessaire à Drysdale pour capter la passe de toucher. Par contre, si on accorde un toucher, il y a encore 17 secondes. C'est assez dans la première division pour scorer. On a un converti de 2 points qui s'en vient. On a un trips à gauche. J.D. Chevalier part comme deuxième carrière. On lance vers l'air de l'end zone. C'est trop haut pour Murphy avec une verticale. C'est dur de le manquer trop haut.
Ouais, puis excellent ajustement de la part de la défense de Flagmolsac. Cette fois-ci, on envoie directement le deuxième rusher. Joe Maher qui regarde un petit peu à gauche, se rend compte qu'il y a un deuxième rusher, je vais lancer, puis un petit peu trop pour Jamie Murphy, ce qui est dur à faire en général. Hein?
C'est pas le plus grand, je crois qu'il fait environ 6 pieds 1, mais sa verticale est fortement impressionnante. C'est sans doute le joueur qui peut sauter le plus haut de la ligue. Mais maintenant, on a un 17 secondes, il y a encore du temps. Nadeau-Pius avec un grand bras, ce qui veut regarder vers les zones profondes, c'est vers son frère Samuel. Ce n'est pas capté. Peut-être la passe complète était meilleure que la réception.
Dans ce cas-ci, oui, définitivement. Là, tu veux attraper le ballon puis te rendre dans les out of bounds. Je pense pas qu'il aurait été capable. Mais encore une fois, c'est Isaiah alors qui touche le ballon, qui influence Nadeau-Pius, soit avec ses angles de passe, mais également en littéralement touchant le ballon.
Oui. Il y a tellement de reach. Il enlève quasiment un 5 à 10 verges au milieu du terrain. Il y a maintenant 14 secondes sur le cadran. Il faut 40 verges en 14 secondes. Qu'est-ce que Flagmolsac peut faire? Nadeau-Pius prend la remise. Il regarde vers sa gauche. Il fait ranquer alors. Il tente de courir. Il tente de sauver vers la ligne d'à côté. Le temps qui est fait dans les paramètres du terrain par Phil Farran. Le temps continue à couler. Est-ce qu'on appellerait un temps mort? Oui, le temps mort est appelé avec quelques secondes sur le cadran. On aurait lieu à un jeu ultime dans cette première demi.
Ouais, pas une situation idéale pour Flagmolsac dans ce cas-ci. je sais pas pourquoi Alexandre Nadeau-Pius a décidé de courir ici. La défense des Braves a shifté dès qu'ils ont vu qu'il a commencé à scramble. Puis je pense que François Rochelot était ouvert sur le sideline.
Je dirais une mauvaise décision de la part du corps arrière. Simplement lancer la balle à l'extérieur du terrain a été une meilleure décision. On a maintenant un dernier jeu dans ce demi. On va regarder vers les zones profondes. La passe est lancée vers Rochelot. Elle est captée. On attend une décision. Touchdown sur la déflexion. Quelle erreur de la part des Braves.
Et ça, c'est un jeu que FlagPlus est hyper content puis avait vraiment besoin, là, surtout que les Braves qui pognent le ballon en deuxième demi. Mais quel jeu de la part de JP Saint-Pierre. C'est souvent là, ce qu'on dit aux receveurs. T'es pas le plus grand, mais tu peux quand même aller chercher le ballon en dessous sur les rebonds. Il faut jouer les rebonds. Il n'y a personne du côté des Braves qui a tué les rebonds.
Il était là pour le rebond. Je crois qu'on a vu Azaire Allard qui a mis ses mains sur la passe, qui l'a rebattu, mais ça tombait directement pour Saint-Pierre. FlagPlus prend l'avance de 4 points. Les Braves commenceront avec la balle, mais sans ce score, on avait la possibilité de prendre une avance de 2 possessions. Maintenant, les Braves devront scorer pour prendre l'avance et non une avance de 2 possessions. C'est immense, mais le converti est également important pour tenter de créer un écart de 6 points. Nadeau-Pius, avec la remise, regardant vers sa droite, tente de faire ranquer le rocheux. La passe est vers le fond de la zone. Elle est captée hors ligne.
La difficulté là, avec les lignes bleues, encore, on dirait, du côté du complexe CN ici, là, le receveur qui court un petit peu trop long son route, mais en même temps, regardez comment James Drysdale est capable de créer de la verticale puis forcer Nadeau-Pius à lancer le ballon assez haut. L'athlétisme et la défense des Braves est vraiment impressionnante.
La fameuse ligne bleue de Brossard qui est extrêmement dure à avoir. Par contre, 2 équipes avec l'expérience devraient l'avoir. Bon. Ce qui me surprend de cette première demi, Jérôme, c'est la quantité d'erreurs ou de quasiment des erreurs qu'on a vues. C'est 2 équipes qui exécutent avec énormément de talent, mais on a vu des passes qui ont été échappées, des jeux qui n'auront pas dû être lancés, même une décision de course qui finalement s'est avérée correcte, mais je suis sûr que Nadeau-Pius aurait aimé prendre une autre décision. Est-ce que tu es surpris avec les erreurs? Est-ce qu'il y a une façon d'enlever ces erreurs en deuxième demi?
Non, je ne suis pas surpris. Là. C'est impossible de demander à un carrière d'être parfait. Je pense que malgré les erreurs, il n'y a pas eu trop de dommages qui ont été faits. Il n'y a pas eu d'interception, il n'y a pas eu de turnovers. Les 2 équipes ont scoré sur toute leur possession. La différence, pour le moment, le converti de 2 points pour les Braves. Donc, c'est des erreurs sur les convertis qui ont fait surtout mal à FlagPlus.
Oui, comme la décision de ne pas rusher J.D. Chevalier qui a coûté un 2 points. Donc, en deuxième demi, il y a vraiment, à cette première, on n'a pas vu d'erreurs qui ont coûté cher. Il y a eu des possibilités. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour créer le revirement, pour créer une interception en deuxième demi? Qu'est-ce qu'on devrait changer en défensive?
Ça va juste être d'espérer une erreur d'un des 2 carrières, ce qui n'arrive pas souvent. C'est vraiment 2 attaques qui sont bien rodées, 2 carrières qui sont élites, probablement les 2 meilleurs carrières qu'on a dans toute la ligue. Donc, des fois, c'est juste une question de chance. Un receveur qui échappe un ballon qui va dans les airs ou Asia alors peut-être qui va tiper une passe pour un pick six ou peu importe, on sait pas.
Je crois que tu as entièrement raison. Je crois que forcer l'erreur serait extrêmement difficile. Par contre, il y a un joueur qui peut forcer cette erreur, qui peut créer une passe défendue. Ça serait en effet Isaiah Haller. Nadeau-Pius, il joue avec le feu, il joue avec les bras télescopiques d'Isaiah. À un certain point, soit la passe va être défendue, il pourra tomber dans les mains de la défensive, ou simplement capté par Isaiah.
Ouais, mais en même temps, des fois, c'est juste ton jeu, il est là, faut que tu l'utilises, puis tu prends le risque qui va avec.
Oui, la deuxième demi est sur le point de commencer. Les Braves commenceront avec la balle. Le score est de 24-20 pour FlagPlus, mais les Braves ont la chance de prendre l'avance. En ce moment, tu devrais choisir, est-ce que tu préférais être FlagPlus ou les Braves?
Je pense que je préférais être FlagPlus parce que tu viens ici, tu es un peu le underdog, puis tu mènes après la première demi. Je pense que tu es très content avec ce qui s'est passé. C'est sûr qu'on a parlé du converti de 2 points qui fait la différence pour le moment, mais les Braves, pas habitués nécessairement dans ces positions-là.
C'est une équipe qui est habituée à dominer avec une fiche de 8-2 en saison régulière, une victoire convaincante en demi-finale de 39-14. C'est pas une équipe qui est habituée de perdre à la mi-temps. Premier essai à la ligne de 5, 3 receveurs à la gauche de Maheu, il regarde vers Émile Châteauvert, la passe est captée, un dip move fait manquer le défendeur, il s'arrête avant le premier essai. Est-ce qu'il prendrait un genou? Oui, en effet, il dépose la balle. Il dit « J'arrête ici ». Désolé, M. Rochelot, il n'y a pas de fumble en FPF.
Ouais, Émile Châteauvert, évidemment, un des meilleurs joueurs à faire manquer les défenseurs pour les Flags. Son centre de gravité est extrêmement bas. définitivement pas un joueur plus grand, mais un genre de gadget pour Joe Maher qui est capable d'aller chercher des verges extra quand on pense qu'il t'en a pas. Là. Tu prends un hook puis t'amènes ça à une situation idéale, 2-3 verges avant le first down, c'est excellent.
Et c'est avec ses moves qu'il a réussi à cumuler ses 383 verges par la passe et 7 touchés. C'est le deuxième receveur pour cette équipe derrière Jeremy Murphy. Et justement avec ce talent, ses moves, il est extrêmement dur à arrêter. Deuxième essai, juste de son bord du mi-terrain. La passe est vers J.D. Chevalier. Elle est captée à la ligne de 5. Le tac, il y est fait par Guillaume Paquet, mais pas avant un gain d'une vingtaine de verges.
Ouais, un petit peu démoralisant pour une défense. T'as l'impression que tu fais tout comme il faut, puis malgré tout, Joe Maher trouve le trou. Guillaume Paquet qui recule juste un petit peu trop profondément. Il y a un post qui s'en va de l'autre côté. Alexandre Nadeau-Pius le ramasse. Puis Guillaume Paquet est pogné un petit peu à contre-courant. J.D. Chevalier fait un excellent ajustement. Une belle passe de Maher.
On aimerait voir, selon moi, un peu plus d'agressivité de la part de la défensive de FlagPlus. On a maintenant un premier set de la ligne de 2. Les Braves ont eu de la misère à scorer depuis la ligne de 2 ou 1. Laissons voir ce que Joe Maher peut faire. Il regarde vers le fond de la zone. C'est capté par Drysdale. Le toucher, il est bon. Pas de problème sur ce premier essai. Une chance, un touché, 6 points pour les Braves.
Ouais, excellente concentration de la part de James Drysdale. Guillaume Paquet qui était justement juste là, qui avait son bras littéralement devant son visage. Il fait un excellent attrapé, mais encore une fois, la défense de FlagPlus rend ça un petit peu difficile. Là.
Une passe quasiment parfaite, mais oui, il a rendu la vie difficile aux Braves. C'est drôle parce que sur les premiers essais, sur les premiers longs, il rend la vie très facile, mais par contre, quand il se rentre dans l'end zone, là, il joue avec plus d'agressivité. On a un converti important pour 2 points. JD qui tombe comme deuxième quart arrière. Il y a une erreur qui a été faite dans la couverture défensive. Ce qu'on a vu là, c'est quand le rusher est parti pour couvrir JD, ça crée un trou. On avait 2 hooks. Joe Maher a choisi le joueur qui est ouvert. Comment est-ce que FlagPlus peut s'adapter pour couvrir le deuxième quart sans ouvrir un trou dans leur défensive?
Mais ils ont fait exactement ce qu'ils devaient faire là-dessus. Guillaume Paquet qui fait assemblant d'aller rusher. C'est juste qu'il a un petit peu trop commit vers le deuxième rush. Puis il aurait dû redescendre, juste faire un pas pour faire lancer Maher directement. Puis il revient. Parce que c'est ça que Maher il regarde. Il regarde, est-ce que le deuxième rush s'en va? Je vais lancer là. Puis là, malheureusement, Guillaume est allé un petit peu trop profond.
Une deuxième mi-temps signée James Drysdale en ce moment avec une passe de toucher et un converti de 2 points. Maintenant, la passe pour FlagPlus est complétée vers JP Saint-Pierre. Le tacle par Phil Farran. Et encore une fois, on joue avec le feu qui est nommé Isaiah Haller. On passe entre ses bras.
Ouais, puis Alexandre Nadeau-Pius puis Isaiah Haller qui se parlent un petit peu après le jeu. Là. Isaiah sait qu'il est pas loin, mais Nadeau-Pius fait une bonne job même s'il joue avec le feu. Là.
Si on doit regarder quelque chose pour le reste du match, je crois que c'est cette affrontation entre Haller puis Nadeau-Pius qui pourrait devenir décisif. On lance plutôt vers les lignes de côté, vers Quade Johnson. Premier essai forcé hors touche par Jeremy Murphy. Cette fois-là, on a opté de ne pas contester la zone d'Haller, plutôt une passe vers les sidelines.
Ouais, bonne couverture de Jeremy Murphy. Il faut qu'il joue un petit peu le corner de Samuel Nadeau-Pius du slot à droite et le comeback. C'est juste un très bon concept, là, un genre de...
Un concept d'expérience d'un QB avec énormément de talent. On regarde à sa droite, revient vers sa gauche, quasiment vers Guillaume Paquet. On voit tout le talent que Nadeau-Pius possède sur ce jeu. Il a tourné ses erreurs dans une seconde avec une passe à quelques centimètres d'un toucher spectaculaire.
C'était une incroyable passe. Juste un petit peu trop loin pour Guillaume Paquet, mais il était ouvert. Il était très bien couvert par J.D. Chevalier, un joueur qui est excellent en 1 contre 1. On a encore des problèmes techniques.
Oui, on a maintenant un deuxième essai, je le crois bien, pour FlagPlus. Nadeau-Pius sous son snapper. Il secoue ses mains, il reçoit la passe, il regarde vers les zones intermédiaires. C'est déflecté par Murphy, capté mais hors touche. Et là, on voit justement la verticale que possède Jeremy Murphy. C'est à quelques centimètres d'une interception.
Ouais, c'est n'importe quel autre défenseur, puis c'est probablement une complétion à Samuel Nadeau-Pius, mais Jeremy Murphy qui saute à peu près 40 pouces dans les airs, puis empêche la complétion qui aurait été immense. Là. C'est très compliqué, là. Je pense que c'est troisième essai. Là.
Troisième et long. Je dirais avec confiance que c'est le seul joueur d'FPF qui aurait pu toucher à cette passe. Pour n'importe qui d'autre, c'était une complétion. Troisième et long maintenant pour FlagPlus. La pression commence à se faire sentir. C'est complété vers Guillaume Paquet avec ses mains très sûres. On a un immense 4e essai qui s'en vient à la ligne de 7. C'est qui le receveur de prédilection pour Nadeau-Pius sur ce jeu?
Ouais, j'aurais tendance à dire que ça va être peut-être Quade Johnson encore. Peut-être retourner sur le comeback sur le cône. Évidemment, tu ne peux pas le lancer au milieu du terrain avec Isaiah Allard, mais en plus que tu es proche de la zone, plus que l'impact de ses bras est important. Donc, est-ce que la défense des Braves va s'ajuster en conséquence de ça puis vraiment rester sur les cônes? C'est une question qu'on va voir tout de suite.
On a un immense 4e essai pour Flagmolsac. Il leur faut 7 verges et le toucher. Nadeau-Pioz regarde vers sa gauche. Déflecté par Isaiah Allard. Il a fait la différence. Premier essai. Brave.
Ouais, c'est exactement de quoi je parlais. Tu veux pas lancer au milieu du terrain. Nadeau-Pioz un peu forcé à le faire. Moi, j'aurais plus regardé encore une fois vers la droite. Mais là, Quade Johnson qui reste vraiment intérieur, il aurait été ouvert. Il aurait été ouvert sur ce route sur Jeremy Murphy. Malheureusement, Nadeau-Pioz prend une mauvaise décision. Puis le premier turnover du match.
Isaiah Allard a eu 2 sacs du score en 5 matchs de saison régulière. Je crois qu'il y en a 4 dans ce match. C'est le joueur décisif à date pour les Braves. Premier essai pour Joe Maher qui regarde dans les environs de J.D. Chevalier. Un autre hook à 12 verges qui a simplement raté de quelques centimètres.
Ouais, Maher pas parfait en ce moment avec le placement de son ballon. J.D. Chevalier était ouvert, oui, mais Samuel Nadeau-Pioz était un peu en train de le chier. Donc peut-être qu'il n'a pas aimé ce qu'il a vu et préférait se débarrasser du ballon plutôt que de prendre un risque inutile.
Il leur faut 20 verges. Ils ont 3 tentatives pour combler ces verges. Joe Maher avec 2 receveurs à sa gauche, 2 à sa droite. Mike Piercin avec la balle entre ses mains. Il prend la remise, il regarde vers sa gauche, il lance vers Drysdale. La passe est captée à 1 verge du premier essai. 3e essai, 2 verges à combler.
Ouais, c'est exactement ce que tu veux pas faire si t'es Flagmolsac. C'est que, oui, tu vois le joueur de la trempe de James Drysdale qui court en ligne droite, mais il faut que tu saches que le comeback s'en vient. Fait que ça veut dire qu'il faut que tu aies un gars qui joue en dessous puis un gars qui joue en haut. Quade Johnson, trop à l'intérieur. Guillaume Robert, trop reculé. Fait que c'est trop facile pour les Braves en ce moment sur ces comebacks.
Selon moi, je suis un gars de défensive. C'est ce que je fais en FPF. Flagmolsac a besoin d'être plus agressif. Il n'y a rien de mal, c'est étrange de le dire, de se faire brûler pour un toucher de 40 verges. Si on accélère le match, c'est à leur avantage. Par contre, ils ont besoin d'un jeu qui ferait la différence. Ils ont besoin d'un peu plus d'agressivité. On lance vers les zones profondes, vers Murphy. On a un flag, on a un contact illégal, pass interference contre Patrick Chénard. Premier essai à la ligne de 1. Je crois que c'est le bon call. On attendrait de voir la remise, mais je crois qu'il ne s'est jamais tourné la tête. Il regarde vers Murphy. Il tourne sa tête à la dernière minute, mais il fait contact avec le bras droit de Murphy. Je crois que la décision est la bonne, mais les arbitres sont en train d'en discuter.
Ouais, moi aussi, je pense que c'est la bonne décision. C'est un peu décevant de la part de Patrick Chénard parce que c'était vraiment pas un bon ballon lancé par Joe Maher. Là, si c'était retourné, ça aurait pu définitivement être une interception. Au lieu de ça, je pense qu'il a un petit peu trop respecté Jeremy Murphy dans les airs, puis il avait peur. Tu vois pas le ballon, t'as pas envie de te retourner, mais il fallait qu'il se retourne. Là.
Je comprends pourquoi respecter un joueur comme Jeremy Murphy. Peut-être le meilleur receveur d'FPF, une question pour plus tard. Mais il y avait la chance de faire ce jeu décisif. Il y avait une chance pour l'interception. Puis finalement, au lieu de l'interception, c'est un flag, mais les arbitres sont en train d'en discuter. Attendons le résultat. On attend. On a passe interférence contre la défensive. Est-ce que Flagmolsac challengerait cette décision?
Je pense que ça serait une erreur. Là. Il y a plusieurs choses que Patrick Chénard fait de trop physique ce jeu-là. Ne laisse pas Jeremy Murphy revenir vers le ballon, ce qui est son droit. Ça serait une erreur qu'on me demande de challenger ici.
Je suis d'accord. Et encore plus, la défensive de Flagmolsac a son plus de succès à la ligne de 2. C'est de là qu'ils ont pu créer des revirements, où ils ont pu forcer des incomplétions. C'est quasiment où ils veulent être sur le terrain. Par contre, je crois qu'on aurait un challenge sur le jeu. Flagmolsac va contester la décision qui a été prise sur le terrain. Ils vont contester qu'il n'avait pas de pass interference. Jérôme, est-ce que tu as vu de quoi qui pourrait renverser cette décision?
Non, vraiment pas. Là. C'est un call assez facile à faire. Le bon call de la part de Julien Proulx. J'aime vraiment pas ça de la part de Flagmolsac de challenger ça quand t'es pas sûr. Oui, tu veux faire confiance à ton joueur défensif, mais en même temps, quand c'est un ref de la trempe de Julien Proulx qui sait ce qu'il fait, puis il regardait le jeu tout le long. Là. Il l'a vu le contact. Là.
Oui, et je crois que Flagmolsac, ce qui croit que c'était un call pour screening. Et donc, quand le défendeur ne se tourne pas la tête, qui bloque la vision du receveur, c'est pass interference. Et on voit que Patrick Chénard s'est tourné la tête. Je crois que le drapeau a plutôt été lancé pour le contact entre le bras droit de Chénard et le corps de Murphy de ce côté droit. C'est pas du screening, c'est plutôt du contact, mais je crois que la décision a été la bonne.
Ouais, je suis absolument d'accord. Là.
Et s'il ne gagne pas ce challenge, il est perdu. Il reste 11 minutes dans le match. Je ne crois pas que c'est la meilleure décision à prendre. Est-ce qu'on a déjà une décision?
Ouais.
La décision a été maintenue. C'est la bonne décision qui a été prise. Il y avait rien qui renversait de manière concrète ce qui était lancé sur le terrain. Julien Proulx a pris la bonne décision.
Ouais, mais là, gars, c'est pas la fin du monde, t'as pas alloué un touché, là, mais pareil, là, c'est encore une fois, c'est converti qui viennent de venir à un impact. Là. Un touché ici, c'est 2 possessions.
Oui, et c'est justement, comme Jérôme, vous l'avez mentionné, c'est les convertis qui jouent une importance. On a premier essai et les buts à la ligne de 1. Mike Persin vers sa droite, on lance vers la fond du terrain, c'est capté par Jeremy Murphy. On semble avoir une couverture d'homme à homme avec Patrick Chénard sur Jeremy Murphy. Est-ce que c'est un match-up à l'avantage des Braves?
Ah, définitivement, là, c'est pas le joueur défensif que je mettrais sur Jeremy Murphy. Peut-être un petit peu un manque de vitesse là, par rapport de Patrick Chénard.
Pas que Patrick Chénard est un mauvais joueur, il a
Non.
énormément de talent, mais c'est juste une joueur de la tranche de Murphy. Peut-être Quade Johnson serait plus apte à le couvrir, mais on peut quand même se demander, est-ce qu'il y aurait un joueur en FPF qui est en mesure de couvrir Murphy homme à homme? Je ne suis pas sûr.
Peut-être Jeremy Murphy.
Le clone de Jeremy Murphy. Je le voudrais bien sur mon équipe, ce clone-là. On a un converti de 2 points pour les Braves. JD Chevalier qui tombe en deuxième carrière. On lance vers les zones profondes. Trop loin pour Émile Châteauvert. Il n'a pas le vert de Jeremy Murphy. C'est un avantage de 10 points pour FlagPlus. Un avantage de 10 points, c'est encore un match, on pourrait le dire, d'une possession, mais ils doivent commencer à frapper leur converti de 2 points, puis ils doivent arrêter les Braves pour 2.
Ouais, puis sinon, tu as toujours ton onside. Là. Même un onside anticipé pourrait être bien, là, pas tout de suite, là, mais à mesure qu'on se rapproche du pro clock. Mais pareil, il faut falloir scorer sur chacune des possessions puis faire les 2 points.
Et on se rappelle que FlagPlus n'a plus de challenge. Premier essai pour FlagPlus, capté vers Paquet. Le tacle y est fait par Mareux, un gain de 7 verges. Est-ce que maintenant avec un QB comme le bras de Nadeau, peut-être le plus beau bras d'FPF, est-ce qu'on oserait attaquer les zones profondes ou trous de risque?
Je pense pas que ça vaut la peine. Braves, ils jouent une défense où ils ne laissent pas la balle profonde. Ils savent avec le bras de Nadeau, c'est un risque. Ils vont pas le donner, ils vont continuer de le laisser prendre des petits jeux.
Et c'est justement, il regarde vers les zones profondes, il regarde vers François Rochelot. C'est rabattu par Phil Farran. Qui est plus vite entre François Rochelot et Phil Farran?
Je pense que c'est François Rochelot. La différence, c'est que Phil Farran est tellement discipliné dans son coverage défensif. On peut le voir, il ne donne jamais aucune opportunité à François Rochelot. Peu importe où le ballon était situé, Phil Farran, avec ses longs bras, son avantage de hauteur, aurait définitivement eu l'avantage sur ce jeu-là.
On a maintenant un 3e essai. 3e et long. On doit commencer à penser au 4e. C'est pas seulement le toucher qui préoccupe maintenant FlagPlus. Ils ont besoin de ce premier essai. Ils ont besoin de toucher. Ils ont besoin d'un converti, mais ça commence avec le premier essai. Une passe encore vers Guillaume Paquet qui devrait être bon pour le premier essai. On attend la décision de Julien Proulx. On est à court d'une verge. 4e essai décisif qui s'en vient. Qu'est-ce qu'on dessine sur ce jeu?
Ben, c'est sûr que je m'attends peut-être à une défensive d'homme à homme de la part des Braves. C'est pas une défense qui utilise énormément d'homme à homme, mais dans une session de 4e et 1, des fois, il essaie de déguiser l'homme à homme ou même de faire comme si c'était du 1-1 puis finalement changer de call pour rendre ça plus difficile pour le carrière.
4e essai. Il faut une verge pour les Braves. C'est capté vers Nadeau Pius, de Nadeau Pius à Nadeau Pius. Premier essai. Il reste 7 et 30. Maintenant, on peut penser au toucher. Il semble que les Braves ont simplement laissé le premier essai à FlagPlus.
Ouais, c'est sûr que quand il y a un carrière autant bon qu'Alex Nadeau-Pius de l'autre côté, c'est rare qu'il va pas convertir sur des jeux comme ça. 71% de complétion cette année pour
incroyable. Premier essai maintenant. On regarde vers Samuel Nadeau-Pius. C'est capté pour un touché. Mais Phil Farran était à quelques centimètres de la passe défendue ou même de l'interception. Risqué?
Très risqué, mais on dirait qu'il y avait 4 gars dans le même lane là, avec JP Saint-Pierre qui fait un genre de petit out en arrière. Une balle incroyable de la part de Nadeau-Pius, la vélocité puis la précision sur cette passe-là. Pas beaucoup de carrières qui sont capables de faire une passe comme ça. Là.
Il y a un carrière qui serait capable de faire une passe comme ça. Peut-être 2, et je crois que les 2 sont sur le terrain. Maintenant, un converti de 2 points qui est tellement important. On regarde vers l'arrière du land zone. La passe est défendue par Jeremy Murphy, interceptée par JD Chevalier. Le converti, il est pas bon. Et maintenant, le onside kick devient quasiment la seule option pour FlagPlus pour remporter cette partie.
Ouais, malgré qu'avec le Pro Clock, puis vu que c'est juste 4 essais au midfield, souvent, le temps peut rouler moins rapidement, surtout quand on arrive au Pro Clock. Je suis confus, je comprends pas pourquoi Flagmossac refuse catégoriquement de dropper un deuxième carrière, surtout avec Quade Johnson là, sur le terrain.
Qui est devenu un des meilleurs carrières de la Division 2. C'est très loin d'être un carrière de basse division. C'est quelqu'un avec du talent, avec de l'athléticisme. Oui, je suis d'accord, un deuxième carrière pourrait aider cette équipe. Maintenant, Braves sont dans le mode kill the clock. On peut voir la tête de Mick Persin qui veut simplement écouler ses dernières 5 minutes 45, mais Flagmolsac a des plans différents. Maheu prend la remise, complète vers Mike Piercin. Un beau jeu défensif de la part de Patrick Chénard. Quasiment trop beau, en effet, trop beau. Il y a un drapeau sur le terrain, un contact illégal contre la défensive. Premier essai, Brave.
Ouais, Patrick Chénard, pas son meilleur match aujourd'hui en ce moment, là, un petit peu trop agressif. Là. Arrive en retard, puis après ça, il tire sur le chandail de Mike Piercin. Pas énormément de contacts, je suis pas sûr que j'adore voir ce call-là, mais ouais, vraiment avantageux pour les Braves, à moins que ça soit un premier essai. Là.
Je crois que c'est un premier essai. Le contact égal d'habitude vient avec un premier.
Mais est-ce qu'ils sont avant le premier? Ils sont avant. Ah, c'est idéal pour les Braves.
Ils ont un premier et une de la ligne de 24. Une très belle situation pour les Braves. Et ce que je veux dire à la défensive de Flagmois, c'est d'être plus agressif. Un toucher n'a pas d'importance à ce point-ci. Tu veux un toucher rapide ou une interception, saute de quoi. Même le jeu de Patrick Chénard, même prendre le drapeau, c'est pas dramatique parce que tu dois jouer pour cette interception parce que regarde le cadran, il est en train de couler. Il restait que 5,30, il reste maintenant 4,30. Les Braves sont des maîtres à couler le temps. Premier essai pour les Braves. On regarde vers Mick Pressin, c'est complété vers Emile Châteauvert qui a de la distance, qui fait manquer un premier joueur qui tombe sur lui-même. Finalement, le tacle est fait par Nadeau Pius et le temps continue de couler.
Ouais, t'es dans une situation où tu veux pas, là, mais tu veux quasiment les laisser marquer. Malgré tout, là, avec le succès qu'ils ont eu, succès moyen qu'ils ont eu dans la zone début, défensivement, peut-être qu'ils vont se dire on est capable de les arrêter. Là.
La seule place sur le terrain où la défensive de Flagmoissac a eu du succès, c'est à l'intérieur de la ligne de 5 verges. Maintenant, les Braves sont à la ligne de 12. Un converti de 2 points et on sait très bien que les convertis de 2 points sont à l'avantage des Braves. Ils ont 4 tentatives à la ligne de 12. J'aime pas les chances pour cette défensive de Flagmois. On a qui regarde vers J.D. Chevalier. La passe est captée hors touche à la ligne de 1. C'est maintenant que la défensive de Flagmois a sa chance de jouer ligne de 1.
Ouais, jeu intelligent de la part de J.D. Chevalier de ne pas marquer. Comme ça, les Braves vont être capables de gaspiller encore plus de temps sur ce cadran. En plus, avec là, un deuxième essai de la ligne de 1, oui, ça n'a pas été hyper convaincant de la part des Braves, mais pareil, là, c'est vraiment une situation idéale considérant toute l'expérience qu'ils ont dans cette zone-là.
Et on doit commencer à penser aux Finals MVP également, des noms qui me viennent à la tête. James Drysdale avec un gros toucher, des jeux en défensive. Joe Maheu qui joue un match parfait. Également Isaiah Haller comme rusher. Plusieurs contenders. Mais ce n'est pas non plus fini pour Flagmolsac puisqu'on a un deuxième essai à la ligne de 2. Touchdown Jeremy Murphy. C'est maintenant un match de 10 points. Ils vont aller pour 2 pour tenter de prendre une avance de 12.
Ouais, donc là, ça force automatiquement Flagmolsac à non seulement marquer, mais réussir sur un onside kick. Les Braves qui jouent une game clinique, oui, ils étaient en retard au début de cette deuxième demi, mais là, on dirait qu'ils ont vraiment augmenté le tempo, puis les Flagmolsac a de la misère à suivre.
C'était une deuxième demi parfaite des Braves. On parlait beaucoup des erreurs en première demi, des échappées, des jeux qu'ils auraient pu faire. Ils n'ont pas fait d'erreur en deuxième demi. Ils ont exécuté comme l'équipe de talent qu'ils le sont. C'était quasiment parfait. Maintenant, ils veulent tenter de creuser l'écart à 12 points. La formule qui reste, la seule piste vers la victoire pour Flagmois, c'est un toucher. Et ensuite, une tentative de onside kick. 3 receveurs à la gauche. J.D. Chevalier tombe en deuxième QB. La passe est captée vers Murphy. Oh, Nadeau Pius avait quelques doigts sur la balle, pas assez pour les mains sûres de Murphy. Il nous reste 2 minutes dans cette demi. On tombe dans le Pro Clock. C'est maintenant ou jamais pour l'offensive de Flagmois. Il faut un toucher et un onside kick.
Ouais. Puis en plus, non seulement ça, s'ils veulent prendre les devants dans ce match, il va falloir qu'ils fassent au moins un converti d'1 point avec ce 2 points qui vient d'être réussi par les Braves. Pas une situation idéale pour Flagmolsac, définitivement, mais ils sont capables.
Ils sont capables, ils ont le talent, mais ça doit tout commencer avec un toucher. Une autre passe défendue par Isaiah Allard. Quel jeu et quasiment une interception. On a vu le corps arrière qui a joué comme DB pour prévenir Isaiah Allard de capter cette passe.
Ouais, Isaiah le voulait vraiment, puis Alexandre Puce a juste mis son corps pour empêcher Isaiah de se rendre, mais encore une fois, Isaiah, ça doit être quoi, 5 ou 6 passes défendues aujourd'hui, c'est pas plus. Là.
Il joue tout un match, il rentre dans la tête, également dans les lignes de passe. C'est un joueur de talent, le meilleur rusher au Canada. Nous démontre pourquoi il a sa place sur l'équipe olympique. La passe est captée vers Guillaume Paquet, pas assez pour le premier essai, mais assez pour un gain de 12 verges. Troisième essai, le temps coule. Il reste maintenant 1 minute 45 au cadran.
Ouais, une magnifique passe, puis le Flagmolsac qui augmente un petit peu le tempo. Là.
Comme ils doivent. Le hurry-up offense et en effet, Nadeau Pius prend la remise lors de ce troisième essai. Il est capté vers JP Saint-Pierre. Le tac est fait pour Jeremy Murphy. Premier arrêt, le temps s'arrête. Il commencera sur le sifflet de l'arbitre Tara Marakic.
Ouais, des passes qui sont assez risquées là, de la part de Nadeau Pius dans des pockets qui sont très tight, mais encore une fois, la vélocité de ces passes est incroyable. Les receveurs qui sont... avec des excellentes mains. Tu n'as pas le choix d'avoir des excellentes mains quand tu joues avec Alexandre Nadeau-Pius.
Le pocket est tête, mais Paquet est là pour le premier essai. Premier essai maintenant pour Nadeau-Pius vers Guillaume Paquet. Touchdown, c'est le moment pour la tentative de onside kick. Jérôme, c'est quoi ton jeu de prédilection pour ce onside kick qui décidera sans doute la finale?
Ouais, mais pour moi, probablement important de dropper un deuxième carrière. Je ne sais pas si Flagmolsac va le faire. Je serais étonné qu'ils le fassent. Ils ne l'ont pas fait du tout. Pour moi, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup des équipes sur les onside en défensive. Ils bloquent le premier essai, mais l'important là, pour moi, c'est de vraiment stretch le field verticalement. Puis si les équipes, les Braves probablement qui vont jouer une genre de 3 lock ou peut-être même un lanes avec un go over the top, pour moi, il faut que tu lances dans les zones profondes, surtout avec le bras d'Alexandre Nadeau-Pius.
Quaid Johnson n'est même pas sur le terrain. C'est un receveur qui a capté 30 passes, 430 verges, 9 touchés et également a l'option de deuxième carrière. Il est sur les lignes de touche pour Flagmolsac. On a un onside kick attempt. Ils doivent traverser la ligne de mi-terrain. Nadeau-Pius attend la remise à sa ligne de 5. Il prend la remise. Azar arrive à toute vitesse. Il lance vers les zones profondes. C'est capté, c'est rabattu par Jeremy Murphy. Premier essai, Brave à la ligne de 5. Ils peuvent écouler le temps qui reste dans cette partie.
Ouais, malgré que je ne sais pas si Flagmolsac a encore ses 2 temps d'arrêt. Il va peut-être falloir qu'il en reste seulement un. Ouais, ça va être assez difficile. Là. Je pense même pas que les Braves ont nécessairement besoin de marquer ici. Là.
Ils n'ont pas besoin de marquer, ils peuvent prendre le genou à 3 reprises. On voit Mike Piercin qui demande à Tara s'ils peuvent siffler le match. On va avoir une discussion. Tara demande à Flag. Moi, ils ont le choix. On attend la décision. Mais c'est très fortement probable que les Braves seront vos champions de la Division 1. Il reste 1 minute 14 dans la partie. La main de Tara est sur son drapeau. On attend le résultat. On attend encore. Et les Braves sont votre champion de la Division 1. Mais c'est seulement partie 1 de cette affrontation multiple entre ces deux équipes de grands talents. Jérôme, une belle finale.
Ouais, puis je suis vraiment impressionné la part de Flagmolsac. Ils ont tenu les Braves tout au long du match. On voit encore une fois la différence avec l'expérience puis le talent du côté des Braves qui est encore nettement l'équipe avec le plus de succès dans tout FPF.
C'est ce talent et c'est également leur expérience sur les convertis de 2 points qui a fait la différence. Ultimement, oui, il y a eu un arrêt sur le 4e essai, mais la raison pour laquelle on a sifflé le match avec ces 1 minute 20 kek sur le cadran, c'est en raison des convertis de 2 points. Et ce refus de Flagmolsac à dropper un deuxième carrière leur a coûté cher.
Ouais, parce que techniquement, ils ont scoré le nombre exact des deux côtés de toucher avec 6. Puis là, malheureusement, un extra touché de la part des Braves seulement sur les convertis avec les 3 convertis réussis, puis aucun converti réussi de la part de Flagmolsac.
Le jeu des convertis a tellement d'importance, mais on va déjà commencer à porter notre attention vers le prochain match. La finale de la division 5v5 compétitive sera encore une fois une affrontation entre Flagmolsac et les Braves. Est-ce que cette défaite de la part de Flagmolsac servira de motivation ou sera plutôt un facteur démoralisant pour cette prochaine rencontre?
Alors, je pense que ça va définitivement être de la motivation. C'est tous des gros compétiteurs du côté de Flagmolsac. Après une défaite, ils vont jouer avec le couteau entre les dents. Puis je pense qu'on va avoir un très bon deuxième match en 5v5.
J'ai hâte au match 5v5. Gardez votre attention. Il commencera dans quelques minutes. On attend maintenant la présentation de la banner et également notre Finals MVP. On a quelques options. Jérôme, pour toi, c'est qui mérite ce prix?
C'est définitivement Isaiah. Alors, il y a le plus gros impact dans ce match-là des deux côtés. Les passes rabattues, rentrer dans la tête d'Alex Nadeau-Pius, a passé proche de faire une coupe d'interception des fois. Je pense que pour moi, c'est mon MVP.
Son plus grand match de la saison, il l'a gardé pour la finale. On l'a répété à quelques reprises. Il n'a pas eu une très grosse saison. Ses statistiques n'étaient pas là. C'est un joueur qui se veut le meilleur rusher du Canada et qui a fini la saison avec 2 passes défendues et 1 sac du corps. C'est pas de quoi de ce qui serait fier, mais cette performance en finale, elle est tellement impressionnante. Il y avait également des blessures en saison régulière, puis il a donné son tout en finale et c'est vraiment cette performance qui a donné la victoire aux Braves.
Ouais, définitivement. Isaiah, alors pour moi, le meilleur rusher au Canada, comme tu l'as dit, je pense que c'est vraiment le meilleur joueur dans ce match aujourd'hui.
Et maintenant, pour la présentation du trophée et également de votre Finals MVP, on dirigera votre attention au terrain et à Jeff Rosenblatt et Ben McMahon.
Back down at field level, day 2 roadshow here with the Winter 2025 Div 1 champs, the Braves. Can I get Captain Joe Maheu, s'il vous plaît? It's my good friend Joe. Joe, we've done this now, I don't know, 17, 25, 50 times in the last few years. Question this time is, this was 6-on-6. Tell me how you guys transition from 6-on-6 to 5-on-5, and what are the differences for you guys as a team?
Yeah, it's going to be tough when you play one game one after the other. Switching from the 6 to the 5, I think it's tougher when you do this way around. Like it's easier if you start with the 5 and you go with the wider field after. But getting the tighter field, you need to adjust a few plays. But we've been there before. It's going to be another great game against a very good team. It's always fun to play against FlagPlus. There's a tremendous team. They're friends also of us, so I know it's hard to play 2 games in a row against the same guys, but no, it's going to be fun.
So like Joe said, the Braves are not playing FlagPlus in the 5v5 version of the final, so it's going to be an exciting game. Stay tuned. And now for the MVP that came down from the broadcasters. He disrupted the game on defense. Isaiah Allard, come get your MVP. So, Isaiah, there were a few guys that they were talking about for the MVP of this game. You know, Joe had a great game, James, everyone else. Murphy for sure. But they said, you know, Isaiah disrupted the game like he normally does on defense. What is it that you do that makes it so tough on the quarterbacks?
I think more my IQ, football IQ, cutting lanes. I'm tall and just keep my hands up, man. That's pretty much that.
Guys, you're looking at the best rusher in Canada, maybe North America, maybe the world. Your Division 1 2025 Winter Champs, the Braves. We're going to see them a bit in a few minutes. Back to you guys up there.
Et voilà, vous l'avez. Les Braves sont les champions de la Division 1 de FlagPlus Football pour la saison hivernale 2025. Et maintenant, ils visent leur attention vers le doublé, la Division 1 et la Division compétitive. Moi, je suis Alexis Dubois. J'étais dans le broadcast booth avec
Jérôme Ovington.
Gardez votre attention sur le feed FPF. On sera de retour dans quelques minutes pour la finale de la Division 5v5. Merci beaucoup. Welcome back to Brossard, Quebec. We are now getting ready and just a few moments away from the 5v5 competitive final. I am Alexis Dubois here alongside
Quincy Gordon-Mall
and we're getting ready for this showdown. Just a few minutes ago, you saw Braves beat FlagPlus. Your eyes are not kidding you. This is a rematch, but now in the 5v5 division. Braves won the first one. That being said, FlagPlus have been the better 5v5 team. Quasi, you play both 5v5 and 6v6. How's the game different, and who does it benefit?
So the game is completely... Hello? Yeah, so the game is completely different. The fact that you have to go... Well, actually, it's kind of is the difference, but it's also not the difference because they changed the rules now where you have to go... It's basically you have 4 downs to go midfield, but last season it was completely the opposite. But now we have less players on the field, so instead of having 6 players, you have 5. So I think the fact that you have 5 players, it is going to benefit FlagPlus a bit more. I feel like their receivers and the chemistry with Alex Pease and his receivers, his receiving core is going to be a bit more the route running and the chemistry on passing the ball to them. I think it's going to have a bit of advantage. Even though the Braves have been playing with each other for so long, I think the advantage is going to go to FlagPlus just because the field is shorter and the field is smaller.
This is crazy to say because Braves are not only the best 5v5 team in FPF, but very possibly the best or second best 5v5 team in Canada. But I'll go out on a limb here and say that the Braves, having lost previous matchups, are probably the underdog coming into this game. How can FlagPlus, a team who doesn't have the same pedigree as the Braves, manage to come in as a final and as a favorite, and what do they do better than the Braves?
They just so what they do better than the Brave, I think, is just on the route running and them being able to.
And we're now turning our attention down to field level. Alex Nadeau-Pius, quarterback for FlagPlus, is analyzing his playbook and getting ready for the first down of this 5v5 final. As a reminder, 5 players on the pitch. That is your main difference. 1 to the left, 2 to the right, and a snapper. Nadeau-Pius standing right behind the snapper, looks at the ref, gets the all clear, takes the snap, and he's looking immediately towards the depths, and he's intercepted by J.D. Chevalier, returning the ball to the 5-yard line before being forced out of bounds. A first play interception. Are the Braves in his head?
So I don't think they're... maybe they're in his head since the last game that they just played. Right there, I think he just underthrew his receiver. He had the wide open gap at the beginning, so I think he felt like his receiver was going to come look back at him. But unfortunately, he didn't. He still threw the ball. The defender, JD, was able to come down on it and make the pick. And now the FlagPlus is kind of in a situation here where they need to have a stop or at least show some confidence saying that we're still in this game.
Yes, and the big addition to the Braves roster compared to that 6v6 final is Mr. Gabriel Dabé-Champagne, one of the best players in FPF, a weapon on both sides of the ball. Number 14, a player to keep your eyes on. We now have this traditional 5v5 bunch set. Mike Piercin snaps it to Maher. The shovel pass towards now the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Jeremy Murphy. What a start for the Braves. An interception, a return, and now this 6 points courtesy of Murphy.
Yeah, that was a good play design. It's something that the Braves do quite often. It's pretty much impossible to stop if you don't know exactly what they're doing. So fortunately, as FlagPlus is on the teams that's used to seeing that kind of concept and that kind of formation all the time, it's something that Braves are definitely going to take advantage of.
And Braves are now setting up for a 2-point convert. This is a team that just about exclusively goes for 2. The 2 players you want to keep your eyes out on are both to the left. It is Murphy and Drysdale, and Maher was looking towards Drysdale there, covered by the talented François Rochelot. The pass was behind Drysdale. The convert is no good, and Nadeau-Pius has a chance to crack this Braves defense open once again.
Yeah, so that was a pretty good defensive convert stop for FlagPlus because you definitely don't want to go down by 8. At least right now, the game's still manageable. There's still lots of time left, and they're only down by 6.
We now have a trips to the left, no receivers to the right. Nadeau-Pius takes the snap. He's looking towards his brother. He pumps fakes. He gets away from Allard. He completes it towards the other Nadeau-Pius, who's then tackled by Murphy. That was very nearly a safety.
Yeah, he's very fortunate that was not a safety. Isaiah Allard just missed him. He missed him twice. The first attempt he missed him. The second attempt he missed him. And I'm sure if he had a third attempt, he was definitely going to get the sack there.
As we saw in the last championship game, While Isaiah Lard is a rusher, his specialty is not sacks, it is defended passes. He occasionally does miss the sack. We now have Nadeau Pius looking towards the depths, back towards his brother. Tackle made by Gabriel Dabé-Champagne, but not before the first down was gained.
Yeah, so the issue with Isaiah Lard right now is that he takes away the middle of the field, and any of those crossing routes, those deep digs, those deep ins, it's not something that most quarterbacks are able to see.
He gets in your passing lanes. I've said it before. He takes away just about a 5 to 7 yard window, and in this smaller 5v5 field, that 5% those 5 yards is a much larger percentage than in the wider 6v6.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And something that, to kind of mention what the Braves do, especially on defense, is that they don't cover the middle as much because Isaiah takes it away. So they're able to play. They're able to cover other sections on the field, which makes it a huge advantage on them.
They essentially get to double up on the sidelines, and you don't need to cover that first 10 yards in the middle of the field because Isaiah is not only rushing, he is also covering. He's one of the most talented players in FPF. Very high defensive rating. Second down now for Flagmois-Sac, defended by Isaiah, and that's why you don't try him over the middle of the field.
Yeah, exactly. It is. His wingspan, his arm span is very frustrating for a lot of quarterbacks. As soon as his hands are in the air and you're trying to kind of get a ball over top of him, most of the time he is going to bat it down.
And that's exactly what you saw there. So what you need to start working on is then layering your sidelines. A flood, a deep out, a fly. You have to try to attack the sidelines because the middle of the field is not there. And we know that Nadeau Pius has the arm talent to make any throw on the field. He needs to start adapting his play calling. Let's see if he does so on third down. He catches the snap. He looks towards his right. He throws towards the back of the end zone. It is caught by his brother Samuel, but that was a dangerous pass. JD and Murphy were very close to getting hands on that.
Yeah, so it was a dangerous pass, but that's literally what he does. He puts the ball where only his defender could do. A lot of other quarterbacks would have thrown that ball and it probably would have been intercepted, but as you can see, his brother was not even open before he threw the ball. Before he even made his breaking route, the ball was already gone. So that's something that's advantage between him and his brother. That combo is really deadly, especially when they're on fire and it starts going.
And that's where the talent of Nadeau Pius lies. He has so much faith in his arm. He can make those throws. He has this established connection, opting to go for two now to take the lead. He looks towards his brother Samuel on the out route. There was a ginormous amount of contact. No, that is not a word. No flag on the play. Kwesi, do you think that was a penalty, or is that clean?
No, I think that was fine. I think Jeremy kind of just stood his ground. There, it seems like Braves were in a kind of like a lane defense there, so I think he kind of just didn't move. I feel like if he kind of stuck out his hands and kind of made a more of aggressive movement, I think they probably would have called a flag there. But because he kind of just stood his ground and didn't use his hands, that's the reason why there wasn't a flag.
And yes, they did start the game Flagmois-Sac with an interception, but the one time where it nearly feels like you have that free interception is on your first drive because they have the score all tied up now. Pass completed quickly to Chateauvert, a 3-yard gain before he was tackled by Guillaume Robert. But if there is time to throw an interception, it's probably your first drive of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Also, something to also realize is that the difference between 5v5 and 6v6 in Division 1 and competitive is that defenses do get stops. It starts to be a thing. Usually on 6v6, it's kind of score for score, and whoever throws the first pick kind of loses the game. But in this situation, you're going to see that both defenses are going to get stops here.
And both defenses do get stops. We're now looking towards Mike Piercin. Pass is complete. Tackle made by Nadeau Pius. This Braves defense has 14 interceptions on the season. Flagmois-Sac, very similar, 13. And that's exactly what you're talking about, Kwesi. In Division 1, the Braves defense had 22 interceptions, significantly less here in 5v5, but you're able to produce stops on downs, which is generally rare in the 6v6 format.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
We now have third down, 4 yards to gain. This is traditionally where the Braves like to take a deep shot towards Murphy. He's running a post across the field. There's a wheel towards Chevalier. It's perfectly covered. We are setting up a 4th and short. What would you dial up here?
So I just want to go back to that. That was really good coverage by Flag. They literally covered everything from the post, the wheel, and even the slant out. They did a great job there. Sorry, you asked what would I call for Bray? Yeah, for Brays here, I would kind of call some crossing routes, kind of maybe a flood to the left side. I think that's something that should work. You kind of put Mike underneath. You take JD JD maybe a 10-yard out, and then you tell Gab to go as a straight through.
And we did see David Champagne enter the game, taking the spot of Emile Chateauvert. Fourth down, a big play early in the first half. Meyer looks towards the deep zone. It is picked off by Nadeau Pius at his 2-yard line. Should he have simply batted that ball down?
I think he should have batted that ball down, but he didn't see what was coming behind him, what was in front of him, so he just made a play where he figured, let me just go get this just in case. A lot of situations sometimes what happens where you do have a bat down, you bat it down, it ends up going into the opposite team's hands, and then people are kind of looking at you, why don't you just pick it off? So unfortunately, because he didn't bat the ball down, I think they're going to bring it. Oh, for some reason, they're going to bring it to the 5. It
seems to be an interesting decision. He was not tackled at the 5-yard line. He was tackled at the 2. But regardless, the football gods have pardoned his mistake. Not that making an interception is ever considered really an error. And they got their stop. We're now back on a level playing field. Nadeau Pius has the chance to score, take the lead. He completes towards his brother Samuel, who makes JD Chevalier miss, crosses midfield before he's tackled by Murphy. He's now 1 yard across midfield. Something we see Braves do very often is take that knee. Take the knee at the 24-yard line instead of gaining that first down. Is that something you think Flagmois can also adopt as a strategy?
Yeah, that's exactly it. He definitely should have took a knee or at least stopped before getting past midfield. When you do that, you're able to get a kind of basically 2 or 3 free plays because it's hard to stop someone by getting 1 yard to get a first.
And instead now we have essentially a 1st and 25 for the Flagmois offense. We see a crosser towards Rochelot over the middle of the field. It is completed, but that's a 5-yard gain on first down, setting up 2nd and 20. This is an automatic 2nd and long scenario.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Not the best play calling there, but again, it's 5 yards. It's still 5 yards at the end of the day. They still have 3 more downs to score a touchdown here, and Flagmois is a team where they don't need 2 or 3 plays. 1 play is more than enough. How this offense runs.
You're completely right. And Francois Rochelot, whenever you can get the ball in his hands, it's always a good idea. This is a talented receiver. He has the speed. He has the moves to produce yards after the catch. 2nd down, 20 yards to go. Nadeau Pius underside takes a step. He's looking back towards Rochelot. Complete. He spins out of bounds. Rochelot is showing why he was one of the best receivers in the division. How he caught 43 passes for 740 yards and 18 scores in the regular season.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Just from what I was just saying, we were in a 2nd and 20 right now. Now we're at a 3rd and 2. So it just goes to show that the extra 5 yards that they got there on the first down did actually help them.
And this short yardage scenario can be one of the hardest places to score from on the field. It's an immediate out route, and that the Nadeau Pius brothers make it look easy. It's that connection, that experience, and it's a touchdown from Pius to Pius for 6.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So I feel like he kind of knew he was going to his brother off the bat. As soon as he made that break, he put the ball where only his brother was able to catch it, and there you go. Now Flagmois is up 12-6.
A big storyline in the 6v6 final was converts. Braves converted. They ultimately took a possession lead simply based on 2-point convert attempts. Here we now have a chance for Flagmois to score the first 2-point convert of the game and establish victory through the convert game. Let's see if they're able to. They're going for 2, a bunch set to the left of Pius. He looks towards his right, flips back towards his left. Isaiah Lard says, "No, sir," bats it down.
Yeah, so I don't think Flagmois is a team that does a bunch concept. I think they shouldn't do it. I think it kind of disrupts their route running a bit because since they're not used to doing a bunch concept on the route running as much, it seems like he was going to his brother in the middle of the field, but I don't think that was even there in the first place.
I'm not sure if it was there, and what Pius seems to be trying to do is to go through multiple reads, and he does come back over the middle of the field. The issue is that Isaiah is right there and is taking that passing lane away. It is a 12-12 game. Pass complete towards Emile Chateauvert. He makes a man miss. He dips, he dives, he crosses midfield.
Yeah, so that was an easy play calling. It's just a quick drag. Unfortunately, they didn't call a flag on I believe that was
There was no flag called on the play.
That was on Rochelot that made it a defensive stop. So unfortunately, they did not call a flag. It looked a bit of contact, but again, when you're a receiver like Emile, when you come down that low, it's kind of like you're just kind of using your body to get in the way, and he's not the biggest guy, so he does fall down sometimes quite often.
Any contact does wind up pushing you off balance when you're getting that low and moving that fast. Either way, it was enough for a first down. Pierre Saint snipes it towards Maurer. We're looking towards J.D. Chevalier. The tackle is not made. The touchdown is good. The Braves take back the lead.
Yeah, so that was kind of weird. I didn't even think he was going to make that throw over the top. It looked like it was pretty tight when looking at the replay. But actually, no, the window was good. I thought maybe Rochelot was going to come underneath, or even Guillaume was going to make it underneath, undercut it, but they didn't. So good play for Mayer and a good touchdown for JD.
There was a very tight window where that pass could have been made. It needed to be made in front of Rochelot and then behind Nadeau-Pius. That's exactly where Mayer threaded the ball. We have JD Chevalier dropping as a second quarterback. 2 rushers coming. The sack is made. The convert is no good. We have a 12-12 game.
I wonder if that actually helped Flagmois, the fact that they weren't really set up by the time the ball was set. I think maybe it kind of put Braves off timing for a lot of their routes. It was very weird how the fact that Mayer even got sacked in that situation. But at the end of the day, now we have a 12-12 tie game.
12-12, 6 minutes left in the first half. We're coming for you live from Brossard, Quebec. In the booth, I'm Alex as well with Kwesi Gordon-Mall. And Flagmois have a first down. He looks off François Rochelot. He completes the Samuel Nadeau-Pius, who scrambles across midfield before Phil Ferrand finally pulls the flag. That's a 20-yard gain, setting up a 1st and 23 yards to the end zone.
Yeah, so very easy concept right here. They just ran all hooks. Yeah, they ran all hooks here. Jeremy Murphy missed the tackle on. Jeremy Murphy just missed the tackle. They end up getting the first down, and now they're going to be first down and goal.
And we have Guillaume Belland, who has just entered the game for Flagmois, a talented veteran of the league. He's running a post across the middle of the field. Instead, Nadeau-Pius looks towards Jérémy J.P. Saint-Pierre. That's a 7-yard gain, getting closer, inching towards the end zone.
Yeah, so that was a good coverage by the Braves. Even though it was a complete for Flagmois, they had a post across the field, and they had a sneaky wheel coming from the backside. And then they just had kind of like 2 hooks over top with the snapper. So again, it doesn't seem like it's much, but it was a big stop by the Braves there because it could have been a touchdown.
And this is a talented Braves defense. They have 14 interceptions on the season. Leading the charge for that defense is Jeremy Murphy, who just saw make the tackle. 4 INTs to go along with 10 defended passes. And their second DB is actually their quarterback, Jonathan Maurer, who's not on the field at the moment. Are you surprised to see Maurer not playing defense?
No, not exactly. Right now with the Braves, it seems like they add new players on every single year or every couple years. So it seems like I feel comfortable with Jeremy, Farhan, JD, and Gab, and then you have Isaiah as a rusher. I don't see why Mayer would sometimes play defense. He could kind of just focus on running the offense.
I'm not sure he would take off the field to put Maurer on. We're looking over the middle of the field. Intercepted by Gabriel Dabé-Champagne. A huge play. Turnover. Gab Dabs making his impact felt on this game. A great play.
Yeah, it was a good coming down on it. He was kind of covering over top, and he ended up shooting underneath, which is a great move by a defender.
He ran the route for the receiver. He read the eyes of the quarterback. He jumped that perfectly. He claimed that ball as his, and that's a key play in this game. It is first down Braves, now with a chance to take the lead. And remember, Kwesi, they're starting with the ball in the second half. So not only do Braves want to score, they want to milk these 3 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
The closer to 0 they can get, the better. First down Braves. We're looking towards the middle of the field. He was aiming towards J.D. Chevalier, who was open. A slight miscommunication. J.D. was not where his quarterback wanted him to be.
Yeah, it seems like J.D. was running a post. I think he wanted him to run a sit. The post was going to end up running into a DB zone. So I think Mayer wanted JD to kind of sit. JD didn't really know he wanted to sit, so he just kept going. And Flagmois got the stop, and they stopped the clock. Oh, not that they did not stop the clock, but second down and long.
Yeah, because we're not in the pro clock yet. Our pro clock will start in 40 seconds. That combo, Maher, the JD, is usually on the same page. A slight little error in what they read there. But now we're going back towards the hook. This time Rochelot read it and was centimeters away of coming up with his own interception.
Yeah, so that's very fortunate that Maher did not throw a pick there. Rochelot read it. Guillaume was also right next to it. If Maher throws that ball 1 second later, I believe that's probably a pick six from Rochelot.
He has the speed to return that one, and our official Brent Young has just whistled. We are entering the pro clock, which means time will stop on incomplete passes, out of bounds, and first downs. We have third down. Braves have still not picked up a single yard on this possession. 2 incomplete passes. They're going to be looking to cut this in half on third down. Maybe a little dig from Emile Chateauvert. Let's see what Maher is thinking of. The rushers jumped offside. He resets Jaimara's time. He's looking deep towards Murphy, who elevates. Touchdown, Jeremy Murphy. What a catch.
Yeah, that was a really good catch. The coverage was there, though. I don't understand why he didn't get deep enough. I don't think he realized that Maher was gonna throw that over the top. Unfortunately, for Flag One sack that he did, and Jerry made a beautiful catch.
Jerry made a fantastic catch, and Samuel Nadeau-Pius was in position. He kept pace with a very quick Murphy. All he had to do was turn his head and make a play on the ball. He wasn't able to get his head around, and Murphy made the highlight reel catch. Braves take the 6-point lead. That being said, there's a minute 53 left on the clock. They might have scored a bit too fast. Let's see if Flagma can make them pay. But first, we have a 2-point convert coming up. Murphy and JD Chevalier to his left. JD drops back as a second QB. He's throwing deep towards Gabriel Dabi-Champagne. The pass is out of bounds, and I think Champagne had already stepped on the blue line. There is no way that pass was being completed.
Yeah, he did step on the blue line. That's actually the Braves ran the same exact play, the same 2-point convert play they ran before, where he wanted to hit Gab back in the end zone. Unfortunately, got a sack, so they went with it again, and he just overthrew it this time.
He did slightly overthrow it. That being said, it was a very un-Braves move to score the touchdown there. They have left this talented Flagmois team a lot of time to tie up the game. A minute 53 might even be too much time as Nadeau-Pius takes the snap. He's not looking deep. He's instead looking short. It is bobbled. It is an interception. That is a dagger. The usually short-handed JP Saint-Pierre tossed up that ball right into the hands of Gabriel Dabi-Champagne. Now the Braves have a chance to not only single dip, double dip, but triple dip. They scored, and they now want to score again, but I believe we have a challenge incoming. Did you see something that could be challenged, Kwesi?
I did not see anything that was going to challenge, but I'm curious to see what they're going to be calling. If you look on the replay over here.
We're waiting on the replay. We have Walter Berry, a seasoned official, in the booth. We're waiting for what might be challenged on this play,
So they're challenging PI.
They're challenging defensive pass interference. Have you seen anything which might indicate defensive pass interference?
I did not, unless they're calling it on the other side. I believe they're calling it on the left side. So
yes.
Look on the replay over here. Yeah, so there is pass interference. Phil
Ferrand?
Yeah, Phil Ferrand runs into number 83.
Which is Guillaume Robert.
Yeah, he runs right into him. So it's a weird.
So illegal contact since the ball was not in the vicinity. That is a challengeable play. We're still waiting to have a replay exactly of the contact. But it seems like on the left-hand side of your screen, there may have been a contact with the number 83.
So he's about to break into his route right here. He gets completely hit, bumped, then the ball gets thrown.
So the other question which comes into play is, was the ball out of his hand? If the ball's out of the quarterback's hand, can you have illegal contact anymore, or then you're looking at this unnecessary roughness?
You definitely, if it's not illegal contact, it's unnecessary roughness. They have to call something. You can't just run into a player and get away with it, right? Especially when we have challenges.
So what we believe in the booth here is that we are looking at an illegal contact penalty, which would overturn the interception on the field. But nonetheless, we also had a costly drop by JP Saint-Pierre. He's not this team's leading receiver, but he is a veteran of Flag Marsac and not the kind of player you expect to bobble up a ball.
Yeah. Do you think maybe he's tired from playing his Division 6 game?
And we're also looking at someone here who's a rusher in hot, humid conditions here in Brossard. He could be feeling the fatigue. I think we have a decision coming down now. Brent Young is pressing against his ear, listening to a word from Walter Berry, our official in the booth. We should have a decision momentarily. We're still waiting on the call. So our two outcomes here would either be an illegal contact penalty, first down, up 5 for Flagmore sack. In the alternative, it would be a back-breaking interception by Gabriel Dabi-Champagne, his second of the game, setting up Braves in a position to score, take a 2-possession lead, and then recommence the second half with the ball.
Yeah, for me, I think that is a flag. But again, I'm not a ref. It just seems... it seems like there is going to be contact on the play.
Kwesi, maybe you should be a ref. You're entirely right. I think pinstripes would suit you very well. You saw that one perfectly when I did not see anything. I do like letting defense play a bit more than your average commentator. So we went from what could have been, in all honesty, a game-ending interception to a first down for Flagmore sack. What a call.
Yeah,
great use of the challenge.
Yeah, great use. I guess as soon as Alex kind of realized that was a pick,
he saw it immediately. He now throws the ball into the dirt. A very rare misfire. He was looking back towards JP St. Pierre, wanted to give his receiver a bit of confidence. Instead, we're looking at now a second down. That penalty came with an automatic first.
Yeah, so that's exactly something that's also very fortunate for Flagmore, that they kind of got back. They got a first down. They got an automatic first down. So the fact that it's second and about 15 to the first down to obtain the next first down, it's not the end of the world that he threw that ball.
It lets them run more time. That penalty means they can gain a first down, a second first down. He's now looking towards François Rochelot. The pass is completed. He makes Jeremy Murphy miss. He does not make Phil Ferrand miss. He not only comes up with one flag, he comes up with both. Time is stopped. We'll recommence on the whistle. That was a first down. 1:33 on the clock. Kwesi, do Flagmore want to score at all costs, or are they more concerned with burning some clock?
No, they definitely want to burn some clock here. They do not want to have Braves. They don't want to give Braves enough time to make a score, because if they do give the Braves enough time to score, it becomes a 2-possession game again. No, it becomes a 1-possession game, but the Braves get back the ball in the second half. So right now, I think
it could become a 2-possession game. If Braves score, go up 1, they can then score and go up 2. And 2 possessions is really a backbreaker in FPF. Nadeau Pius takes the ball. Will he run time? Will he look end zone? He's looking end zone. It is intercepted by Dabi Champagne. There are no flags on the play. Nothing to be challenged, I believe. What a play by Gabriel Champagne.
Yeah, so that was very weird. I don't even know where Alex was even throwing the ball in that situation.
I think he was looking towards his brother Samuel at the back of the end zone. It was clearly not the right decision.
No, not the right decision at all, especially after being first down. I wonder if that was tipped by Isaiah.
Do you think Isaiah got his hands on that? It's very possible.
I wonder. It seems like it got
because
tipped.
Otherwise, it looks like the kind of mistake you don't expect Nadeau Pius to make. But that was also a fantastic break on the ball. And there you see all the talent of Champagne on full display. We now do have confirmed a chance for a rare triple dip from the Braves. Maher's looking towards... Intercepted by François Rochelot. Another mistake. Maher has his hands on his knees. He is frustrated. These are not the kind of mistakes you expect to see from the two best quarterbacks in FPF and maybe in Canada.
So something to also look at, I don't think James Drysdale is coming back into this game. It seems like he's sitting on the bench and he's hurt. Just something to kind of point out. He hasn't been on the field in the past 2 drives going both sides. Also, the play that they just ran, as Rochelot just missed the pick on the last drive, he got the pick on this drive.
And we now have a chance to avoid the triple dip and instead tie up this game. We have a completed pass to Samuel Nadeau Pius for a pickup of 7 yards. Clock is running. Second down at the 4-yard line. Those 2 interceptions just erased each other, and this is exactly where Flagmore Sac wanted to be, pretending like nothing happened.
Yeah, this is literally the best situation for Flagmore. The fact that they wasted some clock getting that first down and then throwing a pick.
Second down, looking on the out route towards his brother. It is bobbled. It is caught. It is a touchdown. We have a tie game. Now Flagmore Sac have the chance to go from down 3 possessions to taking the lead with this convert.
Yeah, so basically what I was trying to say before, the fact that Flagma wasted some clock, threw a bad interception, got Braves to waste some clock, obtain an interception, and then now they're able to score here and leave only 20 seconds on the clock for Braves to make an attempt to score an air touchdown going the other way.
It's the dream scenario for Flagma. It's nearly like they drew up the double interception play. It allowed them to run more clock. Clearly not what they drew up, but it wound up working very well in their favor. An interesting decision here, not something we see very often from Flagma. They're opting to go for one. They've converted 16 one-point converts this season, trying to take the lead after having difficulty completing two-point converts. We there once again see the telescopic arms of Isaiah Lard getting in passing lanes. The convert is no good. Isaiah Lard batted that one out of the air.
Yeah, so right now I don't think their two-point attempts are working out for them. So they decided to change it up, maybe go for one, take the lead, get the momentum going. But again, Isaiah just takes away the middle of the field. As soon as he gets his hands up and you're targeting a receiver in the middle of the field on a dig route or a post route or a 10-yard in, it kind of makes it unfortunate when he ends up batting it down.
It's a bad idea to throw over the middle of the field. It's a bad idea to throw over Isaiah Lard. You need to either move him with your eyes, pump fake him. Otherwise, he does not let you complete passes over the middle of the field. 19 seconds left. Joe Maru takes the snap. Completes. Incomplete. He was looking for Emile Chateauvert on the play. Another misfire by Joe Maru.
Yeah, so it seems like that was basically just a basic concept that Braves kind of run. They run a go from Murphy. Mill kind of does a hook. You have Mike doing a left, a right drag, and then you have JD doing a inside dig.
We have perhaps the most important 16 seconds of the game coming up. If Flagmois can hold for 16.7 seconds, they will maintain a tie game going into half. If Braves score, they'll have the chance to take a two-possession lead. We have a real out from JD Chevalier, who steps out of bounds before midfield. Third down, clock stopped.
Yeah, so that was
fourth down. Nope.
Third
First down is gained. The official signaling that he crossed midfield. We have 12.3 seconds left. They're looking end zone. Do you look end zone on the first play, or are you trying to cut this in half?
I think you try to cut it off. You have about 11 seconds left in the game. You have enough time to complete a pass and then waste one of your timeouts and then have a manageable second down and goal compared to being the midfield right now, where if you do attempt the ball in the end zone, it should be covered way better than it would if you're able to cut the field in half.
And we see the clock has been updated. We have roughly 10 seconds left to play. That should be enough for 2 attempts. They do have a timeout they can choose to consume. If I am in the Braves' cleats, I'm looking to cut this in half, perhaps an Emile Chateauvert pass, quickly call a timeout, and then you're looking end zone on the final play of the half. It's a quick out route towards JD Chevalier. No need to use the timeout. That's all they needed for a 3-yard gain, still 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, so that was a great play call. It only took off 2 seconds, about 3 seconds off the clock. So now they actually have an error. I believe they could run an error 2 plays. Instead of, we said they had 2 plays, but they actually had 3 plays. So it seems like they're going to have 2 plays before this half is over.
This is where the savvy Braves find extra plays. When other teams see 2, they see 3. I wouldn't even be surprised here to see another similar concept. A hook on the sideline, get out of bounds. I don't know how many times you've seen Drysdale catch a 3-yard hook, step out of bounds, and then give them an even more manageable shot at the end zone. You have Murphy on the left, Gabriel Labichampé on the right, JD motioning over. The pass is complete. No, it is dropped by JD Chevalier. Clock is stopped on the drop. 5 seconds left. Third down.
Yeah, so they're kind of in the same concept. They had Gag going a straight through, and they had JD coming right across underneath him. I believe if he made that catch there probably would have been at least 4 seconds, so maybe an error 2 plays. But right now we're looking about at 5 seconds left, so I think this is going to be the last play of the game.
Last play of the half. Last play of the game. We're going to get ourselves a little bit.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm getting a little bit tired. I had a game before this one. I would take the nap, but no. We have 3.4 seconds left. We'll call that 4 seconds. It is time to look end zone. Now the 2 targets you want to look for here are Jeremy Murphy, who has, without a doubt, the best vertical in FPF, and Gabriel Dabi-Champagne, another very physical receiver. They are both lined up to Maru's right, with JD Chevalier lined up to his left. Keep an eye out for a second quarterback.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it's going to be a second quarterback. I think JD's probably going to draw back to take away one of the defenders, and they're probably going to try to sneak Jeremy over the top.
The Brave special. Let's see what Mauro in his bag of tricks. He's looking towards Gabriel David-Champagne. That looked out of bounds to me.
Yeah, he is out of bounds.
They signal touchdown.
I believe he's out of bounds, but there was contact from Guillaume as well, so we're going to see.
There was contact. I am relatively sure he was out of bounds. We're waiting to see if we can get a better angle on this one. This is a play I would challenge. It's the last play of the half. It's a crucial play. They have the ability to challenge it. Let's see if they'll opt to do so. From our vantage point in the booth, we most definitely saw a foot come down on the blue line. Let's see here on the replay. He has a foot there on the blue line.
I believe it does hit the line.
They're not challenging it. What a mistake. Myers looking towards the back of the end zone, towards Jeremy Murphy, overthrows him, and now they'll have the chance when they reclaim possession in the second half to take a 2-score lead. They opted not to challenge a decision which could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't challenge in that situation there. That's definitely something I would have challenged just because it's that play was kind of game changer. The fact that the Braves go up by 6 points now and they get the ball in the second half.
It's such a crucial play. It's what makes the difference between a 1-score game and a 2-score game. Flag-Mollissac are now in the need of a stop. I did see his foot come down on the sideline. Perhaps we'll get another view of this during our intermission. Any reason not to challenge that play?
I don't know. I think I don't think they realized that he was out. They were kind of. I feel like they were kind of talking about if he had ball placement on the ball. I saw a couple of players that were kind of looking at his hands for some reason, saying if he had full possession. So I don't think they even realized that his feet was out. I don't think that was kind of a talk for them to even say, because from their angle that they had on the right side, we're easier. We get to see a replay and stuff, right? So for them, I think they kind of realized that he was in, and they kind of were trying to look for something else, and they didn't think it was going to be worth it.
Very possible. Either way, the situation we now have going into halftime is a 6-point lead for the Braves. Flag-Mollissac are in a similar position as last game. They either need a stop on defense or an onside kick. Which do you think is more likely?
I think a stop is more likely. Again, this is 5v5. You see teams get so many more stops compared to 6v6. The rules are so much different. It's so much harder to actually get past midfield, and as soon as you get past midfield, you have 4 downs to get 20 yards. It's easier said than done, and a lot of teams struggle by doing it, especially when you're against good defenses like a team like Flagmois. So I believe that they're going to be able to have. I believe if they are going to get a stop, I believe it's going to be a turnover on downs.
A turnover on downs, or I'll give you a counter proposition, a François Rochelot interception. He's looked dangerous in the first half. He came up with a huge pick at the end of the first half and probably could have had a second. He has the speed to jump routes. He seems to be in the head of Joe Maurer. If someone can come up with that pick, my money would be on Rochelot.
Yeah, exactly. I would say the same thing. Rochelot or Guillaume, I'm blanking his last name. Blanc. Yeah, Guillaume Blanc. Either one of those two.
Guillaume Bélan, a very talented defender, someone who used to and usually does still play with Braves. I believe he subbed with them in Division 1, didn't get enough games to qualify for the finals. But they have the weapons on defense to come up with an interception or come up with a stop.
Yes.
I do think we will see a stop in this second half. I don't think we're going to go purely score for score.
No, that's exactly it. So Guillaume does usually play with the Braves, but I feel like their roster was kind of full this year for the winter season. So I think they kind of figured that he would join Flagmois. Again, Guillaume is he's a good friend of Alex Pries, so they kind of coach together, so he's able to get him on the team.
The referees have whistled in the second half. The teams are taking to the pitch. 20 minutes left in the 5v5 final. We're coming to you live from Brossard, Quebec. I'm here, Alexis Dubois, in the booth with Kwesi Gordon Mall. What Flag-Mollissac need is a stop. Let's see what they can come up with on this first drive. Braves are starting from their 5 with the ball and the lead. Exactly the position they want to be in, a place they've been in time and time before.
Yeah, Flagmois is going to want to come out here, get a stop, and definitely don't give a deep ball to the Braves where they're able to score fast. the best situation for Flagmont. If Braves do score, at least make Braves earn it, let them drive them the field so they don't feel as comfortable on their second drive if they do end up scoring.
It's time for aggressive defense. You can take risks, try to jump those routes. A touchdown is not calamitous. We have here a quick completion towards J.D. Chevalier, the tackle made immediately by the very sure-handed Guillaume Bélan. A small gain of 4 yards on first down, setting up 2nd and 12.
Yeah, so that was great plays on both sides. Again, it's an easy completion for Mayer to JD, 4 yards, great, and also a great tackle by Guillaume, where it also puts him in a situation of second and about, I would say...
2nd and 12 here. They need to gain midfield. They're starting from their 5. You need a total of 20 yards, roughly. Oh, maybe even a bit more. Let's see. Mayer knows exactly what to do in these kind of situations. He pump fakes. He completes towards Émile Chadouvert, who scampers out of bounds, tackled by Guillaume Robert after a gain of 10. Not quite enough for the first down, but that 3rd and short situation in which the Braves love to be.
Yeah, so again, you kind of see JP. I think he looks a bit tired there. He had Mayer, he had the sack, he just ended up missing it. You kind of can see he's kind of walking back here, very in slow motion, kind of frustrating with himself because I think he feels that he could have had a sack there. That would have been huge for his team.
That could have been a difference maker. Instead of 3rd and short, 3rd and very long is a difficult position to get out of. We have 2 receivers to Mayer's left. We have Murphy running in and out, and it's him who catches the ball. He's now dancing in front of Guillaume Robert. He is tackled first down just inside Flagmolsac's territory.
Yeah, so again, good play calling on the Braves. They kind of had the 2 deep routes that they were maybe going to hit. He realized it wasn't there. They end up checking it down to Jeremy Murphy. Again, good defense. Good play calling for the Braves, but also good defense for Flagmont. The fact that Jeremy only got 3 yards after that first down puts them in a great position on 1st and goal for the Braves to make a drive here.
And you do see Braves coming out a bit more conservative. They're running simple drags, an in and out move there at the sticks. Usually you see Braves take a shot deep on 3rd and short. Here they're very happy with the first down, and let's see what they do with that first down. They have an Émile Chateauvert hook on the sidelines. He drops the pass, a rare drop from the usually sure-handed Chateauvert.
Yeah, so maybe a lot of people say when you hear footsteps coming, you kind of get a bit nervous. So maybe that's kind of little jitters that Emile felt kind of there.
He was definitely thinking about his next move. This is perhaps the shiftiest player in FPF, has a fantastic dip move, a spin move, and just such a great burst in his first 2 or 3 steps. He was probably trying to see how he could make his defender miss, took his eyes off the ball, and that resulted in the drop you saw. We now have a 2nd and long coming up for the Braves. Murphy and Chevalier to Mayer's left, Pierre Saint with the ball in his hands, and Émile Chateauvert, the sole receiver, to his right. 2nd down. JP St. Pierre stares down Joe Maru, rushes, barrels down on him. Maru's throwing towards JD Chevalier, passes, caught. He is gang tackled by a collection of Flagmont defenders, but not before he picked up 10 yards, setting up 3rd and goal from the 4-yard line.
Yeah, so again, great play calling from the Braves. They had Mike to go underneath the route. They had Mike coming underneath the route, realized that it wasn't there. They had JD was able to sneak inside with a deep hook, easy completion, and now they're in 3rd and goal at the 4-yard line. So they have 2 attempts to score a touchdown here.
And on top of that, they have 2 attempts to score a touchdown. They've also now milked 4 minutes off the clock. This is exactly what the Braves want to do. A slow touchdown is the slow and painful death they want to inflict upon Flagmolsac. And with a J.D. Chevalier touchdown, that's exactly what they did. 4 minutes and a score. Prototypical Braves drive. They now take a 12-point lead. They'll opt to go for 2. A number to keep in mind here is 15. 15, when considering the onside kick, is a 3-possession game, whereas 14, if this were to be successful, still remains 2 possessions with an onside kick and then a 2-point convert.
Yeah, so exactly it. Flagmont is going to want to make sure they can stop this 2-point convert, keep it a 12-point game. Don't let the lead get too large to a point where you can't.
JD Chevalier drops the second quarterback. The ball goes towards JD. No one's rushing JD. He throws a no-look pass towards Gabriel Dabé Champagne. No look, but the 2 points are good. Mike Pierre Saint got out of the way, and it's a 14-point lead for the Braves. Still within striking distance with an onside kick, but they're starting to pull away. This Flagmolsac team needs something, and they need it in a hurry.
Yeah, they're going to have to start hurrying up their offense here. They're down by 14 points. Now for them, it's catch-up time again. It's not out of reach too much, but they're going to have to start speeding up their play calling.
Let's see if Nadeau shows off that impressive arm of his. He makes his ILR miss. He completes towards Rochelot, who spins towards the sidelines, forced out of bounds by Murphy. That's a gain of 7. He had his brother running a deep post across the field, but Samuel was well covered by the talented Phil Ferrand.
Yeah, so again, he avoided the rush. I'm surprised he threw the ball there to Rochelot. I believe he had JP wide open in the middle of the field, but he decided to throw the ball cross-arm to Rochelot.
It's those Rochelot yak yards which are just so attractive. He can turn a 3-yard hook into a 30-yard gain. Let's see now. We have second down. Nadeau Pius takes the snap. We have a crosser coming across the field. He's looking deep towards Rochelot. Jeremy Murphy elevates. There is contact. There is an interception. That is the dagger in the heart of Flag-Molsac. First down, Brave. Murphy elevated far above Rochelot, who punts the ball away in frustration.
Yeah, so unfortunately he threw the ball to Rochelot. That was a man-to-man concept. If he did throw that ball to Rochelot as a complete go, I feel like he kind of undersailed it there, where Jeremy was able to make a huge vertical play, make an interception. He also had his brother wide open on a. It seems like it was a 15-yard in where he didn't get to see, and he ended up forcing the ball to Rochelot.
Do you think Rochelot was open and he was underthrown, or was that simply a mistaken read?
I think Rochelot was open if he aired it out to a point where only Rochelot would be able to make that catch.
That being said, it's Murphy who came down with the ball. Murphy gives the ball back to the Braves, who now are looking for the deep shot. Maurer overthrows Gabriel Dabé-Champagne. He was looking to put this game to bed and missed Champagne by a matter of feet.
Yeah, so unfortunately he missed his throw there, because that would have been actually the dagger of the game. It was 2 verticals. Both receivers had both the defenders beat. Mayer just kind of overthrew it, overshot it. Maybe I think he kind of figured the defenders would have been a bit closer, but that was not the case at all.
That being said, you see the savvy vet that Joe Maurer is. He missed far. Instead of Nadeau Pius, who did miss a few feet short, and as we saw, an interception, this was a ball placed where either Gabriel Champagne or the turf could catch it. The turf came up victorious on that one, but the Braves live again to fight with another down, and they're still in second and manageable. They need second and a gain of 20 for midfield. We have trips to the left with Gabriel Dabé-Champagne flex towards the sideline. We have a crossing route by J.D. Chevalier, the tackle made immediately by Nadeau Pius, a pickup of 5 yards. If you're the Flag-Molsac defense, are you okay giving up the 5-yard gain, or do you want to be more aggressive and try to force an interception?
No, 5-yard gain is, for me, especially when I'm playing 5v5 and competitive, a 5-yard gain is it's great. That's something that you're able to give up. Again, it's 15 yards, it's 20 yards to a first down, right? So right now they get themselves in the situation where it's 3rd and 10, and it's manageable for a defense to make a stop here.
And this Flag-Molsac defense does need a stop. An onside kick is no longer enough. They will need a stop. And the onside 3rd and 10. Maurer takes the snap. He's looking across the field. He's looking towards Gabriel Dabé-Champagne. It is overthrown. That's a soft flag.
Yeah, that is a very soft flag. That contact wasn't super aggressive, but again, you can't necessarily make any contact. It seems like when the ball was thrown, Rochelot kind of made a play to the ball where he's just trying to make a defender move where most defenders do make it, but Gab ended up falling down, so it made the call more realistic as unnecessary contact.
In Division 1 competitive 5v5, those are the kind of plays that happen. I am someone who does very much favor the defensive side of the ball, but that's the kind of contact I would choose to let play. It's a hip-to-hip move. I think Gabriel Dabé-Champagne made the most of that. Sold the play very well to his credit. I would have rathered in a final see that flag, stay in the ref's pocket, and then force a 4th down. Instead, we have 1st and goal for the Braves. They're coming to the 1-yard line. It looks like we have Joe Maurer standing directly under center. Nadeau Pius staring down Maurer and Pierre Saint, forcing them to blink. Dabé-Champagne runs a fade route. The ball's fired towards him. He hooked towards the sideline. Incomplete.
Yeah, as I'm the same way as like you. I would also I'm more a defender as well, so I would kind of like the ref to kind of keep that flag in his pocket. But it is what it is. Again, at the end of the day, not every ref is going to make the certain call that you want. If you want them to make the call, you kind of sometimes don't want to put the game in the ref's hands as well, right? So
And there was contact. We're not saying there was no contact. Rochelot opened the door to a flag being thrown. We wish it hadn't been thrown, but I do see why the decision was made.
yeah, for sure.
We now have second goal. If you think back now to your Division 1 final, the Braves did struggle to score from this short yardage scenario. This is where the Flagmois defense had looked the best. We're now approaching a bunch set. We saw that Braves scored off of this earlier in the game with a corner route. Let's see if they're coming back to that corner. We have Murphy running a quick out. We throw towards Pierre-Saint. Touchdown, Mike Pierre-Saint. He was on an island. There is no one on his half of the pitch.
Yeah, so they did a great job at the beginning. They end up forgetting where Mike was. Mike kind of sneaked out to the right side all by himself, and John Mayer kind of was looking to the left side, and then he came back to the right for his last read.
Mike Pierre-Saint had the most receptions for this team, the second most yards. That is 48 receptions, 504 yards, 7 touchdowns. That's not the kind of player you want to forget. He's someone you should be keeping tabs on at all times, especially in the red zone. But the savvy FPF vet slips out towards his right, scored the touchdown, and now has given his team a 20-point lead, looking to make that 22, thrown towards the back of the end zone. Nadeau Pius gets a hand on that ball. There are still 8 minutes left, but time is ticking away, and it's looking like Braves will double down on their championship unless Flagmois can make something happen in a hurry.
Yeah, so right now we have a 20-point game, about 8 minutes left in the game. So Flagmois is definitely going to have to try to score as fast as they can, get a stop, score, then they have the onside in their back pocket. They're going to also have to make sure that they don't do anything that's going to cause them to throw interception and kind of just control. Again, 8 minutes is still a lot of time.
It's still a lot of time, but Nadeau Pius needs to hurry up. Let's see if he's looking deep. He has a go towards his receiver. I think there's a whistle on the play that was ruled incomplete. The receiver does not seem happy with that call.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that the ref in the far back made that call. You would think that the side judge on the right side would had more access to see the ball, but unfortunately that it was the top ref that made that one.
And I think we have a challenge coming up here that looks like a completed pass, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a bing bang. It's kind of a point where if you're looking at it in the fast time, especially for a ref, you think it does hit the floor. But the fact that we're looking in the replay, it seems like he just kind of picks it up just before it's about to hit the floor.
And you made a very astute observation here. We do have a 4-man crew, which is unusual, right? You're used to seeing normally 2, sometimes 3. So the 4-man mechanics are slightly different. That incomplete call would generally come from the official closer to the play and not from the official standing slightly further away.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was saying. I feel like it's going to be the ref on the right side because we have the backfield ref looking at the quarterback. So usually it's the side ref on the right side that is looking at the quarterback, but because we have a 4-man, it's the right side that kind of has better angle and also vision that he doesn't have to.
Let's see now. We have a replay coming up on your screen. We'll play this in frame by frame. The ball's coming in. It's spiraling. And then does Belin get his hands under it? It appears that it touched the ground there. From that angle, it looked like it bounced into his hands.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but I feel like the tip did end up touching the floor.
I think the tip touched the floor. And at the very least, I don't think you have conclusive video evidence to overturn the call on the field. It could be inconclusive, but either way, I don't think we've seen anything so far which makes us concretely go, yes, that was a completed pass.
Exactly. You know what's kind of also funny? That it's unfortunate that Flagmois is wasting their challenge for a play like this, and they didn't waste it before halftime.
On the Gabriel Dabi-Champagne play, it feels like this challenge came out of a place of frustration rather than a clearly thought-out decision.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But you would feel like the veteran presence that Flagmois has, the fact that these guys do coach. Yeah, looking at it now, it seems it's so weird. It seems like the tip does end up touching the floor, but it's so fast in the movement. But what I was trying to get at is that it seemed what I was trying to say is that the fact that Flagmois is a team that's so the veteran presence and kind of they understand how the game is run, and it runs like that. The fact that they use the challenge for this and not before halftime.
The catch is good. It was a successful challenge from FlagPlus. Walter Berry, our video official up in the booth, saw enough to overturn the call on the field. We now have second and short. Time will start on the whistle of our head official. Time is in. FlagPlus now need a score in a hurry. Hopefully that overturned call will give them the boost they needed. This is completed. It was looking towards Guillaume Bélan, but Murphy was lurking and got his hands on that ball, very nearly intercepted.
Yeah, so that concept was kind of weird. You had Hushlo going a go, and then you had a hook from Bélan, but then you had the underneath from Guillaume that was also coming across the field. So the fact that Jerry Murphy was technically able to cover two guys in one zone makes his job so much easier.
You shouldn't be calling a play where one defender can take away two receivers. That is not smart play calling. We have third down. We're looking towards Rochelot on the sidelines. That is complete. He tries to make Farran miss. Farran does not miss, but it is enough for a first down. First and goal from the 10-yard line. 4 shots from the 10 to get a score.
Yeah, great play calling by FlagPlus. They kind of just picked the zone that was open for them. Got the ball to Hushlo, got the first down, but they kind of have to speed up here. I don't like how long this huddle is. I don't like how long this huddle is right now.
Do they feel slightly defeated towards you? It doesn't feel like they think they can win this game.
I don't think so. I think just the veteran preference from FlagPlus. I don't think they're a team where they realize they're down by 20 and they're kind of like saying, "Oh, the game's over." I think they've been through a lot. This is a veteran team. This is a team that's been in this league for years now. I'm sure they've been in situations being down by 20 before and winning games. So again, I think for them, this is just a different day.
And on first down there, we saw a miss. Nadeau Pius was looking towards number 83. That's Guillaume Robert. Had him open down the sideline, simply overthrew him. We still have them alive to fight on second down. We have a crosser coming across the field, complete towards Bélan. Tackle is made by Champagne for a gain of 5 yards. Third down and goal from the 5-yard line.
Yeah, so they're good coverage by the Braves. They kind of made sure they cover everything over top and gave them underneath. So that's why we got a 5-yard gain here. Critical third down right now. We're looking at maybe 3rd and 5, where FlagPlus is going to have 2 attempts to score here. But again, time's against them.
Time is against them. They need the score. They need the stop. They need the onside. There are a lot of musts. But the first of those musts was very nearly there. Guillaume Bélan had the ball in his hands. Murphy was a disruptive presence as usual, and it came up incomplete, setting a do-or-die 4th down. FlagPlus need to get a score on this play.
Yeah, that was a great play by Jeremy Murphy. It seemed like Bélan was by himself when that ball was thrown. Jeremy was able to stick out a hand at the last second, kind of caused a bit of misconcept towards Guillaume catching the ball and ended up being incomplete.
We're setting up for a decisive 4th down. Nadeau Pius has the ball. He's looking towards the front of the end zone. It's caught towards Saint-Pierre. Touchdown. And they are opting to go for the onside kick. Do you think it's a mistake to go for the onside kick now?
No, I don't think so. I think they go for onside kick here. They end up, if they do attempt to actually getting it, it kind of puts them in a situation where they put the pressure back on Braves. The fact that if they give the ball back to the Braves after scoring this attempt here, after scoring that they just did, it kind of just gives Braves enough time to kind of waste the clock. The fact that they're doing onside kick here, if they do get a successful onside kick and they do end up scoring, it puts them in a situation where the pressure is back on Braves, and the Braves have to make an offensive drive that's going to count for them to close out this game.
Season on the line at the moment for FlagPlus. Their leading receivers are François Rochelot and Samuel Nadeau-Pius. Third is Guillaume Bélan. Let's see who they look towards. We have J.D. Chevalier lining up nearly at his own goal line. We're running a post complete towards Samuel Nadeau-Pius. It is caught. That was a very strange defensive concept. Could you explain to me why J.D. Chevalier would line up nearly on his own 5-yard line instead of at midfield?
So they were kind of looking to see if there's just going to be a straight through or a jump ball. It's kind of weird that he did line up there, but I feel like at the end of the day, he probably would have ended up there after the snap was snapped. So he kind of just got an advantage and got there before.
And that was a gorgeous ball from Nadeau-Pius, layering in between 2 defenders. He fit it where only his brother could catch it. We're now looking for the touchdown towards Rochelot off of his outstretched fingertips. A bit too much mustard on that ball. second down.
Yeah, so kind of going back to the onside kick, I feel like they kind of knew the concept, what kind of play they're going to run. It came to a point where they knew Isaiah was going to take away half of the field. So the Braves, a lot of the times where they feel like the mid of the field is not going to be open because Isaiah's taking it away, you kind of can sneak a receiver behind there, and that's exactly what they did. That timing route between Alex Prees and his brother Nick and his brother Samuel. Yeah, that was a perfect route, perfect call.
Time is ticking away for these FlagPlus Championship hopes. Samuel needs a touchdown now. He makes a Zayalard miss. Touchdown to François Rochilot. They're back within striking distance. They're down 8. Let's see if they opt to go for 1 or 2. Either way, they will need a stop on the upcoming Braves drive.
Yeah, great play. Sucks that Isaiah missed a sack there. That he definitely could have changed the game, the momentum, but he ended up missing there. They are going for 2 to make it a 6-point game. But back to what I was kind of saying, now the fact that even if they miss this point, they're only down by 8, and now it puts the pressure back on Braves. The fact that the Braves are going to have to make a drive at the end of the day to close this out.
You're completely right. They'll put the pressure back on the Braves for one final decisive drive. But right now, a 2-point convert coming up. Nadeau Pugh scrambles towards his right, throws, simply missed JP Saint-Pierre, but JD Chevalier was in tight coverage. We have an 8-point Braves lead. A score will put this game to bed. FlagPlus Sac have put their championship hopes in the hands of their defense. They need a stop, and they need it on this drive. Who can deliver this miracle for FlagPlus?
I think it's going to be a team thing. I think they're all going to have to come together. They have to make sure they don't give the deep ball. Anything that they do give up, it has to be under routes, 4 or 5 yards. Get the Braves into a situation where it's going to be 4th and 6, 4th and 7, something that's going to be non-manageable for the Braves to do easily compared to FlagPlus being comfortable and having the Braves in a situation like that.
The other enemy of FlagPlus is the clock. We have 2:15 and counting, 15 seconds from pro clock, 2 minutes from the end of the game. Mike Pierre-Saint tackled inbound after a 5 yards gain. Time is running. Time is ticking away.
So again, that's exactly a perfect call for both teams. FlagPlus feels comfortable giving Mike the 5 yards, and also Braves feel as comfortable as well giving up the 5 yards. We see that we're in the 2-minute clock right now, so time will stop on incompletions or when you get out of bounds.
It's coming to a point where first down might give the Braves the ability to even kneel out the game without scoring a touchdown. Can they get a stop, or do they need to get a stop without conceding a first down?
I think it depends, really. It depends on the time management here. If the Braves do get a first down right now, we're still looking at about 1:45. I believe each play clock is 30 seconds, so I don't think it's going to be enough time. We're going to be at 1:20, so they're gonna have to use a bit more time than that.
Second down for the Braves. Maurer behind Pierre-Saint takes the snap. He looks towards his right. He completes to Murphy, who gets tackled inbounds wisely. He was not forced out of bounds. Time continues to run. 3rd and short. They'll snap this ball. Timeout called by FlagPlus Sac. Is that their last timeout? Yes, they went for an onside kick, so that is FlagPlus Sac's last timeout with 1:52.
I wonder, do you need to have a timeout to call an onside? No, you don't, right? I started an onside kick.
Already used their onside kick.
A challenge. I don't think you need to use a. I don't think you.
You do not.
I don't. How many challenges do you have?
You have one challenge. If that challenge is successful, which it was in the case of FlagPlus, you get a second. That second, regardless of outcome, is your final challenge.
So you don't get 3, you only get 2. Okay.
Maximum of 2, even if both are successful.
Okay, so FlagPlus doesn't have any more challenges because they used 2 already.
Yes, so they are challenge-less, they are timeoutless. Their championship hopes reside on their defense getting a stop on 3rd and very short. Murphy to Maurer's left, Chateauvert to his right. Pierre-Saint snaps the ball. Maurer's looking towards the depths. It is intercepted by Guillaume Bella. That is their best defender, who came up huge. But what a risky call to look deep over the middle of the field when all you needed was 2 yards to close out the championship game.
So if something that's kind of funny, that's exactly the same play that we talked about in the first half, where I was saying Hushlow and Guillaume were both just in the middle of just missing the pass to JD, and the fact that this time Guillaume was able to close down and get a must-needed interception.
Guillaume Bellon has been the leading ball hawk for FlagPlus Sac. 4 interceptions, 4 passes to defend, and now has given his team a chance to win it all, or at least tie it up. Nadeau Pugh looks towards Guillaume Robert. That's a 7-yard completion, and now time is in the favor of FlagPlus Sac. They want to milk some clock and then score, but they will need the 2-point convert.
Yeah, unfortunately, they missed their last 2-point convert. If somehow they got it, that they would have felt really comfortable only being down by 6. But again, there's lots of time left.
I don't think they've hit a single conversion attempt all game. We're completing towards François Rochelot, who's reaching the ball over the yard marker. That is a first down gained, which stops the clock until the ready for play whistle.
I believe he also got out of bounds too, so I think it's going to stop the clock in general. I think they're going to have lots of time. Now they can get themselves in a huddle here, relax, catch their breath, kind of get some things going. Kind of tell their guys, let's go. Well, we're in it. We have 1 minute and 14 seconds left in this game. We just one play at a time. Again, now time is against them, but there's so much time left in this game.
So they want to score, but they don't want to score too soon because we know this Braves offense doesn't need much more than 30 seconds to score. Let's see where he's looking. It's intercepted by Murphy, and that will do it. Murphy seals the game with an interception, and the Braves are your 5v5 champions. They are your Division 1 champions. They are reigning supreme on top of the FPF world.
Yeah, so that was a very bad call. He had Rochelot right underneath for an easy dump and pass where Rochelot was going to easily be able to make at least 5 yards. Instead, he took his corner route from his brother that him and his brother used to always do so often. But at this time, it was not there, and it's the fact that it ended up being the cause of them losing this game.
And even if that was a completed pass, even if they scored a touchdown, they would have left over a minute for Braves to score and then try to win. The right route there was the shorter concept towards Rochelot. That being said, we saw 2 mistakes at the end. They wound up canceling each other out like at the end of the first half. The end outcome is the Braves being crowned victorious. They are your champions in Division 6. They are your champions in 5v5. Is this the best team in FPF?
You have to give it to them. Again, the last season as well, they got double crowned. They won 5v5 and they won 6v6. So again, they did it again in winter 5v5 and 6v6. We always say that winning a winter championship is probably the hardest championship to do. It's where you have the most teams, you have the most players, you have the most talent that comes out. So being able to win a championship in the winter season, you have to give your props to them.
And they deserve all the credit. They came here and they delivered a clinic. They came into this game, we said it. We said the Braves are underdogs, a very dangerous take, and they made us eat our words. They came out of this one as champions. FlagPlus had beat them in the regular season, but simply put, Braves executed better. They didn't make as many mistakes. They did what they needed to do, and they're able to escape with what was, all in all, a comfortable win.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It was pretty much the fact that the Braves played way better than FlagPlus, 100%. FlagPlus was down by 20 at one point. The Braves are lucky. FlagPlus is lucky enough to make this even a game, lucky enough to have a last drive that they had. A lot of teams would have just folded, and they would have just been we would have probably said, oh, this game is over by when it hit like the 3-minute mark, and they would have been by 20. Fortunately, they were able to come back and do what they did, but again, it wasn't enough.
The only question left is who is the finals MVP? Thankfully, we have the answer down at field level right now with Jeff and Ben McMahon.
Back to field level with our winter 2025 5v5 competitive champs, the Braves. Joe Mayer, come, my friend. Hey. So we have something special going on right now with the Braves. The Braves won the fall 5v5 and the fall 6-on-6. The Braves won the winter 5-on-5 and the winter 6-on-6. Now, you guys are back in the spring in both divisions. We have something that we might call the Brave Slam. Do you think you can get it? And what do you think you need to do to win those next 2 championships in the spring?
It's getting tougher each time. Like staying at the top, it's tough. But I think what we've just done, winning, like you said, 2 championships in the winter, 2 championships in the fall, and I think if I remember correctly, we won in spring 6-on-6. So and again, it's getting tougher. The team are getting more motivated to beat us, and even playing against FlagPlus, the guys are so good. Our defense played tremendous today, so it's going to be again like trying to make sure we renew ourselves, we find new plays, not being too predictable. It's getting tough. The league is so good now. Everybody can play 5-on-5. So yeah, no, it's going to be a big challenge. But yeah, we're going to be there in the spring and hopefully 2 more.
Listen, first of all, it wouldn't be the same without the Braves there. And I just want to tell you on a personal note, having the Braves in FPF is a huge thrill for me personally, getting to play against them, getting to compete against Joe, who's a class act. My opinion, top 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks in Canada. Looking forward to seeing what happens with the Team Canada team and all your boys. Joe, a pleasure as always. Thank you so much. And for the MVP of this game, very close contest between a few of these guys. Gab, get over here, kid. Congrats. Gab, question. I know basketball player turned flag football player. What does it mean to be with these bunch of guys who are, in my opinion, the best flag football team in Canada?
I mean, it's always fun, so I'm just happy they got me in a team, and hey, it's always fun to win, so.
Hey, we got not that many words from a man who speaks on the field. He does his talking on the field. Guys, we have our winter 5v5 champs, the Braves. They're coming for everyone in the spring. This is the #1 team in Canada right now. There's nothing else to say about it. Back to you in the booth.
The Braves are your champions. Gabriel Dabé-Champagne is your finals MVP. Very well deserved. 2 interceptions, a huge touchdown at the end of the first half. He was a difference maker going both ways for this Braves team.
Yeah, exactly it. The touchdown he made just before the halftime was a huge turnaround for the Braves. The fact they were able to go up by 6, get the ball back, get the momentum, then score again right away in the first, going back into the second half. And I believe he also got the 2-point convert. So again, he played a great game. He had key interceptions where they did need it, and he had a key touchdown going into the second half.
All things came up Braves today. They not only beat FlagPlus once, they beat them twice. The Braves have doubled down as FPF champions. A shout out, despite not playing much of the final game, to James Drysdale, who won 3 championships in back-to-back-to-back games, which clearly did take its toll on his body. But there you have it. The Braves are on top of the FPF world, double champions. We are now signing off in Brossard, Quebec, coming back to you in a few moments with more 5v5 final actions. This was Alexis Dubois in the booth.
And Kwesi Gordon.
For the final of the 5v5 competitive division, the Braves are your champions. Stay tuned for more finals actions coming to you from Brossard, Quebec.
Welcome to Complexe Sportif CN for this intermediate 5v5 finals matchup between the number 3 seed Primal and the number 5 seed CTE. I'm Brent Bach and I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Kwesi Gordamal. Big game coming up, obviously championship on the line. Two teams that met each other in the regular season 2 times. We'll get to that a little later. What kind of game, though, should we be expecting here today?
I think we should get an interesting game. It seems like CTE is kind of going on a roll right now. We go into a fact where Primal did play them twice in the season. It went Primal's way, so the fact that CTE kind of wants a revenge here, and they've been playing pretty well. So I'm gonna give CTE. Sorry, go.
No, you're gonna CTE.
Yeah, they
sure.
started. But no, what I was gonna get at is that the fact that Primal beat CTE twice going into the season, you would think that it should go Primal's way, but CTE's right now, they've been playing well, so I think it's going to be a really good game.
So first pass of the game falling incomplete for the CTE offense that you talked about. Primal winning both matches, winning in week 1 by a score of 31-26, and in week 13 by a score of 45-21. And so, Kwesi, obviously, you look at this, finish my thought after this play, but if you look at this CTE team, a little bit of a PTSD possibly. Pass it to Joey Natero on the right sideline. He's tackled after a gain of about maybe 8-9 yards. So talking about CTE maybe experiencing some PTSD, and a number of players on the CTE roster played in the Division 3 final about 2 hours ago. Make it 3 hours ago, I guess you could say. As part of backfield penetration, they lost to the Stoics almost on the last play of the game, 40-39. So that's the quarterback, Alessandro Berazzoni, Anthony Lazara, number 9 there as well. A couple of the players who are on the sideline for that team again, Rafi Morelli, the All-Star rusher, losing the Division 3 final earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. So unfortunately, they did lose that game. That was a really good game. If anyone else was watching that, came down to about like the last play. But yeah, so the fact that all these guys were playing on that, for the fact that most of these guys were playing on that roster, I feel like it kind of goes two ways. They either kind of be like, okay, well, it sucks that we lost the Division 3. And they kind of feel bad for themselves, or they kind of get into this game and say, okay, listen, I lost my Division 3 game. There's no way I'm losing my competitive game for 5v5, and I need a W here.
So with the ball just before midfield is CTE. Barra is being flushed to his left. Toss. Nice catch by Natero. Goes out of bounds inside. It looks like the 10-yard line.
Yeah, so that was a great concept. He had Joey coming across the field way before. He kind of waited last second before the rusher came, got the ball up in the air. Joey made a great catch, able to keep focus of the ball, getting vertical, making a big catch, and giving themselves a manageable third down, I want to say, or that was first down.
First down.
So they just got a first down in a great field position.
Yeah, of course, in the 5v5 game, there's only one first down. That is at midfield. So Natero with the reception brings the ball all the way down to the Primal 7-yard line. Berazzoni gets a snap. He looks to his right. He throws her to Lazaro on a crossing route. Lazaro gets stopped short of the goal line.
So good play calling. I feel like he should have threw that ball way before. Most of the time, that could have been an easy interception for the Primal players. They kind of waited to see what Lazaro was kind of doing, Anthony Lazaro, what he was kind of doing, and they didn't jump it. They kind of waited for it, and we're gonna maybe looking forward into this game. If he ends up doing a play like that, it might get picked off. So he's gonna have to realize he's gonna have to throw that ball way before that he did just now.
So the ball now at about the 4, maybe even call it the 3-yard line here. So Berazzoni looking to take the snap under center now. He gets it, looking to chuck it, quick shovel pass, and that gets batted down.
Yeah, so weird design how they did a bunch right there. He was trying to look for the shovel pass way before. It wasn't there. He ended up still throwing it, and unfortunately, he's lucky that didn't get picked off, because that could have sailed in the air for a while, where one of the Primal players could have had an interception, but lucky enough that it just ended up falling on the floor.
Pass off the hands of the rusher, Darryl Dorsey, number 14 for Primal. 1 sack already in this full season. Berazzoni gets a snap, looks to the right, goes back to the left. Touchdown. Looks like that was, I think that was Sebastian Gomez.
Yeah, so that was Sebastian Gomez. He did a great route. He did a in and a back out. He had his, he was on the, I believe that is the defender for Primal. It
that's
was
Sheldon Valeri, I
yeah,
think.
Sheldon. Yeah. So he got him to bite inside. Was able to go outside. Not the best pass by Barra, but fortunately, Gomez was able to put out one hand and get a catch for a touchdown.
So 6-0 lead, 1-point conversion attempt to make it a 7-0 lead for CTE. Pass over the middle, and it gets caught by Joey Notero. So 7-0 is the lead for CTE at a Primal. Kwesi, what did you see and what did you like out of that offensive drive right there by CTE?
Great drive. Everything kind of was perfect. Barrett took his time. He made sure he kind of got the ball to his receivers only where they were able to catch it. So again, great drive by Primal. Great drive by CTE. It kind of gives themselves confidence going into this game, especially the fact that they lost a Division III game. It kind of goes, especially for Barra, it kind of gets okay. I got a good drive. I got especially the big convert there, and then the other defenses has a little momentum going into this first drive for Primal.
So Primal looking to answer now. Let's see what they do here offensively.
So we have a whistle. The ball wasn't placed in the middle of the field, so they're just moving it a bit. We're going to have the first play just about now.
So snap is made here. Pass to the left-hand side. Oh, nice pass deflection right there. Good play there.
So we have our Texas man, Nicholas, right here.
Nick Gomez.
Number 99. Great break off the ball. He had two hands on. He wasn't able to seal it in, but great first defensive play for CTE. It kind of puts Primal in a situation where for the quarterback, he feels a bit stressed there, the fact that he almost threw a pick. Daryl, the quarterback from the Primal.
And Daryl Dorsey. So it's supposed to be number 17, Médéric Loison. He's the regular quarterback. As I was looking to see, I don't see him on the sideline.
Yeah, it seems. I don't believe he's here. Same thing for AJ Gomez. He also was supposed to be here tonight, but he is not here.
On that pass way off target there by Dorsley. So it's going to be 3rd and long now facing this Primal offense.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately, again, Daryl kind of overthrew his receiver over there. Puts up in a situation. 3rd and long is something that you do not want to be in, especially for 5v5. Getting the first down is so much farther than 10 yards. You're looking about 15 yards here to get a first down. So he's definitely going to have to try to cut the field in half.
So breaking the huddle now is the Primal offense. Let's look in the regular season. So Dorsey actually threw a couple of passes. He was 7 for 11 this year for 89 yards and 1 touchdown. Dorsey, here's a pass. He's able to connect to Sheldon Valeri. Valeri of a game, but not enough for a first down.
Yeah, so great concept here for Primal. He hit Sheldon underneath for a 7-yard gain where it's going to make a manageable 4th down. We're looking at maybe a 4th and 9.
So 4th and 9 here. What are you calling? Especially, again, you're not the regular quarterback. You have to call something in your wheelhouse, I imagine. But what would you be calling here if you're the athletic Dorsey at quarterback?
I would just call something levels. Go over the top of one of your receivers and sneak 2 guys underneath. I would maybe run a go from the wide out, from the slot, maybe a post sit, and then from the snapper, a 10-yard in. Something to make a easier throw just because you're not used to making those tight window throws. So here he goes.
So in the middle, and that's picked up. Joey Notero is going to run it back to the house. Will he make it? Touchdown!
Yeah, so unfortunately, he did have the right concept there. He kind of overthrew his receiver. I believe he was trying to hit number... I'm not even sure. I can't see his number 81.
Yeah, Jean-Philippe Renier.
So he was trying to hit Jean-Philippe on the Valier with a post across the field. It was there, but he kind of overthrew it, and it went right into the hands of Joey for a pick 6.
So a huge play right there by Notero, the all-star. 2-point conversion attempt yet again now for CTE, looking to stretch their lead now to 15-0. They're up by a score of 13-0 right now.
Yeah, this is a big convert here. This becomes a 2-possession play. If they end up scoring, it would have been 2-possession game, but they don't. So we have 13-0. Oh, yeah, we have 13-0 right now.
So as I said before, regular quarterback, Mederick Loison not here. Again, it's Dow Dorsley, again, 7 of 11 for 89 yards, 1 touchdown. He played it a little recently, week 12 against Blue Dry 7.1, so it's not that long ago. That game all the way back in week 12, March 23rd. Okay, so I apologize. It is actually kind of a while ago. But
yeah, you kind of can see it too. The timing is not there. The fact that he's kind of put into the situation it's unfortunate, especially for the finals.
So Dorsey now waits the snap. He gets it. He looks to his right. He throws there. Nice completion over the middle. Pick up about 6 or 7 yards.
Very good concept there. Just get the ball underneath to your receiver number 0. I believe that is
Antoine Chabot.
Yeah, Antoine. Just get it underneath to him. Let him get some yak yards. Make yourself more comfortable. You guys are down by 13 here. Again, it's manageable, right? You just have to realize one drive at a time. Take it easy, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, Chabot, the second leading receiver this year in the regular season, 478 yards, 9 TDs. In the postseason so far, he has 7 touchdown catches, so he's definitely putting in that work for his offense. And if Primal wants to come back in this contest, he's going to have to play a huge role here this evening.
For sure.
So second and about 8 right now facing the Primal offense. Dorsey gets the ball. He's going deep. He has a man open. Oh, he was going for Shelder Valeri, but that pass was about 3 or 4 yards behind him.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of like Sheldon kind of slew down. It was kind of more sitting in the zone. Darryl kind of just threw it as far as he can. I believe Sheldon had to go, and he was kind of like, okay, I'm wide open in the middle of the field. Let me just kind of sit here. Maybe my quarterback's going to find him. Unfortunately, Darryl kind of had a different vision kind of in his eyes. He figured, okay, you're open, but just keep going, and he ended up overthrowing him. Close contact from Nick there where he ended up bumping it, but the officials kind of let it play.
Yeah, Gomez Riso losing his hat on the play. This happens more than a few times during a game, but you're right, Quasi. No flag throwing, so 3rd and long now. 3rd and again, about 7, maybe 8 facing this offense. Let's see if they can convert. Pass over the middle. It's complete to number 81 in Rainier. Will it be enough for the first? Lazara with the tackle? No, but a yard short here.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be fourth and 1. So good tackle by Ante Lazara there. Also big catch from Primal. Gets himself in a great situation where they just need 1 yard.
So what are you calling here? I mean, again, it's only 1 yard away from extending this drive, but you have to imagine the CT defense is going to be playing tight to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, so I think they are going to be playing tight. So I would kind of go maybe a levels on one of the sides. Primal has a height advantage as well, so I think levels is something that's going to work pretty well for them. He goes under snap here. Oh no, he's faking it.
Dorsey gets the snap. He goes immediately to his left. Valeri with the first down and then some, able to extend the drive here for Primal.
Yeah, so he just did a quick out, easy catch for Darryl. Something that's not too difficult for a quarterback, especially when there's so much space in the zone. Anthony tried to keep up with Darryl, but unfortunately he's not as fast enough, but he was able to get the flag.
So the ball being placed at about, I want to say the 13-yard line of CTE. So Primal, this is the first promising offensive drive of the game here. Looking to get a little bit closer to the red zone and obviously punch it over the goal line for a touchdown.
So we have a bunch system here on our right side. He's going to go over top.
Passing in zone corner route out of the reach of the intended receiver. That was number 0 and Chabot.
Yeah, so unfortunately he kind of overthrew that one. I feel like if he didn't underthrow and he kind of just got it right in the back of the end zone, it would have been very close. Joey was coming close to it, but it would have been a very close ball. I'm curious to see if he's going to go back to something like that on the next play.
It's a 2nd down now. Dorsey giving some last-minute instructions to his receivers. Shelder at snapper. Snaps the ball. Dorsey gets it. Looking to his right. Quick pass there. It's caught by Rainier. Tackled after a minimal gain there by DiPolito.
Yeah, so that was pretty good. Good concept for Primal. They just kind of ran hooks. Number 81 from Primal.
Yeah, John-Philippe Rainier.
John-Philippe, yeah, big body. I feel like he's able to kind of box up Massimo for for CTE number 10. So I think that's something they kind of could go back to quite often in this game.
So ball out about the 9-yard line here for Primal. Dorsley gets a snap right over the middle. Touchdown, Jean-Philippe Renier.
So, yeah, right there again, right? He did an easy post route. Massimo was right behind him, but unfortunately he was kind of too slow on the breaking round, and Primal was able to get themselves on the board, making it 13-6.
So Primal now going for the 1-point conversion and make it a 13-7 game.
This is probably going to, these are pretty much big points as well, right? Primal's definitely going to want to get a convert here. They're down by 7 points. They want to make it a 6-point game.
So Primal taking a little extra time here in the huddle. Be careful of the game clock.
Yeah, the refs are being kind of generous at the time, it seems like. Because that was definitely more than, I believe they have 20 seconds. That was definitely more than 20 seconds.
So Dorsley gets the snap. He looks to his left, being flushed to his right, throws across his body. It's picked off by Lazera. If he could return this, it'll be a 2-point conversion. He gets tackled just before midfield by Renier. So conversion is no good, but Primal gets on the board, down by 7 to score 13-6 in favor of CTE.
Yeah, good stop from CTE. The fact now they can kind of go into this game being up by 7, maintaining a 6-point lead, plus a converse, so a 7-point lead for them. It's something that doesn't seem like it's big going into it now, but when it comes down to the second half, when there's not a lot of time left, it might show a big difference.
So Baranzoni gets a snap. He looks to his right, quick out route. Sebastian Gomez, breaks the tackle. Can he break the second one? No, Henry Dan there with the tackle, number 13 for Primal.
Yeah, so good catch by Sebastian. The only thing that's unfortunate is that he kind of broke a tackle, broke an air tackle, broke another tackle, but he ended up only getting 1 yard doing all that work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for nothing pretty much. So the ball goes from the 5 to the 6-yard line now for the CTE offense. Let's see if they have a bit more of an explosive play here on second down. So Natero flexes a little bit more to the right. High snap. Ooh. Baranzoni had to jump up to get it. Tipped it to himself. Pass on the sideline. Nice catch getting his feet in was Gomez Risu on the sideline, number 99 for CTE.
Yeah, very good, very good catch. The snap was extremely high. I don't think it would have went behind the end zone. So what probably would have happened was it was probably going to be a dead snap where they would have been third down and a long wait for the first down. But unfortunately, Barra was able to catch the ball over his head, make a great pass to Nicholas, where they're able to make a manageable first down right here. I think we're looking at a 3rd and 2.
3rd and 2. Of course, looking to pass midfield. Pass on the right sideline. Wide open. Touchdown. Nick Gomez Risud. I'm not sure what the defender was doing there in Shabbat. He just kind of stopped running, and that worked out well for the CTE offense.
That was a great route from Nicholas. He kind of made it like he was doing an out. Last second, he goes up the field. I believe they also had a post going the other side, so it kind of took the safety that would be looking on that side. But great route from Nick over here. If you're looking back at the replay, it seems like, it was literally a post wheel where Joey kind of made it a bit shorter, but wide open for a touchdown.
Yeah, Shabbat looks like he had the short responsibility. He thought the safety would come over the top for that deep route, but he did not. 19-6 lead. Looking to make it 20-6, and it's good. Nice catch there by Sebastian Gomez in the back of the end zone.
Very good concept for CT right now. They're taking advantage of the lead. It seems like all the momentum is going on their side.
So, of course, again, like I said, in the 5v5 rules, right, obviously first down, only one first down you can get, unless a penalty helps you out, obviously, a defensive penalty, but only one first down is at midfield. Quarterbacks have 7 seconds to throw the ball, and we see it obviously in regular 6-on-6, and even co-ed, the quarterback can run every second play if he or she chooses, but in this format, the quarterback is not allowed to run unless he hands the ball off to someone. Whoever gets the snap cannot run with the football, essentially. The pass deep down the left side. Natero coming over, tipping it at the last second. Intended for number 0, Antoine Chabot, who would have scored a touchdown if not for Natero.
Yeah, So that's a great play from Joey. I believe they actually were in a double coverage there for CTE. They had Nick and they had Joey. So you kind of have saying Nick kind of saying, yo, my bad. I know I should have been there. Joey as a great defender, went over the top, kind of saw it from the start where you had number 81 for Mike.
Renier.
Yeah, Rene. So you had Rene coming across the field where Joey, it was his priority until he kind of went past him, but Joey kind of stuck with him and was able to get a bat down.
So Dorsey's going to try again with his offense, looking to pick up a first down pass, and it's intercepted by Anthony Lazera. Stumbling and bumbling, he's taking now touchdown.
So huge play from CTA here. They had a lot of shooting routes. They made sure they did not get underneath, and you can see by Anthony Lazera kind of shot down. He was kind of following the drag that was coming from number 10 from Primal. He came down, he grabbed it, interception, and he got it for 6.
So the big man making a big play right there.
Second pick of also. I don't know. Actually, no. He got a pick on a convert where he was able to bring it back midfield, but now he has a pick 6.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he likes the latter more than the former.
For sure. So right now, all the momentum is going to CTE. Primal's definitely going to have to make a stop here. They do not want to go down by more than 21 points. They need a stop here. Hopefully they get it here and then able to make an offensive drive.
So Bears gets a snap on a 1-point conversion. Toss in the back of the end zone off the hands of Jordan Otero, who was doing a cross in the back of the end zone. He was open, but the quarterback couldn't hit him. So a 26-6 lead, a 20-point advantage right now for CTE over Primal with about 90 seconds remaining here in the first half from the Complexe sportif CN.
Yeah, so I think Joey did a deep hook there in the back of the end zone where Barra kind of wanted him to go inside. They weren't on the same page there. It's okay, though. It's only 1 point. They're up by 20. Now their defense is going to have to make a stop, and Primal's definitely going to need an offensive drive right here.
Dorsey gets the ball, tossed to the right-hand side, a drop by Renier. He was able to get past Massimo DiPolito, number 10, but he couldn't hang on to the ball.
Very close over there. Great box out, but Massimo kind of took a better left inside instead of going outside. He probably would have had an air pick 6. Darrell's going to really have to be conservative with this ball. Right now, I know he's just trying to do the best he could do, but he has to make sure if he throws in an interception here, they're definitely not going to be able to come back.
So we saw the first 5v5 game competitive. The Braves knocking off FlagPlus Sac. Actually, in back-to-back games, they won the 6-on-6 men's Division I. That game was played a couple hours ago, and right after that, we just saw the 5v5 game again. Braves knocking off Flag in back-to-back games, so a lot of heartbreak for FlagPlus Sac. This is the second game of the 5v5. We will wrap up FPF Championship weekend. The next match coming up will be the final one to be Recreational 5v5. The number 1 seed Mercenaries taking on the number 2 seed Green Monster here in Brassard. Again, that'll be the final game of Championship weekend. Saw a nice pass over the middle there. I believe it was to Valeri.
Yeah, exactly. A little dump and pass for about 5 or 6 yards. Something to give Darrell a little momentum coming into this big drive that they have going on here.
So Dorsey waits a snap. 2 receivers to his right. Being flushed to the right, now back to left. And a sack by Rafael Morelli.
Yeah, so I don't think you want to do that against Raf. He's probably one of the top 5 rushes right now in FPF. You definitely don't want to try to dance against him. At one point, if you are going to do that, you kind of just need to go left, go right, roll out, and just make sure you keep going. If what Darrell's doing right there, he kind of was trying to dance, kind of went backwards for Raf. That's kind of like that's dessert for him. He gets excited when quarterbacks do stuff like that to him.
Yeah, so loss of about 4 yards there on the sack.
Very fortunate very fortunate for Primal that wasn't a safety, as they have the ball on the 1 yard line right now. Their 1 yard line.
Dorsey gets the ball, looking to go over the middle. He does. Ooh, almost picked off again by Lazera. He was looking for Shelder Valeri, but it couldn't connect. Lazera getting in the way.
Yeah, so unfortunately there again, I'm surprised CT maybe didn't call a timeout after that sack. They probably could have saved themselves at least 30 to 40 seconds before going to this halftime. But again, I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy going into the halftime by 20. So they kind of said, okay, let's keep our timeout. Let's just go into this halftime with our momentum and not risk anything on offense.
Yeah, so like you said, 26-6 lead at the half for CTE over Primal. I mean, so again, obviously it's a one-sided game so far, but again, you have a whole second half of football yet to come here in Brassard. So hopefully for Primal, they can kind of get their act together again. They're behind the 8 ball, missing the regular quarterback, Médéric Lauzon. But I mean, that's if you're CTE, you can't worry about that. It's not your problem.
Yeah, that's exactly it. One thing I do have to say is that Primal probably did they probably did realize that they were going to be missing their quarterback. There was a big there was a big gap between semifinals and finals for 5v5. They had at least maybe a couple weeks, I would like to say. So the fact that they kind of realized that Daryl was going to be stepping up, I'm pretty sure maybe they had a couple practices, maybe kind of get the rhythm going, kind of finding a field kind of go to. So again, unfortunately, that they don't have their starting quarterback with them, but I'm sure they're able to. I'm sure that it's something that they kind of realized, and maybe they made they're able to adapt. They're able to adapt to what they were given.
All right, switching sides again. Obviously, for CTE, I mean they've had a pretty phenomenal first half, right? They're up by a score of 26-6. What do they have to do now to keep their foot on the gas and make sure they come out of here with the championship?
They just want to keep scoring. Right now, they're up by 20 points. I believe they get the ball in the second half to start, I'm pretty sure. So now what they kind of want to do, they want to go down there, they want to drive, they want to score, they want to waste time. If they do get a bomb, if they're able to get a bomb play where they get a 40-yard touchdown, so be it. But if not, just make sure you're driving down the field, doing what you're doing, keeping the momentum on your side.
All right, so we're ready to start here the second half from Brassard here again, the Complexe Sportif CN. In this matchup right now, one side game, like we said, 26-6 right now for CTE over Primal. Again, a lot of football still left. We've seen a lot of comebacks here, not just this weekend, but throughout our entire time, here in FPF over the last few seasons. So Primal's not out of it yet. So we'll see.
No, so that's exactly it. Sorry. Do you want to?
Yeah. No, keep going.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Primal's not out of this, right? They're only down by 20 again. 5v5. It's such a bigger game compared to 6v6, where the first downs is so critical to also get. So I think Primal, as long as they can maybe get a stop on the first drive, they actually start with the ball. So if they could just start with a first drive scoring a touchdown, that's going to give them momentum to kind of start going on their side.
All right, so can Primal get back in it? We're about to find out. All right, so like you said, Kwesi, Primal starting with the ball. They want to stage a comeback. They're going to have to do it and do it soon.
Oh, my
Pass
goodness.
batted in the air. Oh, Morelli almost batted it to himself for the touchdown. That would have definitely been the play of the night.
That would have exactly been the play of the night. I'm not sure if Isaiah Allard is still around the area, but if he was able to see a pick six the way Raph just did, I'm pretty sure he would have been proud.
Yeah, Isaiah Allard, the best rusher, bar none here in FPF. He's a master with his speed, his length, and his wingspan. He's a master at tipping the ball to himself for touchdowns. I've seen it plenty of times from him.
Yeah, exactly. Just in the previous 2 games that happened, I'm pretty sure he had a lot of bat downs going into the finals for 6v6 and 5v5.
All right, so second and long now, facing the Primal offense. Pass down the middle. Nice play. Joe Natero again. He got back deep. He's able to get a hand on the ball at the last second. That pass intended for number 10 and Alex Dubois.
Yeah, so I guess Daryl didn't really see Joey coming from the side that he did. Great makeup speed for Joey to get over the top, to kind of get a bat down. I feel like he kind of had an interception there, but at the last second, his hands didn't kind of close. They kind of batted up, so that's the reason why it was a bat down more compared to an interception.
And Natero giving up at least 4 to 5 inches, maybe even a little bit more height-wise, but he uses his speed to make up for his lack of height. The pass over to Rainier. And he's got past Lazaro, but he ends up getting tackled by DiPolito.
Yeah, so again, great comeback from Daryl there. You know, he almost throws a pick. It becomes something where he's not as comfortable, and he's able to call a play, get about 6-7 yards, and again try to build a bit of chemistry with his players, try to build back that momentum, as they know that this is probably the drive of the game, where if they don't get a touchdown here, or at least show that they're able to have a successful drive, it's going to be something that they're going to want to do.
So now 4th and 7 facing this Primal offense. Let's see what they do here. Again, they're gonna have to pick up this first down to have any hope of at least extending this drive. Dorsey being flushed, and he gets sacked. Can't even get the ball out of his hand. Great rush there by Morelli. Turnover on downs. Now ball goes back to CTE.
Yeah, so that was a great defense from CT. They had everything covered. Darryl was looking in the middle of the field. They kind of delayed the coverage where at the last second, that's where Joey kind of squeezed in and nothing was kind of available. And when Darryl kind of was trying to go more over the top, Raph was right in his face and he got the sack.
So, of course, as well in the 5v5 format, right? 6-on-6, if that would have happened, that sack would have given back CTE the ball deep in the Primal's territory. But with the 5v5 format, what happens when you have a turnover on downs, the offense who gets the ball back has to take it from their own 5-yard line, pardon me.
Yeah, that's exactly it, which is a good thing for Primal.
Arizona late getting the pass out there. He gets it over to Morelli. What are they calling a sack here?
No, they're not. They're not calling it a sack. They're calling it a catch, but I don't believe the refs kind of realized what it was. If I'm Primal, I might challenge this because it's very close. It's very close to see if it was a sack or not. Maybe it's something where they do challenge and they try to get momentum back on their side. Maybe something that they're going to think about.
So in FPF ties, we always hear tie goes to the runner, in this case the quarterback. So you see a better angle right there. The ball still in his hands, but we can't see from the angle though if he's been deflagged though. Talking about Barazoni. So yeah, they appear to be giving the catch now.
Yeah, they're giving the catch. I think they believe that it was a sack. That's why the ref kind of didn't single the dead after the player went out of the bounce.
Pass over the middle to Gomez. Oh, he makes one man miss, bringing it upfield to the left-hand side. And then he gets tackled by the original defender, and that was number 13, Henry Dam.
Yeah, nice concept back from Barra. Kind of give the ball to Gomez on the right side. Nice easy route. Be able to get some yak yards. I'm kind of confused that Primal didn't race a challenge there. Again, it was very hard to see, but I think he was able to grab that flag as Barra still had the ball in his hands. I think if they actually did challenge, they probably would have been successful, and so they would have added 2 points on their side and would have had the ball back.
So tackle made by number 13, Dam. Looking to the field to our left. See Mercenaries quarterback Maya DeFazio, number 13. She's warming up. Again, Mercenaries taking on Green Monster for the championship. Nice broken tackle there by Gomez Risu. He gets all the way to the end zone. And I'll tell you what, Crazy, that's just bad tackling right there by the Primal defense.
Yeah, that's very weird. Good concept for Primal, for CTE to find Nick so wide open in the middle of the field. It kind of looks like he was kind of going slow motion. He kind of dipped in between two defenders. They kind of looked at him, and then he kind of sidestepped with a hip motion where he was able to find the end zone. So again, great. I would say I have to give him his props, right? He did 2 moves to score a touchdown there, but Primal definitely needs to tackle better here if they want to make this an interesting second half.
So 2-point conversion attempt right now for CTE, looking to stretch the lead now to 34-6. Now Terrell gets the handoff. He's going to throw. Fastball over the middle, caught by Gomez. 34-6 is the lead for CTE over Primal.
Yeah, so right now CTE is kind of doing whatever they want. They have the two quarterback concepts where Primal didn't know what to do. Last second, they end up dropping a second defender to get the second quarterback. But by the time it gave Gomez, it made Gomez wide open where they're able to have a successful 2 points. And now they're up by 28 with only 13 minutes left in this game.
So right now CTE with the number 4 ranked offense. And 5v5 intermediate, looking at the top offense right now. Again, 34 points on the board.
Yeah, Primal's definitely going to have to they're definitely going to have to score here if they want to make this interesting.
So Dorsey now waiting for the snap. He gets it. He goes to his right. Quick pass over to Valeri. Valeri tries to make one man miss. He ends up getting tackled by Dipolito after a gain of about 7, maybe 8 yards there on first down.
Yeah, great play from Darryl here to Valerie. Again, they just need to try to make sure they're getting yards every play, getting completions, and just driving down the field. Because right now you can see by the composure of CT, they feel comfortable. They're not stressed. They know they're up by a huge amount here, so they don't want to give anything over top. Everything underneath, they're fine with it. They're tackling. They feel good. They feel good. They're playing good, and they feel very comfortable. Where it's completely the difference for Primal.
So Dorsey now taking the snap from behind center. Fakes the handoff. He's rolling to his left. He throws back across body. Oh, Pass goes off the hands of the receiver, almost intercepted before falling at the feet of Massimo DiPolito.
So very good concept there. I kind of wish I kind of saw that more in the first half. That's a very good concept where you kind of relieve the pressure on Darryl, where he was able to kind of fake out Raph. Raph went to the opposite opposite quarterback that Primal had, and he was able to make a throw that he kind of I would say overthrew it to his receiver. But again, it was a clear throw where his receiver was wide open.
Just under 12 minutes remaining here in the second half. Dorsley gets the ball going right up the middle. It's caught.
Yeah, Raph is so fast. It's a good thing Darrow kind of just made sure he threw it when he threw it. He kind of threw it last second as well. Raph was right in his face while he made that throw. Good completion from Primal where they're able to, I believe, I'm not sure if it seems like they're on the cone, so I think it's 3rd and 1.
Fourth now, I think it's 4th.
Okay, 4th down, 4th and 1. So they made it again. It's a manageable 4th. All they need is 1 yard, where hopefully they're going to be able to complete this.
Yeah, so 4th, and even less than a yard. You can say even like 4th and inches right now. But obviously, big play right here for Primal. Again, Primal won both regular season meetings between these two teams. So yeah, smart move right here by Dorsley taking the snap right behind center. He wanted to see what the team was going to do on defense.
So they're not rushing right now. There's no rushing. So they have 7 seconds to throw the ball.
Pass over the middle. Rainier caught it. You can see right now. CTE definitely thought that was more than 7 seconds.
Yeah, it was definitely more than 7 seconds. Again, maybe something you could challenge if you think about it. Would be very weird to see because they would have to count from the beginning, but it would be a very odd challenge to see a team do. I remember previous tournaments that we went to where we didn't send a rusher, and the rest were kind of sleeping on the, not realizing we didn't send a rusher. And I believe there was maybe 12 seconds that went by, and we were screaming. We're like clock, clock, clock. So in this situation, this is something where you could challenge.
I mean, it's a lot of Mississippis right there. I mean, if we're counting all the way up to 12. All right, so 2 receivers to the left of Dorsley. He gets the snap. He looks to the right. Pass. And it's almost picked off. Massimo DiPolito cut in front of the receiver, number 10, Alex DeBow. But DiPolito dropping the ball. He would have had a pick 6 possibly.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was talking about for Massimo, where he was able to cut it to break underneath the route. What I was kind of talking about that if Darrow ends up throwing the ball more inside and if he breaks it from the inside, he's definitely gonna have a pick 6 there. So he almost did have it there. Kind of funny thing to hear. You kind of hear Daniel Lazara, Anthony Lazara's brother, screaming out that they should have challenged the 7 seconds.
Yeah, let's take a look at how both teams got here. Primal knocking out the number 6 seed, 5 guys, 38-18 in the quarterfinals. They beat the number 2 seed, the X-Men, 38-32 in the semis. CT beating the Quebec U 16-18, and then beating Blue Dry 7.1. And number 1 seed, pass to the end zone, touchdown, Renier.
Yeah, so that looked like that was a blown coverage from Anthony and Joey. I think Joey kind of was peeking in the Joey was kind of sneaking in the under route where Anthony was kind of playing in the far back, but they should have reversed roles. Anthony should have went deep that play. Joey should have went short that play, but instead you have a touchdown from Primal. Again, good for them. They got themselves on the board. It's not going to be easy for them, but a touchdown's a good thing to start. Good way to start.
Dorsey gets the ball now on this 1-point conversion. Pass, caught in the back of the end zone, but out of bounds was Renier.
So unfortunately, he kind of overthrew that. It was very close, though. His right foot, I believe, stepped out just the last second. We're going to look at the replay here where it's going to be his right foot. Yeah, his right foot just touches the line where it was very close, where if he was able to just kind of extend it a bit out, he probably could have got that in. Since it's only 1 foot, you only need 1 foot to have possession of the ball.
So Barra leading his team back onto the field. Again, Barra, 7 interceptions combined in the 2 regular season meetings between these two teams. Perfect so far today in terms of the interception category. Pass over the middle, and I spoke too soon. Valeri intercepts it. He's running into the end zone. Touchdown. Pick 6, Shelder Valeri.
Yeah, so again, this is what you do not want from CTE. they had an easy drive. Now they're doing some fancy stuff. They went into a bunch formation. They sent, I believe it was three verticals. Barra kind of just threw it up to no one. Ended up being a pick six. It's dangerous, because again, there's about 7 minutes left in this game. Maybe a bit more. I don't think time is going to be running for converts. There's about 7 minutes left in this game. It's still close. They're only down by 16, I want to say. 10. Yeah, they're only down by 16 points. They get a convert here. It becomes 15. They should be going for 2 to make it a 2-possession game. Unfortunately, only going for 1. So maybe that's something that's going to bite them at the end of the day. But we'll see over here.
Dorsey gets a snap, throws it to the left side, making the catches right there, but he's well short of the end zone tackle by Anthony Lazera.
He got the.
And they're saying he extended the ball and got it in.
Yeah, they're saying that he got the convert, but again, it doesn't really matter. They're up by 15. It doesn't make a huge difference. If that was maybe a 2-point for convert, that's kind of maybe something that CT could challenge, because the fact is it becomes a 2-possession game. But still, we're still looking at a 3-possession game here.
Yep, 34-19 is the score right now.
Well, sorry, it is a 2-possession game, but when you regard the onside kick that Primal's going to have to do, it becomes more than a 2-possession game.
I was going to ask you if you thought maybe they should have went for the onside kick after that last touchdown.
Not after the ball that Barra threw.
So Barra now almost sacked over the middle. It's intercepted again. Back-to-back INTs by Baranzoni. This time, Alex DeBook with the INT. And you can see the frustration on the face and the body language by Nick Gomez-Riso, just tossing his cowboy hat into the air.
Yeah, right now, CT is kind of looking like, what the hell is going on? I know for them, if they end up losing this game, it's going to haunt them forever. I think some of them might actually take a season off after being up by that many points.
Yeah, this could be one of the biggest collapses in FPF history.
They definitely right now, they need to compose. They need to play some defense. They need to run some clock on this field.
Dorsey, quick pass to DeBook. Oh,
great tackle.
Oh, no, he was tackled. Yeah, you're right.
Great tackle from Nick over there, because I feel like if that was going to be a touchdown, a bing-bang play, right? So a pick six, then an air pick, and then a touchdown right after, you get about 15 points in less than, 13 points plus a convert try in less than 2 minutes. So the fact that Nick got a tackle there, you might not think it's a lot, but that's a big tackle for them. It's going to run more clock it's going to run more clock off this game.
So the catch by DeBoer brings the ball down to the 3-yard line. Let's see now if Primal can capitalize on this great field position. Pass on one hopper. The receiver was wide open, but again, being pressured by Morelli was Dorsey in that passing. Couldn't set his feet, ended up hitting the turf.
Yeah, great job from Raph. He comes at you quick. He didn't get Daryl enough time to kind of just, as you were saying, to kind of settle in his pocket and make that throw where his receiver was wide open. So again, good job from CTE. They're running out some clock here for their team to kind of realize, get back composure, because their offense is gonna have to go back on this field. And right now, the fact that Barra has thrown two picks off the bat, he's gonna want to feel.
He gets some momentum, gets some positivity. Pass to the end zone is caught down at the half-yard line. Well, see George Latter, one of the officials on the right-hand side. He's coming in to talk to the other 2 officials. So let's check the replay right here.
So it was definitely a catch. I just don't know if he was inside or outside. I believe he was in. I believe he was in, because the ball is past the ball is past the
touchdown.
The blue mark.
Yeah, you're right. There you go. Yeah, good call. Yeah. Good call by you. So that looks like it was Antoine Chabot there getting the TD for his squad. So they're getting a little closer right now.
Yeah. So right now, I believe
34-25.
It's a 9-point game. So they're still down by 2 possessions, even if they. Also, so it's a 9-point game. So they're gonna have to get a convert here to make it an 8-point game.
So yeah, they're going to go for the 1-point convo here, like you said, to make it an 8-point game right here. Dorsley gets the snap, goes to the back of the end zone, is caught. Oh, couldn't get his toes in bounds as his heels were on the blue line, which makes it out of bounds, and that was number 10 trying to make the grab there, and Alex DeBoer.
Yeah, that would have been a huge convert. The fact that they would have only been down by 8 points, and the fact their defense just got 2 picks, they would have had a huge momentum swing. But again, we still have lots of time.
So lots of time, Queasy, and obviously right now, listen, his last 2 passes were picked off. So we'll third time beat the charm here.
Yeah, exactly. if I was
Sonny's pass. Ooh, nice catch by Natero. Good tackle. Actually, it's a touchdown saving tackle they're made on the right sideline by, I believe that that wasn't Shepard, pardon me. That was number 10 in DeBow. DeBow was thinking pick, but he couldn't get in front of Natero.
Yeah, exactly. If DeBow kind of saw it from before, he was kind of drifting to that side. If he made a business decision and kind of shot that zone right away, he definitely would have had a pick, and we would have seen fireworks from the CTE team. I think they would have lost their minds if he threw an air back-to-back pick.
Yeah, a bit surprising. Again, he's going deep. I mean, he's been picked off the last couple of times talking about Alessandro Beranzoni. You figured he might just call something like a couple of hooks or some short crossers.
Yeah, so it seems like he did have a concept underneath route. It wasn't there.
Quick pass to Natero. Nice out route by number 1 for CTE.
So again, there you go. Good concept route there. Joey picks it up. He gets about 6 or 7 yards after the catch, where it puts them in a situation now where it's going to be second and about 10 or 11 yards for them to score. So again, for Primal, if Primal's going to want to have a chance to win this game, they're definitely going to want to stop here. When they get the stop, they're going to have to score, and they don't have that much time left. But there's still about 2 minutes left in this game.
So first down for CTE. Beranzoni gets the ball. He rolls to his right, throws across his body, able to hit DiPolito.
So here we have a timeout from Primo, trying to conserve as much time as possible. We're looking at a 3rd and 6. Again, very risky pass there from Barra. It's a good thing that Massimo was able to come underneath that ball, and number 13 from
Henry Dam.
From Henry did not shoot more underneath, because again, that could have been a pick.
So Beranzoni's offense trips to the left. 3 receivers to the left, including the snapper in the middle.
So this is going to be a big play here. We're looking at 3rd and 6.
Beranzoni gets the ball to the back of the end zone. No one home. Little miscommunication between him and Gomez Risu.
Yeah, so he kind of overthrew it. I don't think his receiver kind of realized the ball was even coming towards him. So now we're looking at a 4th and 6 with 1minute and 45 seconds left on this clock, give or take. They're down by 9, so Primo just needs to make sure they get a stop here, and then they have the onside kick in their back pocket.
Yeah, so like I said, ball at the 6-yard line, 4th and goal right now. Can CTE put this game away, or will they continue to let Primal hang around?
Yeah.
34-25 is the score here.
And again, lots of time. 1minute 45 stop clockage is a lot of time.
Beranzoni gets a snap over the middle, and that's tipped by Dorsley. Turnover on downs. The ball goes back to Primal, and they have a chance.
Yes, indeed. Big batted down from Darrow over there, where I believe he was going to Gomez in the middle of the field, but I'm not sure he even had him. But now they didn't even have to worry about that at all. So big drive. We have about 1minute and 40 seconds for Primal to have one last drive to score and have an onside attempt. Lots of time if they're able to use the clock properly here.
First down to Dorsey. He gets the ball. He goes to his left. Quick move out of bounds. Right there by DeBow.
Yeah, so great call. They didn't use that much clock. They only got about 4 or 5 yards, but again, it's a momentum boost right here. Darrow's able to complete a ball to his receiver, get about 4 or 5 yards, and again, you want completions, especially on this especially on a drive like this.
So it's about 2nd and about 10, maybe 11 right now for this Primal offense. Again, trying to march down the field and get the ball into the end zone. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out. Trips to the right of Dorsley. He gets the snap. He looks to the left. Quick pass. Ooh, I think Lazaro might have got a piece of that one there. Falls incomplete. 3rd down.
Yeah, so Lazaro had an easy job there. He had 2 routes coming underneath, one underneath, one underneath, and one over top, where the spacing wasn't the greatest, where he was able to play both of them inside. So again, even if that ball was caught, they would have been maybe a gain of 2 or 3 yards at max. Or if it was overthrown, it would have been a pick for Lazaro.
So what are you calling right here? If you're Dorsley, what are you telling your receivers to do?
I would do a concept level. As you send 3 receivers to one side and kind of just try to take the two defenders on whatever side you choose.
Dorsey gets a snap. Let's see where he goes with the ball. Right over the middle. Rainier, nice catch. He's able to pick up enough for the first down. Tackled finally by Lazera.
Yeah, so number 10 on CT Massimo, again, is just a second too late. If he's able to get in the middle of the field a bit faster, that's definitely a pick, and he calls game, right? And instead, Primal gets a great completion to their number 10 and gets a first down where the time does stop for a few seconds here. They're gonna want to hit this ball as fast as possible.
So Valeri just snapped the ball. Dorsey looking to the left, has a man on the sideline. Caught there by Shabat, but tackled immediately by Lazera. Minimal gain, gave him maybe 2-3 yards at the most right there.
Yeah, at that point, I think I wouldn't even want a completion there. I probably would have wanted the ball to hit the floor or kind of bat it down. They're losing about 10 to 15 seconds here, a bit, maybe even more, just because that completion was only for 2 yards.
Second down now, pass right over the middle. Here comes Valeri. Tackled in the middle of the field there by Netero. So smart now. Primal moving fast now, going to a quick huddle here.
Yeah,
they're going to have to do.
Yeah, they don't even have. I don't think they even have time for a huddle. It comes to a point where you don't have time to do a huddle here. You kind of just have to keep going. The time is running. There's no stop clocking on the first down. We already had a first down, so they just wasted 20 seconds. They needed a faster play call than the one that they had.
Quick out route to the receiver, Shabat. Does he get out of bounds? Yeah, they're saying he does, to the disbelief of Joey Netero.
So I believe he did get him before. It's something that could be challenged, but again, time is stopped. It's kind of a weird situation where
it's going to replay right here.
You can't even challenge it because the time is already stopped. So it's unfortunately in that situation. Again, it is what it is. Nothing really else to say. We have a 4th down and 4.
Yeah, for about 20 seconds remaining. Yeah, but 20 seconds remaining here in the game. He said big 4th down coming up right here. 4th and goal from the 4-yard line.
Yeah, so this is definitely the game here. Darryl's going to want to make sure he throws this ball pretty quick as well because they're going to need a attempt for onside kick if they do score.
Dorsey gets the ball, goes to the corner of the end zone. It's intercepted. Nick Gomez-Risu with the INT. Oh, and he gets an OC. Nick Gomez-Risu melting off to the quarterback. So Gomez-Risu ended up flexing after getting the INT. The quarterback Dorsey flexed back at him, and then Gomez-Risu said something. He got the OC.
So it's actually kind of funny because a game can't technically – it shouldn't have been – I don't think it should have been over because the penalty would have brought CTE inside their end zone. It would have brought them to the 1-yard line, where if for some reason there was a bad snap, it would have gave Primal a chance to score. So that's something to kind of look at. But again, I guess I think Primal's kind of maybe talking about it too as well.
Well, either way, the officials decide that this game is over. It is a 34-25 victory for CTE, and they are your FlagPlus Football Intermediate 5v5 champs.
Yeah, so you still have Daryl and Valerio kind of talking about it and saying I believe they're saying where would the ball be in that situation after punting the ball in the air, because again the ball should have been inside the 1-yard line where CT wouldn't have been able to knee it because it would have given him a safety. So very weird way to end the game.
Yeah, definitely. And so this is the epitome of 2 halves of football, right? We saw it in the first half. It was a blowout, right? We kind of both thought, at least a little bit to ourselves, that the game was over. Commanding lead by CTE over Primal. But then we saw a plethora of mistakes in the second half, most notably a couple of interceptions, one return for a touchdown thrown by quarterback Alessandro Beranzoni. And it gave Primal life. And listen, a couple plays here, a couple plays there, we could be heading to overtime potentially.
Yeah, that's exactly it. CT kind of dropped the ball. Barra threw 2 unnecessary picks. Again, it was kind of weird. They came in the concept where it had a bunch concept, where they had the 3 verts. He ended up throwing a pick 6 where he shouldn't have, and then he got back the ball again and then threw a pick right away. This game should have been over. They should have won this game by 20, 25. The fact that they put their defense out there to make that game-winning stop that they did for Primal not to be able to have an attempt onside kick, it's kind of funny to actually look at it. But again, they did their job. They won their game. They're our winter champions. So that's all there's pretty much to say at the end of the day, right? You don't when you see a championship, you don't really see how they won it. You just see that they were champions.
There you go. As I always say, right? Flags fly forever, so it doesn't matter. They'll have that championship banner. They'll have the trophy at least for a little while until the next season starts. Actually, it starts tomorrow. Don't forget, by the way, the spring season / summer season for FlagPlus Football does start tomorrow. But so every team that wins the championship here, either yesterday or today, they'll have a chance to hang on to the trophy at least to mid-season, I would say.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly it. It's just kind of funny that the season actually starts.
Yeah, no break at all.
Yeah, it starts around like you literally won a championship and then you're back. You're back at it again, which is like it's cool because you don't have to have that long break as well, right? Who would you give you the MVP?
That's a good question. I was thinking that's a good question. I mean, I guess you have to give it to someone from CTE. I mean, I guess I would give it to Nick Gomez-Risu, despite the foolish OC at the end.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because I would give it. I was gonna give it to Barry. He's having an amazing game, right?
CTE, congratulations, gentlemen.
There's Jeff Rosenblatt on.
And last but not least, the MVP, the Furnace, Joey Notaro. All right, Joe, take us through this game here. You guys jumped out to a very quick lead, and they chipped away, but you guys kept your focus and won that matchup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, first of all, I want to shout out my teammates. These guys are dogs, bro, so without them, we're not doing nothing. So, anyways, the whole playoffs, we were coming in hot. We were beating teams left and right, even though we started off with the regular season rocky. But you know what? We made it interesting at the end, but we still won. It is what it is. Let's go, fellas.
Talk to us about your defense, led by your pass rusher over here, the agent, I call him. Ralph Morelli, he had a really fantastic game, really quarterback pressuring and making things difficult for your opponent today.
Of course. I mean, that's one of the best rushers in the league. I mean, if he hasn't done it already, he showed it tonight, right? So there you go. He's a beast, bro. It starts with him.
All right, lastly, what is the future of this team here moving forward? We got the spring season coming up. CTE, is this going to be a long-term play, or are we looking at a short-term
We'll probably
appearance?
bring it back next winter. We'll see what happens with everyone, how everyone's feeling. But from now, a little break in the spring for now.
Gentlemen, congratulations on the victory. Enjoy the night, and congrats.
Let's go!
CTE. All right. I'm not part of the celebration here. Brent, Kwesi, back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, so there you see Joey Notaro getting the choice for MVP. I know we both were saying Nick Gomez-Risu, but actually thinking about it, it makes more sense. Joey Notaro getting a lot of big grabs for his team, and even more importantly, or just as important, I guess you could say, a lot of pass deflections, breaking up a lot of would-be touchdowns for Primal.
Yeah, exactly it. So a lot of times, I believe he had maybe 2 or 3 pat downs where it was close to interception, but if he wasn't in that coverage, it would have been touchdowns for Primal. So he was able to take away at least 2 scores because of those bat downs.
Yeah, so again, CTE rather, they avenged the 2 regular season losses. They get the last laugh, making sure that the sweep doesn't happen and making sure they walk out of here with the championship from intermediate 5v5. Kwesi Gordon and Brent Bakken saying, don't go anywhere. Again, we have the final game of championship weekend. It is the recreational 5v5 game between the number 1 seed, 9-1 Mercenaries taking on the number 2 seed and the 7-2-1 Green Monster. And fantastic game coming up to end championship weekend here in Bassard. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Complexe Sportif CN here in Brossard, Quebec. The final game of championship weekend, the 16th and final game as well. Recreational 5v5, the number 1 seed, the 9-1 Mercenaries taking on the number 2 seed, the 7-2-1 Green Monsters. Both teams played twice in the regular season. Green Monster winning a game, Mercenaries winning a game. For the Mercenaries, the game they lost to Green Monsters, that was the last time they lost this season. A couple weeks ago, obviously two teams that know how to put points on the board. Two teams with number 1 offense for the Mercenaries, number 2 offense for the for the Green Monster, I should say. Again, two teams that know how to score. Defense, though, we're looking at it. Number 1 defense for Green Monster, number 2 defense for the Mercenaries. So the top 2 teams in every aspect here in Recreational 5v5. What type of game should we be expecting?
So this is a game that you literally want to see. You get to see the top 2 seeds, 1 and 2 go at it. Number 1 offense on one side, number 2 defense on the other side, and they kind of just switch roles with each other, right? So this is something that's exactly what you love to see. Usually it doesn't happen as much. Usually there's a little upset here. We do have a little complications why the Green Monsters actually did make it here, but at the end of the day, they're here to play, right? They came as a big roster. As you can see, there are about 11 guys, so it's not like for them, it wasn't a problem for them to fit a roster, and they're excited to be here. Same thing for Mercenaries as well. They have a big roster, so this is something that you'd love to see again. I will continue saying it. To be able to see two top teams, the two top teams of the season that they're going to be able to collide and show us they should be a great championship game.
Yeah, definitely. So taking a look at how both teams got here, like you said, obviously the Mercenaries getting a first-round bye, as did the Green Monster. Mercenaries beating the number 4 seed First Down Sniffers, 25-12 in the semis, and then they laid a beating part of me as well on. Oh, sorry, excuse me. They also got a victory in the semifinals. Did the Mercenaries? Green Monster. They had a first-round bye, but they lost in their first playoff matchup. They lost to Trap Stars 5. So what you were talking about before again, so Trap Stars 5s beat Green Monster 34-33 in the semifinals. But because Trap Star 5s couldn't play in today's game, they couldn't make it, they forfeited their spot and gave it to Green Monster. I had a chance to talk to FAF President Jeff Rosenbein. He said that's the new rule that's been instituted this year. If you beat the team in the playoffs, if you can't play the following week, the team that you beat gets your spot. That's why Green Monster has their ticket right now to the final. First play of the game, Maya DeFazio, the All-Star, hitting Alex Blay on a quick out for a gain of about, I want to say, 6 yards, maybe 7.
So that's actually the second play of the game, but it literally was the same concept play. Alex Blay had 2 catches there. He had the catch. He had a 3-yard catch the first play, and now he has about a 4-yard catch the second play.
Yep.
So we're looking at third down right now.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so big catch right there again. So third now and about, I want to say 8, maybe 9. Fazio gets the pass, looks to her left, off the hands. The receiver who was open. Nice route by the receiver, but again, the pass is going off the hands.
Something to look at kind of off the bat. There's a lot of routes where you have Alex and then you have Nicolas Coetzee, number 12 on Mercenaries, that they're kind of running about the same routes. You have Alex maybe running about 2 yards, and then you have Nicholas running about 5 yards. They're very close when it comes to routes. They're going to have way better spacing because right now it looks like Green Monsters have a defender playing two players into one.
So Couture with the drop. Fake handoff to Couture. Wheel route to Phil Roberts. He was held. He had the official on the near side. Conrad Kebbel, he ends up seeing it, so it's going to be a first down via the penalty. First down and sending the drive here for the Mercenaries.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You had Phil doing a wheel route, and then you had a defender. I don't believe I see his name, but it was the corner on the right side. He kind of grabbed Phil to prevent him to keep going forward to run his wheel route or his wheel route. So we have a spot foul, I believe, or are they calling turnover?
I guess they're picking up the flag. Yeah, they're giving the ball to the Green Monsters offense. A little surprising, but okay. So a quick, just a quick 4 and out right there for
Mercenaries.
For the Mercenaries. So Green Monster now with the ball.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's maybe to be honest, I would have challenged that play off the bat. I feel like Phil did get kind of held there, where it was it prevented him to kind of run his route.
Quarterback Jason D'Souza, quick pass, quick out route. Connecting with number 94, Mika Charbonneau.
Yeah, so again, you see Green Monsters kind of going for the basics. A nice little quick out to their snapper. I would like to say that he's playing right now in this position. A quick little flat out route where Maya was able to deflag him. But again, it's something just you kind of want to get the basics going and get the Green Monster offense going.
Second down now. D'Souza gets the snap. He's going deep. Pass up in the air, caught, but out of bounds. Good effort there by Rod Charles, but he couldn't get his feet in bounds. Good coverage there. I believe that was Xavier Couture coming over the top there, deep at safety. Yeah, he was going deep with the receiver. No, Phil Roberts rather. So good play there by Phil Roberts, getting a hand on the ball, tipping up in the air. Again, Charles was able to come down with it, but he wasn't in bounds.
Yeah, so he definitely did not have 1 foot in bounds. You can see clearly that he had 2 when he got possession. Phil was able to bat it down just at the last second and be able to have the receiver not have concentration on the ball. And when he did finally get concentration, he didn't have both his feet inside.
So D'Souza gets the snap. Fakes to the left, and he ends up going there. Good pass over the middle, tackle right away though by DeFazio.
Yeah, great tackle by Maya over there. She made sure that she didn't get beat on the receiver making the catch, and she's able to make it a great 4th down for Mercenaries. Again, great catch, both likewise for the Monsters as well. The fact that they get into a situation where it's 4th and 5, but Mercenaries are also happy as well because they get themselves into a situation as 4th and 5. So great for both teams right now.
DeFazio, the reigning two-way player of the year, 11 interceptions on the season for Maya DeFazio, the daughter of Gino DeFazio, who's on the sideline in uniform. He's ready to play. He ended up playing in the semifinal game, semifinal victory. Here's another shot deep going to Vlad. Xavier Couture coming over there. The big man, David Vlad, number 56. They were looking for a jump ball, but he couldn't get to it.
Yeah, so one thing you're going to see right off the bat, Green Monsters are definitely have size on Mercenaries. That's something they might actually try to take advantage of, where I believe most of Green Monsters receivers, they look like they're about maybe like 5'11" to 6 foot at least, compared to Green Monsters where you're looking at an average of maybe 5'9" at best.
Kwesi definitely generous in his height. Dispensary, if you will. Nice catch by Couture going on the right sideline.
Yes, that's something you're going to have to watch out. Nick Couture is a player where he's been playing in the higher divisions. He's one of the youngest players in FBF. He's probably going to be one of the best players in FBF very shortly. He's been he plays in most of the good divisions like Division 1, Division 2. He's getting his name out here. So the fact that he's playing in a championship game as we're looking at right now, he's definitely going to be an impact player.
Kwesi showing no love to Division 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. I had a chance actually to talk to Xavier. So he and Maya DeFazio, coming from Kingston earlier today, they took part in a Team Quebec tournament. And Couture told me this is like his 7th game today.
Yeah, exactly. So, they went to a Team Quebec team. I'm not sure exactly how Maya did, but I believe Couture, they finished 5th.
They finished 5th, yeah.
Yeah, they finished 5th overall. So congrats to him. I mean, it's pretty cool when you get to represent your province, right? Because they went for Team Quebec. I'm not exactly sure what place Maya's team took, but I'm pretty sure she did pretty well because she's an extremely good player.
Catch there by big play Alex Blay. Another pass over to Blay on the sideline. Can he reaches forward? Can he get the ball into the end zone? Touchdown!
Yeah, great play, great concept. It came to a point. It came to a fact where they're not having two slants to the right side or left side. They're kind of giving Alex Blay his own space. So he's right there. He was kind of by himself. The defender that was supposed to be on him had to kind of play on top, over top of him. So he wasn't able to play two defenders in one, compared to the first drive that they had where the defender had an easier job and he was able to play two receivers into one. So there he was able to make an easier catch and then be able to avoid the tackle and extend the ball to get them on the scoreboard.
So 6-0 lead, 1 point convo attempt here for the Mercenaries, looking to extend their lead to 7. DeFazio looking over, she gets the ball, going to her right, pass to the left, caught. Oh, flag on the play though, and I believe the Russian men made contact with DeFazio.
Yeah, I believe he hit his hand. He hit her hand. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think he was just kind of trying to bat the ball down. Again, great catch from Diego. Again, also someone that's very young, that's kind of new, not new in the league, but he's been playing for a while, but also a young name that not a lot of people know of. I believe he's like about 15 or 16 years old. So the fact that he's here in this championship game and just made an impact for himself, catching that confidence from Maya, it just goes to show how good of a player that he's going to be.
Yeah, definitely, as you said, with Green Monster, they have the height advantage, also have the age and the experience advantage, but we saw right there on that drive, despite giving up some height, the speed that was displayed on that drive by the Mercenaries, really, they have the edge in that department. This is going to the left-hand side. Nice catch there. Good tackle there by DeFazio.
Yeah, great tackle from Maya. She's been kind of shutting down that side. Green Monsters have been going to that side. I think about maybe like 3 or 4 catches that they had that side. And Maya has made a tackle right off the bat. One thing I do have to say, you said they do have the veteran presence on Green Monsters, but you have Gino as a coach. Gino has been in this league for I don't know how long. He's been in this
seemingly
league
forever.
He's been in this league, and he's kind of controlling this offense and defense. So he's kind of seeing what Green Monsters is doing, and he's putting his players in the best position. As again, it's kind of I think that's a main reason why Maya she's in the right spot where she is.
Second down now, fake the handoff, but as soon as he's going deep, David Vlad's open. Out of bounds. I don't know, if I was them, I challenge that. If I was Green Monster, I'd challenge it. David Vlad, as he's known to do, he did bobble that ball, but it looks like at the last second he might have dragged his foot. No, his left foot hit the line.
Yeah,
his left foot hit the line.
Yeah, he's definitely not in. If they challenge this, they're going to lose. You have Peace, you have Alexi, you have Jerome, our commentators that are dead. Unfortunately, they are going to lose that challenge. It's going to... Unfortunately, it's going to be a loss of a challenge. But again, it does look like he was in, but he bobbled that ball a bit too much that for the liking.
Yeah, big welcome to Pease. I saw him earlier. He came about halfway through the games here this afternoon. Usually one of the commentators, not commentating this year, unfortunately, but still coming out to support FPF, sitting in the stands like you talked about with Alexis Dubois. Now, and Jerome Hobbiton. Brett Young has joined the mix now with those 3 guys, so the party won't be ending anytime soon in the left stands here.
Yeah.
So you see again, deep ball to Souza. So I'll tell you what, Phil Roberts got away for a bit of a hold at the beginning of that route. He definitely grabbed the jersey of Vlad, and then Vlad, you see the ball bouncing off his chest, his arms, his hands. He secures it, but again, his left foot was on the line when he did.
Yeah, his right foot was also on the line at the same time. Again, if you think about it.
Yes, we hear Walter Berry running the instant replay booth. He just said it. The incomplete pass stands, incomplete call, I should say, stands.
You know, it's something that's kind of funny. I know. Me and you both watch NBA, right? So the new rule, the new rule in NBA, and the thing, when you make a challenge, you don't really say what it's for, and they're able to look back at other plays.
Exactly.
So in that situation, right? Maybe that's something that we kind of look at. They could have challenged that they wanted to catch, but if you look back at it, you could have called a hold on Phil.
100%.
So that's also something to kind of look at when you do challenge. I know you have to precisely say what you're challenging for, but again, that's something to kind of maybe look at in the future to say when you challenge the play, it's something that wasn't seen, but then ends up being seen.
No, it's a good idea. I definitely support that. I mean, listen, NBA games might be a little longer because of it, but you always want to get the right call on the field. In that case, in the court. Nice handoff here going on the left sideline. Showing some speed. Touchdown! A bolt of lightning, number 7, Yannick Graham.
So
Phil Robertson and the...
You might have flag guard over here.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, Phil Roberts thought that he was blocked from getting the flag, as did Gino DeFazio.
He might have flag over. It seems like he does dip his shoulder. And the fact that when he dips his shoulder, he does cover the ball a bit. He's also making a movement. It's close. It's very close.
So about a 40-yard scamper there down the left sideline by Yannick Graham. And he got on his horse and he took off right down that left sideline.
So you can see it here. He dips his shoulder a bit, but he's making a movement. I don't think it's flag guard, to be honest with you, but the ball is sort of covering the flag.
And again, so yeah, you can't challenge that flag guarding. And you're right, I was going to say that the fact that he leans with his right shoulder, but then the ball at that point kind of does block the flag at least a little bit, that may be where you might see a penalty flag being thrown now. But we'll have to wait and see.
So right here, the ball is covering his flag right over there. He also steps out as well. His second foot does step out as well. But again, I'm not sure if they're calling flag guard or they're calling out of bounds. The thing that's kind of funny is that it is the same movement on his flag as well. So that's kind of something that's interesting to see. Again, we're looking back at the replay where he's running right now. He's about to make contact with Phil. You kind of see his shoulder comes down just a bit. He's putting his shoulder, trying to get away from Phil, but his hand does get in the way. And I also believe he does step out with his left foot. So it's going to be an interesting call.
Yeah, so they're checking to see. They're not looking at the flag guarding. They're checking to see if he stepped out of bounds. And as you said, it looks like not there, I don't think. His right foot looks like it's still in play. Oh, pardon me, that's his. Oh, pardon me, that's his left foot, actually. My apologies.
Yeah, it's his left foot.
No, that's his right. That's his right. You can see his left knee is bent. Now, right there, does he step out of bounds?
It would have to be right here.
No, or, yeah, right here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right
so
here.
steps
Steps out of bounds. Yeah. Again, I do want to say for something, especially for a player for Phil. He needs to make sure he pushes him out there. There's no reason why you have a player running on the sideline. I know it's not something that it should be done, but Phil's been in this league long enough where he definitely should have gave him a little of a shove, a little of a push out. You know, at the end of the day, when players are running to the sideline, it's kind of they say it's the man's best friend to run through the sideline, but Phil definitely should have had a little more of a force of a push to kind of push him out.
Yeah, so it looks like they're saying that the runner and Graham stepped out of bounds. So still a big play by Green Monster. I believe it's enough for the first down, if I'm not mistaken. I have to see where the officials put the ball now. So I believe. Okay, so what they're saying is Graham got the first down, but they're calling a penalty for flag guarding. So it's
they're also exactly.
After yards a game.
The thing that's also kind of funny is that the flag guard and him coming out of bounds is around the same spots as well. So fortunately, to be honest, that's great for Mercenaries because
of course
it comes to a point where Green Monsters get a first down, but they're 5 yards back as well. So it's a longer drive, 4-play drive to score a touchdown here. It's kind of weird. Are you allowed to run back to back? I think you are. You can run back to back.
You can run back to back. Yeah,
5-5. Yeah, it's true. Okay. So usually a time when you run like this, you don't feel like you have to make a coverage. So
you just have to make sure here. Pass to Graham now in the flat. Good tackle there by Maya DeFazio. A gain of 1.5, maybe 2 yards there by Graham. So what you can do, right? We saw right there. Obviously, there was a fake handoff. You can hand it off to Graham as long as you're not the person getting the snap from the center. You could run with the ball.
Yeah, I know that. I knew that. I wasn't sure if you could run back-to-back plays.
Yeah, you can.
I wasn't sure if FPF didn't change the rule for that.
I mean, I asked the official on the field right now, Conrad Kibble, the official on the left sideline, about an hour before the 5v5 game started, and he confirmed with me 100%. He said that you could run back-to-back plays in a row. Again, as long as you're not the person getting the snap from the snapper, you're allowed to run with the ball.
Okay, makes sense.
So after that minimal gain there on first down. This is against the ball, looks to the left. He hits the sideline to Graham. Graham jumps up, out races DeFazio, trying to get past a couple of other guys. Finally tackled at midfield in the middle of the field, by Phil Roberts.
Yeah, so number 7 is very fast. Mercenaries are going to have to try to make sure they're able to kind of contain him a bit. He's also kind of a player. He does very short routes as a running back position where he's doing a lot of flat outs. Maybe they're going to want to have to kind of keep eyes on him because it's getting to a point where if Green Monsters kind of force the ball to him a bit too much, it could actually end up becoming a pick if Mercenaries could come shoot down on it. Right
now working off for the Mercenaries is Graham on the sideline taking a breather, a much-deserved breather. Pass caught for the touchdown right there. Number 81, Jordan Blouin.
Yeah, so great.
Let's say no. Are they calling this a touchdown?
Yeah,
it's
it's a touchdown. So they're just assigned to go for one or two. So great concept of Green Monsters. They keep kind of exposing that left side where Maya kind of is, where she is there, but she's a bit too late, where she's kind of giving the 5 or 6 yards. Where usually that's a great play to give up, where 5 or 6 yards can't do too much damage. But when you're in the red zone like that, it's the reason why Green Monsters got a touchdown here.
1 point convo attempt right here for the team in green. Passes it back in his zone. Vlad catches it. He bobbled it. Fell out of bounds again. And I'll tell you what, I've seen crazy a lot of games with David Vlad. Obviously a guy with a good physique, great size, right? Great size, especially at receiver, but his hands aren't the greatest. He bobbles a lot of passes. We saw earlier, right, on that almost touchdown that he bobbled in the back of the end zone, and that 1 point conversion right there.
Yeah, so that was a big bobble. It looked like he was kind of looking for a call for a pass interference or contact, but no, at the end of the day, that was a great defensive play from Nicholas Couture. The ball was in the air. He went to attack it. Unfortunately, he was able to unfortunately for Green Monster, it became where the ball was caught out of bounds.
Pass by DeFazio over the middle, leaping up in the air, extending his arms to make the catch with Xavier Couture.
Yeah, and he comes right back with a huge catch from Maya, where he's able to make a huge defensive stop, and then he comes back and makes a great catch in between the zones for Green Monsters.
Just inside of 6 minutes remaining here in Brassard. Kwesi Gotomo, Brent Balkin with you live in this matchup between the Mercenaries and Green Monster for the Recreational 5v5 Championship.
Yeah. So right now on the screen, I believe you guys see Trap Stars 5. But again, how me and Brent we talked about it. Trap Stars 5 couldn't make it to the game, so Green Monsters filled in their spot.
Catch on the left-hand side by Blay.
Just for the viewers that are kind of curious to see why we keep saying Green Monsters instead of saying Trap Stars 5.
Yeah.
Instead of saying Trap Stars 5.
Yeah, we're not crazy. We're not crazy. Yeah, again, like you said, Trap Stars 5. They beat Green Monsters in the semis, but again, they couldn't make it to the game, so they elected to forfeit, and they gave their spot to the team they beat in Green Monsters.
Which I find is pretty cool. At the end of the day, I think the worst situation is if you can make it to the finals and you have a team that forfeits. You know, you don't feel it's not a right way for a championship.
Yeah, good job showing some progression here by the league. Couture down the right sideline. Down at about, let's say,
I think the 3.
Yeah, definitely inside the 5 here. Yeah, you might be right. The 3, maybe even the 2. Maybe even the 1.
Yeah. Great move from Nicholas. He was able to avoid 2 defenders. He was able to get caught by Darrow just at the last second, but great drive from Mercenaries right now.
So huge play by Couture again down the right sideline. Let's see now if the Mercenaries could extend their lead by punching the ball into the end zone. DeFazio giving some last-minute instructions to her receivers, electing to tell them all to come over more, a little bit closer to each other.
Yeah, they're going more in a bunch class.
Play. Wide open touchdown.
Yeah, they went more in a bunch concept where also Green Monsters changed their rush. They had number 56 come at Maya instead, which is kind of led Blade to be wide open because he was on that side for the coverage.
Crazy, I played a couple years with Alex Blade. It's on my team last summer before. Great guy, great player, but he loves in the end zone. That's where he's most lethal. He has great separation and good size, right? He's smart. He's a cerebral player, able to see the holes in the opposing defense and just find a way to get open.
Yeah. I believe he actually felt like he was supposed to be an all-star, but he supposedly seems like he got snubbed. I know he was kind of complaining about it when the All-Stars were announced. Great move by Maya to find Diego for a 1-point convert there.
Yeah, great move indeed. Diego Laguno with the 1-point conversion. So now it's a 14-6 lead for the Mercenaries over Green Monster.
Yeah, great move there. They're able to almost get that extra possession on Green Monsters right now by being up by 8. So if Green Monsters end up scoring here and then Mercenaries can come back and score and get their 1-point convert, they're actually going to be up by 9. So huge 1-point convert for Mercenaries.
Green Monster looking to answer. Again, they're back in the I formation of the running back right beside the quarterback. Fake handoff, pass to the left-hand side. I believe that's Blouin there with the catch. So Blouin with the catch, just flagged almost immediately by DeFazio.
Yeah, so right now Green Monsters are basically making sure they take anything underneath. They did have those 2 bomb attempts where one was caught out of bounds and one was kind of overthrown. So I think right now they're kind of just taking what they're giving them with the underneath routes that are wide open, where Maya or Nicholas Blais, they're kind of playing a bit short off the coverage, and where they're kind of tackling after the ball is caught.
So second and about, I want to say 11, maybe 12 here for the Green Monster offense. Yeah. Again, first down at midfield, flex over to the right-hand side. Fake handoff again. D'Souza ends up with the swing pass here to Grant. Grant trying to make a man miss. Good tackle there in the open space by Phil Roberts, actually near the left sideline.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Phil was playing deep there, because Phil kind of sees him running the route, and he kind of waits the last second before coming down on it. I'm surprised if Phil was playing short there. He didn't just attack right away. I think Gino's kind of talking to him right now, or talking to Maya, saying as soon as you see this guy coming across your face, go at him right away, because it comes to a point where I feel like the quarterback from Green Monsters is kind of going to throw it to him off the rip. So it seems like that could be easily a tackle for at least less than 1 yard, or it could be a pick 6.
Third down now facing the Green Monster offense. D'Souza gets the ball. Quick pass again to the flat to the outside to his left. Same spot as last time.
Yeah, so again, Green Monsters are kind of doing the same concept routes. They have one guy going to the out left, guy going to out right. Wherever Mercenaries are not defending, that's the choice the quarterback's throwing at, and he's getting the yak yards, and it's the reason why they're driving. If Mercenaries are going to want to make a stop, they're going to have to attack both sides to kind of force Green Monsters to go over the top, because right now they haven't been successful by doing that.
So new set of downs now. First down for the Green Monsters offense. D'Souza telling his wide receiver Blouin to shift over to the right. He does. Quick pass right to Blouin. Tackled by Alex Blais.
I wonder if that was a man call, because you saw Nicholas kind of going back and forth while the receiver from Green Monsters was kind of motioning to the left side or the right side. I wonder if that was a man call, because that's something for Green Monsters could maybe take advantage of when they kind of realize that Mercies are in a man call. They have a one-on-one matchup with a lot of the receivers, and again, as we were saying, they do have the height advantage where if the quarterback's able to throw a good ball, they could maybe possibly win a jump ball in a situation that could lead to a touchdown.
Handoff now to Graham. Looking to make a guy miss. Good tackle there by Alex Blais.
Yeah, so that was a very weird concept. It looked like more like a shovel pass to number 7, where he kind of just took it and ran. I believe he got maybe 2 or 3 yards at best, because he did catch the ball behind the line of scrimmage about 3 or 4 yards out. So when he was able to have his steep burst and kind of get going, by the time Alex Blais was able to make a tackle.
So 20 seconds remaining here in the first half. We see a time 16.8 now, pardon me, seconds remaining in the first half. We see a timeout called by Green Monster. So Green Monster huddle again. A Green Monster offense, I should say, pardon me. They're little chunks, dinking and dunking here up the field. They have to get the ball into the end zone. Time is of the essence right now. What are you calling right here if you're Jason D'Souza?
I think you run a concept where you're running 2 guys on one side. So you run a post and like a go, or maybe a post corner and hook at the first pylon. You try to maybe get the defender, especially on Phil's side, to kind of either jump up for the comeback or play the deep corner, so he's able to you could attack two guys on one.
2 receivers to the left of D'Souza. Here we go, the reigning quarterback of the year. 5v5, pass to the flat. Good tackle there by Phil Robertson. Yeah, Green Monster smart. They got to hustle to the line now to get another playoff.
Yeah, so they're gonna have one play left. They're gonna have one play left.
Here we go. This will be the final play of the first half. D'Souza gets the snap. Double quarterback to Jazon. Pass to the end zone. Up high. Caught. Touchdown. David Vlad off the pass from Patrick Jazon.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the first time we saw that the height advantage did have a huge disadvantage for Mercenaries. It came to the point where he kind of threw the ball, and the Mercenaries were kind of just looking at it. And David, I believe his name is David, right?
Yeah, David Vlad.
Yeah, David Vlad was able to jump up and finally make that touchdown grab, where he had two attempts on the last previous drives where he wasn't able to seal it in.
So 14-12 game, 14-12 lead for the Mercenaries, up by 2. Of course, now going for the 2-point convo, looking for the tie before we hit the break are the Green Monsters. Let's see if they can get it. Snap, little high, D'Souza gets it, pass over the middle, no one home. So at the half, it's a 14-12 lead for the Mercenaries over over Green Monster. I made a mistake by reading the screen. So
yes.
a 2-point game.
Yes, exactly. So huge touchdown from Green Monsters here. It comes to a point where it puts them in between 2 points compared to being down 8. So I'm pretty sure they're pretty excited. They're pretty amped. They're pretty fired up that they're able to get that touchdown there. And I feel like they kind of have momentum now going through this. It's their second touchdown. It's their second touchdown of the first half, and the fact that David was able to finally get the ball and finally get a catch, maybe that will get him going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, it was a good drive to end the half. Looking over to the Mercenary side, right, again, I mean, they have the two-way player of the year, they have the receiver of the year, Xavier Couture. Andrew Dennis Lynch, actually, defensive player of the year, he's not on the sideline, so I guess he's unavailable for the game, unfortunately, for the Mercenaries. But again, they're holding a powerful offense and a Green Monster to only 12 points. What have you liked out of what you've seen from the defense, and what do you think they need to do in the second half?
So talking on the Mercery side, right, that's what we're talking about. They need to take away that short route. They kind of have to maybe disguise. I would like to see Phil, instead of playing deep all the time, coming down and taking Maya to play over top. I feel like maybe they'll be able to sneak Phil, acting like he's going as a deep coverage, shooting down. I think he's able to get a pick because I feel like the quarterback from Green Monsters realizes Phil's always dropping back, and he keeps on shooting to that side. I feel like he won't even realize that Phil kind of maybe sneaks back, comes down. I feel like if they do that a couple of times, it's gonna get to a point where Green Monsters not gonna feel as comfortable and run the play calling that they're doing right now.
All right, again, since these two teams last met, all the way back earlier in the season, pardon me, in week 3, the Mercenaries have won 8 in a row since dropping that game 26-20. To Green Monster again back in week 3. Since then, the Green Monsters have gone 5-2-1, so not so bad, 5-2-1. But again, one team's gone 8-0, right? So again, obviously, the Mercenaries looking to make it 9 wins in a row and just seal the 5v5 championship here. Exciting second half is coming up here. Keep tuned right now, obviously on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. Great second half of action. The two top teams in this division going at it for the championship. You can't ask for anything more than that. So to win this game, Quaze, I got to ask you, what do the Mercenaries need to do to make sure they keep this lead and come out of here with the W?
As I said before, just to continue in the same thing, changing a bit on the defense, getting more comfortable switching the call. Again, you have Maya playing short a bit too much. I think you have to switch up with Phil. I think if they do that, they'll get Green Monsters in an uncomfortable situation. On the other side, for Green Monsters to win this game, I think they kind of have to keep doing what they're doing and keep running the same offense they're doing what Mercers are giving. If they're giving you short, take the short. If they're giving the deep ball, take the deep ball. But again, right now, as you see, the drive that they just did they ran pretty much all short routes, and then they're able to do a jump ball to one of their best players, that was David, and they got the touchdown.
There you go. All right, so second half ready to start here in just a few seconds. Let's get ready for the excitement.
So again, you have it's kind of weird. You don't really see a lot of teams with a running back formation.
Good job by D'Souza avoiding
so
the sack.
He can't run,
yeah,
right?
Exactly, he can run. So he tosses a smart pass right there to Graham. Breaks one tackle. Oh, almost broke a second. Good job by Frida La Luna there with the tackle.
Yeah, that's a huge tackle by Fida. Again, you had her, I want to say younger brother Diego that he was rushing. Fida kind of came out the game for a bit, and Diego was kind of taking her spot. But again, now you have in the second half, it seems like she's good to go, and she's looking for a sack. She was very close. Just the play before, I think she's gonna she's gonna be able to get a sack in this half.
Yeah, she might. She has 2 sacks already this postseason in Frida Laguno. Again, a family affair. We have Gino and Maya DeFazio, father and daughter. We have brother and sister, obviously, with Diego and Frida. Second down now. D'Souza gets the snap. Let's not to hand it off. He's going deep again. Here's a chance. Phil Roberts with the tight coverage right there on Blouin. Able to knock the pass away. Roberts got away again with a little tug of the front of the jersey, though, Blouin.
Yeah, so I think that was a bit cleaner from the other one that he did. He was kind of running for the ball. At the end of the day, I feel like when a ball is thrown like that, it becomes anyone's ball. It kind of looked like Phil was kind of the receiver at one point as well,
Yeah.
right? He was kind of trying to locate it and trying to get his hands on it. I feel like he wanted a pick. That's why he looked kind of frustrating after the bat down. But again, great coverage by Phil.
So 3rd and long now facing the Green Monsters offense. D'Souza gets the ball, passes over to the right-hand side. David Vlad with the catch. Deflagged by Blay. I think it's going to be enough for the first down, though, for Green Monster. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I don't think he even deflagged him. I think his flags actually just came off when he was making a move. I believe so. When he was making that cutback move, it kind of came off. But again, great call from Green Monsters. Again, they're taking what they give them. Going back to that previous play, throwing that go from the receiver, again, that wasn't there. It's something that they should have done. He had a receiver wide open underneath of Phil that he should have thrown. Because, again, I said Phil's always dropping back most of the plays. Now you have kind of a switch when you have Nicholas Couture playing on the right side. They kind of made a switch. So maybe
here's a handoff here. To Graham. Oh, he almost got into the end zone. Looked like he stepped out of bounds. I want to say just inside of the 10-yard line. Nice run there by Graham.
Yeah, so Mercenaries they're gonna have to switch up a bit. Again, they're gonna have to play underneath. They're giving Green Monsters way too much space where they're able to do whatever they want. They're gonna have to shoot down on routes and make Green Monster not feel as comfortable how they are right now. I feel like Green Monster is able to do whatever they want to do.
So Graham with the run brings the ball down to the Mercenaries' 9-yard line. Green Monsters are charging up the field here. Let's see if they can punch the ball into the end zone.
So you have a switch again. Nick Kurtzer has switched with Maya in this defensive call.
D'Souza gets the ball. He looks to his left. Quick pass to the ground. Oh, and Graham didn't have to jump to make that catch. It was a little high, but he did not have to jump, and I think that jump caused him to lose control of the ball.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm saying. They're giving them too much space. Have you seen Maya's kind of sitting inside? You have Nick Couture and Maya both covering the middle. You guys both don't have to be in that middle coverage. One of you guys could take the middle. The other one has to shoot out towards the right side. You do that, and you're definitely going to get a pick. That's something they're going to have to make an adjustment now, or something that Gino's going to have to point out to them and kind of let them know that you guys are both covering the same player.
There's a chance now for Green Monster again looking to get the ball into the end zone here. Again at the 9-yard line. So it's a flush to his left. Can he get the pass off? Yeah, he waited a second too long there and a sack. Good job by Frida Laguna not quitting on the play.
Yeah, so that's a big sack for Frida. As we were kind of saying, as I was saying that she was due for a sack, and then there you go, she has one.
So Frida should thank you after the game for getting that sack, is what you're saying?
Yeah. A shutout would be nice.
All right, there you go. So big play right here by both sides. Again, just over 15 minutes remaining in the contest. So trips to the left. All three receivers are on the left. Again, of course, the snapper in the middle. Yannick Graham, the best player in offense, coming off the field right here. This is going to the left. Oh, to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Patrick Jason.
Yeah, huge catch from Patrick. Patrick's also a veteran. I've seen Patrick play in this league for a long time, so it's nice to see him in the end zone right now.
That's a big catch right there. Yeah, so 18-14 lead now for the Green Monster, their first lead of the contest.
So unfortunately for Mercenaries here, they got their sack. They got their. I believe that was gonna be a third down. It was third down for Green Monsters there. Unfortunately, they were able to score, and the fact now Mercenaries are down. So you have a 2-quarterback here.
Yeah, Jason caught the touchdown. Ends up throwing one up back to D'Souza. Jump ball. to Vlad. He catches it, gets hit in the face, but still comes down with the ball. So it goes from a 4-point lead now to a 6-point lead, which is why the Green Monsters went for that 2-point conversion. It is good. 20-14 lead for Green Monster over the Mercenaries.
Yeah, so right now you kind of can see Mercenaries are kind of frustrated right there. They had 2 of their players jump on Patrick as the quarterback, and they gave a free throw to the other quarterback from the Green Monsters. Were able to give an easy jump ball to David. So they're definitely gonna have to after this drive on offense. They're definitely gonna have to talk about what they're gonna have to do on defense to get the stop that they're definitely gonna need, because right now they're down by 6.
So the Mercenaries, Maya DeFazio in their offense starting at the 5-yard line. Of course, in 6v6, teams start their offensive drive at the 10. In 5v5, they start at the 5. But DeFazio just able to get the pass out before being sacked by David Vlad. Intended receiver was Alex Blay, but that pass definitely off target by DeFazio as she was being flushed to her right.
I'm surprised Nicholas Kutzer didn't just run a go. I think he has the advantage on the corner that's on him. He looks a bit flat-footed. That's something maybe Gino's going to call, where Nicholas Kutzer could do a go, or even Diego, number 1. He's very a fast receiver. I don't think – oh, yeah, now they made a switch. Before they had their other defender, number the halfback that's playing inside.
The pass to Diego. Laguno on the right-hand side. He's tackled almost immediately by Rod Charles, number 97.
Yeah, so there you go. I believe that's a man coverage. That's the reason why they did the switch that they did. So, again, good switch for Green Monsters, because that's something to look at. Again, Nick Kutzer's playing on the right side, and now they do have the matchup that they want. I think you kind of can see that the halfbacks already playing a bit. Xavier Kutzer, not Nick Kutzer. Xavier.
A little snap there to the floor. DeFazio picks it up. She's going deep. It might be intercepted, and it is.
So she did get contact. She did get run into by David. He kind of hit her arm, or he did have a contact on her. That's the reason why the ball did fall the way it was. So it's going to be an automatic first down for Mercenaries, and they're going to have an air crack at it.
So number 42, Jethro Naguma with the pick, but again, it's waved up by the roughing the quarterback penalty. A contact on the quarterback in flag football rules here. So it'd be.
They're actually calling him off for 10 plays, I believe. I think that's an IR, right?
You are.
So he's going to be out for
roughness, yep.
He's going to be out for 10 plays, which is huge because he's been making a huge impact for their offense. He has the last 2 touchdowns plus the convert. So if Mercenaries are able to score there, I'm very curious to see who's gonna be able to take his role on the offensive side.
So it's a 10-yard penalty and a first down now. And they can get a first down again. Oh, Xavier Couture takes a little bit of a bump there from Ngoma. You see Ngoma giving a little fist bump after to the receiver.
Yeah, he just ran into a brick wall. Again, these are young kids, right? A lot of these players are young. You have Maya, you have Xavier, you have Diego that are, I believe, I want to say under the age of maybe 19, and then you have veteran Phil, and then you have Alex Blay that are kind of the older guys.
Mid-20s.
Yeah, exactly, older guys on the block. So something to also look at.
Like I said earlier, right, Green Monster did definitely have the age advantage in this contest. Nice move by DeFazio to avoid the rusher. She hits Blay on the left sideline. He keeps his feet in bounds before going out of bounds. Gets the ball down to about inside the 10-yard line. Let's call it actually almost inside the 5. No, they're going to say it's at the 7.
Yeah, she wanted to throw a goal there for Diego, but the defender had a great leverage under him. I'm not sure if Diego was going to be able to run past him when the ball was thrown. So great read by Maya, finding Alex Blay on the sideline.
So DeFazio goes to her right. Oh, pass. A wobbler there off the hands of Blay and incomplete.
Yeah, right again. That was just a bad pass. She kind of waited last second before throwing the ball. The rusher was right in her face, and she kind of threw it just at the last second. But I feel like she was kind of off balance, and that's the reason why it was wobbly the way that by the time it hit Alex Blay's hand.
To see Frida on the sideline, Laguno. Again, 7 players right now dressed for the Mercenaries again. Gino DeFazio, the Hall of Fame inductee back all the way in 2012. Has about 11 championships, I believe. He's eligible to play in the game. He played in the semis, but not playing so far. And handoff to Couture. Tackled at about, let's say, the 4 yard line.
Yeah, so that was a play for them to kind of get yards. They were about, as we were saying, they were like about third and I said they were at like 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. So they got an extra 4 yards there to put them more in a situation where they're able to score at the 4 yard line, the 4 to 3 yard line, I would say. So this is going to be a huge down for them.
Yeah, definitely more favorable field position right here for the Mercenaries. Can they capitalize on it? Let's find out.
I think you have a man coverage here.
Rush right up the middle. Pass it in zone. In and out the hands of Xavier Couture. Defensive stand by Green Monster. They're up by 6, and they get the ball back with inside 8 minutes remaining in this contest.
Yeah, so Green Monsters kind of said if you want to score on us, you're going to have to beat us, and they played a man-to-man coverage. The ball was a bit underthrown to Xavier. There was more outside than more. It was more inside than more outside. She should have led him a bit more instead of him having to come back, and that's what made the defender have enough time to kind of get that bat down and got the stop that they needed.
So, again, a big defensive stop for Green Monsters. Can now they turn that defense into some offense and extend their lead. Here we go. Pass over the middle. Ooh, nice catch there.
So we have a switch now, right? Maya's sitting down. You have a more of a speedy guy, Diego, coming on the field. Again, great defender, great reader. Where Maya was kind of delaying a bit. She was kind of stepping back. Where Diego was right there. As soon as the guy caught the ball, he was in his face and he deflagged him. A second later, that's a pick 6. So I like the switch that they did here. Also, I would like the switch where you put Diego over top and you shoot down Phil to be able to sneak in, because the quarterback's not going to see a play. Phil, not going to be able to see Phil like that.
Snap here, fake handoff. Oh, and he was going for the end around there, but that just fell flat on his face. That play looking discombobulated from the start.
Yeah, I don't like that play at all. I think Green Monsters right now, you guys are trying. They're doing a bit too much. It's to a situation where you don't have to do all the trickery. You guys are up by 6. Just keep doing what you guys are doing. Do your hooks. Do your comebacks. Don't try to get too fancy to a point where you're gonna force an interception. Keep the ball in your quarterback hands. He's the guy that's kind of been leading you. He's the guy that's kind of been leading you throughout this game. Make sure he has the ball in his hands. And if he's gonna give it to anybody else, it's to the number 7 where he's just running. He's not gonna throw it.
There's a chance now again for the Green Monsters offense, looking for the deep ball here. Charles, the intended target. Oh, pass just about a half yard in front of him. Good coverage there by Phil Roberts, number 34 on defense for the Mercenaries.
Yeah, great coverage by Phil. Again, that's not the route that they should have hit. He had the underneath from the stop. Diego kind of delayed when he was coming down on it, and the quarterback kind of just threw it. So again, it puts Green Monsters where they try to do a fancy play. It didn't work. They end up doing a 2-yard hook where Diego was able to come out it, and then they did a Hail Mary where Phil had great coverage. So now they're in a situation where they are, I would say they didn't make any. I would say they're at their 6 or 7 yard line, and they have about 15 yards to go. So they're not in a situation where they want to be right now.
Yeah, 4th and long. Oh wait, here we have a whistle. We're not sure what the stoppage of play is about right here.
So right now, they're trying to bring David back in the game, but he doesn't have his 10 plays. I believe he's at maybe 8 or 9, I want to say, from the drive that Mercenaries had. I believe they had about 5 before getting stopped, and then or 5 or 6. I think we're at 3, so I believe we're at 9 plays. So I think he's missing 1 play left, if my math is right. I know it's close to that. He's maybe at 8 or 9. So he can't come back in this game unless they get a first down on offense.
So 4th and long now. So here the fans getting a little boisterous there. Pease and Leslie Dubois on that pass set up for Charles. Way over his head. Incomplete. Turnover on downs. Here comes the Mercenaries offense with about 5 minutes remaining in the contest. Down 20-14.
Yeah. So great coverage by Phil. He was looking at the comeback, and he was able to get there. Even if the ball was caught, I believe Phil was either going to deflag him off the bat, or maybe even if the ball was not overthrown how it was, I think Phil probably would have had a bat down, or he would be able to have the tackle that was going to be much needed for them to get the turnover, which they have right now.
So a tight defensive game. Both defenses have showed up in this contest. Pass over the middle of the Blay. He gets tackled almost immediately. Right there, good tackle there in the open field.
Yeah, so I think the right side is the side that they're going to want to choose from, not the left side. I think the left side's a bit stronger compared to the right side. They're going to have to make a bit of more of a level concept where they send a defender straight through and maybe like a 10-yard out to kind of let Maya kind of use her arm a bit more than what she's doing right now.
Maya, quick pass to the right-hand side to Couture with the catch.
Yeah, again, right? So you had Alex Blade doing it out, and then you had Xavier Klitzer doing a 5-yard out as well. So you had to go out from the snapper and out from from Xavier, where it becomes a defender's able to guard the defender's able to guard both the receivers at the same time. So we have a big third down here where Maya, right now, she's been throwing only 5-yard plays.
Phil Robertson's wide open just short of the first down. He dropped it.
Yeah, that's a bad drop, to be honest with you. If he wasn't going to get the first, he would have been very close to it. So instead of being maybe 4th and 1, now we're looking at a 4th and 7.
Yeah, and that's crazy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that might have been one of those things where he just had too much time for the ball to come in.
Yeah, exactly it. He was kind of waiting for a bit too long. Maya also kind of saw him. She kind of overthrew it a bit. It's one of those situations where it kind of looks too good to be true, and then sometimes it is.
Oh, nice job by DeFazio avoiding the sack over the middle of the play. First down, Mercenaries.
Great play for Maya. She was able to stay composed. A lot of times what happens is when a quarterback when a quarterback's able to avoid the rusher, they kind of panic, and when they make that throw to the receiver making the breaking route, sometimes it's overthrown, sometimes it's not in the right spot. But that was a great ball, great catch from Alex Blaine, and now they have a drive going, right. They kind of have the momentum back. They get the first down and their first and goal, but they're driving here.
So DeFazio gets a snap on first down. She goes over the middle. One player falls, and it's picked off. Jethro Angoma. And so he collides with DeFazio. DeFazio kind of got in his way, so it's going to be interesting to see what the call is here.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that ball got tipped from Nicholas. Diego ended up falling down as well. It kind of was a bad play off the start. I'm kind of looking to see what exactly the call is going to be. What they're going to.
They're calling it actually on Ngoma, the player who made the INT.
Okay, so I believe they're probably running. I believe they're probably running at him. That saying he was in control when he got the interception. He was kind of leaning left or right. So that's the reason why they called the flag there. But again, huge interception on him because right now we're at pro clock with about 2 minutes left in the game. So Mercenaries are going to have to make a stop here if they're going to want to at least tie it or win this game.
So Ngoma's called for the penalty, so they're calling a UR on him, an unnecessary roughness, because again, so DeFazio, we saw, they both collided, but what happened was when she was trying to reach for the flag, Ngoma kind of put his shoulder down a bit, basically causing the collision.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. You kind of could see that he was in control while he was doing it. I wonder what we're looking at right now. To be honest, I would if I was I would challenge pretty much anything and try to see if I could get a call on my side. I know Diego was tripped, but again, I'm not sure if they're gonna call tripping while he made his breaking route on the post. Maybe Nicholas was kind of held back as well. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. I believe it is something's being challenged. That's for sure.
So what they're saying is they might be challenging, again, contact made on the receiver before the interception. You talked about one of the receivers for Mercenaries getting tripped up. That could be what they're going to look at here on the challenge.
Yeah, so exactly. But I'm not sure if tripping's a call. It's kind of weird.
So I'm not sure. See, it's gonna be hard to judge now whether that was tripping or maybe incidental contact.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking right now. So over here, you kind of can see. We're gonna look back to see Diego, right?
So he's the receiver right there on the floor.
Yeah, we want to see how Diego falls down.
So he tries to go past Joazon. Yeah, he just trips over either his own feet or the feet of Joazon. That's definitely not tripping at all. I think it is either he blows a tire or he trips over his own feet.
Well, no, I think he does. I think he does fall on his feet, right? We're gonna have to stop it right here. He does fall on his feet, but again, that's not a call where you're gonna. I don't think they're gonna get away with that. He hits his back foot. You can see it right here. You can see right here. He hits his foot.
Okay, so what happens there? So I see what you're saying. So the left leg at Joazon was sticking out, but what happens there, I think, is Diego Laguna. He tries to make his plan to make his
exactly.
Cut.
But he does trip over his foot. But I'm not sure that's. I feel like that's.
I think that's incidental contact. To be honest.
Exactly. If Patrick had more of a hand on him, you could kind of maybe. State your case for it. The fact that that's the reason why he tripped if he did have a hand on him, but he's just making a defensive move where he's trying to kind of turn his hips the other way. Where unfortunately, when he did turn his hips, he did have a foot sticking out while he was doing it, and Diego did land on his foot. So I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes I'm not exactly sure how they make the call that way.
So Walter Berry again, I'm not sure if that got picked up on our mics. Again, he's running the instant replay booth. He's saying right now it's going to be 1st and goal. So I guess they're going to be calling a penalty. No,
they're going to give the ball back to Green Monsters.
Exactly,
where it's going to be 1st and goal because they technically, on the interception, they did pass midfield. They are going to go backwards, but they are going to get the ball, and it's going to be 1st and goal.
So 1st and goal from, before midfield. Because again, you're right. Don't forget the penalty by big number 42 there, Jethro and Goma, again making contact with Maya DeFazio, who was trying to deflag him. So 1st and goal from just before midfield, about 2 yards behind midfield. Hand off to Graham. Good play call here by Green Monster. Pick up off the ball. Maybe 6 yards. Alex Blaze saying that Graham went out of bounds.
Yeah, he definitely went out of bounds. His foot definitely went out of bounds before they deflagged him, which is a horrible mistake because that does kill the clock and it gives Mercenaries so much more time to maybe get back the ball. Because right now, again, he made a run for maybe 3 or 4 yards. They're looking at a 2nd and 20.
Yeah, so that's just bad situational awareness there by Yannick Graham. And again, who's been arguably, if not the best, maybe the 2nd best offensive player in this game for his team, Green Monster.
Yeah, he's been definitely carrying a load. Him and David is pretty much the 2 guys that have been doing a lot. So right now we have a switch here. We have Maya back on defense. Sorry, pardon me. We have Maya back on defense, and you have Diego is rushing. You have Nick Couture also switching side as well to see maybe what they're going to do.
Good job by D'Souza getting rid of the ball to the end zone off the hands of David Vlad. Incomplete.
So huge play by Mercenaries here. They unfortunately miss a sack, but again, a sack would have kept the time going. So the fact that they're able to not have the time going and it puts them still in a 3rd and situation, the sack wouldn't have done much. The sack would have brought Green Monsters maybe 5 yards back, but would have been able to have the clock run and be able to at least kill them about 25 to about maybe 27 seconds. So the fact that they didn't get a sack there, they got the incomplete, it brings Green Monster still in the same situation where it's 3rd and 20.
So let's see what Green Monster likes to do here. Will they at least just get a short pass to keep the clock running by staying in bounds? Let's find out. Or they continue to give chances here.
Great
to their
coverage.
Opponents. Pass to the end zone. To Vlad off his hands and incomplete. Well, that answers that question. The clock stops yet again.
That's great coverage from Mercenaries. They had the underneath. They had the over top. He kind of just gave a prayer. He threw the ball in the air. He wanted his receiver to make a play. His receiver, unfortunately, wasn't able to make a play. And again, the top, as you said before, the clock has stopped, right? So right now we're looking at a
90 seconds.
4th and 20 where you kind of know what's going to happen. It's going to be a jump ball. He's going to throw up in the air. If you're the Mercenaries, you need to make sure you guys attack the ball. You know that it's going to be a jump ball. At the end of the day, I would even send 2 rushers to make sure the quarterback kind of gets the ball out of his hands. You never know what could happen in this situation, so you want to make sure that he doesn't have enough time to kind of air it out. Lots of time when this happens, when you throw 2 rushers, the ball's going to get overthrown. You don't want to make the quarterback feel comfortable to throw this ball.
So biggest snap of the game so far. Here it goes. Double quarterback. Joazan's in there and not afraid to throw the ball. He launches to the end zone. Knocked away by Xavier Couture. Intended for Jordan Blouin.
Yeah.
Turnover on downs now. Mercenaries get the ball at their own 5-yard line.
So that's a great play from Xavier. He waited last second to kind of bat it down. He made sure he had the leverage. He made sure he didn't have too much contact, and he did a great job there. He gave his team a chance, and you never know. He's one of the top players right now. He's definitely gonna need to have an impact on this last drive.
And will the play calling, will the decision making by the Green Monsters offense come back to bite them again? They had a ton of time. They could have ran off the clock, electing just to keep going deep, not completing any of those passes. Now they get the ball back to their opponents, and the Mercenaries now going deep. Diogo Laguna up there, and it's intercepted again. And Goma with the INT. Gets past one man, can he get past another? He's deflagged at about the 3-yard line. Big number 42, Jethro Ngoma, might have just delivered his team a championship.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Maya went for the deep route. She had Alex Blay underneath. She could have took the under route where Alex Blay probably would be able to get at least 5 or 6 yards, and he would have got out of bounds. I understand the concept where Diego was open for a quick second, but she did throw the ball more inside than she did outside. So unfortunately, that did get picked off.
So a big chance now with 1:08 remaining in this contest. Got a 6-point lead right now for Green Monster. Good chance for them to put this game away, put the nail in the coffin if they can get the ball into the end zone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I believe we probably have, as you said again, 1 minute and 8 seconds. That would be about 3 plays, but Mercenaries do have a timeout behind their pocket, so it's something to actually look at. So Green Monsters are definitely going to have to do a drive here and make sure they don't turn it over.
Snap. D'Souza looking again, going to the right.
That's
goes across the body. Dangerous pass. Caught by Vlad for the touchdown.
So again, right, you have a touchdown here, but Mercenaries still have an onside in their back pocket. So this is a big convert. Again, Mercenaries need to make a stop here. They're going down by 12. There's still 1 minute and 2 seconds left. They easily could get a stop here and give a chance to their team to get back the ball, score a touchdown, and then go for onside to maybe try to tie this game up.
So they're going to go for the 1-point convo here. Again, up 26-14.
Again, also something to kind of look at. If they do an onside kick, I believe Gino can throw that ball because it counts as a convert. If he fits,
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
If he fits,
he's rated too high though to throw regularly, but yeah, maybe for the combo. So here we go, 1-point convo attempt. Past the end zone is caught, ripped up the air by Mika Charbonneau. The 27-14 lead now. 102 remaining.
Yeah, great catch. Phil tried his best to try to make a play there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to. But again, as I said, Mercenaries, you guys have 1 minute left. You could score. You have to score as fast as possible, and you do have that onside in your back pocket. So whatever a doubt, there is time. And again, I believe Gino could actually come in and make this onside throw if he has to do it.
Fast, they're going to the right-hand side, hitting Phil Roberts. Able to get out of bounds.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of like the play that they should have ran on the first drive when they had it. It would have been the same thing. They would have ran no clock. They would have been in a situation where they feel more comfortable. At first they did it, but again, she came back to it, and now we're going to have a 2nd and I believe 10.
So because Roberts got out of bounds, it stops the clock. As you're looking at her wristband just to make sure. She gets a snap from Blay. Escapes. No, she can't escape the sack. Big sack there by Kevin Paul Emile.
Yeah, so time is right now. Time's against Mercer right now. They kind of have to get things kind of rolling. Gino does have 2 timeouts in his back.
Called. I think he just uses one right here.
Yeah, he has 2 timeouts in his back pocket. So now he has 1 left. So it's not the end of the world. Again, they need to score, and then they have to make an onside attempt. So they have to try to save as much time as possible.
So 27-14 lead, about 44 seconds remaining, as you can see on your clock right here. So Green Mantra, I was just looking at it, no one on their roster has a championship. So they are 44 seconds away from winning their first chip.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be something for some of these guys that have been playing in this league for a while.
Yep.
2 guys I kind of want to mention was Patrick, right? Patrick.
Yeah, Jozon.
Yeah, Patrick, and also Daryl. I believe they've been in this league for a while. So for them to be able to get their first championship here, I'm sure it would be huge for them.
Yeah, Darnell Kibis, Riley, another guy wanted to shoot. So the next catch there by Blay. Timeout called by Gino DeFazio.
I'm surprised he called both his timeouts there because they only have 2
back.
timeouts left. So why did they?
Especially since, now you can't do the onside pass, right?
Yeah,
if you score a touchdown.
I don't understand why he called both his timeouts in that situation. That kind of basically puts him in a situation where it doesn't even matter. There's no. That's weird. That's a very weird call. I know you're trying to save as much clock as possible, but there's not time left. At the end of the day, it doesn't call a timeout there. They probably run maybe 15 seconds, but there's a reason why Maya has a wristband on her hand. I think you kind of even tell the guys run the same play, and you kind of just get the ball snapped as fast as possible. Now you're in a situation where you can't even use your onside attempt. You're kind of just looking to score a point here, so you kind of close the lead that you only lost by maybe 7.
Pass over the middle to Couture. He grabs it. Tackled.
So you do have
just past first down marker.
You do have a fast first down marker, so the time does stop. Again, that timeout is unfortunate that he called that because that was an easy play that they could have ran without even having to waste a timeout.
So nice tackle there by number 84, Jude Sambor. Haven't had a chance to call his name yet here this evening. Fazio gets the snap. She goes over the middle again. Oh, Couture, a rare drop by him. Looks like he was looking at the out-of-bounds line before making sure he got the ball.
Yeah, he was definitely looking to see where he was going to go after. Again, sometimes it's those the championship feels, Again, we're also kind of saying that he did go to a big tournament for his province as well, where he played 7 games. So that could also be something that also is affecting him. But that's something that he definitely needs to make sure he doesn't do it again, where he has to make sure he catches the ball before thinking of running.
So DeFazio gets the snap. She looks to her left now. Oh, fakes the right, goes back to the left. She has the player open, and it's picked off again. The big man does it again. And Goma, his 3rd IAT of the game.
Yeah, so huge pick by him. He actually moves faster than a lot of people might think. He got there he closed that gap pretty damn fast.
And there you go. The flag has been waved. Green Monsters are your 5v5 recreational champs with a 27-14 victory over the Mercenaries.
Yeah, pretty good for them, right? It comes to a point, it's kind of like a Cinderella story if you think about it. They lose their semifinals versus Trap Stars. This season for them is technically over. All their guys are kind of just chilling. The group chat is dead. No one's really talking to each other. Then Jeff comes out of nowhere, messages them, and says, "Hey guys, we had a drop off. Are you guys interested in playing in the finals?" For sure, they all say yes. They're excited. They have a full roster. It seems like they had every guy show out, and then they end up winning a championship.
It's what it's all about. Listen, by hook or by crook, doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there and you get the W. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's exactly it. No one's gonna know. Oh, this team forfeited. All you see on the site is that your championships. All you see on the on Instagram, on the record book that they won a championship.
There you go. And of course, Facebook Live and YouTube. You're watching it right now. You see the championship happen again. Congrats to Green Monster. A huge win. For you, Quiz, I got to ask you. Turnovers, I think for me, that was one of the turning points. What would you say is the biggest factor in the loss for the Mercenaries?
The turnover. The turnover was the biggest loss. The throw that Maya made where he, I forgot the player name, that's the one that made all the picks, the interceptions.
Oh, Jethro and Ngoma.
Yeah, so Ngoma, that throw over there, I think that kind of sealed the deal where the Mercers were only down by 6. They didn't have to rush that throw.
Right.
She ends up rushing the pass, ends up being interception, kind of gets the game out of their reach. So I think if she doesn't do that, if she doesn't make that throw, they definitely had a chance to win this game.
And then we talked about, obviously, we're going to head down to the sideline to Jeff Rosenblatt, the president of FPF, to get the award presentation and the MVP of the game. That's your product, Mo Khan.
Champions are your Green Monsters. Well, quite the celebration over there, boys. There you go. There you go. There you go. A delayed celebration. All right, let's talk first. Let's talk first at Patrick Jazzon. Pat, 3 weeks ago at St. Laurent, it was a moment of chaos, and now you guys are smelling like roses.
Yeah, I still have PTSD from that, but we got another chance to redeem ourselves, and we did. Everybody show up. We made every play what we could, and we got the W. That's what matters.
Is it a full circle moment for you now?
Feels like it. It's been a long time, for a long journey for Green Monster. Tough, but we finally made it.
All right, now it's time for the MVP. You guys ready for the MVP? Oh, yeah. Find out tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, no, MVP, Jethro and Gilba. All right, Jethro, some spectacular plays in defense, some plays that led to big moments here. How big was your influence in today's game?
Thanks. A big work from the defense, and we make things work today. And, yeah, that was a big game.
It felt like as you guys were progressing this game, you guys grew in confidence. Even when it was a 6-point lead, you guys didn't give up on each other.
Yeah, exactly. So that's our teamwork. So I'm glad to win with this team. We've been passed from a tough season, but not a tough season, a great season.
It was.
Season, but it was, so, yeah, this game, we did it today. So, yeah, exactly. So that was a big game.
Because I had a hashtag blame Pat Jazzon for the season being over with. But no, you know what? You guys have come in, and you guys have earned this right to be the champion. Congratulations, Green Monster. Enjoy the night. Brent, back to you up in the booth.
Champions. Again, the MVP being awarded to Jethro and Goma. No one more deserving than him. A number of interceptions for this defense, really turning the tide in this game for Green Monster.
Yeah, he did a great job. He did, to be honest with you, that ceiling pick is kind of what got Green Monster to win the game. And then again, the last pick as well was kind of just icing on the cake where he kind of says, I'm that guy. I'm the reason why we won this game.
I mean, it wasn't a clean victory, right, for Green Monster. Listen, we talked about, right, with about 2 minutes ago, they had the ball. They elected to take a bunch of deep shots, running pretty much 0 time off the clock, giving the ball back to the Mercenaries. But maybe that was part of their plan. Get the ball back to our opponents. We'll get an INT to seal the deal.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it just works out like that, you know, when things are not going your way. At the end of the day, you know, we always say that champions are won by defenses, and that's exactly what we saw today.
100%. So I know you were saying before, so give me some shout-outs to some of the veterans, right? Like Patrick, Joazon, Darnell, Kevish, Riley, guys that have been part of FPF for a very long time. Jason D'Souza as well. Some of those veterans finally getting their first taste of a championship, so congrats to them. Quasi, what are your final thoughts?
Good job on them, you know. I know when I won my first championship, you feel accomplished, especially the fact for them that they've been in the league for so long and not be able to to get that feeling not be able to get that feeling for winning a championship. I'm also sure that they probably lost a couple championship games as well. So the fact that they're just how everything kind of worked out for them, where they lose the semifinals games, they lose the semifinal game, they think their season's done, they get a second chance, and they make sure that they make sure they used it properly, and they end up winning themselves a championship.
So that wraps it up for us here in Brossard for championship weekend. A ton of games yesterday, a ton of games today. So I want to say thank you to everybody, from the commentators, obviously to our producers, Ali Reza, Omar, everybody. Again, making sure that you guys at home get the game on Facebook Live, on YouTube. Obviously, Jeff Rosenblatt, the president, the officials, all the players that played over the weekend. Thank you guys for coming out and playing and giving your best. And, of course, the fans, you guys watching at home, and even some people here in Brossard watching it on their tablets, their iPads, their smartphones. Just thank you guys for making this championship weekend everything that it was. And we'll be back again. Spring season starts tomorrow night, so a slew of games. So make sure to go to FlagPlusFootball.com to find out more information. For Crazy Go to Mom, Brent Balkin saying thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Have a good night.
Bye.